Chapter 1. The Dual Crisis. In the year 2027, in the northern city of Bayer, the temperature soared to a staggering 55 degrees Celsius. Despite the sun having set, the distorted waves of heat rendered the asphalt roads soft and pliable, akin to melting toffee. With each step, Lin Mo felt his soles adhere to the ground, producing a sound akin to a soft pop. As beads of sweat formed on his forehead, they evaporated almost instantly, leaving behind a crust of white salt. Next, in the recruitment office of the underground city construction team, the foreman, donning a hard hat, did not even lift his gaze. Lin Mo squeezed forward, presenting his identification card, his face adorned with a standard ingratiating smile. "Hello, I am Lin Mo, young and strong. I can handle any dirty or strenuous work." The foreman glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing. An orphan without family? No guarantor? He tossed the car back to Lin Mo. "Begone. We do not require someone unanchored like you. You wouldn't pass the political review." Lin Mo felt his heart plummet. Since the deceleration of Blue Star's rotation and the subsequent atmospheric dispersion leading to soaring temperatures, natural disasters had become frequent, resembling an apocalypse. Countries worldwide retreated from the equator, clustering at the northern and southern extremes to fight for survival, resulting in nearly half the population perishing within a mere year. In such dire circumstances, a stable job was worth its weight in gold. Only by entering the official ARC underground city construction program could those at the bottom of the social ladder hope for a stable means to subsist. On his way home, an unfortunate rumble emanated from his stomach. Lin Mo licked his parched lips, his gaze drifting to the convenience store menu at the corner. Synthetic protein nutritional instant noodles, 100 yuan serving. He patted his empty pockets, revealing a bitter smile. Dragging his heavy legs back to his oven-like home, he entered and switched on the air conditioner, only to be met with warm air. Heatstroke had become a dreadful disease, claiming the most lives. Penniless, with barely any electricity left. Lin Mo mocked himself as he finished the tap water, stripping off his drenched t-shirt and collapsing onto the bed. Sweat trickled down his forehead, his gaze vacant and despondent. Sleep now if I sleep. I won't have to think of anything. Perhaps, being liberated like this isn't so bad. I wouldn't have to endure this damned life in my next life. Inside a quaint wooden cabin, Lin Mo stirred, smacking his lips. Feeling the pillow was both fragrant and soft, imbued with a gentle coolness. The fresh and fragrant scent of the post-rain forest wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to instinctively nuzzle his cheek against it. Comfortable and warm. A soft, ethereal sound echoed in his ear, delicate and soothing. Wait, how could the pillow speak? Lin Mo jolted awake, his eyes flying open. A charming face suddenly intruded upon his vision. Long, snowy white hair cascaded down, with a pair of pointed ears peeking through the strands. Her skin was as white as snow, clad in a seemingly luxurious nightgown that accentuated her feminine curves. Before Lin Mo's mind could fully process this bizarre image, he noticed her striking emerald eyes fixed intently upon him. 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts shyness, plus 4 parts murderous intent, as if she wanted to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. For he was currently sleeping in her bed. Despicable thief! How dare you infiltrate my chamber? The voice of the elven maiden trembled, her chest heaving violently, and she raised her hand as if to strike him. Lin Mo! He sprang up in panic failing. He could only scramble off the bed, hands and feet working in unison as he raised his hands in surrender. Wait, miss, let me explain. This is an enormous misunderstanding. Is this elf serious? He quickly scanned his surroundings. The room resembled the hollowed-out trunk of a gigantic tree, with walls adorned with natural wood grain, while the ceiling was embellished with luminous, peculiar flowers. Elves, treehouses, magical lights. Deceit. The sleeping garden has a barrier set by Her Majesty the Queen. Besides me, no creature could silently intrude. The elven maiden seized a magnificent staff from beside the bed, pointing it menacingly at Lin Mo. An ancient and obscure incantation began to resonate. The emerald gem atop the staff glowed, and moisture in the air rapidly coalesced. Lin Mo? He was all too familiar with this precasting gesture and flashy effects. Clearly, she was preparing to unleash a powerful spell to eliminate him. Calm down, miss. Hear me out. Grant me a chance for a candid confession. I merely fell asleep. I truly have no idea how I ended up here. Lin Mo gestured to his sweat-soaked, yellowed t-shirt, which bore a faded IU graphic. Do I look like someone capable of breaching any formidable barrier like a top-tier thief? The elven maiden halted her chanting, re-evaluating Lin Mo's disheveled hair, wrinkled clothing, his demeanor. He certainly did not resemble any formidable individual. Yet that did not absolve him of suspicion. Silence. Regardless of the despicable means you employed, you shall pay for your sacrilegious actions. Waterbinding. The maiden shouted, pointing her staff forward. Splash. Numerous ropes of water materialized, coiling around Lin Mo like serpents. Lin Mo. Run. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted towards the enormous terrace outside the room. As he burst through the door, his eyes widened in shock, his breath catching in his throat. Beneath the starlit sky, several kilometers away, a colossal tree, beyond description, erupted from the ground, piercing the heavens. Its crown obscured the sun, with every leaf pulsating with radiant life. A rich, palpable energy of life cascaded from it, forming visible green light spots, akin to millions of fireflies dancing in the air. Just gazing at it, Lin Mo felt the oppressive heat and fatigue dissipate, invigorating his very soul. This is the World Tree. The word flashed instinctively in Lin Mo's mind. He unwittingly recalled his own reality, where he could scarcely afford a bowl of instant noodles. If he could bring back even a seed from this tree. Wait, no. Handing it over to the state would maximize his benefits, ensuring his survival in this apocalyptic world, while also addressing the ecological dilemmas of the underground city. Its significance must rival that of nuclear fusion technology. He could undoubtedly secure a high-ranking position with a stable future. Just as Lin Mo's mind raced with these thoughts, a water rope deftly ensnared his ankle. He instantly lost his balance, tumbling forward. His mouth collided with the gem-encrusted wooden railing of the terrace. Crack! It felt as if he had bitten into something. Then, his forehead struck the floor with a heavy thud. Thud! The world around him spun, consciousness ebbing away like a receding tide. The elven maiden's voice, cool yet triumphant, rang out. Got you, you wretched thief. Chapter 2. The Verification of Crossing Over. Buzz amidst the familiar hum of the air conditioner. Lin Mo jolted awake from his slumber, gasping for breath. He wiped the sticky sweat from his forehead, the dream lingering vividly in his mind. Suddenly, his expression froze. There was something in his mouth. He hastily spat it into his palm. A gemstone, the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a soft glow, lay quietly in his hand. Lin Mo. Isn't this the very object he had inadvertently knocked off the elven maiden's terrace? A soothing, cool sensation emanated from the gem, flowing through his body and rejuvenating his weary limbs. His heat-ravaged body was suddenly filled with vigor. Lin Mo's hand began to tremble. That realm with pointed-eared elves and the World Tree was indeed real. Could it be that I have awakened the ability to traverse worlds? After a moment of contemplation, in order to ascertain whether this was merely a fortuitous occurrence, he sprang into action. He rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a roll of cling film, meticulously wrapping the windproof lighter within it. He then stuffed it into his mouth, causing his cheeks to bulge. He clutched his phone tightly in one hand while placing the jewel into his pocket. Everything is ready, let us try this once more. A cold, unyielding sensation emanated from behind him, jolting Lin Mo awake in an instant. He abruptly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a wooden floor, his limbs bound tightly by some sort of vine. The room was the same treehouse he had encountered before, the luminous flowers on the ceiling radiating a gentle glow. Awake, are we? Despicable thief. A voice, cool and tinged with indignation, resounded from the front. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, and there stood the long-legged elven girl he had previously mistaken for a pillow. She had changed out of her nightgown into an exquisite suit of silver leather armor. Her hair, reminiscent of moonlight, was elegantly tied up, accentuating her striking demeanor. At this moment, she wielded a magnificent staff, flanked by several elven guards armed with longbows, all wearing unfriendly expressions. Lin Mo quickly assessed the situation. His hands were empty clearly. His phone had not been brought along, and his pocket lacked the coolness of the gem. The lighter, wrapped in cling film, remained in his mouth. Had he gained the ability to traverse realms with a soul or a consciousness? Yet he could not carry any belongings. As for the peculiar ability of his mouth to transport items, that was merely a serendipitous discovery regarding the jewel. Although the language spoken was not Mandarin, his mind comprehended it effortlessly. Based on prior experiences, communication with the elven girl posed no barriers. The 2 points of confusion, his attire and why he awoke at her bed, could only be attributed to the marvels of his translocation. I am inquiring about you, she pressed. Who exactly are you? What means did you employ to infiltrate the Dreaming Garden? Seeing her poised with the staff, its tip glowing ominously, Lin Mo hastily replied. I merely fell asleep, and upon awakening, found myself here. Do you believe me? His speech was somewhat muffled due to the lighter in his mouth. The elven girl's tone remained frigid. Do you truly think I would believe the words of a thief who slumbers upon my legs? It was indeed an accident, Lin Mo exclaimed. Fair elven maiden, I swear, I harbor no ill intent towards you. With a dismissive snort, she clearly remained unconvinced. She gestured to the guards beside her, used the truth-seeking spell on him. One of the guards stepped forward, intoning an ancient incantation. A soft green light enveloped Lin Mo. Now, respond to my inquiry, the elven girl commanded, her demeanor stern. Under the truth-seeking spell, any deceit will be unveiled. Speak, who are you truly? Lin Mo's heart sank. Could such a thing truly be? Steadying himself, he cautiously replied, I am a traveler from another world. This statement bore no falsehood. It was in essence true, albeit slightly embellished. The elven girl furrowed her brow, glancing at the spell-casting guard, who nodded slightly, indicating that the green light surrounding Lin Mo showed no signs of deception. She was taken aback. Her emerald eyes widened in astonishment. Another world? Truly remarkable. Do you possess any proof? And what is that in your mouth? Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo felt a surge of confidence and continued. To demonstrate my sincerity, I wish to present a gift from my world to validate my identity. A gift? The elven girl's face was marked by skepticism. Please, release my bindings so I may retrieve it for you. Rest assured, I bear no malice. Your truth-seeking spell should affirm this. The elven girl hesitated. The light of the truth-seeking spell, indeed, showed no fluctuations, suggesting his words were genuine. She signaled to one of the guards, who approached and untied the vines binding Lin Mo's hands. As all the elves watched with a blend of curiosity and caution, Lin Mo sat up and spat the cling film-wrapped lighter into his palm. The elves reacted with expressions of disdain and disgust, akin to that of a subway commuter encountering an unsightly sight. Was this saliva-drenched object truly a gift? Lin Mo offered an awkward smile. Let's not dwell on the details. He quickly tore away the cling film, revealing the lighter within. With a gentle press of his thumb, click, a vibrant purple flame erupted from the top of the windproof lighter. The elven guards gasped in shock. The foremost guard, startled, stepped forward to shield the elven girl, drawing his bow halfway. The elven girl's pupils dilated. The flame, it bore no magical aura, without the need for incantations or the consumption of any magical energy. Merely with a gentle press, he summoned fire from thin air. What a wondrous artifact! Observing their astonished expressions, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. Fair elven maiden, it is a pleasure to meet you. Consider this a modest token of our first encounter. Now, shall we converse properly? Findona, the elven girl, waved her hand, signaling the guards to withdraw. She curiously accepted the lighter from Lin Mo, mimicking his action of pressing it. With a click, a burst of flame materialized before her. The human before her, clad in peculiar attire, became shrouded in mystery. I shall tentatively believe you hail from another world. Just as Findona was about to make arrangements for Lin Mo, a mournful and distant horn echoed from outside, resonating in all directions. The horn carried an air of solemnity and foreboding. Findona's expression changed dramatically as she abruptly turned to the window. It's the war horn, the demon horde. They are upon us. Chapter 3. Matters between elves and demons. Damn the demon race. They have returned. Findona spat, her voice laced with fury, as she transformed into a gust of wind and dashed towards the balcony, staff in hand. Your Highness Findona, it is perilous. A guard reached out to stop her, his fingers merely grazing a fleeting shadow. My kin are bleeding. I cannot stand idly by. Findona's resolute voice faded into the distance. The remaining elven guards exchanged glances, momentarily disregarding Lin Mo, the peculiar visitor from another realm, as they swiftly morphed into green shadows and pursued her. In the blink of an eye, the opulent treehouse was left with Lin Mo alone. Hey, wait! Lin Mo shouted towards the empty doorway, but no one acknowledged him. What about untying me? Are you going to leave me here? Suddenly, he felt a loosening at his ankles. The vines binding him writhed slightly, retreating into the crevices of the floor. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy, quickly massaging his numbed ankle. Without wasting a second, he dashed towards the balcony, seizing the opportunity to explore this enchanting world. As for fleeing, in an unfamiliar land, where could he escape to? Judging by the sound of the horn and the tense atmosphere, a war was undoubtedly unfolding. This magical place, with its sorcery and world tree, might very well be the salvation for Blue Star. He needed to discern who they were fighting against and the strength of the enemy. A proper assessment of danger was essential, otherwise, he might meet an untimely demise in obscurity. As Lin Mo stepped out of the treehouse onto the suspended walkway connecting the colossal branches, he was once again struck dumb by the breathtaking sight before him. This was a city of elves, entirely constructed atop towering ancient trees. Countless living vines wove intricate bridges hundreds of meters above the ground, linking exquisite treehouses. Exotic flowers and rare plants basked in the sunlight, creating a stunning spectacle. Elves darted across the bridges with grace, their agile forms reflecting an air of impending storm. His gaze traversed the bridges, extending further afield. The World Tree. At this moment, he truly beheld its grand structure. The canopy was lost to sight, piercing directly into the clouds. Numerous edifices spiraled up the sturdy trunk, twinkling lights reminiscent of a divine realm. In an instant, Lin Mo's mind flashed to the art project fervently underway in the Xia dynasty. Iron fortresses, concrete enclosures. Beneath eternal rock layers, inhaling filtered, recycled air. Compared to this, that was mere survival. What lay before him was life. This tree alone constituted an independent ecosystem. If he could transport it entirely back to Blue Star, who needed the Ark project or interstellar colonization, this tree, in itself, was a new world capable of sustaining millions. Lin Mo's breath quickened, his gaze ablaze with a mixture of greed and desire. He suppressed the shock within, seeking the direction Finona and the others had departed, and began to sprint along the aerial walkway. Fortunately, as he had just exited Finona's chamber, the elves along the way cast curious glances his way. Yet the urgency of the conflict left no one with the time to stop him for inquiries. They regarded him as a guest of the princess. As he advanced, the atmosphere of war grew increasingly intense. Countless elven warriors, donned in standardized leather armor and wielding longbows or staves, emerged silently from the tree houses, converging onto the main road leading to the city's periphery. Their expressions were grim, their movements almost imperceptible, with only the faint sound of armor clashing creating a symphony of green flowing forward. No words were exchanged, yet the aura of unwavering resolve filled Lin Mo, an outsider, with a tightening sensation in his chest. He followed the elven army until he reached the edge of the city. Here, there were no walls, or rather, the walls were alive. Hundreds of towering tree ants, each exceeding 100 meters in height, stood shoulder to shoulder, their gnarled roots deeply embedded in the earth. Their sturdy branches intertwined to form an unbroken green barrier. Countless elven archers stood upon the shoulders and arms of the tree ants, longbows in hand, gazing into the distance. Findona stood atop one of the tallest tree ants, her staff radiating a vibrant green light, poised for action. Breathless, Lin Mo ascended the staircase formed by the branches to join her, peering along her line of sight. In a single glance, his blood ran cold. A dark line appeared on the distant horizon. It was a surging black sea, rapidly expanding and rushing toward them with ferocity. An army, an endless tide of demons. A grotesque amalgamation of monstrous beings surged forward, forming this black wave. There were minotaurs wielding massive axes, swift hellhounds on all fours, and flying demons circling at low altitude. A cursory glance sent shivers down Lin Mo's spine. There must be tens of thousands. The ground groaned under their relentless march. A foul miasma rising to taint the sky, casting it into a dark crimson hue. Lin Mo had witnessed countless Hollywood blockbusters, from The Lord of the Rings to The Avengers, yet none could compare to the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. This was a genuine, overwhelming sense of dread and grandeur. What are those creatures? Lin Mo turned to Findona. Her face was etched with fury as she replied without looking back. The demonic horde birthed from the depths of another realm. The enemy of all life on the continent of Terra. Lin Mo's mouth fell slightly agape, shock evident on his face. An invasion from hell? This was the foe the elves had to confront. How could they possibly fight? He gazed at the seemingly endless demonic army, noting the colossal units that rivaled the size of small buildings. Then he looked back at the elves, each one a paragon of beauty. Would their combat prowess suffice? Surely, this wouldn't devolve into a scenario reminiscent of certain adult-themed comics? Before Lin Mo could voice another question, Findona suddenly raised her staff high and shouted with fervor. Elemental spirits, prepare to attack. In that instant, the air was filled with the incantations of countless elves. A torrent of magical orbs, blades of wind, and ice shards coalesced into a vibrant cascade, filling the sky as they rained down upon the distant tide of demons. The thunderous sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. Countless demons were blown to pieces. However, that dark sea of malevolence merely paused momentarily before being replenished by more fiends from the rear, continuing their advance. Chapter 4. Reporting to the Great Xia. In comparison to the terrifying numbers of the demon tide, the casualties were swiftly compensated by the relentless surge of demonic creatures. The damage inflicted was but a drop in the ocean against such overwhelming numbers. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Once the demon tide breached a radius of several hundred meters, Findona's cold command resonated across the battlefield once more. Fire the arrows. In an instant, the sky was shrouded by a dense barrage of arrows. Tens of thousands of long arrows, accompanied by the sharp whistle of slicing air, traced a deadly arc, raining down with precision upon the forefront of the demon tide. The thousands of demons at the front line were immediately pierced, collapsing like hedgehogs, wailing in agony. Yet, before their bodies could grow cold, they were trampled into a pulp by their compatriots from behind. The subsequent wave of demons, stepping over their fallen brethren, charged forward recklessly. Fortunately, the relentless storm of arrows, in conjunction with continuous magical assaults, managed to slightly hinder the advance of the demon tide. At that moment, the demon army commenced its counterattack. Countless corrosive acid, shadow arrows, and chaotic fireballs rained down upon the Treant defense line. The colossal Treants swung their branch-like arms, accurately smashing and deflecting the majority of the ranged attacks. The battlefield was momentarily transformed into a grotesque meat grinder, drenched in blood and carnage. A thunderous roar erupted from behind the demon tide. Lin Mo's heart sank. This was ominous. The commotion unmistakably heralded the arrival of a boss. Indeed, a massive creature, comparable in size to a small mountain, emerged from the dark wave of demons. Its body was engulfed in blazing hellfire as it slowly rose to its full height. It opened its enormous maw, and a dark red fireball, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, rapidly coalesced. The ominous aura of destruction distorted the very air around it. Oh no, the boss was about to unleash its ultimate attack. Lin Mo gasped, instinctively retreating. The fireball whistled through the air, trailing a long tail of flame, akin to a falling meteor, hurtling straight towards the defensive line where Findona stood. Protective barrier. Findona raised her staff high, and the formidable water element gathered before her in midair, swiftly forming a gigantic blue water curtain. Boom. The colossal fireball collided with the water curtain, erupting with a deafening roar. Scalding steam surged forth instantaneously, and Lin Mo was propelled backward by the violent shockwave. Nearly being blown off the treant, he clutched a nearby vine desperately, his face blanching from the searing heat. Findona glanced at the frail Lin Mo, her delicate brows furrowing. She signaled an elven warrior beside her to bring a helmet and tossed it to Lin Mo. Find a place to hide. We will discuss matters later. Lin Mo instinctively reached out to catch it. The helmet felt cold and heavy in his grasp, stained with dark red blood. Regardless, anything was better than risking a head injury. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the helmet, prioritizing his survival. However, before he could find a safe corner to take cover, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out from above. Lin Mo looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting. A flying demon, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, had inexplicably breached the aerial defenses of the elves. It was retracting its wings, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, as it swooped down towards him. Those crimson eyes were fixated on him with deadly intent. Its claws glinted ominously. It was over. The feast had begun. Lin Mo's mind went blank, his body stiffened, unable to move even a finger. He was just an ordinary man, faced with such a creature. Even the thought of fleeing eluded him. In that critical moment, a green arrow of light shot forth, piercing the demon's skull with precision. Thud. The demon's corpse continued its inertia, crashing heavily onto Lin Mo. He felt an immense force collide with him, sending him flying, his head striking a thick branch with a resounding thud. Boom. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Lin Mo awoke with a start in his room, the impact on the back of his head still fresh in his memory. His body aching as if it might fall apart. He gasped for breath, reaching back to assess his head. Thankfully, it was uninjured, though painfully sore. Sitting up, he rapidly sifted through the chaotic information in his mind. Elves, the world tree, endless demon hordes, and cataclysmic wars. The world was far grander than he had imagined, with opportunities that were vast, yet equally perilous. He glanced down and retrieved the emerald gemstone from his pocket, which continued to emit a gentle glow, nurturing his spirit. Perhaps it could be exchanged for some money to alleviate his immediate survival woes. But then what? Relying solely on himself, using his mouth as a makeshift container to trade exotic goods from another realm? Such a narrow vision would prove inefficient. By the time he carved out a niche in that alien world and secured a seed of the world tree, his counterpart back on Blue Star would likely have already been reduced to ashes. This path was untenable, in the face of calamities at the level of civilization. Individual power felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. But what if, behind that power, stood an entire nation? A country equipped with the finest scientists, unparalleled execution capabilities, and formidable mobilization strength. At that point, the issue of survival would be effortlessly resolved. Lin Mo slapped his thigh, a decision crystallizing in his mind. He took out his phone, conducted a search, and dialed a number he never imagined he would proactively contact, the National Special Security Affairs Processing Center. After a few rings, the call connected, and a calm, formulaic female voice greeted him. Hello, National Special Center. Lin Mo licked his dry lips, his heart racing uncontrollably. He understood that this call would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. Hello, I have an urgent matter of national significance to report. His voice trembled with anxiety. The operator on the other end, evidently experienced, remained entirely unperturbed. Sir, please remain calm. State your name, ID number, and the specific incident. I am Lin Mo, and my ID number is. After providing his personal information, Lin Mo hesitated, then continued. I have discovered a new world inhabited by elves and demons. Silence enveloped the line. Operator, Mr. Lin, we are currently in a period of exceptional circumstances, and public safety resources are exceedingly precious. Upon hearing that the call might be terminated, Lin Mo became agitated. Wait, don't hang up. I have truly discovered a new world. What must I do for you to believe me? Mr. Lin, may I inquire if you are an astronomer or associated with the ARC project? No, I am merely an ordinary person. An ordinary person? The operator replied, somewhat speechless. Mr. Lin, I must remind you once again that we are in a critical situation, and the malicious misuse of public safety resources or false reporting is a grave offense. If you are merely attempting to make a joke, I am not joking. Lin Mo exclaimed loudly. Clearly, the other party regarded him as either a victim of fraud or a lunatic driven to madness by apocalyptic pressures. Chapter 5. Am I a cheat in the Great Xia? Or does Great Xia perceive me as a glitch? I can prove it. Lin Mo took a deep breath to calm himself. I possess something from that world. An item that absolutely does not exist on Blue Star. If I utter a single falsehood, you may immediately locate my position and send someone to eliminate me on the spot. I am willing to bear all legal consequences. These words echoed like a series of blank shots, harmless yet loud enough to command attention. Silence reigned on the other end of the line. Lin Mo could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart within his chest. The operator's voice returned, now imbued with gravity. Very well, Mr. Lin. Please remain where you are and do not move. Keep the line open. We will dispatch personnel to verify your situation. There are many madmen, but those who would gamble with their lives are a rare breed, worthy of reporting. All right, I shall await your arrival. Lin Mo hung up, his palms slick with sweat. He understood that the vast machinery of the state had begun to churn. What lay ahead, whether dragon or insect, depended on the verdant treasure nestled in his palm. He clutched the gem, feeling its cool vitality coursing through him, calming his trembling body slightly. The waiting was excruciating. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings as night fell. With the temperature dropping, the streets finally saw a trickle of life. Vehicles equipped with powerful air conditioning formed the sparse veins of the city's nocturnal pulse. In under 20 minutes, a series of urgent knocks resonated at the door. This was not the polite rapping of a courteous visitor, but rather a forceful barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike felt as though it were battering against Lin Mo's heart, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. They have arrived. Lin Mo approached and turned the doorknob. Outside stood two men clad in black suits, their expressions as frigid as if freshly extracted from a freezer. Both were tall, exuding an aura of ironclad resolve that rendered Lin Mo breathless. This presence was undeniably beyond that of mere neighborhood security. One of them produced a wallet, revealing a golden emblem and identification. National Special Department, Action Group 7, Chen Feng. His voice was as devoid of warmth as his countenance. Mr. Lin, we received your call. You mentioned possessing something that could substantiate your claims? The gaze of the other team members swept across the room like an X-ray, scrutinizing every corner of his disheveled dwelling with an air of vigilance and scrutiny. Lin Mo spoke no further, directly unfolding his palm to reveal a gem the size of a quail egg, of vivid green hue. Under the dim light of the rented apartment, the radiance swirling within the gem appeared particularly enigmatic. You could sense its wonder. Lin Mo endeavored to make his voice sound composed. Chen Feng did not immediately reach out. Instead, he retrieved a brick-sized black device from his bag and scanned the gem with it. After a series of beeps, a green light illuminated the device's screen. Only after confirming there were no known harmful radiations did he accept the gem from Lin Mo's hand. At the moment of contact, a flicker of emotion crossed Chen Feng's otherwise impassive face. His pupils contracted slightly. He had encountered countless rare treasures, yet this stone felt entirely different. It did not possess the coldness typical of jade. Rather, it exuded a vitality that seemed to penetrate to his very marrow. He even experienced a fleeting illusion that this stone contained a semblance of life. The term invaded his thoughts abruptly, absurd yet strikingly accurate. He lifted his gaze, deeply scrutinizing the young man before him, who wore ordinary attire and still bore the scent of sweat. Initially, when tasked with the discovery of this new world, he had thought only two words: nonsense. Under the pressures of the apocalypse, too many had succumbed to madness. What new world? Perhaps he'd read too many novels? Yet now, the stone in his hand silently mocked his empirical beliefs. Chen Feng's expression grew gravely serious as he passed the gem to his companion. Upon receiving it, his companion visibly jolted, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Is this it? Chen Feng turned to Lin Mo. Indeed, it is, Lin Mo affirmed. It hails from another world. Get in. Chen Feng did not inquire further. He stepped aside to clear the path. Lin Mo was ushered into a black SUV. The driver took the wheel, while Chen Feng sat in the rear middle seat, resembling a suspect. The vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, silently merging into the night. Chen Feng whispered into the microphone on his collar, reporting that the target had been engaged and that the item had been confirmed to possess anomalies. Understood, came the response. Once the call concluded, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Mo. Now, tell me about your new world. Spare no detail. Lin Mo gathered his thoughts and began his narrative. He recounted his experiences in the other realm, from his awkward initial encounter with the elven maiden, Fendona, to the towering world tree that pierced the heavens, and the harrowing war against the demon horde. Chen Feng and the driver listened expressionlessly throughout, neither affirming nor denying. After Lin Mo finished, silence enveloped the vehicle. After a lengthy pause, Chen Feng finally spoke, his tone still icy. Your story is intriguing. However, a story remains merely that. He gestured towards the gem, which Lin Mo had reclaimed and now held tightly in his palm. This object is indeed remarkable. We will analyze it. Yet, it can only attest to its own uniqueness, not to the veracity of your tale. Lin Mo felt a weight in his heart as he furrowed his brow and replied. Its material composition cannot possibly exist on Blue Star. This serves as the most compelling evidence. Chen Feng shook his head. It is also plausible that you simply stumbled upon a unique meteorite from outer space, Mr. Lin. Do you grasp my meaning? A mere stone, contrasted with a complete world teeming with intelligent life, constitutes two entirely distinct concepts. Lin Mo was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, professionalism shines through. A single remark silenced him. There's no need to rush. Take your time to ponder. We are nearly there. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo refrained from arguing. He understood that any further discussion would be futile. His only hope rested on the gem itself being extraordinary enough. The vehicle did not veer towards any location resembling an official institution, but instead entered an underground base cleverly disguised as a large logistics warehouse. The heavy alloy doors sealed behind them, cutting off all connection to the outside world. Chapter 6. Proving the journey to the Great Xia. Lin Mo was escorted into a room painted entirely in white, devoid of any furnishings save for a table and chairs. The bright lights reflected off the walls, intensifying his sense of being a mere test subject. A researcher clad in a white lab coat entered, wearing a professionally cordial smile. Mr. Lin, we need to conduct tests on this gem. Of course, Lin Mo replied, handing over the gem. It was delicately placed into a sealed metal box and taken away by the personnel. Shortly thereafter, a meal and water were brought in. The spread included 4 dishes and a soup, featuring both meat and vegetables, accompanied by ample rice. Starved, Lin Mo disregarded any semblance of decorum and devoured the meal with fervor. It was delightful, absolutely the finest meal he had enjoyed in the past 6 months. In the midst of an apocalyptic crisis, being able to savor untainted, non-technological, natural rice and braised pork was nothing short of a luxury. The overwhelming satisfaction derived from the carbohydrates eased his frayed nerves, allowing them to bounce back slightly. Fully nourished, he reclined comfortably. What followed was an extensive, seemingly interminable series of expert consultations lasting several hours. Various specialists took turns, encompassing psychology, physics, sociology, and military strategy. Lin Mo felt as though he were a participant in an ultra-high-stakes version of the brain, albeit as the subject of study. The inquiries were increasingly intricate and absurd. You claim that elves possess magic. To what extent can this be realized? Have you considered the difference between external manifestations and essence? Inquired a distinguished physicist, adjusting his glasses. Lin Mo responded, I am unsure. I have only just arrived and lack understanding of many circumstances. You described a demonic army comprising tens of thousands. Please elaborate on their appearance and mode of existence. A military expert requested with a solemn expression. Well, it resembles monsters. Some are biological, while others seem to be energy entities. Lin Mo stammered. You assert that you traversed dimensions through sleep. What were your subjective experiences during this transition? Was the flow of time consistent? Lin Mo was taken aback. He recognized this as a standard procedure, where every detail of his account would be meticulously extracted. He displayed utmost cooperation, repeating everything he knew countless times. Regarding the areas of uncertainty, his responses were rather straightforward. He admitted ignorance, stating he had not paid attention, as he was preoccupied with running and did not ponder further. He was acutely aware that feigning understanding in the presence of such esteemed national experts would only invite discomfort upon himself. His composure and the inherent logic within his discourse gradually diminished the skepticism on the experts' faces, replaced by an increasing gravity. This young man was either the most formidable genius fraudster in history, or his claims were indeed genuine. A few hours later, the door to the interrogation room was flung open. A middle-aged man entered, followed by a group of experts who had previously questioned him. The man was not in military attire but wore simple civilian clothes. However, the atmosphere in the room seemed to be siphoned away the moment he stepped inside. The air pressure plummeting. The scent of iron and blood was tenfold more potent than that of the previous Chen Feng. The man decisively pulled out a chair opposite Lin Mo and sat down with swift and precise movements. Hello, Lin Mo. My name is Zhao Gang. His tone was calm and steady, unaltered by the expert's newfound belief in the possibility of truth, maintaining his skepticism. Zhao Gang leaned slightly forward, his penetrating eyes brimming with wisdom, as if attempting to see right through Lin Mo. We have examined the items you brought. They are indeed extraordinary. He paused before continuing. However, a singular remarkable stone does not bridge the vast chasm to a new world. I offer you an opportunity. Persuade me. Convince me why national resources should be devoted to believing a tale that sounds akin to the beginning of an online novel. At that moment, Lin Mo's heart began to race. Meeting Zhao Gang's gaze without flinching, he replied, Greetings, Chief Zhao. After organizing his thoughts, he added, If I were capable of fabricating such a seamless narrative and maintaining my composure throughout your extensive examination, I should be reigning as the king of spies rather than languishing in a rented room awaiting demise. He spread his hands in a gesture of self-deprecation. Moreover, I acknowledge that what I spoke of, elves, the world tree, magic, and the demon race, might indeed sound far-fetched. Yet, consider this. The deceleration of Blue Star's rotation was equally absurd 3 years ago, was it not? A subtle shift occurred in Zhao Gang's expression. Lin Mo's statement struck a chord. Indeed, compared to the ludicrous reality of an entire planet heading toward oblivion, a magical world seemed less difficult to accept. You make a valid point, Zhao Gang nodded, but then shifted his tone. However, this remains your subjective assertion. I require verification, repeatable, observable evidence. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, once, then again. You claim to be able to traverse back and forth while carrying items. I wish to witness this firsthand. Certainly. Lin Mo had already devised a strategy, but my abilities are limited. I can only bring back small items from that world using my words. Zhao Gang nodded in understanding. When can we commence? Lin Mo surveyed the glaringly white walls. Prepare a room where I can sleep. Once I doze off, I will be able to cross over. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo was assigned to a new room. This chamber, unlike the previous stark white interrogation room, featured a bed, soft and comfortable, but that was the extent of its comforts. High-definition surveillance cameras were installed in every corner and on the ceiling, providing a 360-degree view. Akin to a film set, the protagonist, Lin Mo, found himself beside several incomprehensible devices, their screens flickering with green light. Get a good night's sleep. Zhao Gang personally escorted him and, before departing, left him with a parting remark. We'll be waiting for you to awaken. The heavy door slowly closed behind him with a dull thud. Zhao Gang then entered the adjacent monitoring room, filled with excited scientists. Numerous screens displayed Lin Mo's heart rate, brain waves, and other vital data in real time. Is everything ready? All systems operational. All monitoring devices are functioning normally. Several lab-coated figures, peering through one-way glass, seemed eager to administer a sedative to the still-awake Lin Mo, urging him to fall asleep quickly. Chapter 7. The state of the other world. Lin Mo lay on the soft bed, staring at the pale ceiling, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. To claim there was no pressure would be a falsehood. The thought of a failed traversal sent shivers down his spine. He closed his eyes, and as his mind wandered, consciousness gradually slipped away. Heaven help me, was the last thought before he descended into a deep slumber. A pungent mixture of blood and herbs invaded his nostrils, jolting Lin Mo awake. He found himself on a rudimentary wooden bed, surrounded by a cacophony of groans and suppressed cries. This was a temporary infirmary behind the Elven defense line, where injured Elven warriors lay beneath the expansive canopy of trees. Amputations were commonplace. Some were afflicted by black magical energy, their skin decaying, writhing in agony. Such sights were rarely witnessed by ordinary people, as even normal short videos would be censored. A tightness gripped Lin Mo's heart as he sighed. This was war, not a game, devoid of censorship. He suppressed the nausea churning in his stomach and rose from the bed, relieved, and began searching for Findona. Before long, he spotted her among a group of wounded. She was crouched solemnly before an elf with a sunken chest, her palm radiating a gentle glow. Magical healing? Lin Mo pondered, hastening toward her. Princess Findona. She looked up, and upon seeing Lin Mo, a weary smile broke on her face. You're awake? Are you all right? I'm fine, just knocked out. Lin Mo waved dismissively, and, in a token gesture, asked, do you need help? He anticipated a polite refusal, something along the lines of no, you should rest. However, Findona's eyes brightened. Oh, that would be wonderful. We need assistance moving the injured over there. I'll overlook your previous intrusion into my chamber. Lin Mo, wait. That's not something you can just brush off, is it? Why do I feel like a culprit caught in the act? Imagine Findona, human. You wouldn't want the incident of breaking into my chamber to be made public, would you? Lin Mo pondered that perhaps it would not hurt to speak up. However, since Findona had suggested it, he steeled himself and approached a fairy lying on a stretcher. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his stance and exerted his strength. Heaving, the stretcher remained utterly unmoved. A passing long-eared fairy halted and effortlessly lifted the stretcher as if handling a mere chick, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt his face flush with embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity while assisting, Lin Mo leaned closer to Findona, clumsily replacing the damp cloth on the injured fairy's forehead. He inquired, Your Highness, how fares the battle today? Have we managed to repel the demon forces? Upon mentioning the conflict, Findona's expression darkened. They have temporarily retreated, but the onslaught of the demon horde grows ever more ferocious. This city of Lostia stands as our last bastion. She paused, her voice tinged with weariness. Should we falter here, our only refuge would be the capital, Evenor. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, recalling the minotaurs and centaurs he had seen among the wounded. Have you sought assistance from other races? I noticed the presence of some half-orcs here. Findona offered a bitter smile. These half-orcs are merely mercenaries. The situation of the holy human race mirrors ours. Their sacred city teeters on the brink of collapse, leaving them unable to aid others. As for the dwarves, they have retreated entirely to their subterranean fortress, sealing the mountain gates and engaging the demons underground. A vivid image of a whack-a-mole game flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Regarding the half-orcs, Findona's tone shifted to one of complexity. I have heard that the most formidable of their tribes are deliberating whether to ally with the demons. Lin Mo's heart raced at this revelation. Was this not the epitome of a doomsday scenario? As the server threatened to shut down, players were contemplating a shift in allegiance. As their conversation deepened, Lin Mo gained a clearer understanding of the dire circumstances enveloping this world. The demon race, hailing from a realm the fairies referred to as Hell, were pure marauders, ravaging the continent of Terra until scarcely a third remained. The elves excelled in archery and possessed elemental affinity as sorcerers. The holy humans, a blend of paladins and mages, wielded divine power that inherently countered the demons, yet they were receiving focused attacks, now reduced to their main city. The dwarves, masters of forging, had become reclusive, retreating into their fortresses and isolating themselves from the onslaught. The half-orcs, once mighty bulwarks, had suffered grievously, their morale shattered, and unity lost. In summary, all were at a disadvantage, doom imminent. At last, Lin Mo had tended to all the injured. Findona wearily rose to her feet, swaying slightly, a testament to her magical exhaustion. Distant traveler, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Lin Mo quickly offered her support. You may call me Lin Mo. It was but a trifling effort. Very well, Lord Lin Mo, Findona replied, nodding. I shall have someone escort you to rest. But I must attend to the state of the city walls. Beside them, an elven guard promptly interjected. Your Highness, you have been casting spells all day. You must take a rest. The demon clan may launch their next attack at any moment, and you need to preserve your strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo also urged. Indeed, Your Highness, one's health is the foundation of revolution. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. You must trust in science. No, I mean, you must trust in magic and take a good rest. He spoke so quickly that he momentarily stumbled over his words. Afterward, he hesitated, adopting a bashful yet sincere expression. Your Highness, I have an unusual request. I wonder if you might grant it. Initially contemplating the refusal of the suggestion to rest, Findona, intrigued by Lin Mo's words, tilted her head and asked, what is it? Well, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, his face breaking into a standard honest smile honed through life's struggles. I mentioned to my kin that I got lost and ended up here. But they all think I'm boasting. Might you allow me to take back a keepsake as proof? Findona and the two elven guards beside her were momentarily taken aback. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, fearing rejection, and he quickly added, do not worry. It need not be something valuable. Anything that embodies your elven uniqueness will suffice. Findona's expression became rather peculiar. You just said you were boasting? She remarked, unconsciously glancing over Lin Mo's shoulder toward a point not far behind him. Lin Mo, perplexed, turned to follow her gaze. In the distance, a nearly 4-meter-tall minotaur snorted loudly, then rolled over, continuing to snore. Lin Mo exclaimed, damn, the language barrier has been bridged. But it seems not entirely. Chapter 8. The mad expert's Lin Mo wore a black expression. Your Highness, the term boasting is merely a colloquialism from my homeland, meaning to doubt my truthfulness. Findona suddenly understood, unable to suppress a laugh. The fatigue brought on by continuous spell casting seemed to dissipate somewhat. So that is what you meant, I thought. She shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. I apologize. You wish to take back something unique to us, correct? In light of your assistance, I see no issue with that. Moreover, I am quite fond of the gift you referred to as a lighter. As she spoke, she gazed up at the sprawling canopy overhead, extending her delicate hand. A leaf gracefully descended from the heights, seemingly guided by invisible threads, glowing softly as it floated into her palm. The leaf was no larger than a hand, entirely verdant, with what appeared to be bioluminescent veins coursing through it, casting a faint vitality upon her pale cheeks. Here, the world tree is our elven home and companion. Its leaves harbor the pure essence of nature. I believe this will be sufficient to convince your kin of your words. Lin Mo was overjoyed, swiftly accepting the leaf with both hands. Thank you, Your Highness. Your kindness is as breathtaking as your beauty. Good heavens, how effortlessly I can flatter. I truly possess a talent for this. Findona smiled faintly, clearly pleased, and subsequently arranged for him to rest in a relatively quiet tree-hollow room. As soon as Lin Mo entered the room, he eagerly examined the leaf in his hand. The leaf felt warm and smooth, imbued with an ineffable vitality. He carefully rolled up this verdant treasure from the world tree and placed it in his mouth. A subtle fragrance, mingled with a peculiar energy, enveloped his palate, invigorating his spirit. Satisfied with the precious leaf that bore his hopes and the intelligence he had just acquired, Lin Mo reclined contentedly, having toiled for half a day, finally ready to return and report his findings. In the observation room of the underground base, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of a pin drop. Zhao Gang, along with top experts from various fields of the ARC project in Bell City, fixated intently on the large screen before them. The monitor displayed Lin Mo's stable life signs, indicating that he had entered a deep sleep. Time passed, each second stretching like an eternity, intensifying the atmosphere thick with anxiety, anticipation, doubt, and tension. As dawn approached, a microbiologist, rubbing his tired eyes, couldn't help but mutter, how can this guy sleep so soundly? Is he a pig or something? Beside him, a concerned biology professor adjusted his glasses, fretting, logically. He should have returned immediately after acquiring the item. What if something went wrong? In a corner, an elderly physics professor, who remained perpetually skeptical, scoffed. I bet he's just bluffing, unable to deliver, so he's dragging out time with a good sleep. You all are of an age where you should know better than to believe in otherworldly escapades. It's utterly ridiculous. Shut your mouth. If you don't believe, what are you doing here? Just to enjoy the air conditioning? Professor Zhang, who had previously analyzed gemstones, shot back with narrowed eyes. Am I not allowed to observe your chaos? The old man retorted. A group of top experts being outsmarted by a young lad. This is a tale I could boast about for a year. Just as the two were about to engage in yet another round of academic, personal, exchanges, attacks, a young researcher responsible for monitoring life signs suddenly sprang to his feet, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. He moved. His mouth moved. Instantly, all arguments ceased. A dozen pairs of eyes riveted on the one-way glass, locking onto the young man lying inside. In the adjacent room, Lin Mo, still on the bed, felt his cheeks swell slightly, as if he were savoring a piece of candy. Then, under the collective gaze of those holding their breath, Lin Mo's eyelids fluttered open, revealing a dazed expression as if he had just awakened from slumber. As if recollecting something, he raised his hand toward his mouth, and then, slowly, piece by piece, he extracted an object from within. A leaf. A leaf, entirely emerald green, its edges emanating a soft, gentle glow, as though life itself flowed within. The intricate veins of the leaf were clearly visible, and the faint light pulsed as if it were a living entity. In that instant, the minds of everyone in the monitoring room short-circuited. A miraculous creation. Before they had gone to sleep, they had been 100% certain that Lin Mo had nothing in his mouth. Yet now, this completely defied the physical laws they had spent their lives studying. My heavens, Professor Zhang, with his silvery hair, steadied himself against the control panel, his murky, old eyes ablaze with fervor. This is it, the true dimensional transmission. We are witnessing a miracle. Zhao Gang's breath was heavy as he clenched his fists, the joints emitting a faint crackle, having spent a lifetime amidst the tumult of battle. His countenance had never faltered, his resolve as unyielding as granite. Yet at this moment, his chest heaved violently. Truly, everything is authentic. A brand new world teeming with infinite possibilities. The crisis of Blue Star, the future of the Great Xia, these burdens weighing heavily upon every heart, casting a suffocating shadow of doom over civilization. In this instant, it felt as though this minuscule leaf had torn open a chink of hope. Immediately secure all information. Zhao Gang turned sharply, issuing orders to his aide. From this moment forth, this matter is classified as top secret. Not a word of it shall escape. Understood, came the resounding chorus from everyone present. I shall report this to the higher-ups. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Gang flung open the door and dashed into the adjacent room. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, oblivious to the commotion he had caused, sat on the bed, gazing disdainfully at the world tree leaf in his palm, glistening with his saliva. How am I supposed to explain this? It's quite unsanitary. He instinctively lifted his t-shirt, preparing to wipe it off. Bang! The door swung open violently. Zhao Gang, accompanied by a throng of experts and scholars, stumbled in, resembling a swarm of agitated hornets. Professor Zhang, leading the group, was taken aback by Lin Mo's actions. No, stop, he yelled, rushing forward with the agility of a 20-year-old monkey, devoid of the tremors typically associated with his age. If Lin Mo were to carelessly wipe the leaf, damaging its fiber structure, the research value would be significantly diminished. This was a treasure from another dimension. Lin Mo's hand froze mid-air, startled by the shout, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all covered in saliva. No worries. Professor Zhang delicately took the leaf from him, handling it as if cradling a newborn grandchild, fearful of applying too much pressure and crushing it. He brought the leaf closer to his eyes, his gaze igniting with excitement. Not even saliva, not even urine, would matter. Chapter 9. New Intelligence and Trust the Palm-Sized. Crystalline leaf shimmered gently in Professor Zhang's aged hands, the veins pulsating as if alive. Merely holding it, he felt an indescribable refreshing aura envelop him. As if he were immersed in a post-rain primordial forest, the weariness of the night dissipating in an instant. Incredible, truly incredible. Professor Zhang's hands trembled, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He swatted away an outstretched hand from someone nearby, scowling fiercely. Don't move. If anyone damages this even slightly, I will be furious. Let us go. Back to the laboratory. Halt all other projects. We must analyze this first. Others echoed his sentiments. Yes, no time for chatter, hurry. I need to analyze its cellular structure. I need to measure its energy radiation. Clear the way, for I am a physicist. I shall take the lead. A throng of individuals arrived swiftly, only to depart just as rapidly. They hastily entered, eagerly trailing behind Professor Zhang, congregating around that singular leaf, and then, in a flurry, they vanished. In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the room had diminished by half, leaving behind a few psychologists and sociologists. Zhao Gang, at the forefront, exhaled heavily, striving to calm the tempest of emotions raging within him. His gaze toward Lin Mo had undergone a profound transformation. If it were once marked by scrutiny and skepticism, it was now imbued with astonishment, gravitas, and the weighty hope of an entire civilization. A somewhat rigid yet undeniably sincere smile emerged on his face, as he remarked, "Do not mind them. Those engaged in scientific research are often a bit eccentric." Lin Mo returned to the moment, waving his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, quite understandable." Zhao Gang refrained from immediately posing a question. Instead, he gestured with his hand. Observing this, someone promptly brought in several chairs, transforming the room from a mere isolation observation space into a high-caliber temporary conference venue. The psychologists and sociologists who remained in the room immediately adjusted themselves, sitting upright. They opened their notebooks, pens poised in midair, their unwavering gazes fixated intently upon Lin Mo. Zhao Gang sat up straight, locking his eyes onto Lin Mo's. "Mr. Lin, could you elaborate on the information acquired during this traversal?" Lin Mo smiled slightly. "Certainly. No problem at all. Now, it was his turn to seize the initiative. He recounted in meticulous detail all he had witnessed and experienced at the wounded soldier camp on Terra, along with his conversations with Findona. Every race, every front, every nuance painted a portrait of a real, brutal, and impending cataclysm in this other world. When Lin Mo mentioned the world tree, Zhao Gang's breath caught noticeably. You mean to say that the city of the elves is built atop a colossal tree? Yes, indeed. It is immensely large, viewed from the ground. It is comparable to our city of Bel. Its canopy can overshadow an entire city and glows at night. Lin Mo reminisced about that awe-inspiring scene. Recalling Findona's words, the world tree is both their home and their companion. That leaf was plucked directly from it. As his words lingered in the air, the room fell into a state of astonishment. All attention involuntarily shifted toward the luminous leaf that had already been taken away by Professor Zhang and his colleagues. A completely new species, a life form beyond imagination. The biological and energetic value concealed within this discovery was simply incalculable. The experts present began to breathe more rapidly, their minds racing with a fervent desire to traverse into that realm for thorough investigation. For the ensuing hour, the experts embarked on a new round of inquiries, delving into more detailed aspects. Their questions no longer centered on the authenticity of Lin Mo's experiences. Rather, they fervently excavated every detail within the intelligence he provided. What is the social structure of the elven race? To what extent does the queen's power extend? What are the specific principles of magic? Is the source of energy spiritual? How is the demonic hierarchy structured? What is their level of intelligence? The inquiries posed were increasingly intricate and profound. Lin Mo felt as though his brain cells were ablaze. Fortunately, his memory was commendable, and having engaged in extensive conversation with Findona, he was able to respond to some queries, while others left him at a loss. Ultimately, a seasoned sociology professor closed his notebook and nodded at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, sensing the gravity of the moment, stepped outside with the professor and inquired in a low voice, did he present any flaws? The societal structure of the alternate world described by the target, along with its racial conflicts and logic of warfare, was entirely coherent, devoid of any fundamental logical fallacies. From a sociological perspective, the likelihood of fabricating such an expansive and intricately detailed worldview on the spot was infinitesimally close to zero. Upon hearing this assessment, Zhao Gang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his excitement barely contained within his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling for the experts to take their leave. A new world, he mused, invigorated as he returned to the room. Inside, it was just him and Lin Mo. You have worked hard, Zhao Gang said, his gaze resolute and powerful. The intelligence you provided is invaluable. We believe everything you have said and will report all of it. During this period, you may relocate here. The conditions are superior. What do you think? Lin Mo nodded enthusiastically. No problem, no problem. His heart soared with joy. How wonderful it was. Room and board provided without needing to pay rent. This was indeed the stable life he had always yearned for. Meanwhile, in the S-Class biological laboratory, Professor Zhang and a cadre of elite scientists were gathered around a leaf from the world tree, their faces alight with fervor and disbelief. The energy has been analyzed. This is a form of life energy we have never encountered before, highly active. It is actively exchanging energy with its surroundings, a young researcher exclaimed, his voice trembling as he pointed to the image under the microscope. On the screen, a minuscule wound created by a sampling needle was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. My heavens, the biological activity of this leaf is simply extraordinary. Chapter 10. What on earth is happening? This is a miracle. The energy activity of this leaf surpasses that of a gemstone by at least 2 orders of magnitude. A young researcher exclaimed excitedly. The energy of that gemstone, in comparison, seems as if it has been tainted by years of exposure. Boss, look at the microscope. Another researcher said, his voice filled with astonishment. On the screen, the tiny wound was writhing and healing at a speed observable to the naked eye. Within mere seconds, it was restored to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Put my hand on it. Professor Zhang suddenly commanded. Huh, what are you talking about? My old joints are afflicted with rheumatism. Let me place it on. Minutes later, Professor Zhang moved his wrist with a fluidity he hadn't experienced in decades, tears streaming down his face. A miracle. This is a medical miracle. They then procured a pot of greenery that had been neglected and was on the verge of death, carefully placing the leaf beside it. 10 minutes later, the once withered plant had inexplicably regained its vibrant green hue and even bloomed a brilliant flower. The laboratory resonated with nothing but heavy, labored breaths. This is a treasure. A divine artifact. Report. Immediately draft the report. Professor Zhang's voice trembled, urging for all data and imagery to be encrypted at the highest level and transmitted forthwith. In the new capital, Ice River City, at 5 in the morning, the dawn had yet to break. The office was furnished with a stark simplicity, the only notable feature being a colossal world map adorning the wall, marked in red with increasingly expanding zones of disaster. On the accompanying simple bed frame, the secretary gently roused the leader, who had barely lain down for an hour. The leader's face bore an unmistakable weariness, the repercussions of the blue planet's deceleration weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The previous night had seen a protracted tug-of-war over the new resource allocation for the ARC project. A debate that raged from dusk until dawn. He rubbed his temples, sitting up with sluggish movements. What has happened? His voice was hoarse, his first instinct pointing towards bad news. Was there a significant incident with the ARC project, or had tensions flared between nations over territorial disputes? The secretary's face reflected a mix of guilt and a suppressed excitement as she reported, "Sir, neither. It is Zhao Gang, the head of the ARC project, who has sent an urgent communication of the highest priority." The highest priority? The leader paused, his expression immediately turning grave. Such a report indicated that the event surpassed the director's capacity for management, capable of influencing national policy. A sense of dread settled in his chest as he braced for the worst. He took the thin report, quickly perusing its contents. His expression shifted from grave to perplexed, culminating in disbelief and shock. Upon seeing the photograph of the world tree rejuvenating a withered trunk, accompanied by astonishing experimental data, he abruptly stood from his chair. The weight of fatigue, which had felt as heavy as a mountain, vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming joy. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Quickly, connect with the Bell base immediately." His voice regained its vigor, commanding Zhao Gang to utilize the highest security measures to escort the samples to the National Academy of Sciences. "We must verify this ourselves." He paused, emphasizing his next words. "Moreover, temporarily halt all projects currently undertaken by academicians Qian and Liu, transferring responsibilities to others. This matter holds the utmost priority. Expedite the verification of its authenticity." "Understood." The secretary nodded resolutely and departed in haste. 2 hours later, in the new capital, at the National Academy of Sciences of Daxia, the hub of the nation's most brilliant minds, a palpable air of frustration permeated the atmosphere. What is going on? What exactly is happening? The fusion theory of the ARC project had reached its final stages, and now we are ordered to cease operations? In the conference room, the white-haired academician Qian Jinhua, donned in old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, impatiently tapped his fingers on the table. He was a towering figure in Daxia's physics community and one of the chief scientists of the ARC project. Indeed, academician Qian. Beside him, academician Liu Qingyan, responsible for the biosphere research, adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. The results of the adaptability test for the last strain of the ecological cycle system for space colonization were due today. Time waits for no one. Each passing second felt like a race against death. Who issued this command? Has his mind been struck by an asteroid? Qian Jinhua sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask, it's classified. The confidentiality agreement had just been signed. They would know once the package arrived. All that was mentioned was that it was sent by Zhao Gang from Bayer City. Liu Qingyan snorted in frustration, his temper flaring. Which of our projects isn't a state secret? Zhao Gang. He'd better deliver me an extraterrestrial. Otherwise, I assure you, he can forget about my assistance in the future. The others chimed in, clearly harboring significant grievances. In the minds of these national treasure-level scientists, the future of humanity rested firmly in their hands. The underground city and space colonization were the only tangible avenues forward. Now, an inexplicable command had halted their monumental endeavor concerning the survival of civilization, forcing them to wait for a package still en route. It was utterly absurd. Just as the meeting room filled with discontent and the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the door swung open. Leading the way was Zhao Gang, accompanied by several coldly authoritative military personnel clad in black special operations uniforms. Zhao Gang surveyed the room. Elder Qian. Elder Liu, I apologize for the wait. Liu Qingyan retorted impatiently. Spare me the pleasantries. If what you've brought is not of value, I will hold you accountable. Zhao Gang remained silent, merely placing 2 specially designed metallic boxes, glimmering with a metallic sheen, gently in the center of the conference table. Beep, beep, beep. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the boxes simultaneously completed their iris and fingerprint verification. The sound of a gas valve echoed as the lids slowly opened. The murmurs ceased abruptly. All eyes were drawn to the 2 open boxes. One contained a radiant emerald gem, exuding a soft, gentle glow. The other held a leaf that seemed to breathe, emanating a luminous green light. Chapter 11. A miracle. Qian Jinhua felt as if his heart had stopped. The biological authority Liu Qingyan pushed up his thick glasses, his throat constricting in disbelief. Everyone stared blankly at the 2 glowing items, instinctively aware that this defied the laws of science. What are you still dawdling for? Qian Jinhua was the first to react, his aged voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Power up. Activate all equipment. Analyze it from the atomic level. Quickly. At his command, the entire team sprang into action at lightning speed. Complaints? Discontent? Those were long forgotten. Now, only fervent curiosity remained in their eyes, akin to the zeal of faithful seekers of the Holy Grail. Maximize the energy response analyzer. Initiate high-precision microscopic scanning. I want to see its cellular structure. Position the biological activity monitoring probes. Provide real-time monitoring of its entropy change. 2 hours later, Liu Qingyan removed his glasses and tossed them onto the table. His shoulders trembled violently, betraying an almost frenzied laughter. Ha ha. He pointed at the data on the screen. then gestured towards the ecological cycle model painstakingly developed by his team over several years. We, the so-called biologists, are like a group of fools playing in the mud in the face of true life. Qian Jinhua leaned against the control panel, gasping for breath. He pressed the communication button, demanding, "Connect me to the office of the chief. Immediately. Right now?" Someone nearby reminded him, "Old Qian, the final report hasn't been compiled yet." Qian Jinhua glared, spitting as he exclaimed, "What report? Just tell him the experimental results are in. It's a miracle." In the subterranean city of Tianshu, in Ice River City, a thick layer of ominous clouds shrouded the mountain skyscraper. Inside the office, Old Zhao had just concluded a video conference. The massive fissures in the earth caused by earthquakes in the southern continent had triggered global panic. Moreover, resources for the ARC project were increasingly strained, leading to widespread public outcry. Each day, he was faced with countless difficult decisions. Leaning back in his chair, his weary visage bore a dimmed light. He picked up the report he had seen that morning, gazing at the photo of the softly glowing leaf and the concluding statement. A flicker of hope igniting in his dulled eyes. A new world, he murmured, when suddenly, the red phone on his desk emitted an urgent buzz. Old Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he picked up the receiver, immediately hearing the excited voice of Old Qian. "Leader, the experimental results are in. This is nothing short of a miracle. Tell me, where did this come from? Was it unearthed? I must go to the site for excavation." Momentarily taken aback by the shout, Zhao's eyes brightened as he quickly responded. "What are the results? I had Zhao Gang bring them to you. Please, tell me where this came from." The excitement in Qian's voice was palpable. Old Zhao reassured him. "This just happened. There's no need to rush." After a lengthy conversation, he promised that the other party would have the primary research rights before hanging up. Just as he intended to press the button to summon his secretary, the phone rang again. "Leader, the person in charge of the ARC project, Zhao Gang, has arrived. Let him in." The office door swung open, revealing Zhao Gang, who carried a military-grade encrypted case. "Chief." He saluted. Old Zhao paused his pacing, forgoing pleasantries, and said directly, "Give me the verification data." Zhao Gang swiftly unlocked the case, retrieving a report devoid of unnecessary covers. "You sit first. Let me take a look," Old Zhao instructed. Swiftly taking the report and flipping it open, lines of text, sets of data, and high-resolution microscopic images struck his heart like pebbles. The incomprehensible cellular structures possessed plant-like and unique life energy, exhibiting biological activity that far exceeded any known species on Earth, with an energy model that upended existing physical understanding. Conclusion: miraculous species. The final page of the report bore the signatures of Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyan, and several other luminaries. A miracle. In alignment with the experimental results from Bayer City, the veracity that Lin Mo previously articulated has also been conveyed to you. Therefore, all of this is indeed true. Zhao Gang spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lao, his fingers trembling slightly, retrieved 2 cigarettes from the box, tossing one to Zhao Gang. With a swift motion, Zhao Gang accepted it and hurriedly ignited it for him. Taking a deep drag, Zhao Lao exhaled slowly, lowering the report before him and closing his eyes in contemplation. His chest heaved with intensity. After being suffocated by the weight of reality for so long, he had finally glimpsed a new hope. That gem, that single leaf, symbolized the potential continuity of the great Xia civilization. Upon reopening his eyes, the fatigue was replaced by a steely resolve. "Xiao Zhao, you have done exceptionally well. A remarkable achievement indeed. If this succeeds, it will herald a new hope for our great Xia." Zhao Gang, too, was enveloped in clouds of smoke, his expression betraying a hint of disbelief. "Indeed, I feel as though I am in a dream. Tell me more about Lin Mo." After finishing his words, Zhao Lao pressed a button on the phone, instructing his secretary, immediately notify the other 4 elders and convene an emergency meeting to commence in 1 hour. He hung up the phone and turned to Zhao Gang. "You shall join as well." Nodding in agreement, Zhao Gang began to recount the details regarding Lin Mo. An hour later, in a windowless conference room, the atmosphere was as tense as the depths of the ocean. This meeting room was impervious to any conceivable monitoring methods. Whether it was remote detection of sound vibrations, electrical currents, or even the introduction of active devices, none could penetrate its sanctum. At this moment, 6 men of mature years were seated, 4 of whom were engrossed in the meticulously compiled report in their hands. Each face bore an expression of utmost gravity. They were individuals who had weathered numerous storms, their resolve as solid as rock. Yet, in that instant, they recognized a shared emotion in each other's eyes, astonishment, alongside a fervor that lay buried beneath layers of rationality. Chapter 12. We have no choice. The voice of a chief in charge of agriculture and technology emerged hoarsely, uttering a word of disbelief. "A tree? It is, in fact, a self-sustaining ecosystem city. If this could be transplanted, or even if we could merely obtain its seed, the ecological challenges of the underground city would be half resolved." "Not merely half," another chief overseeing industry interjected, speaking at a rapid pace. "It represents a new world, abundant with novel metals that could lead to revolutionary breakthroughs in our energy systems and material science. This is far quicker than our own explorations." Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the weighty sounds of breath. "What of the risk assessment? One chief inquired, directing his gaze towards a colleague. The risks are substantial, replied a chief responsible for intelligence analysis in a somber tone. A completely new world, one currently besieged by demonic forces. We know nothing about it. That young man, Lin Mo, is our sole window and our only vulnerability. If he were to perish, our connection would sever. If he were captured, our existence could be jeopardized. Should he be coerced, the consequences are beyond imagination. More importantly, we are grappling with a world on the brink of annihilation. A moment's carelessness could ignite disaster. Those demonic entities possess the capability to obliterate a civilization steeped in magic. Might they trace this path to us? This question rendered the temperature in the conference room seemingly a few degrees lower, plunging everyone into silence. Humanity on Blue Star has become exceedingly fragile, akin to traversing a tightrope high above, racing against death. If we were to face an invasion from another realm under such circumstances, it would spell our doom. Yet, we have no alternative. At that moment, a steady and powerful voice resonated. Everyone turned to look. The speaker, clad in immaculate military attire with a grave expression, was Zhao Gang, the head of the National Security Department and the overall leader of the ARC project. His countenance was resolute, his gaze piercing, embodying the essence of a drawn sword. He surveyed the faces of the 5 leaders before him and declared with unwavering certainty, "Comrades, the future of Blue Star has rendered the notion of choice obsolete. Our planet is in decline. The ARC project is merely a race against death, and we are falling behind. Each day, the atmosphere on Blue Star dissipates, temperatures rise, the ground trembles, and volcanoes erupt. The food we can consume will soon become insufficient, and all resources are depleting. We can either await the end in despair or seize that world. This is our only hope for the Great Xia and for all humanity." Zhao Gang's words struck like lightning, tearing away the veil shrouding human civilization and exposing its stark reality. Indeed, humanity finds itself devoid of options. The third leader cast his gaze downward, sighing softly. The leader scanned the room, speaking in a grave tone. "What are your thoughts?" The leaders exchanged glances. "Old Zhao speaks the truth. We truly have no choice." "I second that." In that moment, consensus enveloped the meeting. All risks paled in comparison to the continuation of civilization. The leader made a decisive proclamation. "Then, at all costs, we shall support Lin Mo in swiftly establishing cooperation with the other world." Thus, a brand new S-level confidential project, surpassing the ARC project, was born. With discussions concluded, the leader rose, gazing intently at Zhao Gang. "You shall take the helm of this project. Whatever is needed, we shall provide." "Understood. What shall the codename be?" After a brief silence, the leader looked at the image of Blue Star hanging on the wall, once a vibrant blue planet, now scarred and battered. "Let it be called New Hope." Zhao Gang snapped to attention, executing a perfect military salute. "Yes, sir." 2 hours later, having selected the team members, Zhao Gang, accompanied by those with luggage in tow, boarded an unmarked private aircraft, departing from the secret military airport in New Capital City, en route to Bell City. Inside the cabin, he gazed through the window, overlooking the land shrouded in gray haze below. Mountains, rivers, cities, he knew this planet was dying. In his hands lay the complete dossier on Lin Mo, detailing every aspect of his life from birth to the day before, encapsulating the struggles of an ordinary individual burdened by debt and orphaned at an early age. With a somewhat lethargic disposition and a hint of cleverness, Zhao Gang nevertheless harbors an intrinsic fervor and kindness. His brow furrowed slightly. He contemplated the audacity of entrusting the hopes of civilization to such a young individual. His concern did not lie with Lin Mo's loyalty, but rather with his spirit. The immense pressure of transforming from the dust to a pillar of national salvation could easily overwhelm any ordinary individual. It was his fervent hope that this singular key would not shatter under the weight of such expectations. In the night of Bell City, a rare glimpse of human warmth emerged amidst the cataclysmic era. Lin Mo stood beneath the familiar dilapidated residential building, an uncanny sense of nostalgia washing over him. Just 2 days prior, he had been at the very bottom of the local food chain, restless over a paltry 3-digit balance in his account. Now, flanking him were 2 imposing, expressionless guards, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The passing neighbors cast curious and odd glances, murmuring in hushed tones. "Isn't that the boy from upstairs? Has he struck it rich or landed in trouble? With this kind of entourage, he could very well be a serial killer." "Not likely. He looks more like a spy from the movies." "Let's go," Lin Mo said, stepping into the dimly lit corridor. His return was solely to retrieve a few personal belongings and to bid a definitive farewell to his former, repressed self. He entered his old home, gathered a few meaningful articles of clothing, and extracted his computer hard drive. After surveying the empty walls of his home, he turned and left. Upon returning to the underground base, Lin Mo settled into a brand new residence, a well-equipped suite that could even be deemed comfortable. A soft bed, a private bathroom, and a computer capable of connecting to the internal network awaited him. Dressed in clean casual attire, he sat before the computer, connecting his hard drive, which contained several terabytes of exclusive treasures. On the screen, a document offered a basic introduction to the base, along with various lifestyle guides. He opened long-forgotten study materials, ready to celebrate his rebirth. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Lin Mo inquired as he opened the door to find Zhao Gang standing there. A gentle smile gracing his features. He extended his hand. Comrade Lin Mo, how are you? Are you settling in well here? Feeling somewhat taken aback by the address, Lin Mo quickly offered his hand in return. Thank you for the arrangement. I really like it here. Good to hear. If you need anything, just let us know. Zhao Gang said, entering the room and gesturing toward the sofa. Please, take a seat. There's no need to feel nervous. Lin Mo, caught in polite exchanges, insisted, no, you first, leader. Not at all. You go ahead, Zhao Gang replied. This is quite improper. Please, you sit down, Lin Mo insisted. With no other option, he reluctantly took a seat. Zhao Gang finally settled in as well, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense. I know your mind must be racing. Zhao Gang began, addressing the transformation of identity, the shift in environment, and the uncertainty of the future. Lin Mo paused for a moment, his tense body instinctively relaxing slightly as he nodded, acknowledging his bewilderment. This reaction was entirely natural. Zhao Gang smiled faintly, any ordinary individual, upon suddenly being informed that they bore the weight of a civilization's future, would undoubtedly feel lost. He gazed intently into Lin Mo's eyes, speaking earnestly. The truth is, what you have brought back has already been validated by the nation's highest Academy of Sciences. You, Lin Mo, are the sole beacon of hope our civilization has clung to in its darkest hour. Thus, your country needs you. Humanity needs you. Lin Mo fell silent. The chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, about promotions, raises, and reaching the pinnacle of success, were suddenly washed away by Zhao Gang's words. A heavy sense of responsibility, almost overwhelming, surged within him. He lifted his gaze, his expression turning serious. What must I do? A glimmer of satisfaction finally appeared on Zhao Gang's face. What he sought was not a pawn who passively accepted orders, but a warrior capable of shouldering the fate of an entire civilization. To facilitate your endeavors, the higher-ups have passed a resolution to establish a new project, one that supersedes all existing plans, codenamed New Hope. Zhao Gang rose to his feet, his demeanor solemn, and even bowed slightly before the seated Lin Mo. Startled, Lin Mo nearly sprang from the sofa. This project has but one core element, one commander. Zhao Gang's gaze was intense, his voice resonant. That commander is you, Comrade Lin Mo. I, Zhao Gang, will serve as the deputy commander of the New Hope project, tasked with mobilizing the entire nation's resources to support you and assist in all operations concerning the Terra continent. From this moment forth, your will shall be the supreme directive of the New Hope project. Lin Mo's mind momentarily short-circuited. As your deputy, I have 3 suggestions regarding the forthcoming actions on the Terra continent. Would you like to hear them? Lin Mo instinctively nodded. Please, go on. His mind was a muddled jumble, desperately in need of guidance. Zhao Gang extended a finger. First, survive. Under any circumstances, your safety is paramount. It is our highest priority. Second, seek to acquire the World Tree Seed. You might attempt to establish a formal and trustworthy partnership with the Elven race, proceeding cautiously. Third, Zhao Gang's tone grew exceedingly grave. Strive to gather intelligence about the Terra continent, particularly concerning the demon race. We must comprehend their capabilities and assess the potential threat they pose to our Blue Star. Upon hearing the latter, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, Findona had mentioned that the demon race hailed from a hell of another world. If they could reach Terra, could they also trace a path to Blue Star through the network? That would be disastrous. Zhao Gang continued. Of course, during this period, whatever technology, resources, knowledge, or tactics you require, we shall provide. The entire Great Xia will stand as your most formidable support. After he finished speaking, he stepped back and stood at attention, executing a perfect military salute towards Lin Mo, the highest authority of the New Hope project. Comrade Lin Mo, please give your instructions. Lin Mo, momentarily stunned, hurriedly sprang up from the sofa and returned the salute. In that instant, he felt a weight, named civilization, converge upon him from all directions, ultimately crashing down upon his shoulders with a resounding thud. Lin Mo opened his mouth, a multitude of words trapped in his throat, and ultimately managed to utter just a single word. Zhao Gang, seemingly sensing his embarrassment, lowered his arms and cheerfully shifted the topic. I have submitted your compensation details and bank account number. Funds will be automatically transferred to you each month. You need not worry about your salary. It is guaranteed that you will have no concerns regarding your livelihood in the future. Lin Mo's eyes instantly brightened. The warmth of concern paled in comparison to a substantial sum of money. The weight of responsibility he had felt moments ago was suddenly transformed into shimmering symbols of currency. Thank you, leader. Zhao Gang smiled slightly. You can simply call me by my name, or Old Zhao, or even Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. Lin Mo readily acquiesced, the name rolling off his tongue with ease. Zhao Gang acknowledged him with a nod and extended his hand. Come with me. Let me introduce you to your team. My team? Lin Mo was taken aback. The think tank of the New Hope project, Zhao Gang clarified. They are composed of the most distinguished experts from various fields. And from now on, they will serve you exclusively. Lin Mo was led into a vast circular room, which resembled a command center from a film more than a mere conference room. Dozens of enormous screens dominated the walls, displaying an astonishing array of data streams, 3-dimensional models, and analytical charts, overwhelming the senses. In the center of the room, a dozen individuals of varied demeanor awaited his arrival. There was an elderly gentleman with graying hair and eyes sharper than an eagle's. A middle-aged scholar donned gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined, yet possessing lenses thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. Several others exuded a formidable presence, unmistakably top military strategists. The moment Lin Mo stepped into the room, a dozen gazes swiftly converged upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and an almost fervent eagerness for exploration. Comrade Lin Mo, an elderly gentleman with white hair, was the first to rise, a distinguished member of the Dachau Academy of Sciences, academician Qian Jinhua. He hastily approached Lin Mo, adjusting his thick glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. The world tree, this miraculous life form. We have initially deduced that it may involve a local reversal of entropy. This is an incredible miracle. Could you share your insights about it with me? Lin Mo, bewildered, thought, what on earth? What business? Intelligence quotient? His face reflected confusion. Chapter 14. Recording from another world. Academician Lu Qingyin from the Biological Research Institute also squeezed in, exclaiming, yes, regarding the world tree. Could you elaborate on your feelings when you first encountered it? Any detail will suffice, such as the change in air humidity, the sensation on your skin, or even your heart rate at that moment. And what about the runic technology? Another female expert specializing in materials science rushed forward. Comrade Lin Mo, what is the principle behind the runes used by the dwarves? Is it energy engraving or matter reorganization? Can it be replicated? We urgently require even a small sample bearing the runes, even if it is merely a fragment. Moreover, a military advisor interjected with gravity. And what of the demons? We need to comprehend their societal structure, command hierarchy, and composition of their military forces. It is essential that we establish a comprehensive threat assessment model. The universal language of Terra, its grammatical structure and syllabic logic, the magical essence of the elves, the sacred beliefs of the human race. An onslaught of inquiries flooded towards Lin Mo, overwhelming him and causing his mind to stall. Stop! Zhao Gang's voice cut through the chaos. He approached Lin Mo, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I understand your urgency, but I believe you all recognize, he gestured toward Lin Mo, whose mind had gone blank, that he is our sole link to another world. Each journey he undertakes is fraught with unknown risks. The experts of the think tank gradually regained their composure, expressions of remorse surfacing on their faces. Indeed, to jeopardize Lin Mo's safety for trivial matters would be catastrophic. Zhao Gang turned to Lin Mo, his tone softening. They mean no harm. They are simply too eager. Lin Mo nodded and smiled in understanding. How could he not? A group of elite scholars confronted with a brand new discipline would inevitably be exhilarated. We discussed this on our way here, Zhao Gang continued. The immediate priority is to gather intelligence. We require the most direct and authentic visual data to observe that world through our own eyes. He gestured, and an assistant promptly handed him a metallic box. Zhao Gang opened it to reveal a small, unassuming black object lying inside. It was only the size of a thumb, smooth in texture, with a clip presumably designed for attachment to clothing. This is a miniature camera, Zhao Gang explained, placing it in Lin Mo's palm. It utilizes solid-state crystal storage, powered by a specialized battery, allowing it to operate continuously for 48 hours. It remains silent, refraining from transmitting information, ensuring absolute security. Lin Mo held the small device, feeling its cold surface. He hadn't anticipated that his first assignment would involve covert surveillance. Was this not a tad too inappropriate? How does one power it on? He inquired. Just press and hold, Zhao Gang clarified, then added, upon your arrival in Terra, find a safe opportunity to retrieve it. Do not attach it to your clothing, allowing it to record everything you observe. When returning, conceal it in your mouth. Understood, Lin Mo affirmed with a nod. Capturing video footage would certainly alleviate the burden of extensive explanations upon his return. Zhao Gang then introduced the individuals surrounding them, though Lin Mo retained little of their names. It mattered not, as familiarity would come in time. After leaving a preliminary impression on the group, Lin Mo resolved to commence his planning. As he lay down in his room, he discovered an additional item nestled in his mouth. To prevent saliva, he thoughtfully wrapped 2 layers of cling film around it. His bedroom was devoid of surveillance cameras, granting him a significant degree of privacy. On the bedside table lay a walkie-talkie connected to Zhao Gang, allowing for direct communication upon waking. He closed his eyes. The speed at which young people fall asleep is often enviable, and within minutes, his consciousness began to drift away. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the unique aroma of the elven city, a delightful blend of plant fragrances and faint magical energy. Success! Lin Mo's heart leaped with excitement as he sat up, surrounded by the familiar ambience of a wooden cabin. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was alone in the room before swiftly expelling the miniature camera from his mouth. He carefully peeled away the cling film that had sealed in his saliva, pressed the power button, and clipped the device onto the coarse linen of his chest, adjusting the angle to face forward. From that moment on, he would become a clandestine observer, nay, the eyes of the great Xia traversing an alternate realm. Rising to his feet, he noticed an assortment of fruits placed on the table, likely left there by the elves as he slept. The previous day, While aiding in the elves' healing, he had also indulged in such fruits, which were delightful and delectable. He picked up a few apple-sized fruits, intending to savor them as he walked. Pushing open the door, the camera recorded the enchanting scenery of the elven city. Towering trees reached for the sky, entwined with softly glowing vines. On the streets, elves hurried past, their faces etched with an unmistakable weariness and vigilance. The atmosphere was thick with a tension characteristic of wartime. His primary mission was to capture this moment, so he wandered aimlessly. One could not deny the exquisite aesthetics of the elves. Every building harmoniously melded with the trees, as if they had sprouted from the earth, exuding a sense of fantastical artistry. Yet, the ambience was stifling. Each elf wore a solemn expression, brows furrowed, moving with urgency, as if they were on their way to the gallows. While munching on the fruit, Lin Mo observed his surroundings. The dual suns cast shafts of light through the leaves above. The elves regarded him with mere curiosity, acknowledging his presence as a member of the sacred human race, yet offering little attention as long as he avoided certain restricted areas. After 2 aimless hours of patiently allowing the camera to document everything, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure atop a watchtower along the city wall. It was Findona. She stood alone, her waist-length white hair cascading down her back, gazing silently at the land shrouded in magical mist. Her silhouette exuded an air of desolation and sorrow, as if reflecting the fragmented world that had endured yet another year of hardship. Lin Mo approached and halted, calling out, "Beautiful Princess Findona, what captures your gaze?" Chapter 15, The Opportunity Arises. Findona, startled by his voice, turned to face him. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, she managed a faint smile, replying, "Nothing much." Her voice was slightly hoarse, and her bright emerald eyes appeared dim and devoid of luster at that moment. Lin Mo ascended the watchtower in a few swift strides and stood beside her, following her gaze. Outside the wooden city walls, remnants of the fierce battle remained. The ground was pockmarked, and numerous bloodstains were visible. As for the corpses, they had likely been dealt with, for leaving them would pose a risk of plague. In the distance, the horizon was shrouded in a veil of indistinct black mist, a testament to the presence of the demonic army. "Were you worried about the impending battles?" Lin Mo inquired softly. Findona fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a low voice. "Lin Mo, your world must also know of war, correct?" Lin Mo shrugged. "Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be intrigue and disputes over resources." Findona turned to him, posing a serious question. "If our current predicament were to befall your kind, what would you do?" Lin Mo was taken aback. He had not truly considered this. He pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts based on the logic gleaned from history books and news reports. In the face of an external invasion, especially in such a dire situation, I believe we would unite all potential allies and stand together against the threat. As it stands, it appears that you and the other 3 major races are each fighting your own battles. Findona nodded. Indeed, no one is willing to relinquish their territory and unite, fearing that such consolidation would lead to their complete annihilation. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the city, her eyes reflecting sorrow. "Our warriors suffered nearly 30% casualties in the last battle. The city's weapons and enchanted arrows are dwindling and require reforge. The onslaught of the demonic forces grows ever more ferocious. They are like an endless swarm of locusts. The queen and the elders convene daily, yet no viable solutions emerge. We may withstand this time, but what about the next? The subsequent one? After 2 more assaults at most, this city will surely fall. My parents are gone, and far too many comrades have perished." As she spoke the last words, her voice transformed into a suppressed sob. Witnessing such a lovely and beautiful girl in tears tugged painfully at Lin Mo's heart. He saw not just the fragility of a girl, but the desperate struggle of a race on the brink of annihilation. Was this not akin to Blue Star? Only, the enemies of Blue Star were natural disasters, while theirs were the living demonic forces. He recalled the current state of Blue Star and the weight of an entire civilization's future resting upon his shoulders. Was he not also confronting this reality? Suddenly, he remembered Zhao Gang's words, to attempt establishing a formal and trustworthy alliance with the elven race. An opportunity had presented itself. Had it not? "Findona," Lin Mo said, "perhaps my kin can offer some assistance." Findona's sobs ceased abruptly. She looked up in astonishment, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes like dewdrops. "What?" she questioned, unsure if she had misheard. "Your kin? Aren't they from another world?" Lin Mo observed her bewildered expression. Choosing not to elaborate, he tantalizingly remarked, "As for the specifics, I must return and confer with my kin." Lin Mo's words ignited a flicker of light within Findona's dimmed eyes. She stared at him, momentarily forgetting the tears perched on her lashes. Realizing her gaze lingered too long, she snapped back to reality, her fair cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson as she awkwardly dabbed at her tears. "Forgive me. I seem to have lost my composure." Lowering her gaze to wipe her tears, she soon lifted her head with a smile, saying, "By the way, you have traveled such a distance, and I have yet to properly host you. Would you care to join me for lunch later?" Lin Mo readily accepted, responding, "It would indeed be my honor." Funduona guided Lin Mo down the Arrow Tower and through the Elven City. His eyes discreetly surveyed the surroundings, while a miniature camera affixed to his chest faithfully recorded every detail. The lunch was set upon a terrace nestled within the embrace of a colossal tree. The furniture, crafted from living branches, intertwined to form natural curves, offering a warm tactile sensation upon touch. Elven attendants silently presented the dishes. Absent were the fiery oils and robust flavors of the great Xia cuisine. Instead, the meal consisted of the raw forms of plants and fruits. Some fruits glistened with a translucent sheen, emanating an enchanting sweetness, while others, simply roasted, revealed a golden crust that, when torn apart, revealed a fluffy, bread-like interior. A cup, fashioned from broad leaves, held clear water that shimmered with delicate specks of light. We elves subsist solely on a plant-based diet. I hope you can adapt, Finduona smiled. No worries, it looks absolutely delectable, Lin Mo replied, unable to restrain his eager appetite. He picked up a fruit, the size of an apple yet glowing with a soft blue hue, and took a bite. The juice erupted in his mouth. An indescribable sweetness cascaded down his throat into his stomach, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his limbs. Refreshing, he felt every cell, weary from long nights of toil, rise in applause, instantly alleviating his fatigue. Incredible, I truly enjoy this, Lin Mo exclaimed sincerely. If this could be brought back to Blue Star, it would surely overshadow all other fruits. What nutrition could rival its immediate effects? Seeing the satisfaction etched on his face, Finduona felt the lingering gloom of recent days dissipate. I'm glad you enjoy it. The atmosphere of their lunch swiftly shifted from post-battle tension to a relaxed, delightful gathering. Finduona's long-suppressed curiosity finally blossomed forth, leaning in like an eager child. Lin Mo, what is your world like? Lin Mo swallowed his food, his mind beginning to ponder how to articulate his thoughts. He knew he could not reveal the full truth of his circumstances. Considering the existence of truth-seeking magic in this realm, he opted to share only what was permissible, hoping to bolster their future negotiations. Our world, he paused, lacks a world tree, yet we have skyscrapers that pierce the clouds. Finduona's emerald eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. We may not comprehend magic, yet our high-speed trains traverse thousands of miles within a single day, and our airplanes carry hundreds of passengers soaring at altitudes of 10,000 meters. High-speed trains? Airplanes? The unfamiliarity of these terms left Finduona somewhat bewildered. Lin Mo continued to elaborate, picking up a leaf and gesturing to mimic the shape of a mobile phone. We do not possess communication crystals. However, we have a device known as a mobile phone, which is no larger than the palm of your hand, yet enables instantaneous dialogue with anyone across the globe, allowing us to see their faces and even their surroundings. Chapter 16. The 180-year-old maiden? Finduona's young mind struggled to process this information. It surpassed the realm of magic. Was this power reserved for the divine? With her mouth slightly agape, she appeared adorably enticing, prompting an irresistible urge to kiss her. Communication crystals are exceedingly rare magical artifacts, limited by energy and engraved formations, allowing communication over a mere few dozen kilometers, often plagued by poor signal. Yet, in Lin Mo's world, it seemed as though everyone possessed such a miraculous device. Observing Finduona's naive expression of wonder, Lin Mo smiled gently, exuding an air of calm. He changed the subject casually, asking, by the way, how old are you this year? Realizing the potential awkwardness of inquiring about a girl's age, he quickly added, of course, if it's inconvenient to share, feel free to refrain. I'm merely curious. You appear to be about my age. Finduona harbored no such reservations. Instead, she smiled brightly and innocently replied, it's all right. I am 180 years old. Lin Mo, mid-sip of holy water, found himself engulfed in a cloud of mist, spluttering as he choked. 180. Is that in days? He raised his gaze to Finduona, whose youthful visage was brimming with collagen, appearing barely past adolescence. A 180-year-old maiden? This defied all logic. Are you all right? Finduona, startled by his dramatic reaction, quickly offered him a fresh glass of water. I'm fine. Lin Mo waved his hands dismissively, but his expression had transformed entirely. It was a blend of shock, envy, and a complex feeling of wanting to report these long-lived beings to the Game Master. Is the lifespan of your kind truly so extraordinary? Indeed. The lifespan of our elven race typically exceeds 1,000 years, Finduona answered matter-of-factly. Lin Mo? Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen's age is beyond our comprehension. Lin Mo felt as though his worldview had been run over by a heavy-duty truck thrice. Starting at 1,000 years, the average lifespan of a person in the Great Xia is just over 80 years, which for them might seem akin to a fleeting mayfly. He suddenly felt that the apocalyptic crises on Blue Star, in the grand tapestry of time, paled in comparison. After all, mayflies deserve the right to exist too. The meal concluded splendidly, guided by Lin Mo's deliberate conversation and Finduona's curious demeanor. He not only relished a sumptuous feast from another world, but also effortlessly gleaned substantial information regarding the social structure of the elven race and the relationships with neighboring species. After the meal, Finduona, noticing a faint hint of weariness etched upon Lin Mo's brow, kindly remarked, I see that the holy human race has a custom of napping. And I presume you do as well. I shall not disturb your rest. This was music to Lin Mo's ears. Overjoyed, He acknowledged her with a nod and rose to take his leave. Upon returning to the fragrant wooden cabin, Lin Imo swiftly closed the door behind him. He quickly removed a miniature camera from his attire, wrapping it meticulously in a leaf he had surreptitiously plucked from the roadside. Task accomplished, he was ready to return. Lying on his bed, he placed the item in his mouth, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to plunge into darkness. The scent of plants was replaced by the arid air of his surroundings. Beneath him lay an extraordinarily soft mattress designed for his comfort. He was home. With a sudden jolt, Lin Imo sat up and promptly expelled the object from his mouth, placing it on the bedside table. Grabbing the intercom, he pressed the communication button. "Brother Zhao, I have returned." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Zhao Gang's urgent, yet composed voice crackled through the intercom. "Received. I will come immediately." Lin Imo opened the door to find Zhao Gang already waiting at the threshold, accompanied by academician Qian Jinhua and several core experts from the think tank. Each face reflecting an eagerness that implored, "Show us." Their gazes were magnetically fixed on the gleaming object in Lin Mo's hand, a heat so intense it felt as though it could ignite the air around them. 10 minutes later, in the command center of the New Hope project, the atmosphere was imbued with an almost reverent solemnity. A dozen representatives, embodying the pinnacle of intellect from various fields within the Great Xia, had gathered in silence. Their breaths barely audible. Standing beside Zhao Gang, Lin Imo observed a technician delicately connecting the miniature camera to the main control computer. All screens in the room simultaneously dimmed. In the next instant, the central screen erupted into brightness. As the image of a city, entirely constructed from colossal plants intertwined with luminescent vines, a vision that seemed to bridge the realms of mythology and reality, materialized on the screen. A collective gasp reverberated throughout the command center. Heavens, this is the city of the elves, larger than I had imagined. Is that a demon's corpse being carried away? The architectural structure harmonizes flawlessly with nature. It is utterly perfect. Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, leaning forward as if yearning to dive into the screen. "Look, that glowing vine," exclaimed Academician Lu Qingyin from the Department of Biology, rising in excitement. "Is it a biological energy source or a magical phenomenon?" The visuals shifted with Lin Mo's movements, unveiling this fantastical world inch by inch to the audience. Soon after, the visage of an elven maiden filled the main screen, her light green eyes brimming with an inexpressible sorrow and despair. The juxtaposition of exquisite beauty and profound fragility delivered an unparalleled visual impact. "This is Princess Fendona," Lin Imo explained softly from the side. As the camera swept across the ravaged battlefield and the distant, indistinct black aura, the expression of a military advisor shifted dramatically. Enlarged Screen 3. Analyze the ground traces. The extent of this destruction cannot be achieved by conventional artillery. No one responded to him. All were captivated by the world displayed on the screen, rendered speechless by the sheer shock. The footage continued to play, revealing a city resplendent with colors, akin to a realm of fairy tales. The towering world tree, entwined with the brilliance of life, reached for the heavens. The streets were filled with elves, their faces grave, poised to face death at any moment. Each frame delivered a profound impact on everyone present. The elderly academician Qian Jinhua clutched the table, his body trembling slightly with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor, an astonishingly vibrant ecosystem of nature. As time passed, the scene transitioned to the terrace atop the tree. Fendona's figure graced the screen, followed by a table laden with a plethora of vegetarian delicacies. When Lin Imo took a bite of the fruit emanating a soft azure glow, Lu Qingyin's breath caught in his throat. He abruptly turned to face Lin Imo. "Comrade Lin Imo, what does it taste like?" Chapter 17. To give a fish or to teach fishing. Zhao Gang's body remained motionless, resembling a statue. Yet Lin Imo noticed the veins beneath his skin, taut as steel wires, where his hand rested on the edge of the conference table. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Zhao Gang turned his head, his eyes ablaze. His palm landed heavily on Lin Mo's shoulder, the weight akin to a mountain, causing Lin Imo to stumble slightly. "Comrade Lin Imo, you have done remarkably well. Truly exceptional." As Lin Imo absorbed this restrained praise, he recalled his promise to Fendona and felt a flicker of uncertainty. "Brother Zhao, was I perhaps a bit impulsive in my pledge to assist them?" Zhao Gang abruptly raised his other hand, decisively cutting off Lin Mo's words. "No, you have acted rightly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, our only lever to pry open the door of trust to that world." After he spoke, his gaze shifted to the head of the Military Strategic Analysis Group. "Oldley, what is your assessment?" Oldley stood up, and the massive screen behind him instantly transformed, displaying various tactical markers and ominous red warning symbols. "Report to the Deputy Commander. The preliminary assessment is quite grim. The individual capabilities of the elves are exceedingly high. Each one is a top-tier marksman by our standards. Moreover, their firepower rivals that of a sniper rifle. However," he shifted his tone, "their tactics remain entrenched in the melee era. Their bows are traditional single-unit bows. The range, power, and rate of fire have reached their ceiling. Beyond this lies magic. And then there's their logistics." Oldley pointed to the chaotic ruins outlined in red on the screen. "The production of arrows and bows is still at the artisanal workshop stage. A single high-intensity battle could deplete their entire month stock. Without external intervention, the Elven race will not withstand 2 more assaults of equivalent scale. Old Lee's words fell directly onto the burgeoning flames within the command center. A new world has been discovered, yet this very world seems on the brink of demise. What does this signify? Is it akin to acquiring a ticket aboard the Titanic? Academician Qian Jinhua pushed back his chair and, trembling, approached the screen. Extending his wrinkled hand as if yearning to touch the despairing yet beautiful visage of Findona displayed before him. A complete and utterly distinct ecosystem, a civilization rooted in magic. Moreover, Commander Lin is still with the elves. We must take action. We must assist them. His voice resonated with the fervor of discovering a new continent, accompanied by a tremor of fear that this new world might vanish in an instant. Zhao Gang's expression was as somber as water, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The command center was engulfed in this oppressive sound, rendering the air thick and stifling. A young advisor could no longer contain himself. Directly providing gunpowder technology poses too great a risk. Given their magical foundation, they will undoubtedly surpass us in no time. Zhao Gang nodded. This was precisely his concern. Should we offer a fish or teach them to fish? This was indeed a conundrum. Yet, we cannot deploy troops directly. How then shall we assist? The command center fell into an eerie silence. A group representing the most formidable intellects of the Great Xia rendered speechless by the dilemma. Compound bows. Qian Jinhua's voice rang out like a thunderclap. In an instant, all eyes converged upon this esteemed academician. They are born archers. The bow is an integral part of their very souls and culture. A glimmer of inspiration shone in Qian Jinhua's eyes. We shall not furnish them with unfamiliar weapons. Instead, we shall provide them with superior bows. Superior bows? Old Li furrowed his brow. While our military bows and crossbows are advanced, they are fundamentally different. Qian Jinhua interrupted him, signaling the staff to display a design he had previously contemplated, complete with structural diagrams. Generally, please observe this. On the screen appeared an intriguing bow-shaped weapon featuring pulleys and cables. This is a bow I designed earlier, capable of achieving arrow speeds and draw weights far beyond traditional bows while reducing full draw maintenance by over 80%. Qian Jinhua's voice grew fervent. Although this invention was commendable, in modern times, it seemed rather underwhelming, but it is ideal for the elves. This implies that elven archers can maintain stable aim for extended periods, transitioning from experience to precision. The significant reduction in physical exertion translates to dramatically enhanced endurance in combat. Previously, an archer could release 10 arrows before their hands would tremble. Now, they could shoot 50. This equates to each elven archer's lethal arrows being 3 times, or even 5 times, more effective than before. Before he finished speaking, Qian Jinhua prompted the display of a new blueprint. It depicted a relatively simple, yet brutally efficient multi-shot crossbow. In this, the modern version of Zhuge's repeating crossbow. The design allows for arrows to be shot with each pull of the trigger, akin to emptying a handgun's magazine. Its power may not rival that of the compound bow, but its true value lies in its capacity for close-range fire suppression. Are elves not adept in close combat? Let them unleash a torrential rain of arrows, transforming the enemy into a beehive before they can draw near. Imagine, if even the most ordinary elven archers wielded crossbows, forming a moving phalanx of arrow rain. What an overwhelming density of firepower that would be. Inside the command center, an eerie silence prevailed. Everyone was profoundly shaken by the vivid imagery conjured by Qian Jinhua. This strategy was 100-fold more ingenious than merely handing them a cache of AK-47s. It not only addressed the pressing need, but also safeguarded core technologies while showing respect for the opponent's civilization. This, indeed, is the quintessential approach to a dimensional strike. Zhao Gang slammed the table with fervor, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Truly, Qian academician, this plan is flawless. Qian Jinhua smiled subtly. These bows would not be overly complex, and standard production would be swift. The issue of combat efficacy was resolved, but next came the matter of their arrow consumption. I observed that their arrowheads lacked sufficient hardness and would require reforging upon retrieval. We can provide an improved steel alloy formula and smelting process, doubling the hardness of the arrowheads for repeated recovery and use. The focus is on cost-effectiveness and durability. Excellent. With that, all issues are resolved. Zhao Gang exclaimed excitedly, surveying the assembled experts. Do any of you have additional input? The specialists quickly contributed, emphasizing that the design blueprints should utilize the most intuitive illustrations, discarding all modern industrial terminology, ensuring that the craftsmen on the other side could comprehend them. The blueprints should be printed on a nanofiber fabric, impervious to water, fire, and corrosion. This will prevent damage from infrequent use or accidents, thereby reducing the time wasted in Lin-S repeated transport. The alloy formula and smelting process must be the simplest and most conducive to their mass production, thereby significantly enhancing their production speed and combat capability. After thorough deliberation, the comprehensive adjustments were finalized. Zhao Gang immediately issued the command to commence action. Chapter 18. It is time for a technological shock. The order swept through the underground base like a current, The immense and intricate war machine of the Great Xia began to operate at an unprecedented pace. In a mere 6 hours, 2 sets of blueprints, encapsulating the pinnacle of Great Xia's industrial ingenuity, along with a metallic process description, were printed on a sheet of fabric as thin as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably resilient. Carefully rolled into a quail egg-sized package, it was vacuum-sealed with food-grade materials. Zhao Gang solemnly handed this substantial egg to Lin Mo, his expression grave. "Comrade Lin Mo, the responsibility now rests with you." He paused momentarily, lowering his voice. "Remember, your safety is of utmost priority." Lin Mo accepted with gravity, chuckling, "Brother Zhao, you make it sound as if I'm embarking on a perilous mission akin to the Normandy landings. It's merely a trip to another world for a bit of rest, with a side of technology transfer, right?" With such a flag raised, I can't help but feel a chill at my back. Zhao Gang laughed and chided, "You rascal. Mission second, your life first. By the way, there's no need to swallow anything just yet." Lin Mo inhaled deeply, enveloped in the rich aroma of flora. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the familiar canopies of the elven tree houses, constructed from living plants. Without a moment's delay, Lin Mo sat up and skillfully ejected the scroll sealed with wax from his mouth. He now needed to locate Findona. Pushing open the door, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the vast canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Under the respectful guidance of the elven guards, Lin Mo swiftly found Findona. She was not in the resplendent palace, but outside a makeshift workshop. Something felt amiss. Gathered inside and around the workshop were the finest master craftsmen of the elven race. All appearing dejected, they huddled around a pile of broken bow limbs and damaged arrows, their expressions filled with despair and helplessness. Findona's face was etched with fatigue and anxiety. The innocence of her youth had been largely eroded by the weight of reality, leaving only determination in her beautiful eyes. "Findona," Lin Mo called out. She turned her head, and upon seeing him, a glimmer of light sparked in her dim eyes. She managed a faint smile. "Lin Mo, you're here." Lin Mo's gaze swept over the shattered bows, and he grinned. "You all seem to have understood. I brought a little something to alleviate your troubles." Findona's body trembled slightly, curiosity peaking within her. She fixed her gaze on Lin Mo. "What is it?" Suddenly, a realization struck her, her pupils dilating, and her voice trembling slightly. "Is it the help you mentioned before?" Lin Mo nodded, extending his hand to present a specially crafted scroll made of gossamer-like fibers. Findona cautiously accepted it. The texture was extraordinarily peculiar, neither silk nor hemp, yet remarkably resilient. She slowly unfurled it. In the next moment, her eyes, along with those of the nearby elven master craftsman, widened in astonishment. The blueprints were devoid of the familiar elven runes or any known script. Instead, they showcased an array of intricate designs filled with peculiar lines and structures. Each component was meticulously disassembled, presented in three-dimensional views from various angles. The assembly steps were broken down into simple actions, accompanied by intuitive scales and directional arrows. These illustrations exuded a rigorous industrial aesthetic that felt entirely at odds with the magical realm they inhabited. Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction within, precisely the expression he sought. Findona looked up at Lin Mo, her voice tinged with inquiry. "A bow." Lin Mo replied succinctly yet emphatically. He pointed to one of the most complex diagrams. "It's called a compound bow. Do you see here and here?" His finger traced the schematic of the pulley system. "With these 2 small wheels, you can draw a very, very heavy bow with minimal effort. Once fully drawn, you could even aim effortlessly while relaxing, minimizing physical exertion." An elderly master craftsman, distinguished by his grizzled beard and notable age among the elves, furrowed his brow. "Impossible," he declared vehemently. As the most renowned master craftsman of the clan, Elder's voice brimmed with indignation, as if his ancestral craft was being undermined. "The power of a bow comes from the elasticity of its limbs and the strength of the archer. Adding these cumbersome wheels will only disrupt the bow's balance and aesthetic. It is a desecration of the bow, a betrayal of the natural order." Lin Mo inwardly rolled his eyes, too apathetic to engage in debate, and turned his attention to another blueprint. This one, known as the repeating crossbow, possesses a relatively simple structure. Its value lies in its speed. Lin Mo's tone was steady and powerful, brimming with confidence. "With a single loading, 10 bolts can be fired. When the demonic horde closes in, your archers can use it to turn the enemies before them into mere sieves in the span of a single breath." Upon this utterance, silence fell instantaneously. The horrifying imagery evoked memories in all the elves of the battlefield, where low-tier demons surged forth, fearlessly overwhelming their foes. They recalled the gruesome fate of comrades torn apart in close combat. Master Eld's lips twitched, the words of rebuttal caught in his throat, leaving him unable to articulate a single syllable. Findona's breath quickened. She clutched the blueprint tightly, the flimsy fabric now feeling as heavy as lead. She turned to the old craftsman and commanded, "Master Eld, please lead the craftsman to construct one immediately according to this blueprint." Eld's face bore reluctance. Yet upon witnessing the resolute expression of the Duchess, he ultimately bowed his proud head. "Yes, Your Highness." The efficiency of the elven craftsmen was astonishing. Though they may not comprehend the principles of mechanics, They possessed an innate and terrifying intuition regarding materials and structures. Under Lin Mo's guidance as the project representative and technical translator, they overcame all challenges. No. This angle is not for aesthetics. It is to maximize the lever arm. Yes, just like you would exert force prying at your neighbor's wall. The precision of this slot must be impeccable. It directly affects the efficiency of energy release. If the tolerance is even slightly larger, this bow will become a slingshot. They used ironwood, the same material for crafting bows and arrows as the bow's body, and the silk from domesticated magical spiders to create the bowstring, while refined gold ore was fashioned into pulleys and mechanisms. 3 hours later, amidst a mixture of awe and skepticism from the elven craftsmen, the first uniquely designed composite bow was born. It was time for a technological shock. It exuded a cold mechanical aura, starkly contrasting with the elves' traditional elegant longbows, perhaps even appearing somewhat unsightly. Chapter 19. The impossible composite crossbow master Eld maintained a composed demeanor as he personally grasped the bow amidst the gazes of onlookers. He knocked an arrow and began to draw the string. The initial force made him frown, his heart filled with disdain. Is this it? Just this? The poundage was far below any war bow he had ever wielded. The arrow shot forth could scarcely pierce the leather armor from 50 paces away. He was ready to deliver a harsh lesson to this ignorant human with undeniable proof. As he pulled the bowstring taut, a miracle occurred at the instant the tension peaked. The pulley system rotated to a specific angle, and the bowstring's tension suddenly relaxed. A tremendous sense of release surged forth, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the bowstring, propelling him forward in a staggering step. What once required an immense strength of over 100 pounds to maintain the full draw of a bow, now astonishingly could be accomplished with merely 2 fingers. The bow's body remained as steadfast as a mountain. He aimed steadily at a target made of tempered steel, designed to test the resilience of heavy armor, a target that even a troll's battle axe could only scratch superficially. How could this be possible? Master Alder's pupils abruptly contracted into pinpricks, his face a canvas of disbelief. He could not fathom why this peculiar contraption, known as a compound bow, defied all logic. Overwhelmed with shock and uncertainty, he released his fingers. With a resounding thud, a sound far more muted than that of a conventional bowstring echoed violently. It was not the harmonious song of wood and string, but rather the sheer, pent-up force unleashed. The black arrow vanished from the bowstring, leaving behind an almost imperceptible afterimage in the air. In the next moment, a piercing clash of metal resounded. The tempered steel target was brutally penetrated at its very center by what appeared to be an ordinary arrow. The fletching of the arrow quivered violently behind the target, emitting a mournful buzzing sound. The entire workshop fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the elves gasped in astonishment, gazing in a daze at the perforated steel target. Such power emanated from this arrow. Their gazes shifted from skepticism to fervent awe and adoration as they regarded the hideous compound bow. Master Alder stood, dumbfounded, staring at the distant target. As he loosened his grip, the oddly shaped compound bow clattered to the ground, yet he seemed oblivious to it. He stumbled forward to the target, as if in a daze, extending his gnarled hand to tremulously touch the grotesque hole. No, this is impossible, it cannot be. His lifelong pride, the revered treatises on bow-making, were rendered into mere fragments before this unsightly weapon. Findona stepped forward briskly, picking up the fallen compound bow. Unlike Alder, she was not burdened by tradition. She saw only hope. Mimicking Lin Mo, she knocked an arrow. The initial draw weight startled her, it felt heavy. Yet just as she thought she would need to expend all her strength, the pulley system engaged, and the bowstring's tension abruptly lessened by more than half. The full draw was surprisingly more effortless than half-drawn. What kind of genius designed this? She could channel all her focus into aiming, even allowing herself to be distracted. She aimed at another tempered steel target and released the arrow. A thunderous bang echoed as the arrow embedded itself deep within the target, the fletching vibrating with a resonant hum. Findona's heart raced in sync with the sound. She set down the compound bow and picked up the finest traditional longbow of the elven kin, exerting all her strength to shoot at the same target. With a ping, the arrow was deflected. The contrast was stark. One required every ounce of effort, yet could only graze the surface, while the other allowed effortless ease, capable of piercing through armor. Findona stood rooted in place, trembling uncontrollably. This was truly a divine artifact. Do not rush, we have only just begun. Lin Mo observed the group of elves, seemingly unacquainted with the world, and decided to provide them with a thrilling experience. He picked up the newly assembled crossbow, a compact device that resembled an oversized toy compared to a compound bow. Lin, the arms dealer, handed this whimsical contraption to a nearby young elven guard, who appeared utterly astonished. Here, give this a try. Do you see that trigger? Aim at those straw dummies and pull it repeatedly. The guard nervously accepted it, his palms clammy with sweat. Imitating Lin Mo, he aimed at a row of straw targets 30 meters away and swiftly squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The sound of bolts slicing through the air filled the space, akin to the splashing of water rather than the release of arrows. In less than 3 seconds, all 10 bolts in the magazine were unleashed, reducing 5 straw dummies to mere heaps of straw. The entire process required only a single initial draw, Thereafter, one only needed to pull the trigger for automatic reloading. My goodness, the elves were once again left in a state of shock. If the compound bow had shattered their previous understanding, this crossbow was grinding their perceptions into the ground. The advent of the compound bow and crossbow was merely the inception. The true spectacle awaited when the centuries-old enchantment techniques of the elves met the industrial marvels of the Blue Planet. Inside the workshop, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once obstinate and conservative Master Elder was now wide-eyed and fervent, resembling a madman on the brink of an illicit affair. He cradled a freshly enchanted compound bow, his gaze not merely assessing a weapon, but rather admiring a beloved figure. Lord Linimo, Princess Findona, come look at this. His voice was hoarse, revealing a compound bow adorned with flowing light blue runes. The once cold mechanical structure now possessed a texture akin to a special effect skin. Linimo, too, became intrigued. Magical enchantment? Princess Findona immediately signaled the strongest archer in the clan, Leon, to step forward for testing. Leon, the legendary figure from the Elven Royal City, was known as the humanoid walking eagle eye system, capable of discerning the wings of a butterfly from a kilometer away. He took the bow, his expression serious. Nocking an arrow, he drew back. As the pulley system locked into place, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. The effortless draw made him feel as if he could aim for eternity. The target was a rocky target set at 500 meters. This was the traditional elven longbow's maximum effective range. As magical energies surged forth, the faint blue light ignited. Buzz. The sound of the bowstring was dull and brief, yet at the moment the arrow was released, it emitted a sharp whistle. Surrounding the arrow was a faint blue vortex, minimizing air resistance to an extraordinary degree. Linimo was slightly taken aback. The black arrow transformed into a fleeting shadow in the air. The rocky target, 500 meters away, erupted. It was not a mere penetration. It was an explosion. Debris flew as if struck by a small caliber cannonball. Chapter 20. Good things should be recommended to the Queen. Leon was left dumbfounded, glancing down at the bow in his hands while feeling the abundant vitality and mental energy coursing through him. I feel as though I could shoot dozens more times, he murmured to himself. In the past, completing such an extreme shot would have required him to take a moment to regain his composure. Now, however, it felt as effortless as shooting at cotton. Linmo's lips twitched as if something had brushed across his face. Again, the tremor in Findona's voice was palpable. Target, the mountain wall 1,000 meters away. Upon hearing this, Linimo thought the princess had lost her mind. 1,000 meters? That was a distance unreachable even by a catapult. Shooting with a bow and arrow? What a jest. At that moment, Leon's gaze became intensely fervent. He drew the bow once more, infusing it with even more magical energy while enchanting the arrow. The pale azure glow emanating from the bow became dazzling. Aim. Whoosh. The arrow vanished. All the elves turned their eyes towards the distant, blurred mountain wall. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom. A muffled sound echoed from afar, and a visible cloud of dust erupted from the mountain wall 1,000 meters away. It hit. It truly hit. The workshop fell into silence, only to erupt in cheers moments later. Incredible. This is a miracle. Master Elder, with tears streaming down his face, marveled at the legendary weapon achievable only by a master dwarven craftsman, never expecting to witness such a feat in his lifetime. Linimo watched in astonishment. 1,000 meters was beyond his sight. Who would have thought that Leon's vision, combined with this magically enhanced compound bow, could achieve such a range and accuracy? It was utterly absurd. According to the think tank's data, the compound bow expended significantly less effort over time compared to traditional bows, with this efficiency manifesting in the intervals between shots. The arrow's firing speed and overall velocity surpassed that of traditional arrows by more than 5 times. An elf archer equipped with such a weapon possessed a strategic value at least 5-fold greater than before. Linmo's technological leap had instantaneously upgraded the archers of the cold weapon era to elite Barrett snipers. Findona clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Yet she felt no pain. She looked at Linimo, her beautiful green eyes brimming with gratitude. The tests continued, and the repeating crossbow was brought forth. Its purpose was clear: close combat, firepower coverage, compensating for the final shortcomings of the elf archers. During a break in Leon's testing, an elven guard picked up a repeating crossbow, loaded with 10 bolts in a magazine. He effortlessly cocked the mechanism without the need for precise aiming. Aimed at a row of humanoid straw targets 10 meters away, he repeatedly pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of bolts slicing through the air formed a relentless chorus, akin to the whispers of death. In just 3 seconds, 10 bolts were unleashed, creating an impenetrable curtain of lethal projectiles that enveloped the area completely. All 10 straw targets were struck. If faced with a horde of advancing demonic cannon fodder, this moment could clear a path. It perfectly addressed the combat limitations of the elf archers in close quarters. More importantly, both the compound bow and the repeating crossbow significantly reduced the requirements placed upon their users. Within the workshop, all the elves were engulfed in a fervor. They caressed these innovative weapons as if they were fondling their most cherished beloved. Findona grasped the compound bow, repeatedly drawing it back, savoring the exquisite, effortless point it offered. She then picked up the crossbow, mimicking its swift release through the air, akin to a child who had just received a delightful new toy. Although she was the principality's chief mage and not a professional warrior, the demands these two weapons placed upon their wielder were remarkably minimal. Whether it was the tension of the compound bow or the operation of the crossbow, she could effortlessly execute them time and again. The effective range of the crossbow was also determined. Thanks to the superior materials of Terra Continent, it could accurately strike unarmored targets within 30 meters. Within a mere 10 meters, it was capable of piercing the coarse leather armor of low-tier demonic beings, signifying its potential to effectively vanquish elite creatures of the demon race. Most importantly, even those elves with lesser physical prowess, typically tasked with logistics, could immediately transform into competent warriors upon wielding these weapons. The notion of a populace prepared for battle was no longer a mere rallying cry, but had become a tangible possibility. Next came the testing of arrows. The elven artisans, utilizing the metallic materials and techniques provided by the Daxia, forged a new batch of tri-bladed arrowheads. An arrow that had pierced stone was retrieved, its tip only slightly dulled. One craftsman picked up a file, giving it a few simple strokes, and the blade regained its original sharpness. For those requiring more attention, a few hammer strikes post-tempering would suffice for reuse. Compared to ordinary arrows that would deform upon penetrating bone and hide, this was a remarkable improvement. The logistical nightmare that had plagued the elven race, where shooting an arrow equated to a loss, was utterly vanquished. Witnessing this scene that shattered her previous understanding, Findona trembled with excitement. She recalled the kin lost on the battlefield, the home devoured by dark forces, and the indelible despair in the eyes of her people. Yet now, everything was poised to change. She slowly approached Lin Mo, and all the elves' gazes converged upon them. The noble elven princess deeply bowed to Lin Mo, this visitor from another world, performing the highest ritual of her kind. Your Excellency Lin Mo, please accept my heartfelt gratitude, she uttered, her voice quivering yet imbued with hope. On behalf of all the spirits who perished in battle, and all the kin who struggled to survive, I thank you for the hope you have bestowed. Lin Mo accepted this gesture with composure, understanding that he represented not only himself but also the nation behind him, which was grappling with the fate of the entire planet. He gently lifted Findona, observing the redness around her eyes, and softly said, "We must expedite production. Time waits for no one, and the demons do not take a holiday." Findona nodded earnestly, her tear-streaked face now resolute. She turned to address all the craftsmen and guards, issuing her command loudly, "Master Ader, set aside all other tasks. Gather all artisans, and work tirelessly day and night to forge these two artifacts and arrows." "Yes, Your Highness," Master Ader responded, his voice resonating like thunder, his fervor exceeding that of the younger generation. Findona cast another glance at Leon, instructing, "Select the most elite messengers, equip them with the crossbow prototypes, and depart immediately. Report all that has transpired here to Her Majesty, the Queen of Avenor, at once." This was not merely an innovation in weaponry. It represented a pivotal moment in the destiny of their entire race. She intended to reveal this ray of hope piercing through the darkness to the Queen and to all elves. Soon, a lithe elven messenger, bearing a brand new composite bow and a compact repeating crossbow at his waist, along with newly forged arrows and methods, mounted the swiftest antelope and surged out of the camp. With this artifact capable of overturning the war dynamics of the elven race, he raced towards the capital of the elven kingdom, Avenor. Chapter 21. A new challenge arises upon witnessing the effects of the crossbows demonstrated by Lin Mo. The elves' enthusiasm ignited like a dry forest ablaze, causing the entire camp to boil with excitement. However, this fervor lasted less than half a day. Lin Mo lounged with his legs crossed atop a smooth, polished boulder, munching on the crisp, sweet fruits native to the elves while calculating the time. The first batch of weapon components had yet to be assembled, and he hoped the demonic army wouldn't come knocking for heads, as that would spell disaster. Just then, a commotion and intense argument erupted from a nearby workshop. Shortly thereafter, Findona and Master Elder approached briskly, their faces etched with anxiety. "My Lord Lin Mo," Master Elder exclaimed, pouring a heap of metallic parts onto the stone table with a clatter, his aged countenance contorted in distress. We cannot produce them." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casually flicking the remnants of the fruit he had just devoured behind him, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. "What seems to be the issue? Is the design too complex to comprehend?" "No, we have thoroughly studied the blueprints," Findona interjected, her slender fingers probing through the pile of components, her tone heavy with helplessness and defeat. "The problem lies in our inability to manufacture them in bulk." Lin Mo? Noticing Lin Mo's confusion, Master Elder picked up two gears that were identical in shape, luster, and weight, presenting them before Lin Mo observed. "These were crafted by me and my most talented apprentice using the same piece of fine gold, meticulously adhering to the dimensions outlined in the blueprints. However, he took one of the gears, effortlessly fitting it into a composite bow's pulley system, where it turned smoothly without obstruction. Perfect. He then attempted to insert the other gear, but it wedged halfway in, as if blocked by an unseen wall, trapped and immovable. Each craftsman's hands are unique. Master Elder's face flushed crimson. These minute discrepancies, while a hallmark of the craftsman's soul in traditional archery, become a wretched hindrance when applied to such intricate weaponry. The old master, agitated, even let slip a curse. We assembled 10 of the finest craftsmen, toiling industriously for an entire afternoon, and we only succeeded in piecing together 5 repeating crossbows. There were also those composite bows, which, when fully drawn, emitted a creaking groan from the entire bow body, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Who would dare to use them? One might fear being struck down by the bow itself before even slaying an enemy. Lin Mo instantly grasped the situation. The craftsmanship that the workshop took pride in collided head-on with the cold, unyielding standards of industrialization, resulting in utter destruction. Within the processors of those long-eared beings, there seemed to be no ingrained understanding of tolerances or interchangeable parts at such a fundamental level. In their worldview, each weapon must be crafted by a single artisan from start to finish, with an emphasis on the nuances of fitting, serendipity, and an ethereal sense of connection. The issue at hand was not a technical one. Lin Mo lowered his legs, stood up, and surveyed the two individuals. It was a matter of ideology. How absurd. As a contemporary youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and had worked on an assembly line, it would be a disgrace not to see through such subtleties, especially bearing the red scarf on his chest. Ideology. Both Findona and Elder were momentarily taken aback, speaking in unison. Yes, ideology. Lin Mo casually picked up the 2 identical gears from the table and weighed them in his hand. In your eyes, these are 2 independent masterpieces infused with dedication. Master Elder instinctively nodded, a hint of pride belonging to a master craftsman lingering on his face. In the next moment, Lin Mo expressionlessly released his grip. Clang. The 2 gears struck the stone table, producing a sharp, piercing sound. To me, they are 2 pieces of failed industrial waste. Waste. Master Elder was struck as if by lightning, left utterly dumbfounded. The insult of that word was 1,000 times more cutting than being called a useless old fool to his face. Yes, waste. Lin Mo confirmed bluntly, pointing at the 2 gears. Because they are not interchangeable. When a weapon malfunctions on the battlefield, you cannot even disassemble a part from another broken one to prolong its life. What is this called? A disposable item? This means that for every repair, you must seek the original creator or a more skilled craftsman to custom make a new part for you on site. One might think it was akin to having a key copied. May I ask, how many do you need? Such inefficiency would make even the slowest turtle come over and commend you, praising you as a peer. Findona, with her keen intellect, immediately grasped the illuminating insight amid the chaos. Are you suggesting that every part crafted by artisans must be precise down to the slightest detail? Exactly. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. It's not merely about appearances. It requires measurement with rulers and calipers, ensuring each datum falls within an acceptable margin of error. This is called standardization, do you understand? How could that even be possible? Master Elder exclaimed in disbelief, the queen above. Each individual's tactile sense, strength, and even breath differ. How could one achieve absolute uniformity? Therefore, cease trusting your old, weary eyes and your calloused hands. Lin Mo cast a glance at the elven craftsmen still using ancient methods, their expressions filled with reverence, and shook his head. What you require is a mold, a jig, a standardized process capable of transforming even the most inept individuals into competent workers. It is certainly not some nonsensical notion of artisan spirit or ethereal artistic inspiration. This statement struck like an invisible sledgehammer, landing heavily upon the hearts of all the observing elven craftsmen. Is the pride we have inherited over millennia mere nonsense? Yet, Finduona's expression bore no trace of offense. Instead, it radiated an illuminating brilliance. She felt as if a gateway to a new world was slowly opening before her. Beyond that door lay a formidable, efficient, cold, yet captivating way of thinking starkly different from the millennia-old traditions of the elven race. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of irrepressible excitement and tremor. Can you teach us that standardization? Lin Mo flashed a broad smile, revealing a row of white teeth. It's a trivial matter. It merely involves calipers and a few standard molds. Quite simple. Finduona's eyes sparkled even brighter, akin to the 2 most dazzling stars in the night sky, as she eagerly gazed at Lin Mo, anticipating his next lesson. Lin Mo returned her gaze, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Finduona blinked, continuing to look at him. Lin Mo also blinked back, maintaining his focus on her. Finduona? Chapter 22. Returned to reality eventually, it was Master Elder, standing nearby, who first regained his composure, his aged face flushing slightly as he cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. Your Excellency Lin Mo, we shall forever cherish the kindness you have shown to the elven race. Lin Mo understood the sentiment, casting an appreciative glance at the elder, yet he waved his hand dismissively. Ah, master, you flatter me. As a traveler from another realm, I am immensely grateful for the hospitality of your noble kin. To speak of repayment seems excessive. The adage that offering warmth and concern pales in comparison to substantial aid holds true in any world. Upon hearing Master Elder's words, Finduona instantly awakened to the realization, a charming flush coloring her fair cheeks as she hastily added, I was indeed presumptuous. Your provision of the blueprints is already a monumental favor. We should not dare to wish for more. She paused, her tone shifting to one of profound sincerity. However, these are dire times. Our kin are in peril. Should you be willing to assist, the entirety of our elven community will undoubtedly express their gratitude. Lin Mo's mind raced with calculations. Now this is more like it. An IOU is still an IOU. Let's issue it, for who knows what may be fulfilled in the future. Though he verbally declined, his body was quite honest as it began to strategize the next steps. He gestured grandly for paper and pen, preparing to conduct an impromptu lesson, illustrating essential tools such as triangles, rulers, and compasses for these magical denizens. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, his hand abruptly froze midair. Everyone. Lin Mo, a hum echoed in his mind, as if 1,000 bees were buzzing in a frenzy. Oh no. He suddenly realized a catastrophic flaw that could bring the entire industrialization process to a standstill. He could not draw a precise centimeter. If he carelessly drew a line and defined it as 1 centimeter, what if it turned out to be merely 9 millimeters or inadvertently wobbled into 11 centimeters? Wouldn't everything subsequently crafted based on this standard become a grotesque misrepresentation? A slight deviation can lead to a significant error, with a ruler measuring 20 centimeters. He believed he could produce 20 distinct lengths of 1 centimeter. Alas, I have been overtaken by a liberal arts student. Coughing, he added, this is a secret technique, not to be shared lightly. Lin Mo maintained his composure, deftly steering the conversation toward the realm of the esoteric. I need to return and prepare to communicate with my kin. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Finduona's eyes, but she quickly regained her poise, smiling as she inclined her body slightly. Very well, it's understandable. Such important knowledge indeed requires your expertise. Well then, please continue. Until tomorrow. Lin Mo feigned indifference as he turned to bid farewell to the group, slipping back to his room to lie down. Time passed, and in a haze of consciousness, he drifted in and out of sleep until he finally awoke, his eyes landing on the familiar ceiling of his modern bedroom. He exhaled deeply, grabbing the intercom beside his bed. Hello, I'm back. Received, came Zhao Gang's prompt response. To accommodate Lin Mo, the entire New Hope team had synchronized their schedules with his. Aside from essential personnel on duty, most were resting while he was traversing dimensions. After completing his morning routine, Lin Mo opened the door to find Zhao Gang waiting at the threshold like a sentry. Oh, don't you brush your teeth or wash your face after waking up? Lin Mo instinctively stepped back, feigning a look of disdain, wary of any lingering morning breath. Zhao Gang's facial muscles twitched slightly. I wash up faster than you. I live next door. Huh, Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly. I must have overthought it. Come in, then. I lack experience in handling these matters. So I'll explain the situation to you, and you can decide how to proceed. Zhao Gang nodded. All right, tell me first, and I will categorize and relay the information to everyone. Lin Mo agreed. That is precisely what I meant. Otherwise, I'd be bombarded with questions again. Zhao Gang smiled slightly, gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat. Lin Mo settled onto the sofa and extended his hand. Zhao, please have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Subsequently, he meticulously recounted the productivity bottlenecks faced by the Elven tribe and their need for standardized tools. After listening, Zhao Gang nodded, rising to hand Lin Mo a brand new mobile phone. I'll arrange this immediately. Use this phone from now on. It's a secure device, reliable and confidential. It contains the internal apps for the base, covering all your needs, food, shelter, and transportation. I've loaded it with ample credits. He glanced at Lin Mo. Your access level is quite high. Order whatever you desire, and someone will deliver it to you. Once the tools and plans are ready, I'll come to find you. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. They even provide a phone. Indeed, following the organization ensures one is well equipped. After bidding Zhao Gang farewell, he promptly began exploring his new mobile device. Opening the app named Arc Home, he found the interface sleek and the features comprehensive. His credit balance displayed a substantial amount. He ordered a lavish feast of delectable dishes, reveling in the privileges of his elevated status. He activated the wall-sized screen in the living room and connected it to the main unit. Before long, the doorbell rang, and a steaming feast was delivered. Burping, Lin Mo took a hefty sip of ice-cold cola and seized a lobster as thick as his arm, taking a hearty bite. What a heavenly life. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such an existence. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he slumped onto the sofa, grasped the controller, and immersed himself in a 4K graphical masterpiece. One must admit, there is nothing quite like a large screen. Meanwhile, as Zhao Gang busily disseminated information to various expert groups, the lights in the office of Old Zhao in Tianshu City were also aglow. Just waking from his rest, Old Zhao was interrupted by a knock from his secretary. Leader, the New Hope team has sent an encrypted video that requires your personal review. His heart stirred, and he immediately sat up straight, understanding the gravity of the moment. He opened his computer, logged into the internal system, and located the video. As soon as he clicked it open, his eyes widened in astonishment, and then he quickly reacted. This screen is far too small. Shall we arrange for the second conference room immediately? Secretary Li nodded promptly. The second conference room could accommodate over 100 people, and most importantly, it boasted a cinema-quality giant screen and a complete Dolby surround sound system. In the spacious conference room, Old Zhao sat alone in the central position, his heartbeat quickening as he awaited Secretary Li's completion of the setup. Soon, the lights dimmed and the screen illuminated. The video began to play, capturing Lin Mo's perspective as he pushed open a door, revealing an immense towering tree. It was a colossal tree, akin to a city, filling not only the entire screen but also enveloping his senses entirely. Incredible. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. As the camera glided through countless elegant fairies, it was a vividly real, fantastical alternate world that left the two individuals in the conference room profoundly stunned. Hours passed as they remained wide-eyed until the video concluded and the screen dimmed. Silence enveloped the conference room. Chapter 23. Trouble. It's the Demon Clan. After a long interval, Secretary Li softly spoke. Leader? Yes, send it to the other four, Old Zhao replied, his voice slightly hoarse. He raised a hand to wipe the moisture from the corner of his eyes and followed the signs to exit the conference room. In the Great Xiao, there may still be hope. Secretary Li swiftly operated the tablet, jogging to keep pace. Leader, regarding the Bell Base, Comrade Zhao Gang has new reports. He mentioned that through the improvement of the fairies' bows and arrows, we have achieved significant diplomatic breakthroughs. Old Zhao took the tablet, glancing at it as he walked. And by the time he processed the information, he found himself at the threshold of his office. He pushed the door open, unable to contain his joy, bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. This Zhao Gang truly is my pillar of support. He has pinpointed this opportunity perfectly. Not only can we provide the fairies with the urgently needed combat strength, but we can also enhance goodwill while ensuring Comrade Lin Mo's safety, all in one fell swoop. Once this relationship is solidified, we can seek an opportunity to discuss the matter of the World Tree. Secretary Li adjusted his glasses, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Leader, why not seize the moment? They are in dire need of us now. We could trade our advanced weaponry technology for the seeds of the World Tree, and the success rate should be considerable. Old Zhao shook his head and placed the tablet on the table. Shaoli, consider this from another perspective. What does the World Tree represent for the elven race? It is home, it is faith, it is the very essence of their being. If an extraterrestrial being were to offer us weapon technology in exchange for our very habitat, how would you respond? Secretary Li was taken aback. I would immediately refuse and remain vigilant against them. Old Zhao patted his shoulder. Precisely. One must consume their meal bite by bite. In haste, one may scald their mouth. At this moment, Lin Mo was in the Terra continent, embodying a diligent worker traversing two realms, utilizing the plans generated by the esteemed Daxia think tank. He provided the elves with blueprints for measuring tools and a rather rudimentary, standardized production process. Consequently, the entire elven camp was engulfed in a fervor of production. As if they had been invigorated, Lin Mo lounged with his legs crossed, toying with a newly produced crossbow. He deftly disassembled the magazine, inspecting the latches within. Squinting against the sunlight, he assessed the near-perfect linearity of the bow arms. Impressive craftsmanship, he mused. The learning capacity of these long-eared beings was truly extraordinary. Previously, they had relied solely on intuition and the whims of the wind in their creative endeavors. Following the training session, a sacred term resonated throughout the workshop: tolerance. A young elven apprentice rushed over, cradling a gear like a cherished treasure, exclaiming, Master, Master, behold the tolerance of this component. Is it not flawless? Master Elder took the component, measured it with the newly acquired caliper, and nodded in approval. He then casually inserted the gear into a standard latch. It fit perfectly, turning smoothly. Even Dove would have acknowledged its excellence. Well done, Master Elder commended. Next, Elder Master. Another apprentice, flushed with excitement, held up a piece of parchment. The tolerance of the latest batch of gears has been controlled within plus or minus 0.3 millimeters. The yield rate stands at an impressive 98. Master Elder, once a stubborn craftsman capable of breaking granite with his head, now caressed the caliper as if it were a sacred relic. He randomly selected 2 more components from a pile. Click. Perfect engagement. No. Master Elder suddenly roared, silencing the workshop momentarily, causing nearby apprentices to shudder. Master, it is plus or minus 0.25 millimeters. 0.25. The old elf spat vehemently, pointing a finger at the apprentice. That extra 0.05 is a betrayal of art. It is a desecration of life. It is a scorn towards the god of calipers. Worthless. Get back to work and fix it. The apprentice fled in terror. Lin Mo watched with a twitch in his eye. What a spectacle. I merely suggested an industrial standard. Yet this is far more professional than those in later generations who incessantly chant about the devils in the details. Your Excellency Lin Mo, came the voice of Findona. Lin Mo turned his head and beheld Findona, who had traded her ornate robe for a streamlined suit of leather armor, her silver-white hair elegantly tied up. A hint of dust on her visage did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it added an air of urgency akin to a project manager hastening progress. Our production capacity has encountered yet another bottleneck, she stated bluntly, gesturing towards a row of artisans busily forging arrowheads in the distance. The assembly line for composite bows and crossbows had been streamlined, yet the output of arrows was woefully inadequate, particularly the arrowheads, which were painstakingly crafted by hand, and thus produced at a sluggish pace. Lin Mo, following her gaze, chuckled. My dear princess, that is not a bottleneck. It is simply that your minds have yet to pivot. He set the crossbow aside and queried, why are you crafting them one by one? How else can they be formed? Master Elder drifted over, his beard bristling with indignation. Each strike of the hammer infuses the artisan's soul into the work. Stop. Lin Imo swiftly raised a hand, signaling for silence. Old man, if you mention souls again, I shall start charging you. Superstitions are unwelcome unless accompanied by gold. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a piece of iron and sketched a rudimentary diagram on the ground. Construct a mold, do you understand? 2 iron pieces with a cavity in between for the arrowhead S shape. Insert the heated iron blank and deliver a solid blow with a sledgehammer. He demonstrated a decisive downward motion. 1 strike equals 1 arrow. This is called stamping. Still find the efficiency lacking? Then create more molds and enlist additional hands to wield the hammers. Here is a truth. Great strength yields extraordinary results. Fendona and Master Elder stood frozen, their expressions reflecting the disintegration of countless stars, only to coalesce into a new universe. Such a simple, crude, and aesthetically devoid method struck them like a thunderclap, igniting a torrent of inspiration. Fendona's breath quickened. She envisioned innumerable glimmering arrowheads cascading from the production line like rain, piling up into mountains. Oh my God! I must arrange this at once, she exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to turn and dash away. At that moment, a mournful, protracted, and ominous horn echoed from the distant horizon, slicing through the clamor of the camp. The rhythmic hammering in the workshop ceased abruptly. All elves, be they guards or craftsmen, were paralyzed in place, as if frozen by the very sound that chilled their blood, sending icy tendrils from the crown of their heads to the tips of their toes. Lin Imo was momentarily taken aback. Who dares to sound such a lament during mealtime? It is ill-omened. But upon witnessing Fendona's ashen countenance, a chill ran through him. This is bad. It is the demon race. Damn the demon race. They have returned. Fendona clenched her silver teeth, hatred seeping through her clenched jaws. With a crash, Master Elder's calipers clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. The old elf trembled, his lips quivering. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. According to their attack patterns, the next wave should not come for at least another fortnight. Before his words could dissipate, a bloodied elven scout tumbled into the workshop. One of his arms was grotesquely twisted, his face smeared with dark blood and an inescapable terror. He bellowed with all his might, my lady, the demonic forces have invaded. The vanguard has already breached the first wooden wall. The workshop erupted into chaos. Quick, to the armory. My bow is not yet calibrated. Panic spread among the elves like a plague. Fenona abruptly turned, her gaze fixed upon a pile of pristine weapons in the corner of the workshop. 550 composite bows, 620 crossbows. This was the culmination of their 3 days and nights of labor. Would this meager arsenal suffice against the onslaught of the demonic horde? Yet, it was certainly better than nothing. Fenona forced herself to regain a semblance of confidence. Amidst the frenzy of her kin, Lin Imo rose to his feet. He spoke not a word, striding directly toward the new weapons, and amidst the clamor, he seized a crossbow. A crisp, mechanical click resonated as he expressionlessly slid a fully loaded magazine into the weapon. All eyes fell upon him, drawn by an unexplainable gravity. Lin Imo weighed the crossbow in one hand, his gaze calm as it swept over every elf present. Panic resolved nothing. These weapons were forged for the purpose of slaughter. Now that the enemy had arrived, it was precisely the moment to test their sharpness. Fenona stared at him, bewildered. Did this human not comprehend the horror of the demonic forces? Why did he appear utterly unafraid? Lin Imo pointed the crossbow outward and proclaimed, your fear is precisely what the enemy desires. Steady yourselves, take up your arms. Distribute the gear in squads and find your favored positions for battle. Let those monsters witness the efficacy of your new weapons. Master Alder, awakened by his words, felt a jolt as the fear and confusion in his mind were instantly dispelled. Indeed, what good was fear? The weapons lay before them, and the enemy was at hand. Fenona quickly responded, issuing a commanding shout, Ryan, assemble your sharpshooter team. Prioritize the distribution of all new weapons. Yes, a live elf sprang forth, kneeling on one knee. The rest of you, take up your longbows, staffs, and shields, and defend the line. The goddess of nature watches over you. For the glory of the elves, fight to the death. With the orders given, the elves found their resolve and began to act, the call for counterattack resonating. In the distance, thousands of dark creatures surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the hastily assembled elven defense. Blood and flesh splattered. The elves, untrained in close combat, faltered under the claws and fangs of the grotesque monsters, easily overwhelmed. A chorus of screams filled the air. Steady, hold the line, Lin Imo shouted, yet his voice was drowned in the cacophony of battle cries. A young elven soldier, his face as pale as parchment, dropped his longbow with a clatter, his mental fortitude shattered as he turned to flee. Lin Imo furrowed his brow and dashed forward in a single stride. He forcibly twisted the body of the elven guardian, compelling him to gaze toward the brilliantly lit workshop behind. There lies your workshop, your beacon of hope. Do you wish Master Elder to execute a coward with tools crafted by his own hands? The elf's body stiffened. Lin Mo released his grip, turning his attention away, and deftly replaced the magazine in his crossbow. He rested the weapon upon his shoulder and gestured with his chin toward the branches of the world tree above. Addressing the archer captain named Leon, "Archers, ascend to the high ground. Establish a fire suppression point and control the battlefield's visibility. The frontline fights for your time. Do not squander it." Leon understood. A glance at the composed Lin Mo ignited within him a surge of pride, a determination that this seemingly frail human must not be underestimated. He shouted, "Archers, follow me. Secure the high ground." Findona raised her staff, her voice bright and resolute, dispelling the panic. "For our homeland, let us fight." Lin Mo nodded slightly. The young noblewoman proved to be stronger than anticipated. He followed Leon and the group of archers, climbing diligently up the thick branches and vines of the world tree. Soon, he found a vantage point upon a broad tree fork and crouched down. Below him lay the fierce clash of opposing forces. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. For a mere human, devoid of any combat prowess, the safest place was amidst these ranged units. Once in position, Lin Mo refrained from immediate action, opting instead to scan the entire battlefield. His gaze transcended the chaos of the front line, discerning that the attacking demon forces were not merely charging blindly. They were deliberately gathering toward the hillside, seemingly clearing the area for something. Suddenly, a deep, jarring noise accompanied by tremors from the earth erupted. What was that commotion? Lin Mo turned to Leon, his brow furrowed. Leon's face instantly darkened, his eyes fixed intently on the trembling hillside. "It's the earth python. Damn it, the earth python." Lin Mo began to inquire, but his pupils dilated in shock the next moment. The ground wailed. The soil and rock upon the hillside churned violently as if alive, then abruptly collapsed, tearing open a gaping, monstrous chasm. A thick black mist, mingled with the stench of sulfur, surged forth from the opening. Following this, a colossal serpent-like creature, exceeding 10 paces in length and resembling a human-engineered tunneling machine, emerged from the depths. It lacked eyes, possessing only a circular maw that dominated its head. Within its mouth, a multitude of serrated teeth spun at high speed, grinding stone and the roots of the world tree to dust. A tunnel, stretching from beyond the defensive line straight into the heart of the Elven City, was thus born. The Elven City, having struggled to maintain its footing, was suddenly thrown into greater disarray, akin to an ant nest pierced through. Chapter 25. Has the tunneling machine awakened? By the heavens! Lin Mo nearly tumbled from his perch. He stared intently at the creature, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Is this not a tunneling machine come to life? As this entity emerged, the defense became utterly futile. It bypassed the main entrance, burrowing from beneath the earth to strike at the heart of the camp. Attack that monstrous creature. Quickly! Findona shouted. The tip of her moonlight staff radiating an intense brilliance as a torrent of water surged forth, crashing towards the earth serpent. The elven mages swiftly responded, casting ice shards, fireballs, and wind blades with reckless abandon upon the creature. On the ground, the elven warriors loosed their final arrows and drew their twin blades, yet were ensnared by an overwhelming tide of lesser magical beasts. They could only watch helplessly as the colossal serpent, amidst the barrage of magic, gradually broke free from the earth. We must stop it. We must. Despair tinged Findona's voice. Should this war beast fully emerge, its maw could wreak havoc upon the entire encampment. The immense size of the earth serpent conferred upon it a formidable resistance to magic. Hundreds of spells struck its form, merely causing its skin to twitch, failing to penetrate its defenses. Amidst violent writhing, its vast body finally broke free from the confines of the tunnel. A final concentrated assault of magic managed to pierce its flesh, causing the beast to momentarily freeze, before crashing to the ground in a gory display. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending dust swirling. Though the earth serpent was near death, its purpose had already been fulfilled. From the dark, sulphurous mouth of the pit came the unsettling sounds of metal scraping and spine-chilling howls. An endless swarm of demonic creatures surged forth, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, flooding out like a rotting deluge. Leading the charge were heavily armored demonic soldiers, towering over 3.5 meters, their muscular forms encased in filthy gray-green skin. The bone shields they wielded were as thick as walls, adorned with ominous dark red runes, unmistakably designed for heavy defense. Behind them, a dark, translucent barrier rose silently, enveloping the entire entrance and extending for hundreds of meters around. The subsequent spells from the elven mages struck the barrier, merely creating ripples before falling silent. Loose arrows, bellowed an elven centurion. Whoosh! Countless arrows from traditional longbows soared through the air, clanging against the bone shields, sparking but failing to inflict any significant damage. The armored demons mockingly thudded their shields against their chests, producing a dull reverberation. One of them even bared its toothy maw, casually seizing a small demonic pup nearby, snapping its neck with a sickening crack and splattering its hot, black blood upon the elven ranks. Damn it! It's a Lich-S barrier, Leon exclaimed, his face pale with dread. What is that? Lin Mo inquired. Sorcerers of the demonic realm, my lord, Leon quickly explained. They start at the 4th tier. This barrier can block most spells, Our mages are rendered ineffective. He furiously struck the tree trunk with his fist. No. Physical attacks can penetrate. We still have a chance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo steadied his resolve. As long as there is a chance, we can prevail. Composite Bow Squad. Leon commanded loudly. Follow my orders. Enchant arrows with armor-piercing and explosive properties. Free volleys. Take down those armored fiends. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the bowstring vibrating resonated with a deep, powerful timbre. The arrows, adorned with a faint golden luminescence, flew at a velocity 5 times that of ordinary arrows, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, reaching their target in an instant. In the next moment, the foremost heavily armored demon soldier, boasting of his might, found his bone shield pierced cleanly by 3 arrows. Not shattered, but penetrated. With immense kinetic energy, the 3 arrows traversed the magical barrier, driving the 3-meter-tall demon soldier, along with his shield, to the ground. The demon glanced down at his shattered shield, bewildered. When did the elves acquire such weaponry? The entire battlefield fell silent for a second. All the elves witnessed this spectacle. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted. It works. Oh, divine powers. The new weapon proves effective. Fire. Annihilate these wretches. The morale surged from freezing point to boiling fervor in an instant. Onward. Lion, filled with elation, drew his bow and commanded the archers stationed nearly 1,000 meters away to fire once more. Over 500 composite bows transformed into over 500 formidable snipers, commencing their precise harvest. The heavily armored units of the demon race faced them, their helmets either sent flying or their shields pierced. The composite bows targeted with precision, while the crossbows unleashed a sweeping barrage. Those demons foolishly attempting to charge and tear apart the elven lines were met with a metallic storm of crossbow bolts. The elves needed only to pull the trigger, and within 3 seconds, a magazine could be emptied. The dense barrage of bolts formed a curtain of death, and the frontmost demon spawn fell in droves, unable to even graze the defensive line. In the workshop, Master Elder, wielding a crossbow, unleashed a frenzied volley at the advancing demons, exclaiming emphatically, "Do you see it? Ignorant fools. This is the power of standardization. This is the art of precision." With each empty magazine, the old man jubilantly shouted, deftly swapping in a new one. "Damn demons. Feel the wrath of the god of craftsmanship. You trash from the abyss." Lin Mo, watching from the treetops, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Good heavens, this old man has completely lost his mind. He has forsaken the god of artisanship for the cult of machinery. While the battlefield situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable, Lin Mo's sense of unease grew heavier. Something was amiss. Despite being decimated, why were the demons not retreating? Was this not a sheer offering of their lives? Sure enough, as the ground became carpeted with corpses, the demon onslaught began to wane. They did not withdraw. A grating sound emanated from the cave entrance as several larger demons were pushed forth. They resembled bloated beetles, their backs burdened with a writhing mass, oozing green slime. At the forefront of this mass was a colossal crystalline eyeball. Protecting these monstrous beetles were several demon soldiers wielding enormous tower shields. What in the world is that? A mobile artillery platform? Lin Mo muttered. No sooner had he spoken than the mass atop the beetles shrank suddenly, and the crystalline eyeball erupted with blinding radiance. A piercing sound tore through the battlefield. Dozens of dark green energy beams erupted, striking the Treant defense line ahead with precision. There was no explosion, only a chilling, crackling sound that sent shivers down their spines. The sturdy trunk of the Treant began to dissolve and carbonize upon contact with the beams, emitting a noxious black smoke. One elven guardian, unable to evade in time, had his left arm swept away by a beam. In its place, only a bubbling pool of black ichor remained on the ground. The guardian stood frozen for a moment, then let out an unearthly, anguished wail, rolling on the ground in despair, his voice hoarse. "It's a corrodor. Avoid its acidic spray." Findona felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The cheers of the elves, ignited by their new weapon, abruptly ceased. A cold fear once again gripped their throats. Chapter 26. Seizing command. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow bolts flew forth, only to be entirely blocked by the heavily armored demon soldiers wielding tower shields. A few stray bolts struck the corrodor, merely producing a few insignificant sparks, failing to penetrate its shell. "Lion, is your composite bow merely a fire stick?" Lin Mo exclaimed in frustration from the tree. "We need to take those disgusting creatures down." No. For the first time, Lion's voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. "Damn it. We cannot pierce their tower shields." Lin Mo focused intently, his heart sinking. Those shield-wielding demons had layered the corpses of their slain comrades with some foul, viscous substance, creating a grotesque barrier. The armor-piercing arrows from the composite bow could easily pierce through the bodies, but after doing so, their kinetic energy was spent, becoming stuck against the heavy shields. Had these demons equipped themselves with a second line of defense? The enchanted composite bow had become ineffective. At that moment, the corrodor launched its second volley. This time, their target was not the ground defense, but rather the elven archers perched in the treetops, who posed the greatest threat. A dark green beam severed a thick branch next to Lion with precision. The branch, capable of supporting the weight of several elves, broke silently and fell. The two archers atop the branch had no time to scream before they vanished into the tide of demonic forces below, instantly torn to shreds. The tides of battle had turned. The firepower advantage established by the elves with their new weapon was laughably fragile before these mobile artillery units clad in corpses. We must charge. Findona watched as the defense line melted away, witnessing her kin perish one by one. Gritting her silver teeth, she tightened her grip on the moonlight staff, determined to lead the charge herself. Charge what? A figure slid down from the tree like lightning, and Lin Mo seized her arm with such force that she stumbled. You are the commander now, not some berserker. If you rush out, what will happen to those behind you? Are we all to perish with you? Then what do you propose we do? Findona's eyes turned bloodshot with urgency as she pointed at the corroder, which continued to spew beams of death. Her voice trembled. If this continues, we will all die. With every second we delay, my kin Lin Mo remained silent. He fixated on the repugnant corruptors, his mind racing with thoughts. Just moments ago, he had noticed a crucial detail. After unleashing their beams, the grotesque tumors on their backs visibly shriveled, taking approximately 10 seconds to reinflate and recharge. During that fleeting moment, the tower shield soldiers guarding them would lower their shields slightly to adjust their stances. An extremely brief window of opportunity for an attack. This was the boss's recovery time. Eureka! What? Findona gazed at him in confusion. There's a chance. Lin Mo grasped Findona's shoulders, his words spilling forth like a rapid barrage. Follow my orders. All crossbowmen, abandon the turrets. Drive back every last one of those minions. Not a single one must be allowed through. And then, gather all your earth elemental sorcerers. Listen to my command. Earth magic? Findona was taken aback. Its lethality against demons was quite limited. Don't ask. The intensity of Lin Mo's presence was unprecedented. Questioning was akin to the folly of Sun Tzu's art of war. That overwhelming, authoritative confidence compelled Findona to nod instinctively. A dead horse is better than none. Lin Mo abruptly turned, directing his full strength toward the mage formation behind the defense line, bellowing with all his might. All earth elemental mages, follow my lead. Prepare your finest spells. Whatever you can conjure. Earth fissures, quicksand traps, thorny thickets. Let your creativity run wild. Target. Beneath those monstrous tumors. Findona immediately echoed his orders, amplifying them. Though the mages were perplexed, they promptly began their incantations. The tips of their staffs glowed with the earthy hues of elemental power. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the distance, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. The tumors on the corruptors were about to complete their third recharge. Now is the moment. With a fierce wave of his hand, Lin Mo roared with all his might. Release. Upturn their foundations. The brilliance of the staffs erupted instantaneously. In that instant, the demon stronghold was thrown into disarray. The ground beneath the corruptors collapsed into deep pits, while other areas surged upward to form mounds. And sharp spikes erupted wildly, shaking violently, leaving them unable to maintain their footing. Roar! The tower shield soldiers, caught in the act of adjusting their positions, were thrown into chaos, their once flawless shield formation exposing countless deadly gaps. Meanwhile, the corruptors, just finished recharging and poised to fire, were thrown into disarray by this sudden upheaval of terrain. A new wave of corrosive beams went awry, several striking their own comrades, causing cries of anguish to echo throughout the demon ranks. This was the moment of chaos Lin Mo had been waiting for. He lifted his head, letting out a wolf-like howl towards the treetops. Leon, what are you waiting for? Shoot! Already drawn and ready, Leon roared, Master Archer ready. Target, corruptors. Arrows imbued with explosive magic. Fire. Whoosh. The deep, resonant twang of bowstrings resonated as one. 500 arrows, each inscribed with golden explosive runes, transformed into a barrage of deathly projectiles, tearing through the air. The arrows pierced through the ranks of the tower's shield demons with pinpoint precision, exploiting the vast gaps created by their unsteady stances. One arrow, imbued with explosive runes, struck true into the unprotected hollow of a demon's knee. A thunderous boom echoed as the towering creature, over 3 meters tall, let out a heart-wrenching wail, its thigh and knee reduced to a gruesome mixture of blood and flesh. Losing its balance, it collapsed in a thunderous crash, uncontrollably tilting forward and exposing the charging corruptor behind it. Now was the moment. A glimmer of determination sparked in Leon's eyes as he released the arrow he had been preparing for so long. The projectile sliced through the air with unerring accuracy, striking the grotesquely swollen green tumor on the corruptor's back. The explosion was catastrophic. The scene resembled a massive watermelon filled with rotting entrails being detonated instantaneously. Green ichor splattered in all directions like a torrential acid rain, coating the nearby tower shield demons in a vile mess. The demons shrieked in agony as their own weapons corroded, writhing in pain on the ground as their once unstoppable shield formation began to crumble from within. Chapter 27. Great victory with one demon falling, another followed, and then a third. Above, the elven archers, wielding their composite bows, became the harbingers of death, each twang of the bowstring heralding the demise of a demon artillery piece. The arrows tore through the air, precise and lethal. In an instant, all marked demon artillery. along with the tower shield demons clad in the armor of corpses, were systematically eliminated amidst the chaos. Findona watched in astonishment, slowly turning her gaze to the man beside her, who had just moments ago been cursing yet remained resolute. Lin Mo flashed a grin, displaying teeth that gleamed white amidst the smoke, and gave her a V sign. It worked. A textbook-perfect team battle. Have we truly succeeded? Findona's face was a canvas of disbelief and ecstatic joy as she beheld the dramatic scene unfold. With the suppression of ranged firepower lifted, the remaining demons were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. The morale of the elves, having been stifled to its utmost, erupted in this moment. They no longer fought as individuals. Instead, they instinctively executed a flawless coordinated strategy. The earth mages continued their incantations, transforming the ground beneath the demons' feet into a hellish mire interwoven with spikes, controlling the battlefield. The composite bow squad took to higher ground, pinpointing and eliminating any mid to high-ranking threats among the demon ranks. The trance steadied their formation, while the wood elves chanted spells from the rear to heal their comrades. Meanwhile, the crossbowmen, in overwhelming numbers, formed a metallic web of fire, ruthlessly harvesting the low-ranking demons attempting to breach their defenses. In no time, the once menacing demon army found itself trapped at the mouth of a dark tunnel, unable to advance a single step. For the first time, the demons tasted the bitterness of being trapped and mercilessly beaten. As the last heavy-armored demon attempted a counterattack only to be felled by Leon's arrow, a mournful, defiant horn echoed through the ranks of the demon army. They abandoned their mountain of corpses and fled in disarray to the subterranean entrance. The war was over. The surviving elves froze for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Many discarded their weapons and embraced their companions tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. We have triumphed. Oh, Divine One. We have truly won. Ha ha ha. Blessed be the Queen. We have survived. Findona hurriedly approached Lin Mo, removing her helmet. Her sweat-soaked silver hair sticking to her forehead, her leather armor smeared with black blood and scratches. Her vibrant green eyes shimmered with emotion as she gazed at Lin Mo. We have won. Indeed, we have prevailed. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, finally relieved to be alive. Findona, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Your Grace, in every previous encounter of this magnitude, we have suffered losses threefold, even fivefold, sacrificing lives just to fend them off. A near-complete victory like today is nothing short of a miracle. As she spoke, she lost control of her emotions, weeping with joy. Lin Mo, feeling a bit flustered, said, Oh, please don't cry. Look at you. Your makeup is all ruined. Oh, you're not wearing any? Then it's fine. At that moment, a throng of excited elves surged around him. Leading them was Master Elder. Once the most obstinate old craftsman, now with a flushed face, filled with fervor and admiration. He approached Lin Mo and, with a thud, knelt on one knee. Lin Mo, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Please, get up. Why are you kneeling? Your Grace. Elder wept tears of joy, clutching Lin Mo's leg. You are not merely a traveler from another realm. You are the Holy One sent by the Goddess of Life to save us. You are the embodiment of holy light. A living miracle. Elder's actions ignited the fervor of all the elves. In the next moment, Lin Mo found himself completely surrounded by ecstatic elves. Yes, Holy One, please accept our most humble and sincere gratitude. They began to stuff his arms with rare fruits, glistening magical gems, and fragrant wooden carvings. Holy One, this is our ancestral starlight stone, passed down for 300 years. My lord, try this sweet berry I just picked. It enhances magical power. Holy One, this is a grass wreath I just braided. It repels mosquitoes. Lin Mo's arms were overflowing, and he was forcefully presented with a handful of grass of unknown purpose. Feeling like a walking garbage bin. Thank you. Thank you all for your enthusiasm, he attempted to express, but before he could finish, several bold elven maidens, their cheeks flushed, squeezed to the front, their delightful fragrance enveloping him. Together, they carefully placed a garland of fresh flowers around Lin Mo's neck. Before he could utter further polite remarks, he suddenly felt a few unwelcome hands exploring him amidst the crowd. Lin Mo, what the? Who just reached into my pants? His body bristled with alarm as he felt like a character ensnared in a web of chaos. Please, everyone, calm down. Let us all take a breath. I appreciate everyone's sentiments. However, the pursuit of personal adulation is inadvisable. We must place our faith in science, or rather, in magic. He attempted to break free, only to find that the surrounding sprites encircled him more tightly, each face alight with fervor, as if proclaiming their desire to bear his offspring. Findona, save me, please, help me. Lin Mo cast a desperate glance towards Findona, the only one who appeared relatively composed. Findona's cheeks flushed as she navigated through the throng, eager to assist Lin Mo in escaping the overwhelming attention. Yet, just as she began to speak, she was sternly interrupted by Master Elder. Your Highness the Princess, please do not disturb us as we express our gratitude to the saint. Without the esteemed saint, we might have perished. Master Elder's eyes sparkled with fervor, resembling a zealot. Indeed, the wisdom of our saint shall guide us to victory. Findona was both amused and exasperated by the scene, standing by as she watched Lin Mo being engulfed by his enthusiastic kin. Chapter 28. The shocked queen for an entire year. This bow is not magic. Evenor, the eternal capital of the Elven Kingdom. This is a grand city built upon the branches of towering ancient trees. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, transforming into countless golden specks that cascade upon the corridors and spires woven from living plants and white stone. Deep within the palace, Queen Alara sits elegantly upon a throne carved from the heart of a life-giving ancient tree. Dressed in a gown of moonlit white, her silver hair cascades like a waterfall, adorned with a crown of mithril twigs. As she diligently attends to the mountain of state affairs, her demeanor both graceful and focused. Your Majesty. A royal captain of the guard strides into the hall, kneeling on one knee. A messenger from the city of Rostia requests an audience. Alara sets aside the documents in her hands, her eyes, imbued with 2 millennia of wisdom, turning towards the door of the hall as she calmly replies, "Come in." A weary yet fervently excited elven messenger bursts into the room, etiquette forgotten, his face a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. Your Majesty. The messenger raises a box tightly wrapped in magically inscribed cloth, his voice trembling with excitement. Lady Findona commands me to present this to you. The captain of the guard accepts the box, using a crystal of detection to ascertain its safety before cautiously presenting it to Alara. With a slight motion of her fingertip, the layers of wrapping unfold. Inside lies a peculiar bow, a compact crossbow, a scroll of parchment, and several oddly shaped arrows. What is this? Alara furrows her brow slightly. The bow's arms are oddly curved, entwined with unknown ropes and pulleys, while the crossbow resembles a child's toy in its diminutive size, ugly, cold, and devoid of beauty, embodying a certain barbaric practicality. Your Majesty, this is called a compound bow and a repeating crossbow, invented by a visitor from another realm, Lord Linemo. The messenger, striving to steady his breath, reiterates the princess's words. Lady Findona said this object concerns the survival of our kin. Visitor from another realm? A human? Several elven elders within the hall exchanged glances, their expressions clearly revealing discontent. A wood elf elder, adorned with intricately braided facial hair, stepped forward and bowed with profound reverence, his voice resonating with the stubbornness characteristic of his age. Your Majesty, Princess Findona is still too young. How can we entrust the fate of our kin to an enigmatic human and these peculiar iron contraptions? Elder Ackman was not mistaken. Another elder immediately concurred, his tone sharp. Our ancestral mastery of the longbow, a divine honor bestowed by the moon goddess, is an art flowing through our very veins. It cannot be compared to these bizarre creations. Ilarii remained silent, lifting the composite bow to feel its cold texture and substantial weight. The design of this weapon completely subverted the elven understanding of archery. As she listened to the discourse, her heart stirred not at all. In fact, she felt a slight urge to laugh. Art, honor, did these antiquated minds have any room left to consider sustenance? When the demonic army besieges the city, will it be swayed by honor or blinded by artistry? Reflecting on Findona's character, she arrived at a resolution. Further discussion was futile. Rising from her throne, Ilarii commanded, "Take it to the range for testing." At the range, an elf renowned as the Son of the Wind stood poised behind the target line, clutching his cherished millennium-old purplewood longbow. He performed an elegant gesture of respect toward the queen and the elders, provoking a murmur of admiration from the noble assembly. With fluid grace, he knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, achieving a full moon's arc whoosh. The arrow released with a melodious whistle, tracing a flawless arc as it struck the bullseye 300 meters away. Elder Ackman stroked his beard, a satisfied expression illuminating his face. Behold, Your Majesty, this is the might of our elven kin, a perfect union of skill and nature. Subsequently, the marksman clumsily grasped the composite bow. Under the messenger's guidance, he struggled to knock an arrow onto the string. This contraption felt utterly foreign. He muttered, sensing that the draw weight was entirely unlike that of traditional longbows. The initial resistance was daunting, yet once he surpassed a certain threshold, the effort dramatically diminished, feeling almost uncanny. With a mix of skepticism, he released the string. Buzz. A sound, starkly contrasting the elegant elven longbow, erupted, a deep, ferocious resonance. The oddly shaped arrow vanished in an instant before everyone's eyes. The next moment, boom! The iron target 300 meters away was pierced effortlessly, a gaping hole appearing. The arrow's momentum remained unabated as it subsequently penetrated the second and third wooden targets positioned behind, ultimately embedding deeply into the stone wall at the end of the range. Nearly half of the arrow shaft vanished within. Silence enveloped the range. All the elves stood with mouths agape, staring blankly at the pierced iron target. Then glancing at the stone wall, the Son of the Wind stood frozen, glancing down at the composite bow in his hands, then at his elegant millennium-old purplewood bow. Can elegance fill one's stomach? Can elegance pierce the armor of a demonic general? This is impossible. Elder Ackman's voice shattered the silence, asserting that there was undoubtedly something peculiar at play, some form of explosive magic unbeknownst to them. Humans excel at such deceptions, he proclaimed. The messenger, neither obsequious nor arrogant, presented a crossbow to him. You may wish to try this for yourself. It is a crossbow capable of rapid fire, devoid of any magical enchantments. With skepticism, Elder Akmond accepted the crossbow, perceiving it as a crude toy in his hands. Under the messenger's guidance, he aimed at a target array situated 50 meters away. Simply pull the trigger repeatedly after aiming, the messenger instructed. The elder curled his lip in disdain and quickly squeezed the trigger, producing a rapid succession of sharp clicks, akin to a ferocious steel beast roaring. In a mere 3 seconds, 10 bolts were unleashed, transforming the line of targets into a veritable porcupine. Elder Akmond remained frozen, still gripping the trigger. Is it over? Did I just fire 10 arrows? Even his most skilled disciple would require at least 30 seconds to achieve such a feat. Yet this unsightly contraption accomplished it in but 3 seconds. His mind went blank, as if forcibly reformatted. Queen Allari rose slowly, striding to the wall where she delicately traced her slender fingers along the arrows deeply embedded in the stone. They bore marks of brutal physical force, devoid of any magical fluctuations. What a splendid compound bow, she mused, turning to face the elder. A spark ignited within her wise and tranquil eyes. Chapter 29. The times have changed, Elder. Relay my command. Allari's voice resonated through the palace with unparalleled authority. Summon all craftsmen. Immediately cease all current tasks and commence mass production of this bow and crossbow. She unfurled a parchment, laying it upon the royal table. Every detail must be replicated with the utmost precision. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Elder Akmond finally regained his voice, stepping forward, his meticulously crafted beard quivering. This is entirely contrary to our traditions. Should we inadvertently disrupt our frontline logistics, the consequences would be dire. Tradition? Allari slowly turned, her moon-white gown slicing through the air with an icy grace. Her gaze pierced through Akmond like two tempered blades. Elder, I ask you, is our tradition to stand idly by as our cities succumb one after another, and our kin fall in battle, one squadron after another? The queen's voice suddenly sharpened, each word striking the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Elder Akmond's complexion paled instantly. The times have changed, Elder. Allari's gaze swept across every elven noble in attendance, her tone regaining its calm, yet imbued with a heavier gravity. What enables our survival is the finest tradition of all. Akmond opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately bowing his head in shame and retreating. The queen's resolute decision set the vast machinery of Avernor into a frenzied motion. Countless precious purple wood, ironheart wood, and resilient metals were transported from the treasury to the enormous workshops nestled within the mountains. For the first time, the elven craftsmen cast aside their esteemed artistry and intricate engravings. They found themselves staring blankly at the cold specifications of blueprints, tolerances, lever arms, and pulley systems. These terms felt more arcane to them than the language of abyssal demons. They resembled children taking their first steps, clumsily grappling with a new and barbaric aesthetic known as industry. Yet, just as the entire city basked in the exhilaration of impending new weaponry, a dreadful message descended upon them like a cataclysmic meteor, shattering the tranquility of the royal city. A piercing scream rent the air. A griffin arrived in haste, and its rider leapt from a height of 10 meters, rolling to dissipate the force of the fall as he charged into the palace. His helmet flew off, revealing a youthful face contorted in fear. Your Majesty, urgent military news. Queen Alara raised her gaze from the initial production report of the composite bows, her heart sinking. The knight knelt before her, his voice trembling with dread. The demon horde has unleashed the earthbound giant serpents, burrowing through the very veins of Lostithia. Their forces have already appeared within the heart of the World Tree. What? With a thunderous roar, Alara sprang from her throne, the report slipping from her fingers. An oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall. In the next moment, a chilling terror spread like a plague. The heart of the World Tree. That was the homeland of Lostithia. If breached, the lives of countless elves in Lostithia would be irrevocably lost. Akmond. Alara's voice trembled with profound shock. Immediately, gather the royal guards, excluding those stationed at the city walls. We depart at once to aid Lostithia. Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Akmond, pale as the queen, abandoned all notions of tradition and stumbled out in haste. The somber and desolate call to arms echoed over Avernor. The flickering flame of hope ignited within the city was doused instantaneously by a deluge of icy despair from the abyss. Countless elven soldiers swiftly assembled from workshops, homes, and training grounds. Yet, as they congregated in the square, a heavy silence enveloped them. A mere 20,000. This was the last vestige of the elven kingdom's strength. A palpable atmosphere of despair and heroism loomed above each elf. Alara descended swiftly from her throne, her maid draping her in mithril armor. She prepared to lead the charge herself, determined to face death alongside her kin. But just as she reached for her helm, ready to don it, another urgent call rang out from the skies. Another messenger. He descended rapidly upon a griffin, landing in the center of the square. His face, a mix of tears, dirt, and unrestrained joy, reflected his excitement. He leapt from his mount and shouted exuberantly, a great victory. The cacophony that enveloped the entire square came to an abrupt halt. All the elves, poised for their impending demise, were as if petrified by a spell. Frozen in various stances, utterly motionless. Alaria, too, was momentarily stunned, her motion with the helmet suspended midair. What had she just heard? A mere figment of her imagination? Your Majesty, the resounding triumph at Lostithia City. We have emerged victorious. Victorious? Had they not just lamented being besieged by the demon horde, facing imminent annihilation? How much time had truly elapsed? From the moment the first messenger arrived until now, merely a handful of hours had passed. Even if the demon army were lined up for the elves to decapitate, it could hardly transpire so swiftly, could it? What did you say? Ilaria discarded her helmet, dashing down the steps to seize the messenger by the collar, lifting him from the ground as she implored urgently, "Speak clearly. What is the state of battle? What of Findona? The demons have been repelled." The messenger, in a fervor, spoke incoherently, his arms flailing wildly as he endeavored to depict the staggering scene. Corpses. Piles of corpses towering higher than mountains. The green blood flowed like rivers. Princess Findona stated that it was Lord Lianma, the otherworldly visitor, who commanded us. With composite bows and repeating crossbows, we achieved a miraculous victory. Our casualties, Your Majesty, were less than 3,000. Lostithia City. A potent blend of charred stench and acrid blood fermented into a nauseating aroma. Yet, overshadowing the entire city was a palpable sense of euphoric relief, bordering on madness. Beneath the moonlight, countless elves spontaneously began to clear the battlefield. Their faces bore none of the somber silence that typically followed defeat, but rather an exhilarating fervor that was nearly uncontrollable. As they hurled the twisted corpses of the demons over the city walls, they laughed and conversed merrily, transforming what should have been a grim post-battle cleanup into a grand celebration. A squad leader swiftly approached Findona, removing his helmet, remnants of dried green blood still adorning his visage, his voice resonating with unprecedented clarity. Your Highness, the battlefield has been cleared. Our fallen kin now rest beneath the world tree, embraced by nature once more. Chapter 30. The Reward of Life as Fruit. In this battle, the elves sustained injuries numbering 13,342, over 3,000 of whom were grievously wounded. Reflecting on the 2,719 who perished filled Findona with melancholy. Although this casualty rate was an unprecedented miracle, the loss of over 2,000 vibrant lives was ultimately irrevocable. The joy of victory was swiftly diluted by a profound sorrow. She gestured for the squad leader to withdraw, silently gazing upon the vast pit where the mound of demon corpses was soon to be buried, lost in contemplation. The deceased elves were to return to the embrace of the nature goddess, while the remains of the demons would nourish the world tree. Just then, a resounding eagle's cry descended from the heavens. A magnificent horned eagle beast landed gracefully in the clearing, as a royal messenger dismounted swiftly, kneeling before Findona. Behind him, dozens of horned eagles and griffins descended, bearing numerous wooden crates. Your Highness, Her Majesty's handwritten letter accompanied by the first batch of supplies for the reinforcements. With a surge of spirit, Findona eagerly took the letter. On the parchment, the Queen's elegant and powerful handwriting generously lauded this victory as a miraculous event worthy of being chronicled in history. She expressed her desire to meet Lianma, hoping that Findona could extend an invitation for him to visit Avenor. At the conclusion of the letter, the Queen emphasized, "Be sure to convey to the esteemed guest from another realm, Sir Lianma, the highest respect of the elven race. He is the most radiant star we have glimpsed amidst the darkness, having earned the friendship of our elven kin. As a token of gratitude, he shall be rewarded with a fruit of life." Findona was momentarily taken aback by the mention of a life fruit as a reward. However, she quickly reflected that without Sir Lianma and the support of his kin, the city of Lostithia might have already fallen. Grateful for this realization, she deemed it fitting for Lianma to receive such an honor. She tucked away the letter and approached the recently unloaded wooden crates. Inside these crates lay a total of 800 brand new composite bows and 800 crossbows, accompanied by tens of thousands of matching arrows. They gleamed with a cold metallic luster, which, to Findona, represented a beacon of hope. The surrounding elves erupted in exuberance. Wonderful. With these artifacts, the demon race shall no longer pose a threat. We shall protect our homeland. They cheered. With these bows and crossbows, together with our own production, the demons will surely meet their end upon their return. They extolled the nature deity and the wisdom of Her Majesty the Queen, their voices rising in fervent celebration as they crowded around, reverently caressing these formidable artifacts that had just proven their might on the battlefield. Findona's spirits soared as she glanced in Lianma's direction, returning home to retrieve a small box. She then soared atop a griffin to the summit of the world tree, which was closely guarded by the elders, and gracefully descended. Approaching Lianma, she said, "Sir Lianma," having extricated himself from the admiration of a group of elven maidens. Lianma inquired, "What is it, Your Highness?" With utmost seriousness, Findona produced a small box wrapped in moonlight silk from her bosom. "Our queen has sent a letter inviting you to visit Avenor at your convenience. As a gesture of gratitude for your assistance, she has prepared a small token, which I hope you will find to your liking." Lianma smiled and replied, "It is nothing. It is only right that we assist one another." As Findona slowly opened the box, a fruit the size of an egg, entirely green and radiating a gentle aura of life, lay quietly within. The moment the fruit appeared, The surrounding air seemed to be cleansed. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? This is a fruit of life. A treasure that the world tree produces only a few times every 1,000 years. It is sought after by the nobility of the holy human race and the high echelons of other races alike. Findona explained, her expression shifting to one of curiosity as she regarded Lin Mo. I noticed that your constitution seems somewhat frail. It must be due to the differences between human bodies and ours. She pondered her words, wary of offending the self-esteem of this great benefactor. This fruit of life, once consumed, would not only double your lifespan, but also transform you entirely. It would significantly enhance your physical prowess and healing abilities, rendering you impervious to ailments. Doubling one's lifespan, a complete metamorphosis, immunity to all maladies. Each of these phrases, taken individually, could incite a storm of bloodshed. Lin Mo's breath quickened, his heart racing wildly. Was this not the ultimate elixir found in Tales of Immortality? In Blue Star, he was merely a debt-ridden wage slave, his vitality drained. The prospect of living to retirement seemed a distant dream. Yet now, a divine fruit that could extend his life by decades, coupled with extraordinary genetic enhancements, lay before him. What a windfall! If Qin Shi Huang were present, he might well have offered half his empire for such a treasure. Thus, the audacious thought took root in his mind, to bring this marvel back to Blue Star. He envisioned presenting it to the esteemed scholars for research. If they could analyze its composition, perhaps even replicate a youthful version, might not the average lifespan of the citizens of the Great Xia soar to 200 years? Having endured hardship, he understood the struggles of ordinary existence. He yearned to shield everyone with his newfound knowledge. Furthermore, armed with this, the plan for a national army of super warriors could be launched, unifying all of Blue Star. Let the nations of Eagle and Jing retreat to their corners. With this in mind, his heart ignited with fervor. Chapter 31, The Fruit of Life Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat, striving to suppress the elation swelling within him, and said lightly, Ah, Your Highness, you are far too gracious. This is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. I have always regarded wealth as mere refuse and divine artifacts as ephemeral clouds. As he spoke, he retrieved the fruit of life from its box, cradling it in his hand. However, since this is a token of your goodwill, it symbolizes the unbreakable bond between our two races. I shall graciously accept it, and I thank Her Majesty the Queen for this reward. Long live the Queen. Findona observed Lin Mo's words of denial contrasted with the earnestness of his grasp, and she felt a mix of amusement and perplexity. Truly, he was an intriguing individual. Lin Mo held the fruit tightly. It felt warm to the touch, as though he were cradling a living heart. He glanced at the fist-sized fruit, instinctively opening his mouth and gesturing with his hands. Although the size posed a challenge, it was not insurmountable. As long as he could hold it in his mouth without swallowing, he could expel it upon his return to Blue Star. Perfect. He was indeed a good person, not hoarding this treasure for himself, but considering his country as well. After all, this was a reward earned through national strategy. To keep it for himself would weigh heavily on his conscience. Lord Lin Mo? Findona observed him, alternating her gaze between him and the fruit, her expression curious. What are you doing? Just eat it directly. Huh, all right, I shall eat it later, Lin Mo replied, feigning a yawn. Now, I feel a bit fatigued. Let us converse further tomorrow. I shall return to catch up on some rest. He clutched the fruit tightly, preparing to slip away. Please wait a moment, Lord Lin Mo. Findona stepped forward, blocking his path. Lin Mo's heart sank. This please sounded all too much like a condition. He stiffly turned around, forcing a smile onto his face. What further instructions do you have, Your Highness? This life fruit, I implore you to consume it at once. Findona's emerald eyes brimmed with sincerity. Devoid of any hint of jest, Lin Mo was taken aback. Such a precious item, must I not select an auspicious day, bathe, change my attire, and offer incense and prayers before partaking? He began to ramble, attempting to buy time. However, Findona shook her head, her expression growing grave. My lord, once the life fruit departs from the world tree, the essence of life it contains will begin to dissipate slowly. The longer you wait, the weaker its potency becomes. Now is the ideal moment. Lin Mo's mind raced. Dissipate? Could it be true? This defied reason, but then again, it was magic. His smuggling plan was doomed before it even began. The traditional customs of his homeland truly held significance. He yearned to protest further. We must first pay homage to heaven, then to earth, and express gratitude to our great nation and its people. Such a ritual would take no less than a day and a night. Surely, that would provide ample time for the elders to conduct their research. Findona regarded him, a glimmer of confusion in her eyes. But my lord, this is a gift from the world tree, a blessing of life itself. Why the need for such cumbersome rituals? To directly embrace its offering is the utmost form of respect, is it not? The surrounding elves gathered closer, curiously observing their hero and the princess. Indeed, esteemed one, do eat it swiftly. Such a rare treasure must be consumed at once. Alas, he found himself cornered. Observing Findona's resolute expression, he realized that today, he was destined to consume this fruit. Would he return home only to be accused of embezzling national treasures? Academician Qian, Academician Liu, Brother Zhao, forgive me. The nation's average lifespan of 200 years was about to vanish in a single bite. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly declared, "Very well. Since your highness insists, I shall not be difficult. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." He grasped the live fruit, preparing to bite into it like an apple, intending to sneak away a piece tucked between his teeth. "Stop, please," Finduona exclaimed once more, firmly pressing down on his hand. Lin Mo nearly dropped the fruit. "What now, my dear lady?" Finduona looked at him, as if she were witnessing a barbarian preparing to mix an exquisite 1982 Bordeaux with Sprite. Her face etched with dismay. "My lord, you cannot consume it so rudely. That would be an affront to the essence of life." Lin Mo was utterly bewildered. "Not allowed to bite? Then how am I to eat it? Surely, you cannot expect me to place it on an altar. Simply hold it in your mouth." Finduona patiently explained, demonstrating an elegant mouth shape to enclose it, ensuring that the essence of life would not escape in the slightest. "Lin Mo, what on earth is this nonsense? Are you certain you haven't lost your mind?" "Finduona, what do you mean by that?" she inquired, her expression one of innocence. Lin Mo, "Oh, never mind then. Please continue." Finduona continued, "Once you place it in your mouth, its inherent magic will naturally dissolve and merge with your body." Lin Mo furrowed his brow, glancing down. "Hold it in my mouth. Isn't that precisely what I had intended? And you mean to tell me this is the correct usage?" He felt as though his intelligence was being repeatedly ground into the earth by the gravitational pull of the Terra continent. Under the watchful gaze of dozens of clear, curious eyes, Lin Mo felt his face flush. Taking a deep breath, he resigned himself to the moment. He might as well embrace destruction, he thought, hastily placing the smooth live fruit into his mouth. The instant the fruit touched his tongue, it transformed into the purest, warmest liquid, enveloping his taste buds before surging forth like a flood, cascading through his limbs. "What the?" Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being electrified. The sensation was akin to drinking an entire bottle of ice-cold cola on the hottest summer day, or plunging into ice-cold water after 3 days in a sauna. Every pore screamed, every cell reveled in ecstasy. His bones crackled, and each muscle felt as though it was evolving and reorganizing. Beneath his skin, it felt as if countless green luminous serpents were dancing, a searing energy coursing through him, threatening to burst him apart. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration nearly compelled him to moan aloud. It was utterly divine. It surpassed any form of rejuvenation he had ever experienced. He felt his consciousness being swept clean by this energy, his body completely unrestrained. He could vividly perceive the impurities accumulated from years of late nights and consuming unhealthy foods being ruthlessly purified and expelled by this verdant energy. His once frail bones were being reinforced by a layer of emerald light, becoming more resilient than steel. Withering muscle fibers expanded like a sponge soaked in water, brimming with explosive strength. Chapter 32. Transcendence. The entire process lasted a full 10 minutes. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though the world had transformed. The air was fresher, the colors more vibrant, and even the breeze surrounding the elven maidens carried a hint of sweetness. "My lord Lin Mo, how do you feel?" Finduona inquired with concern, her eyes gleaming with delight. Lin Mo glanced at his hands, his skin now fair and delicate, radiating a lustrous sheen. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, a surge of explosive power coursing through him. "This feels absolutely incredible. I have truly undergone a transformation." He lifted his gaze to Finduona, flashing a wide smile that revealed 2 rows of pristine teeth. "How do I feel?" Lin Mo cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp pops. "I feel as though I could strike down a bull with a single punch." A 3-meter-tall minotaur in the crowd snorted in discontent. Lin Mo, feeling awkward, coughed and said, "I wasn't referring to you." What an embarrassing situation. He was at a loss for what to do. As he was enveloped in this unprecedented surge of power, a question surfaced in his mind. He had monopolized the reward bestowed upon him by the elven race. How would he justify this upon his return? He could only lament the loss, though it was not entirely in vain. Transforming crucial scientific samples from the Great Xia into personal commodities was indeed a significant loss. However, he had remarkably evolved from a mere underperforming office worker into a humanoid Gundam. That was undeniably a tremendous gain. The fluctuations of life were exhilarating. He felt an immediate urge to return home and have the scientists there draw some blood from him. Lin Mo, adopting a serious demeanor, shifted the topic. With the fruits of his labor gone, he still had a living specimen of himself, freshly invigorated by the effects of the stimulant. He needed to take advantage of this moment to see if he could extract some components for research purposes and perhaps explore the possibility of replication. After bidding farewell to Finduona and the observing elves, he returned to his room. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him, and he fell into contemplation. How could he return now? According to the established pattern, he needed to be in a state of slumber to revert to Blue Star. Yet, he felt so invigorated that he could stay awake for 3 days and nights, his mind sharp enough to compose a doctoral thesis on the spot. The energy within him surged relentlessly. He could not even contemplate sleep. He only desired to find a place to run a 10-kilometer marathon as a warm-up. This was disastrous. Lin Mo's expression fell instantly. He attempted to lie back down, closing his eyes and reciting, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 300 sheep jumping over the fence to queue for the big bad wolf. It was futile. The sheep in his mind were not only lively. Even the big bad wolf began discussing quantum mechanics with them. Lin Mo felt despair wash over him. He had to devise a method, one that would swiftly render him unconscious. Then, a physical solution came to mind. He heard Findona conversing with other elves outside. Eureka! He sprang to his feet, flung open the door, and shouted towards Findona, who was beneath the tree. Findona, my lady. She looked up, her face brightened by a radiant smile. Lord Lin, what is the matter? Nothing much. Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Could I discuss something with you? Please go ahead, as long as it's within my capabilities. Could you come up for a moment? Once Findona entered the room, Lin Mo adopted a serious tone. Could you possibly knock me out? Findona was taken aback. Excuse me? Please. Lin Mo clasped his hands together and quickly laid down on the bed, gesturing towards the back of his head. Could you use your staff to give me a swift hit? Ideally, I would like to be rendered unconscious in one go. At the Ark Underground base in Bayer City, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes in the bedroom of a suite. The familiar white ceiling and the softly glowing bedside lamp greeted him. He was back. Rather than springing up immediately, he closed his eyes again, attentively savoring every subtle change within his body. His greatest concern was that the surging power would remain confined to the continent of Terra. Fortunately, it did not. With the return of consciousness, this body in the reality base surged with the same force. It felt akin to the same game account, where characters on two different servers shared experience points. Perfect. Well, not entirely perfect, for any injury sustained on Terra would also affect the mind. The first time he traversed, he had painfully knocked his teeth against a gemstone, and later was sent flying by a flying beast, leaving him with aches, though fortunately without lasting damage. Henceforth, he would need to be a bit more cautious within that realm. Regardless, this time, he had struck it rich. Lin Rinqing had reached a remarkable state. After gathering his thoughts, he suddenly executed a graceful leap, propelling himself from the bed with fluidity that belied his previous existence as a mere office worker. His body felt light, fists clenched tightly, explosive power coursing through every muscle fiber, igniting an impulse to tear down walls with his bare hands. This overwhelming fortune was finally his. But first, he needed to have his body examined by experts. Lin Mo swiftly seized the red emergency intercom on his bedside, pressing the call button. Brother Zhao, I'm back. Arrange for a medical checkup immediately. I want the most comprehensive one. It's urgent right now. There was a brief silence on the other end of the intercom before Zhao Gang's steady voice responded, received. The medical team will arrive in 5 minutes. Soon after, there was a knock at Lin Mo's door. He opened it to find Zhao Gang standing there, his imposing figure casting a shadow that dimmed the corridor lights. Lin Mo, what happened? I ate a miraculous fruit. Lin Mo exclaimed, gripping Zhao Gang's arm, his excitement spilling over. I consumed something called the fruit of life. It's incredible. Not only does it double lifespan, but it also enhances physical prowess. Hurry, let us draw some blood and see if we can reverse engineer it. He quickly recounted his experiences in the other world. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, reminiscent of a sprint. A group of medical personnel, clad in white coats, rushed in, led by academicians Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin, followed closely by several medics pushing a stretcher. Good heavens! With such a commotion, one might think he had met his demise. Comrade Lin Mo, are you all right? The collective relief was palpable as they saw him standing, vibrant and alive. Lin Mo had no choice but to recount his story once more. Is everything you said true? Academician Qian Jinhua's hands trembled slightly, and his old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses quivered upon his nose. Lu Qingyin, a man of action, wasted no time. He pulled out a handheld scanner from his lab coat and began scanning Lin Mo from head to toe, the device beeping continuously. Absolutely true. Lin Mo leapt twice in place, reaching a height of 3 meters to touch the ceiling. He even delivered a powerful punch to the concrete floor, leaving an impression that left everyone in stunned silence. It is essential to recognize that this is indeed a specialized type of cement, comparable to steel in its own right. Chapter 33. Superhuman Data. Lin Mo, brimming with excitement, swung his fist, the gust of wind from his punch causing the nurse beside him to have her bangs flutter dramatically. Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin exchanged fervent glances, a fire igniting in their eyes. Without hesitation, they issued a command for a thorough and comprehensive examination of him. Surrounded by a throng of individuals, Lin Mo was ushered into a pristine, white medical chamber. An array of cutting-edge instruments emerged from the ceiling and walls, enclosing him in a tight embrace. Lying on the examination platform, Lin Mo gazed up at the dense cluster of sensors and blinking indicators overhead. The last time he experienced such VIP treatment was 3 years prior during a company health check, focused on caring for rectal health. Life, indeed, is filled with unexpected delights. A nearby nurse stifled a giggle, casting a furtive glance at the academicians before hastily silencing herself. The examination persisted for a full 5 hours. Outside the medical chamber, in the command center, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyin, Zhao Gang, and a dozen core scientists of the ARC project were all intently fixated on the enormous screen. Displayed on the screen were Lin Mo's various metrics. Strength test, 11 tons. While an ordinary person could only manage a little over 100 pounds. Speed test, an astonishing 22 meters per second, completing a 100-meter sprint in merely 4 seconds. Next was the neural response test. Lin Mo was taken to an expansive room, where he sat down, holding the tablet provided by the staff, utterly bewildered. Have you played this game before? The staff member inquired. Lin Mo, in a state of shock, nodded affirmatively. That's excellent. No need to learn the rules. Due to time constraints, we can only use this for testing. What appeared on the screen was none other than the game Rhythm Master. The test parameters were set to the highest difficulty, with a 3-minute limit. Please click Start. Lin Mo, both amused and exasperated, took a deep breath and clicked to begin. The song began softly, but after a brief acclimatization period of about 10 seconds, it unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows. Lin Mo's fingers tensed instantaneously. The dazzling array of actions rendered everything a blur. After 3 minutes, as the song began to fade, the test concluded. Lin Mo glanced at the game data, having made only a single mistake. It is noteworthy that this was a game he had played in his youth, not something he engaged with daily like a streamer. Achieving such a score was already beyond human capability. Yet, he recalled a streamer from a few years back who played the game using only their tongue and felt a twinge of inadequacy. At that time, he had wondered why it was predominantly women sending gifts. The staff member retrieved the tablet from Lin Mo's hands and promptly shared the data with the adjoining room. Upon catching a glimpse of the specifics, he was rooted to the spot. A monster, he muttered to himself. Your temporary dynamic vision, reaction speed, and physical coordination have transcended the physiological limits of humanity. This is something even the most elite agents cannot achieve. In the adjacent room, Liu Chengyan's reaction was even more intense. He clenched his fists tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "A perfect evolution. This is no longer human. It is clearly a biological mech, cloaked in human skin." The usually composed Zhao Gang could not suppress a hint of excitement upon hearing the news. As the door of the medical chamber slowly slid open, Lin Mo felt as though he had just completed a grueling triathlon. Exhausted, yet enveloped in an inexplicable sense of comfort, he noticed a circle of anxious and expectant faces at the entrance, and curiously inquired, "How are my data? Is my medical report truly outrageous?" Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, his gaze under the lenses reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Lin Mo, your bodily metrics can no longer be described as mere changes." He uttered 2 words. "It is a leap. Your cellular metabolism, energy conversion efficiency, and neural response speed all have reached an unfathomable dimension." Qian Jinhua's voice quivered slightly. "From a biological perspective, you have theoretically become an entirely new species." Lin Mo grinned and remarked, "A new species? Does that make me the chosen one? Will I no longer have to tread the beaten path?" "Theoretically. Your physical prowess indeed allows you to be the protagonist in any science fiction blockbuster, without the need for harnesses." Academician Liu Chengyan handed over a tablet, his expression exceedingly complex. It was akin to having been constipated for half a month, finally relieved, only to discover that the toilet was clogged again upon bending down. He pointed at a glaring line of bold red conclusions on the screen. "However, a dilemma arises. We cannot reverse engineer this." "What does that mean?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "It means that we cannot extract any effective components of that life essence from your blood, cells, genes, or even from every breath of carbon dioxide you exhale." Academician Qian Jinhua sighed deeply, his tone imbued with the profound disillusionment and helplessness of a scientist confronting an unknown barrier. "To illustrate, if you had a grand feast, we can ascertain that you are now brimming with energy and vitality. Yet, we cannot extract that exquisite dish. Buddha jumps over the wall, intact from your digestive tract." Rubbing his temples, Qian added, "Let alone Buddha jumps over the wall. We can't even find a trace of scallions." Lin Mo's lips twitched in bemusement, a mixture of laughter and tears. "So, after all this, the hope of the entire nation has condensed into this single sapling, me? Thus, my superhuman constitution is a rare, one-of-a-kind specimen?" Academician Liu Chengyan instinctively nodded, his face etched with disbelief. "Based on the current data, yes, we have exhausted all means. And the transformation of that life essence transcends our understanding. It can only be described as magical." "I see," Lin Mo snapped his fingers. "So I have become a human anomaly. You aren't planning to slice me up, are you?" His jest lightened the previously tense atmosphere. At that moment, Zhao Gang's steady voice resonated. "Though we cannot replicate it directly, this does not render it valueless." He approached Lin Mo, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "At the very least, we have confirmed the existence of a divine artifact on Terra Continent capable of reversing fate. Currently, the inability to act does not imply a perpetual state of helplessness. As long as we develop our extraction techniques over there, it is merely a matter of time before we can bring them back." The eyes of the crowd suddenly brightened with realization. Indeed, Zhao Gang approached Lin Mo, his gaze intense. "Now, let us discuss another matter." He surveyed the surrounding medical personnel and stated solemnly, "Let us proceed to the conference room." In the conference room, several military advisors had already awaited their arrival, indicating that Zhao Gang had made prior arrangements. He wasted no time and spoke directly. "Lin Mo, the invitation from the Elven Queen ostensibly expresses gratitude for our assistance. However, I perceive this as merely a pretext. After all, The most precious life fruit has already been awarded to you. Lin Mo immediately interjected. So, the intention behind the facade is not merely the pursuit of pleasure. Precisely. Zhao Gang affirmed. A female advisor added, what the queen seeks to meet is you, the visitor from another realm, along with what you represent for our Daxia. This is both a test and an opportunity. A male advisor took over the conversation. Our composite crossbows have allowed them to experience the sweet taste of technological disparity. The queen likely hopes we will provide further technology, be it logistics or weaponry, to aid them in combating the demon race. This marks a crucial step towards establishing profound collaboration with the elven race. He approached the expansive holographic map, pointing at the ever-expanding red shadows on Blue Star. The deceleration of Blue Star's rotation continues, with the rate of magnetic field decay and atmospheric loss accelerating. The ARC project is merely a temporary respite. We require the seed of the World Tree. Once the rotation of Blue Star ceases entirely, we can cultivate the World Tree along the Dawn-Dusk line, thereby recreating an ecological system. Moreover, even a single World Tree in the current underground city could sustain a perfect cyclical ecosystem of flora and fauna. It would also stabilize the land, mitigate seismic damage, and significantly reduce the technical challenges of constructing underground cities. Lin Mo gazed at the alarming red on the map, and the weight of gravity swiftly eclipsed his earlier levity. This indeed presents an exceptional opportunity. Zhao Gang continued. Your task is to seize this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the elven race, the World Tree, and the entire magical system of the Terra Continent. As the sole connecting point, each of your interactions may unlock a new door for us. Understood. Shall I venture to explore? Lin Mo inquired. Yes, Zhao Gang nodded. With your current capabilities, you are equipped to handle most risks. Remain vigilant, engage boldly, and if uncertain, return for discussion. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. Rest assured. I will carefully gather intelligence and ascertain their demands. Excellent. Zhao Gang smiled, nodding before waving his hand. That will be all for this meeting. Take a moment to rest. There is no need to rush. Steady progress is of utmost importance. Lin Mo nodded and exited the conference room. Upon returning, he consumed the lavish meal that had been delivered. Unable to sleep shortly thereafter, he found himself uninterested in playing games to pass the time. After all, the immersive experience of another world felt far more authentic and captivating, rendering the realm within the screen somewhat trivial in comparison. Shall we take a stroll through this underground base to reacquaint ourselves? It has been such a long time since my last visit. I might as well observe the progress of the underground city construction. Previously, while residing in a rental unit, I relied on odd jobs and manual labor on the periphery of the underground city to sustain my livelihood. To truly grasp the overall progress of the construction, one must ascend to a higher vantage point. As I opened the door and meandered down the corridor, I was quietly followed by two familiar guards as I exited a metallic door. I turned to them, surprised. What are you doing here? One of the guards replied in a subdued tone. Chief, we are your bodyguards. Whenever you venture beyond the designated area, we will accompany you for your protection. I am Wu Suowei, and this is Wu Jiandao. I raised an eyebrow seriously. Wu Suowei and Wu Jiandao. Are you jesting with those names? Wu Suowei clarified. Chief. It's Suo as in lock and Wei as in guard. I pointed to the other guard. And what about him? Wu Suowei responded. His surname is also Wu. His father named him after the film Infernal Affairs because he is a fan. I sighed in exasperation. Well, with you two around, I feel even less secure. Wu Jiandao reassured me. Rest assured, Chief, we are professionals. I quipped. Unless you can't help yourselves? The two looked perplexed. What do you mean? I chuckled, waved my hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a movie came to mind. I wondered how Zhao Gang managed to find these two. Perhaps he thought my eccentricity would make for an amusing pairing? Regardless, having bodyguards certainly mitigates many unnecessary troubles. After all, I believe I could handle more than 10 guards on my own. I took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back. By the way, I wish to see the extent of the underground city as construction. Can you guide me? Wu Jiandao nodded. I am aware. I will lead the way. I nodded in satisfaction, following closely behind him, reflecting. Who would have thought I would one day be addressed as chief? Suddenly, I looked down and noticed, hey, why are my hands clasped behind my back? And why am I walking with a peculiar gait? Wu Suowei and Wu Jiandao exchanged glances. This chief seems rather unorthodox. Chapter 35. Better to bear the reproach of a lifetime than to deprive future generations of their prosperity. After taking the elevator and navigating through a labyrinthine route, we emerged through a metallic door, and my vision was instantly broadened. My pupils dilated at the magnificent sight before me. We stood on an observation deck, surrounded by walls of poured concrete. Ahead lay an immense cavern that defied description. The ceiling, composed of rugged rock layers, appeared to be undergoing reinforcement with modular concrete, suggesting that ceiling work was in progress. Countless engineering lights, akin to suns, hung in the darkness, casting grand beams of light. Below us rose a city from the skeletal framework of steel. I beheld dozens of towering gantry cranes, each over 100 meters high, gliding silently along intersecting tracks. With each movement, they precisely placed entire prefabricated building modules, as if assembling a grand structure from building blocks. Tens of thousands of tower cranes and construction vehicles traverse the city's intricate web like industrious ants. The welding arcs blaze like lightning, and the cutting lasers slice through the gloom. On the tracks, trains laden with goods rush past, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. The entire space is filled with a deep and continuous rumble, a symphony of tens of thousands of machines operating in unison. A defiant battle hymn of human civilization in the face of impending doom. It is a spectacle so grand it defies imagination. Lin Mo gazes in awe, his mouth agape in astonishment. Have they truly excavated the entire underground? Wu Souwei explains, Chief, this underground city, known as Kunlun No. 1, is designed to reach a depth of 2,500 meters, with plans to accommodate a permanent population of 3 million. What you see before you is the construction site for the first phase of the living area and central hub. 3 million. Lin Mo gasps. The place where he previously worked was merely the outermost logistics point of this colossal project, which he had thought was already extravagant. Now standing here, he comprehends what it means to see only the tip of the iceberg. This is not merely infrastructure. It is a replication of civilization within the very core of the planet. Truly breathtaking. Could this be the might of the nation? What is that towering structure in the center? Resembling a great kidney? He points to a massive dome building nearing completion at the city's heart. Wu Jiandao immediately responds, Report, Chief, that is the central support pillar, which will also house ecological dome equipment. Once completed, it will project a simulated natural sky environment to alleviate various psychological issues arising from residents' feelings of confinement. Lin Mo nods and gestures toward a recessed area on a distant wall, which appears jarring and somewhat disrupts the hemispherical structure. And that incongruous section? That is the energy center, which will be isolated from the rest of the city. It houses 3 medium-sized nuclear power stations. One can supply energy to the entire city, while the other 2 serve as backups, just in case. Lin Mo is momentarily stunned. Just as he is about to inquire further, he hears steady footsteps behind him. Without turning, he cannot discern who it is. Zhao Gang has appeared at their side, also gazing at the steel jungle before them. Brother Zhao, Lin Mo exclaims as he turns to greet him. Wu Souwei and Wu Jiandao immediately salute. Zhao Gang waves his hand dismissively and stands shoulder to shoulder with Lin Mo. Isn't it astonishing? More than just astonishing, Lin Mo replies, genuinely moved. I realize my previous understanding of the phrase human determination can overcome heaven was far too superficial. This is not merely human determination overcoming heaven, Zhao Gang asserts with a tone imbued with unwavering strength. This is our choice to forge a new heaven when the old one seeks to destroy us. Lin Mo is momentarily taken aback. Such bold words elude him. At that moment, Zhao Gang gestures toward the ceaseless flow of construction below. Every machine you see, every steel plate, is supported by thousands of people, the finest scientists, the most exceptional engineers, the most skilled workers, and countless ordinary individuals, like you once were, laboring quietly on the periphery. We completed the planning blueprints in just 1 year's time. 2 years have passed, transforming blueprints into the reality before your eyes. Lin Mo suddenly fell silent. Zhao Gang turned his head, seemingly sensing his disquiet. What's wrong? Lin Mo murmured. I recall my former self and the other workers. The common folk suffer greatly. To be frank, he harbored grievances. Life at the bottom truly was arduous. Zhao Gang, hearing this, spoke in a tone subdued by the clamor of machinery. There is no alternative. We are racing against time. Such monumental endeavors for the nation and its people inevitably require sacrifices, much like our struggle against invasion in the past. It is for the sake of future generations, to spare them from our suffering and ensure the survival of our kind. If we do not stand firm and bear the burden, it will be our descendants who endure the anguish. Suddenly, Lin Mo recalled a saying, better to bear the blame of a lifetime than to deny future generations their happiness. Zhao Gang chuckled lightly, one might say so. He inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance. The latest data indicates that the rate of rotational deceleration has increased by 0.03 since last month. While this figure seems trivial, it translates to a 12 rise in the frequency of global earthquakes and volcanic activities. Kunlun No. 1 is merely one of the 36 planned Tiangong-class underground cities. Even if all 36 cities are completed, they will only accommodate over 300 million people. In summary, the nation has made every effort to maintain balance. Constructing additional underground cities would overwhelm the populace and lead to chaos. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. What about the other hundreds of millions? Zhao Gang remained silent for a while. According to big data projections, many more will perish in the next 2 years. At which point we should be able to accommodate them. Lin Mo's mouth fell agape, eyes wide with disbelief. From an initial population of over 1 billion, only 700 million would remain amidst the calamities, and ultimately, just over 300 million would survive. He had grossly underestimated the catastrophic toll wrought by the deceleration of Blue Star. Calculating based on a family of 6, it meant an average of 4 deaths per household. Suddenly, he recalled his deceased parents, a wave of suffocating discomfort washing over his chest. He felt an urge to vent, yet found no outlet for his frustration. Should he blame the state for its cruelty, for witnessing death without intervention? But the nation had exerted its utmost efforts. Was it right to curse the heavens? shaking his fists at the sky. What purpose would that serve? Damn it. He could only curse in exasperation. His previously carefree and indifferent outlook had been shaped by the upheavals of these past 2 years, leading to a resignation towards fate. Did fate wish to see him suffer? Absurd. He was born with an indomitable spirit and chose to smile defiantly. Chapter 36. Setting off to the Elven King City. What's this? Harboring resentment? Zhao Gang noticed Lin Mo's altered demeanor and inquired. Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Gang patted his shoulder. It's entirely natural to feel resentment. After all, one cannot endure hardship in silence without expressing a few grievances. Certainly, many unreasonable occurrences may have transpired along the way. But governing a nation is a complex endeavor. When power is obtained, it inevitably gives rise to corruption, a reflection of human nature that is inexhaustible. One can only apprehend what is discovered, perpetuating a relentless cycle. Lin Mo scoffed. If we catch them all, what would that amount to? Zhao Gang chuckled softly, lightly tapping Lin Mo. You are being impulsive, aren't you? In other words, can you assure us of your own integrity? Perhaps for 2 or 3 years. But what about 4 or 5? Can you still guarantee it? Moreover, if everyone is apprehended, who will carry out the orders? Can we depend on freshly graduated recruits? We cannot afford to neglect one aspect for another. Otherwise, we risk losing significantly over trivial matters. Often, as long as the merits outweigh the faults, one might just turn a blind eye. Lin Mo fell silent. Indeed, if he occupied certain positions, he would not necessarily be virtuous either. In that moment, his prior grievances against the nation diminished significantly, and he found a deeper understanding. Who among humanity is without fault? Human nature is the most intricate, yet the simplest of all. As long as the overarching direction remains correct, all will ultimately be well. Sensing a shift in the conversation, Zhao Gang began to steer it elsewhere. He believed that this dialogue would foster Lin Mo's growth, which was his intention. He pointed towards the colossal steel city under construction, resonating with cacophony, describing it as merely a spark plan, a Noah's Ark for the continuation of civilization. Yet, an ark must ultimately find its shore. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, emerged from his contemplative state, exhaling a heavy sigh as he gazed upon the scene before him. The experience of working on the outskirts and listening to data in a conference room paled in comparison to witnessing this underground marvel being feverishly constructed for survival. Coupled with their recent conversation, the notion of responsibility transformed into every welding spark and every inch of extending rebar, weighing heavily on his heart. I understand, Lin Mo proclaimed. The seed of the world tree is ours to claim. Zhao Gang turned to Lin Mo, patting his shoulder. Indeed, but do not burden yourself too heavily. You are our only hope. Steady and diligent, do your utmost. In the bedroom, Lin Mo reclined on the bed once more, closing his eyes as the innocent and curious visage of Findona materialized in his mind. Fairy Queen, Avenor, I, Lin Mo, have arrived. With such thoughts, Lin Mo's consciousness gradually relaxed, leading him into a tranquil slumber. On the continent of Tyra, in the city of Lostia, Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes and rose from the wooden bed. How delightful! He stretched languidly, feeling an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Grabbing a few fruits from the table, he munched on them as he opened the door. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the radiant Findona among the elves, whose grace, beauty, and noble attire distinguished her amongst the throng. At that moment, she was inspecting the newly arrived composite bows alongside several elven warriors. Your Highness, Lin Mo called out, hastening towards her. Upon hearing his voice, Findona turned, her emerald eyes sparkling with surprise at the sight of Lin Mo's invigorated demeanor. My lord Lin Mo, you are awake. How do you find yourself after consuming the fruit of life? Of course, Lin Mo grinned. I feel as if my eyes see you even more beautifully. Findona stifled a soft laugh. Hee, Lord Lin Mo is indeed quite amusing. Lin Mo chuckled heartily. Princess Findona, your queen has invited me to Avenor, has she not? When shall we depart? Findona hesitated for a moment, surprised by Lin Mo's assertiveness. Do you wish to leave at once? Certainly, Lin Mo replied, thumping his chest. Though patience is a virtue, to keep someone waiting is rather rude. How could I delay in the face of Her Majesty's gracious invitation? After a moment of contemplation, Findona responded, the demon race is unlikely to attack in the next few days. I had planned to head to the royal city tomorrow. Since you are so eager, please wait a moment while I finalize a few matters, and then we can set off together. You will join us? How splendid! Lin Mo exclaimed, delighted at the prospect of having a familiar companion on the journey. Findona's efficiency was remarkable, and within half an hour, all preparations were complete. The group arrived at the designated platform in Lostia for the Griffin's takeoff and landing. Dozens of majestic griffins lay quietly on the ground, their bodies resembling those of lions. While their heads and talons bore the fierce features of raptors, their feathers glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The elven knights were skillfully and gracefully adorning the griffins with their saddles. Findona suggested, Lord Lin Mo, shall we share a griffin? Lin Mo was taken aback. Considering he did not know how to ride a griffin, he felt fortunate to share one with her. He readily agreed. Findona approached a reclining griffin, gracefully leaping onto its back. She patted the space behind her, saying, Lord Lin Mo, you may mount now. Fear not, She is quite docile. Lin Imo stepped forward, taking a moment to assess the creature. It appeared to be a hybrid of lion and eagle, with the front half resembling an eagle, complete with sharp beak and keen golden eyes, while the back half was muscular and covered in a mane-like fur. Its substantial size was comparable to that of an elephant, easily accommodating 2 riders. Lin Imo mounted the griffin, miscalculating his strength and instinctively grasping Findona's waist for balance. A faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks. "Are you settled, Lord Lin Imo?" "Yes," he replied, inhaling the delicate, nature-infused fragrance emanating from the young lady before him, which was particularly pleasant. This was the second time he had been so close to her scent. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Findona adjusted her posture and commanded, "Let us depart." The griffin let out a resounding cry, its powerful wings thrusting into the air. In an instant, they soared upwards. A powerful gravitational force enveloped Lin Imo. The fierce wind rushed violently into his ears and mouth. "Wow!" Lin Imo exclaimed, instinctively tightening his grip around Findona's waist. She stiffened momentarily before inquiring with concern. "Lord Lin Imo, are you all right?" "Ah, I apologize. I am fine. It's just my first experience, and I am a bit unaccustomed," he replied. After Lin Imo finished speaking, he cautiously surveyed the scenery rushing by. The wind howled in his ears as the vast forest unfurled beneath him, with rivers meandering through it, a breathtaking tableau of a celestial paradise. Chapter 37. The Grand Dreams of the Eagle Nation. The Eagle Nation, the capital of the City of Freedom, is situated in the Antarctic, directly opposed to the new capital of the Great Xia in the Arctic. Since the outbreak of the crisis, the Eagle Nation has suffered substantial population losses. Various apocalyptic discourses ran rampant, and the ignorant populace plunged the nation into chaos for an extended period. Coupled with the policy of freedom, many initially resisted relocating to work in the polar regions, offering mere verbal prayers to God while remaining idle. There were also numerous acts of rebellion, street protests, and subsequent skirmishes with other nations, all of which contributed to the loss of half the population. Moreover, conspiracy theorists claim that this was a deliberate indulgence by the government and capitalists. The underground city of the Eagle Nation is planned to have one for each state, totaling 50. With a capacity ranging from 5 million to 2 million, it is evidently insufficient, leaving some people destined to miss this proverbial arc. To prevent future turmoil, it may be preferable for certain individuals to perish prematurely. Originally, the Eagle Nation intended to seize the Antarctic alongside several member countries. However, the Great Xia, the Bear Nation, and the 80 Nation formed an alliance, mutually supporting each other in the Antarctic to fend off the encroachment from the Eagle Nation and its allies, successfully establishing a foothold. This was a source of great distress for the Eagle Nation. For a nation that perceives itself as the global hegemon, it felt as though its territory had been usurped by rivals. As the capital underground city, the City of Freedom is designed to accommodate a resident population of 5 million. Currently, propelled by significant capital investment, it is the fastest developing underground city in the Eagle Nation, with construction already halfway completed. Of course, the majority of this progress is attributable to those capitalists, who are also busy establishing doomsday survival bases within the underground city, further hindering overall construction due to limited resources. In contrast, other states' underground cities are considered fortunate if they achieve even 1/3 of the construction progress. Unlike the practical style of the Great Xia's Tiangang series underground cities, which employs a lottery system for equitable distribution, the Eagle Nation's underground cities operate on a purchase system. One must admit, this is quite capitalistic. Within an office hall, the governor of the Eagle Nation, Mars, sank into a leather sofa, holding a glass of cola while watching a replay of his interview on Fox News. "We possess the world's most powerful military, the most advanced technology, and the greatest companies. Apocalypse? No, this is an opportunity. A chance for the Eagle Nation to reclaim its greatness." He nodded in satisfaction at his spirited image on the screen. A well-dressed secretary entered, standing respectfully. "Mr. President, here is the recent Global Dynamics briefing." Mars waved his hand, gesturing for him to continue, his eyes still fixed on the screen. "Regarding the Cherry Blossom Nation, they are requesting to merge their underground city into our territory, citing their proximity to the underground cities of the Great Xia and the Bear Nation, which has left them feeling insecure." Mars scoffed, "A bunch of cowards. Do not worry, we are by your side." "Secretary, yes, sir." He paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Moreover, the country of the stick has lodged a diplomatic protest with the United Nations." "Goodness, why do they protest every day? What is it about this time?" The secretary struggled to suppress a laugh, stating that they protested against the naming of the 36 heavenly cities of the Great Xia, claiming that the celestial system of Tiangang and Disha originated from their ancient civilization. Mars finally diverted his gaze from the television, his face adorned with question marks. "Mars." He looked at the secretary. "Have these fools' brains been fried by solar winds? Is this truly the time to be concerned about such matters?" The secretary bowed his head. Perhaps they believe this is a crucial step in the struggle for cultural hegemony in the apocalyptic era. "Huh," Mars chuckled, a burst of laughter escaping him. "What a bunch of imbeciles. Let us get to the point. What is the situation with the Great Xia? Have our public opinion offensive and economic sanctions borne fruit? That is what truly concerns him." He missed her. He wished to see a picture. The secretary's expression grew serious. Sir, the effects are minimal. According to our latest intelligence, the construction progress of the 36 underground cities of the Great Xia has surpassed 50% overall. Most critically, their Tianquan City, Yuhing City, and several other planned super underground cities designed to accommodate 10 million people have also exceeded the halfway mark. The air in the office grew still. The smile faded from Mars's face. The advanced technological prowess of the Eagle Country is already stretched thin in constructing a capital for 5 million people. An underground city for 10 million? That is sheer fantasy. Fake news. Mars abruptly sat up straight, slamming his cup of cola onto the desk. It is undoubtedly fake news. They are merely bluffing. Do you have any idea how vast a city for 10 million people would be? Not even God could construct it. And they claim to have completed 50%? Their building standards must be horrifyingly low. Before the apocalypse arrives, those cities will collapse on their own. He stood up, pacing the office, his tone fervent. This is classic dictator thinking. To preserve those useless lower-class populations, they are willing to drag the entire nation down. They do not understand compromise. They do not grasp the concept of cost. They will pay the price for this. Believe me, no one understands this better than I do. The secretary hastily concurred. The president is wise. However, as you know, their talents and infrastructure are always astonishing. Mars snorted coldly, halting his steps. We cannot afford to be complacent. He rapped the desk, instructing those senior spies to keep a close watch. I want to know every move made by the upper echelons of the Great Xia. The future of the Blue Planet will only become increasingly dire. Underground cities are merely a delay in humanity's extinction. We need a new path. Thus, let us send a formal diplomatic note to the Great Xia. Mars pondered aloud. Let us propose that for the future of all humanity, the Eagle Country and the Great Xia should lead in sharing aerospace technology, jointly developing the moon, sharing technology and resources, and striving for lunar colonization. The secretary was momentarily taken aback. Sir, are we truly going to share technology with them? Share? Mars chuckled. Certainly not. However, one cannot deny that they possess remarkable technological advancements in this area, which we may glean insights from under the guise of joint development. Simultaneously, I wish to ascertain whether they might be concealing other cards up their sleeves. He reclined back into the sofa, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As if everything were well within his grasp. The apocalypse was indeed a crisis, yet divine providence would favor us, leading us to greatness once more. Chapter 38. The enchanting elven queen on the continent of Terra, Lin Mo and his companions had flown for nearly 3 hours before finally reaching their destination. As a colossal silhouette emerged on the distant horizon, Lin Mo's breath hitched. It was a tree of unimaginable enormity, 100 times larger than the world tree of Lostia. Its trunk was as robust as a pillar connecting heaven and earth, with countless massive branches extending in all directions, forming floating verdant lands in the air. Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy, casting countless beams of light, countless translucent, elegantly shaped edifices adorned the spaces between the branches and platforms, some seemingly sprouting directly from the massive limbs, effortlessly integrated into nature. Suspended bridges woven from vines connected different regions. Numerous elves rode griffins and other flying mounts, weaving through the city. A waterfall cascaded from an elevated branch, mist rising to create a perpetual rainbow in the sunlight. The entire arboreal kingdom was imbued with the harmonious beauty of life and nature, so magnificent that it rendered one speechless. Wow, Lin Mo murmured to himself, a thought surfacing in his mind. If this place were rated as a 5A scenic area, wouldn't a ticket sell for 88,000? As they approached, 2 squads of elven guardians mounted on griffins, clad in silver armor, flew in from below, forming an orderly escort on either side. The leading captain saluted Findona, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo, scrutinizing him for a moment before giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. They passed through an archway formed by enormous flowers and gently descended onto a plaza at the very apex of the world tree. The moment the griffins landed, a refreshing aroma of grass and wood mingled with the sweet scent of unknown blossoms filled the air. The plaza was paved with polished white jade, at its center intricately carved with elegant life runes that emitted a soft glow. Directly ahead, a grand procession had long awaited their arrival. 2 rows of elegantly dressed elven nobles flanked either side, their expressions solemn as they curiously observed the foreign visitors disembarking from the griffins. At the end of the procession stood a female elf clad in a resplendent silver-white robe, crowned with a dazzling crystal tiara. She stood there quietly, exuding an air of regal grandeur, as if she ruled over all. Her features bore a resemblance to Findona, yet were more mature and refined, her pale blue eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. Her figure was exquisitely accentuated by the opulent robe, embodying a beauty that had been refined through the passage of time. Mature, voluptuous, and exuding a deadly allure, she was none other than the elven queen, Ilari. Uncertain if it would please everyone, Lin Mo hastily dismounted from the griffin, taming his windswept hair that resembled a bird's nest, and straightened his posture. Yet, the instant his gaze met that of the elven queen, a singular thought consumed his mind. Was this truly the elven queen who had lived for over 2,000 years? Such beauty, such grace, such aura. She could easily be mistaken for a stunning woman in her 30s. If one were to trace the family lineage back several generations, one might find ancestors who had not lived as long as she. The beauty moguls of Blue Star would undoubtedly kneel in reverence and seek to learn from her. If Findona was a crisp and refreshing green apple, then Her Majesty the Queen was a perfectly ripe honey peach. Oh, listen, citizens of Avenor. A resonant chant interrupted Lin Mo's reverie. Beside the Queen stood a venerable elven elder, his beard nearly sweeping the ground, unfurling an ancient scroll of parchment in his hands. With a tone reminiscent of a lyrical ode, he continued to sing. The winds of destiny have borne us a guest from another realm. Intrigued, Lin Mo pondered the significance of such a spectacle. He quickly stood upright, letting his hands naturally fall to his sides, adopting an appearance of humility and respect. The elder's voice echoed through the square. He, with the flesh of a mortal, has brought forth wisdom akin to that of the divine. He has enhanced our bows and crossbows, enabling arrows to chase the tails of shooting stars. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the elven nobility, their gazes towards Lin Mo brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. At the back of the assembly, Kalen's countenance darkened further upon hearing such praise, his fists clenching involuntarily. The elder's tone rose, imbued with fervor. On the walls of Lostia, when the shadows of the demon race loomed over the land, he fought valiantly, turning our wicked foes to ash. He possesses the compassion of the goddess of life, aiding us in healing our grievously wounded kin. Even the most stoic of the elder elves were visibly moved. Lin Mo felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Never had he encountered such extravagant praise, especially in front of hundreds of elves. Hadn't he merely provided a blueprint and tossed a life fruit? How had he transformed into a figure of divine wisdom and goddess-like compassion? Did these elves learn their language from wandering bards? In that moment, accolades filled the square, and admiration sparkled like stars in the eyes of many young elves. Oh look, is that the esteemed Lin Mo from another realm? His hair is black, and so are his eyes. How distinctive. A young elven maiden whispered to her companion. Distinctive? Have you not heard the elder? The composite bow he has improved surpasses our longbows in both range and power. A male elf adorned with a ranger's insignia murmured, disbelief lacing his tone. My goodness, that is our most cherished art. I am far more intrigued by his feats against the demon race. I have perused the battle report from Lostithia, which states that a solitary individual managed to thwart an entire squad of demonic beings. Furthermore, there is that intriguing contraption referred to as a mold. My uncle, residing in Lostithia, sent word that the process of crafting arrows will soon become remarkably simple, allowing for multiple reutilizations. Is this truly the case? How splendid. May the goddess of nature bestow her blessings upon him. Listening to the spirited discussions among the elves, Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment and waved his hands gently towards the surrounding crowd. The elves were exceedingly enthusiastic, their effusive praise causing him to feel rather self-conscious. Welcome back, Princess Findona. We honor the esteemed guest from afar. The voice of the queen resonated through the square, rich and melodious, akin to aged fine wine, yet imbued with an inherent authority. Instantly, the square fell silent. Stepping forward, Findona performed a graceful elven salute before the queen. Your Majesty, she addressed with utmost respect. Queen Alara smiled and nodded, extending her hand in a gracious gesture. Findona, my dear child, you have endured much during these times. Her voice held a subtle warmth, almost imperceptible. Your parents, watching from the heavens, must surely feel proud of you. Lowering her gaze, Findona replied, It is my duty to protect the citizens of Lostithia. After her statement, she turned to introduce Lin Mo. Your Majesty, this is the traveler from another world whom I mentioned, Sir Lin Mo. Chapter 39, Becoming a Vassal State? Alara's gaze settled upon Lin Mo, her pale blue eyes shimmering with kindness and scrutiny, as she spoke with a smile. Welcome to Avenor, esteemed guest from another realm. Lin Mo returned her smile and stepped forward, imitating the etiquette of the court. With his right hand over his heart and a slight bow, he proclaimed, Your Majesty, encountering you is akin to the gentle spring breeze sweeping over the meadows, the summer rain nurturing the earth. Your radiance dims even the sun above. It is an honor to behold you. A deeper smile illuminated Alara's cerulean eyes, brightening the entire square. In truth, being over 2,000 years old is not without its merits. One of the elders interjected, bowing in respect. Esteemed Sir Lin Mo, Princess Findona, to commemorate your long journey, the Queen has prepared a banquet in your honor. Please, follow me. The banquet hall was nestled within the colossal trunk of an unimaginable tree. The walls were formed by the natural interior of the wood, and the ceiling was adorned with countless luminescent fungi, casting a soft, dreamlike glow. Lin Mo found himself seated at the Queen's right side, with Findona beside him. He gazed at the exquisite array of at least 7 or 8 pieces of tableware crafted from moonstone and mithril, lost in contemplation. Which one should he use first? Alara lifted a resplendent crystal goblet, her voice rich and melodious, to our guest from another world, and to the great victory of Lostithia. Cheers. Quickly emulating her, Lin Mo raised his cup and, akin to drinking beer, downed its contents in one swift motion. A sweet liquid cascaded down his throat. transforming into a warm flow that invigorated his weary limbs, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from previous days. After several rounds of polite conversation and the clinking of cups, the queen finally steered the discussion back to the intended topic. Lord Lin Mo, the pale blue eyes of Alara observed him intently. Findona inquired. You hail from a realm known as the Great Xia. We are filled with curiosity about your world. Could you enlighten us? The think tank had already devised a strategy, ensuring that the true state of Blue Star remained concealed to prevent raising suspicions that could jeopardize their grand plans. Thus, Lin Mo responded with an earnest smile. In comparison to the magnificent Terra continent, our world is rather ordinary. Upon hearing this, the elven elders present exhibited expressions of intrigue. Our human physique pales in comparison to the races of Terra. We lack the innate agility of elves and the robust strength of dwarves. He paused briefly before continuing. I must express my gratitude for your majesty's generous gifts, which have rendered me less feeble. He gathered his thoughts and elaborated. When we embark on long journeys, we rely heavily on tools. Tools? Alara repeated with keen interest. Indeed, a contraption that does not require the assistance of horses, which we refer to as an automobile. It serves a similar purpose to your carriages, albeit with a slightly swifter pace. Its advantage lies in its independence from fodder, though it can be somewhat fuel-consuming, which poses a bit of a hassle. For even greater distances, we must resort to a contrivance known as an airplane. He endeavored to articulate his description. It is akin to a colossal dragon that lacks magical abilities. It soars high and fast, albeit with a rather loud din. As for combat, he sighed deeply. We are incapable of sensing magical elements, let alone casting spells. We must rely on certain technological creations. For instance, we possess a weapon known as a gun. You may liken it to a rudimentary miniature crossbow, but it requires no effort to draw a string. It fires small iron pellets, and its power is probably on par with the arrows you shoot. He continued, of course, there are cannons, which are simply larger crossbows capable of launching bigger iron projectiles over greater distances. Well, that summarizes our capabilities. Upon uttering these heartfelt words, the elven nobility turned their gaze towards a solitary elf standing in the corner. He slightly shook his head, indicating that Lin Mo spoke no falsehoods. Clearly, at some point, he had employed a truth detection spell. Observing the reactions of the assembly, Lin Mo understood their sentiments clearly. He was aware of their myriad wondrous spells. He was not deceiving them, yet he had not mentioned the possibility of embellishment. The elders whispered amongst themselves, their disdain unmasked. Did you hear that? Their physicality is so frail that they must depend on external means to function. This so-called airplane sounds like a subpar alchemical creation, and they dare to compare it to a dragon? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. It appears that this foreign realm is far more fragile than we had imagined. Aside from that composite bow, the rest likely pales in comparison to the militia of the holy human race, one elder remarked, stroking his beard with a dismissive shake of his head. Queen Alara maintained her graceful smile, elegantly sipping her fine wine, remaining noncommittal, which rendered her thoughts inscrutable. Yet, the palpable sense of superiority and pity within the banquet hall was evident to all astute observers. Findona sat beside Lin Mo, her cheeks flushed crimson, her emerald eyes brimming with a mix of shame, indignation, and regret, while her hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched tightly into fists. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense and delicate. Forgive my impertinence, your majesty, a voice resonated, silencing the conversations within the hall. Elder Valerius of the elves rose, first bowing in a noble gesture before Queen Alara, then turning his gaze toward Lin Mo. A smile adorned his face, his tone gentle. Upon hearing the accounts of our guests from another realm, I am filled with admiration. A civilization forsaken by the roots of the world, unable to perceive magic, yet capable of creating such fascinating inventions through external means. This in itself is a miracle. He emphasized the word fascinating. Without the iron box of Mara, the concept is indeed ingenious. While it may never rival the swiftness of the Griffin Knights, it embodies a commendable wisdom that belongs to mere mortals. Valerius chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly. As for that weapon known as a gun, to compare it with our archer's arrows infused with the essence of nature would surely be a naive misunderstanding of archery. He shifted his tone, addressing Lin Mo directly. Your kin, whose bodies are so frail, may perhaps be inferior even to the untrained militia of the sacred human race. At this proclamation, several elven nobles stifled laughter. Valerius appeared pleased with this reaction, clearing his throat and raising his voice. However, the goddess of nature is merciful, and we elves are equally so. I have a proposal that could be viewed as divine grace for your Great Xia. He opened his arms wide. I propose that our elven kingdom accept Great Xia as our vassal state. The assembly fell into stunned silence. Findona's expression shifted dramatically. The calm demeanor on Lin Mo's face also vanished. Chapter 40. Confronting the elder in front of the queen oblivious to the reactions around him, Valerius continued. You could provide us with those intriguing tools. You could serve as our vassal, lending your strength on the battlefield to expend the low-tier cannon fodder of the demon race. To contribute your power to the esteemed elven race and the goddess of nature would be your supreme honor, as well as that of Great Xia. Oh, just imagine. A civilization forsaken by magic basking beneath the radiance of the Elven Kingdom. What great fortune. Lin Emo, you should kneel on behalf of your nation and express your gratitude to Her Majesty for her generosity and mercy. The entire banquet hall fell into silence, soon followed by suppressed murmurs of agreement. Elder Valerius is truly astute. Indeed, this is their best fate. To become our vassals is a privilege. The expressions of the elven nobles as they regarded Lin Mo resembled that of individuals observing a soon-to-be subjugated servant. Findona's face turned beet red, trembling as she prepared to stand and protest vehemently. A firm hand rested on her shoulder, steady and strong. Lin Mo rose slowly, fully aware that the queen was indulging the elder, testing both his own and the great Xia's stance. If one is weak and easily bullied, the elven queen may step forward to play the role of a benevolent figure, providing an exit for the situation. Subsequently, the cooperative elven faction will gain an undeniable advantage, and the great Xia will find itself in a position of being harvested. The opposing side faces a crisis from the demon race and seeks assistance from both oneself and the nation behind, which serves as one's greatest bargaining chip. Moreover, one possesses merit. Thus, a measured counterattack is deemed necessary. In any case, one must not allow the adversary to perceive oneself as easily manipulable, otherwise, it could lead to further encroachments in the future, necessitating the display of an unyielding demeanor. He turned his gaze toward Valerius. Elder Valerius, is it not? Valerius arrogantly lifted his chin, signaling that one could commence with expressions of gratitude. Please, speak. Lin Mo's expression abruptly shifted, growing cold. If you have yet to awaken, perhaps you should take your leave. Lingering here in a dream is inappropriate. The smiles of all the elves froze upon their faces. This outsider dared to publicly refute a highly esteemed elven elder? Valerius's smile vanished, replaced by displeasure. Lord Lin Mo, mind your words. I am bestowing upon you and your civilization glory. Glory? Lin Mo interrupted with a scoff. I appreciate your notion of glory, but you may keep it to yourself. With your nation on the brink of collapse, speaking of glory is rather nauseating. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Valerius. I am a person of thick skin. Your words do not faze me. However, you must not insult the nation behind me, nor my civilization. Vassal state. Lin Mo's voice suddenly rose in intensity. I must inquire, esteemed Elder Valerius. Without the composite bow and repeating crossbow blueprints provided by us, what fate would befall Lostia? It would have long been trampled by the demon race. You now sit here, indulging in fine wine and delicacies, speaking ill of the benefactor who saved countless of your kin, discussing some trivial notion of glory. You, Valerius, pointed at and berated, trembled with rage, his aged face turning a deep shade of purple, speechless in his indignation. Lin Mo gave him no opportunity to respond. What of you? Apart from standing here displaying your antiquated arrogance, what else can you do? With Lostia in peril, did you offer any assistance? Have you slain a single demon? Now I understand why your elven race has been retreating before the demon horde, merely surviving. If the upper echelons are filled with such ignorant, arrogant fools like you, what future does the elven race truly have? Each word struck at the hearts of all the elves present. Those young elves who had previously echoed agreement now lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Finona gaped, staring dazedly at Lin Mo's towering figure. Yet Lin Mo did not relent. He returned to his seat, lifting a goblet of exquisite elven wine, casting a disdainful smile at the ashen-faced Valerius. To take the victories earned through our aid and turn around to expect us to act as your dogs? What gives you such audacity? Is it Liang? You elves have lived for thousands of years. Have you truly allowed your minds to rot within wood, forgetting the meaning of gratitude? With a violent surge of blood, Valerius coughed violently, a spurt of crimson erupting from his lips, as his body staggered backward. Elder Valerius, consumed by rage, found himself at the center of chaos. The surrounding elves were in disarray, and the banquet hall had devolved into turmoil. Queen Alari, who had been calmly observing from her seat of honor, now bore an expression devoid of her usual composure. Her gaze shifted to Lin Mo, who, once humble and courteous, now radiated a sharp defiance, eliciting a complex reaction from her. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, she slammed her crystal goblet onto the table, the sharp sound cutting through the clamor, plunging the hall into silence. All elves instinctively halted their movements, turning their attention to their queen, whose demeanor had transformed into an imposing presence. Finduona felt a knot tighten in her throat. Lin Mo had publicly humiliated a revered elder, leaving the situation dire. Yet, the queen's subsequent actions left every elf in the hall astounded. She coldly regarded Valerius, who had been assisted to his feet, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. Elder Valerius, you have profoundly disappointed me. A tremor coursed through Valerius's body as he struggled to defend himself. Your Majesty, silence. Alari's voice rose sharply, imbued with authority and fury. As an elder of our kind, you stand before the benefactor who has salvaged countless lives, yet instead of showing gratitude and respect, you cloak yourself in your pathetic arrogance and prejudice, indulging in mockery and humiliation. Is this the hospitality of our elven kin? Is this the elegance and nobility that has been passed down for millennia? Rising from her throne, her magnificent robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. A palpable force enveloped the room. "Look at yourselves," she commanded, surveying the once snickering elven aristocrats, now pale and stricken with shame. "Arrogance, stupidity, short-sightedness, prejudice." With each word, her voice grew increasingly severe. "Have you all forgotten? In the centuries of war, how much land have we relinquished? How many of our kin have perished? We have been driven to this final sanctuary, with nowhere left to retreat. At such a critical juncture, you cling to your laughable sense of superiority. Let me tell you, it is this deeply ingrained arrogance that is the root of our relentless defeats. It blinds us to our shortcomings and causes us to reject all opportunities that could alter our fate." Her words resonated with undeniable conviction, echoing with a deafening clarity. The hall lay in utter silence. The once arrogant elven nobles now bowed their heads in shame, wishing for a chasm to swallow them whole. Valerius appeared ashen, his body trembling on the brink of collapse. He understood that his fate was sealed. The queen's admonishment was not solely directed at him, but at all present. He had become the scapegoat, nailed to the pillar of disgrace for the elven race. Funduona stood by, utterly astonished. The reversal of fortunes was staggering. She stole a glance at Lin Mo, only to find him devoid of any anxiety from the chaos. Instead, he lifted his goblet with enthusiasm, taking a sip and nodding with approval. The expression seemed to convey, "The queen speaks rightly. Indeed, let her chastise further." Her words resonated powerfully, enveloping the hall in a profound silence. Ilariel's gaze slowly traversed the faces marked by shame, and ultimately, she wearily closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the thunderous majesty had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of resignation. She turned to Lin Mo, her pale blue eyes brimming with sincerity and regret. "Your Grace, Lin Mo." The queen inclined slightly. "I beseech your forgiveness for the discourtesy of my kin. I extend my most heartfelt apologies for their recent words and actions, directed towards you and your illustrious realm." Lin Mo hastily set down his goblet, gesturing dismissively with an expression of magnanimity. "Ah, your majesty, you are too kind. Too kind indeed. I too was somewhat impulsive. Please do not take it to heart." Despite his demeanor, he felt a measure of admiration for the queen. Her deft maneuvering, leveraging the situation to chastise the disobedient nobles, showcased her enlightened and decisive image. She effortlessly garnered a favor for herself in the process. Such political acumen surpassed that of the politicians who bickered on screens daily. "No," Ilariel shook her head, speaking earnestly. "You are in the right. Compared to the insincere flattery, I hold your candidness in high regard. Though your words may sting, they serve as a clarion call, awakening us stubborn traditionalists, mired in the nostalgia of past glories." She paused, a hint of fatigue and sincerity gracing her features. "To be frank, your grace, the plight of our elven race is far graver than you might envision." With a wave of her hand, she signaled the unrelated attendants and most nobles to withdraw. Soon, the vast banquet hall contained only the queen, Lin Mo, Funduona, and a few esteemed elven elders of high standing. The atmosphere grew tense. The onslaught of the demon race surged relentlessly. They grew stronger each day, fortified by the resources they seized. Meanwhile, our defenses and resources dwindled daily. In this ebb and flow, the queen's voice fell low and sorrowful. "Our population has diminished by 80% over the course of centuries of war. Every adult elf must take to the battlefield. Our magic and archery seem so feeble before the endless legions of the demons. We may slay 1,000, or even 10,000, but they will come forth in hundreds of thousands, millions. We cannot endure much longer." As she concluded, this regal queen, who had lived for millennia, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Lin Mo remained silent, acutely aware of the heavy despair that permeated the air. This was no mere performance. It was the genuine lament of a race on the brink of extinction. A lineage that had endured for thousands of years now faced imminent peril. The composite bows and crossbows have indeed afforded us a glimmer of hope, for which we are immensely grateful. Ilariel's gaze returned to Lin Mo, filled with hope. "However, your grace, this is not sufficient. We require more assistance. We need your support, and that of your great nation." A spark ignited within Lin Mo. The seed of the world tree holds promise. Yet, his face remained inscrutable, betraying only a look of difficulty as he furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. "Your Majesty, I fully comprehend your sentiments and deeply sympathize with the plight of the nobility." He spoke slowly, his tone heavy. "However, this matter is of great significance. It is beyond my personal jurisdiction to decide. This pertains to the diplomatic relations between two worlds and civilizations. I am merely a representative." In truth, he could have acquiesced immediately, yet it would not align with his established persona in this foreign realm. Should he agree on the spot, it would suggest a lack of discretion, inviting the inference that he was of considerable importance, thus prompting them to seize him. Such an outcome was one he wished to avoid. To be prudent, it would be wiser to maintain the guise of a minor messenger. Upon hearing this, Alara's face momentarily flickered with disappointment, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. "I apologize for my presumptuousness. Nevertheless, I hope you can convey our message. Regardless of the outcome, we will be grateful." Lin Mo smiled gently, assuring her, "Your Majesty's request and sincerity will be relayed in full. Rest assured, my homeland never hesitates to extend a helping hand to true friends." Alera's expression brightened, hope rekindled. As the day has grown late and you have traveled far, shall we discuss further on the morrow? Lin Mo readily agreed. Alera turned to Finona, instructing, Finona, please escort Lord Lin Mo to the edge of moonlight for some rest. Yes, Your Majesty, Finona curtsied. Lin Mo also rose, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. Then, Your Majesty, until we meet again tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Lord Lin Mo, Alera replied with a smile. As they exited the banquet hall, Finona let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest, appearing somewhat shaken. You nearly frightened me, Lord Lin Mo. For a moment, I thought the Queen might cast you from the World Tree. Lin Mo chuckled, confidently responding, that will not happen. I do not believe your Queen to be so short-sighted. Moreover, did you not perceive? It was merely her scheme to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Finona looked momentarily perplexed, asking, I beg your pardon, I do not understand. Lin Mo elucidated. Your Queen's acquiescence to the Elder's provocations is a means to gauge whether I and my homeland can be easily manipulated, thereby securing greater benefits for the impending collaboration. Should she discover that we are not easily swayed, she could leverage this opportunity to reprimand and reform your antiquated nobility, ultimately presenting a favorable deal to me. Finona's mouth slightly agape. She pondered, is it truly that complex? Lin Mo smiled. Such is the nature of politicians. Everything is for the sake of profit. His gaze drifted along the branches to the sky, and he could not help but exclaim, lo and behold, there are 2 moons in the heavens. One is so bright and large. Finona, intrigued, glanced at the sky and, noticing Lin Mo's lack of commentary regarding the second moon, asked curiously, and what of the other? The other is equally bright and large. Lin Mo replied, astonished, turning to her, as if to say, are you not aware? Finona responded. Chapter 42, Learning Magic. Lord Lin Mo, we have arrived. This is the edge of moonlight. Finona introduced, the name is quite poetic. The place truly lives up to its name. It is situated at the pinnacle of the World Tree, the highest point of the entire Elven Kingdom. Lin Mo was ushered into a chamber crafted from living wood, adorned with sparkling gems, and designed to harmonize seamlessly with nature, featuring a grand terrace. As he stepped onto the terrace, he was momentarily breathless. Below him lay the floating elven city, countless glimmers dancing among the massive branches. In the distance, the twin moons cast their luminous glow over the boundless forest. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flora and a refreshing crispness that felt as if it belonged to the skies. How beautiful, Lin Mo exclaimed, genuinely captivated. He was growing more fond of this world. My lord, this is the highest point in the kingdom, reserved exclusively for our most esteemed guests. Finona declared proudly from behind him. That is truly splendid, Lin Mo replied, turning to Finona with a beaming smile and giving her a thumbs up. Please convey my gratitude to the Queen. I adore this place. I am delighted to hear that, Finona said with a slight bow, her emerald eyes sparkling under the moonlight. You have traveled far. The room is prepared with bedding and garments. Please rest well. I shall not intrude further. She curtsied and departed. Lin Mo tugged at his damp collar, having sweated profusely during the banquet while engaging with the elder, compounded by the Queen's formidable presence. Now, having relaxed, he felt discomfort in every part of his body. His gaze fell upon the central bathing pool, encircled by enormous petals. The pool was filled with clear water, with a few glowing leaves floating atop, creating a mesmerizing scene. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Why not try learning magic? In so many novels, one could simply conjure a water sphere for bathing. How convenient. Wait. Lin Mo hurriedly dashed outside to call for Finona. Do you have any further instructions, my lord? Finona paused, turning back in confusion. He looked at her with curiosity and said, Lady Finona, I have an unusual request. Seeing the gravity of his expression piqued her curiosity further. Please, go on, she encouraged. Could you possibly demonstrate your magic for me? I am immensely intrigued by the magic of your world. Finona was taken aback, having anticipated countless requests. Yet this was not one of them. A demonstration of magic? She echoed, perplexed. Yes. Lin Mo nodded earnestly, if possible. I wish to observe closely what kind of power magic truly is. After a moment's contemplation, Finona deemed it permissible and graciously agreed. Of course, my lord. Lin Mo invited her into the room, his face radiating anticipation. Finona extended her delicate, fair hand. Please observe, my lord, with her gentle words. The water in the bathing pool seemed to come alive. A handful of clear water silently rose, coalescing in midair into a perfect sphere. Under her guidance, the water transformed into a lively little fish, and then into a bird poised for flight. Lin Mo's eyes widened in amazement. He reached out to feel the fluidity of the water, marveling. This is truly extraordinary. How have you accomplished all of this? What drives it? Is it your willpower or some magical element in the air that I cannot perceive? Finna paused, slightly taken aback. I merely thought about making it move. And it did, she responded matter-of-factly. Lin Mo pressed on. Just a thought? Can you control its temperature? For instance, can you freeze it or make it boil? Finna tilted her head and complied. Her emerald eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the water swirling in the air crystallized, transforming into a delicate ice sculpture of a bird. exuding a chilling aura. Then, with another mental command, the ice bird melted instantaneously, and in the next moment, began to churn violently, releasing billowing white steam. The water was boiling. Lin Mo stood frozen, his mind electrified, buzzing with disbelief. No heat source. No refrigerants. Merely through thought could one achieve the transformation between ice and boiling water in mere microseconds. Truly magical. Was the heat generated by manipulating the molecular structure of water? Did ice result from reducing the activity of water molecules? Finna's voice quivered as she spoke. He stepped closer, gazing intently at her. Then at the docile stream of water at her fingertips, filled with longing. Teach me. Finna, startled by his sudden movement, instinctively took a half-step back, her cheeks flushing. Teach you what? Teach me magic. I wish to learn. Lin Mo pointed at the water stream. I want to try if I can do it too. Finna was utterly taken aback. She opened her mouth, somewhat hesitantly stating, My lord, magic requires talent. Our elven kind can naturally communicate with the elements. And for larger spells or techniques, one must chant incantations. As for the holy human race, they too must possess an affinity for magical elements coupled with learning. How can one know without trying? Lin Mo's gaze was resolute. There must be a methodology, right? How did you begin? Meditation? Chanting? If I learn, daily life would be so much easier, not just for washing, but also having water to drink at any time. Back in the mundane world of Blue Star, showcasing such abilities would surely astonish anyone. Seeing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Finna nodded reluctantly. All right, give it a try. She patiently explained. First, you must close your eyes and empty your mind, feeling the elements flowing in the air. They are like a gentle breeze, like a stream, omnipresent. Then, attempt to touch them with your mind, establishing a connection. Finally, envision the effect you desire in your heart. If you can manifest it, it indicates your magical affinity. And thereafter, you can learn techniques and spells to enhance your power. Lin Mo took a deep breath, mimicking her actions, and closed his eyes. He emptied his mind and focused, striving to sense. A minute passed. Aside from the wind, there was nothing. 2 minutes passed. He felt his legs growing a bit numb. 3 minutes passed. Lin Mo opened his eyes and shook his head, expressing his inability to perceive anything. Is there any more specific guidance? He inquired. Funduona scratched her head and replied, Just feel with your heart. After much effort, Lin Mo ultimately had to concede defeat. The elemental mages of the elven race appeared to possess an innate gift. Perhaps he might explore the methods of the holy human race in the future. Chapter 43. 3 Proposals for the Great Xia in the underground base of Ark in Bayer City. Lin Mo opened his eyes. The fragrant aroma of the world tree's flora had vanished. Before him lay monotonous walls, and the regular hum of the ventilation system filled his ears. He shook his head, dispelling the hazy sensations of the two intersecting worlds. He pressed the communicator at his bedside. Brother Zhao, I'm back. 15 minutes later. After a refreshing shower and a change into dry clothing, Zhao Gang awaited him outside the door, flanked by 2 guards who stood at attention. Zhao Gang entered the room, and Lin Mo graciously pulled out a chair for him. Speak, what is the significant matter? Lin Mo handed him a cup of hot water. An epic diplomatic incident. Without unnecessary elaboration, he recounted the events of the banquet in the Elven King's city in one breath. From Elder Valerius's arrogance to his own retort, and then Queen Alara's opportunistic exploitation of the situation, culminating in a sincere plea for assistance. After finishing his narrative, he took a large gulp from his cup. Zhao Gang listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. Once Lin Mo concluded, he spoke, his voice imbued with approval. Well done, splendidly executed. In the face of such deep-seated arrogance, retreat would only invite contempt. A smile graced Zhao Gang's lips. Your rebuke has showcased the spirit of our great Xia. More importantly, it has provided that elven queen with an opportunity to reorganize internally and suppress the hardliners. From the outcome, you facilitated a political reshuffling for her, executed with remarkable finesse. He indeed. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, relieved not to have brought shame upon his nation. However, Zhao Gang's expression darkened abruptly, the previous hint of mirth vanishing without a trace. Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his knees and fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Mo. You, my boy, were far too reckless. Have you considered what might happen if that queen's mind is akin to Valerius's, or if she cannot control these individuals? What would be the consequence of publicly humiliating an elven elder? Zhao Gang's demeanor was grave. You may not return. I must emphasize once more, your safety is the highest priority of the New Hope project. Without exception, you are not a soldier charging into battle. You are the sole bridge between us and that world. Perhaps even the hope for the continuation of Blue Star civilization. We cannot afford to take such risks. The concern and apprehension in Zhao Gang's eyes were unmistakable. Lin Mo felt a warm surge within him. This was not reproach. It was a testament to his significance to the nation. He smiled gently. I understand, Brother Zhao. I mentioned earlier that I was confident in my actions, and I will take care to ensure my safety. That's good to know. Zhao Gang's expression softened as he leaned back into his chair. He tapped the table and shifted back into a professional demeanor. Regarding the comprehensive cooperation request from the Elven race, during your meeting with the Queen, a collaborative think tank consisting of the general staff, the Academy of Sciences and the Strategic Support Department has devised a preliminary plan. Lin Mo immediately straightened his posture. Zhao Gang activated the tablet, revealing a title on the screen. Firstly, Industrial Enlightenment. The craftsmanship of elven weaponry resembles art rather than industrial products, resulting in inefficiency reliant on a handful of masters. This is untenable. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Gang displayed clear engineering blueprints on the screen. We propose a simplified industrial flowchart, ensuring their existing technology can be realized. From high-efficiency charcoal blast furnaces and hydraulic hammers to standardized components for bows and crossbows. Along with an arrow production line, the objective is singular: to enable them to achieve replicable, standardized semi-automated production using their existing materials and magic. This will liberate their artisans from mere blacksmithing, allowing them to focus on crafting more intricate components and research. Let the masters engage in masterful endeavors, while machines perform mechanical tasks. Zhao Gang raised a second finger, and the screen transitioned. Secondly, ideological innovation. Their tactics remain mired in phalanx confrontations. Facing the demonic horde's wave tactics is tantamount to courting death. The screen displayed the covers of The Art of War and On Protracted Warfare, alongside illustrations of modern military training. We will compile a selection of classic tactical textbooks, ranging from concentrating superior forces to guerrilla warfare strategies of retreating in the face of enemy advances, which you will verbally translate for them. Simultaneously, we will provide a complete soldier training system. We shall instruct them in formation drills, the three-man combat team coordination, transforming those solitary elven rangers into a disciplined military force. Lin Mo listened with growing excitement, envisioning the elves marching in unison, chanting 1, 2, 1. Thirdly, information superiority. Zhao Gang's finger glided across the screen, revealing schematics for telescopes, tactical sand tables, and mapping tools. We will furnish them with the methods to produce these auxiliary tools, enabling them to see farther and command more accurately, ensuring that warfare is no longer a chaotic affair. Upon concluding, Zhao Gang set the tablet aside and gazed intently at Lin Mo. According to the data model projections, once these 3 steps are implemented, the overall combat capability of the elven race could potentially double based on their current foundation. Lin Mo was taken aback. So high? This is still a conservative estimate. The actual results could be even more profound. Zhao Gang smiled, his expression radiating absolute confidence in civilization. Let us not forget how, in our most desperate times, we transformed a seemingly insurmountable disadvantage into a bright new dawn with mere millet and rifles. Lin Mo felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the amalgamation of these fundamental elements would yield a chemical reaction. He nodded emphatically. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Zhao Gang responded affirmatively. Yet his tone grew grave once more. He rose and walked to the porthole, gazing at the simulated blue sky and white clouds outside. However, this plan merely extends their lifespan. It may grant them a few more years, perhaps a decade, and save countless lives, buying us more time. The fervor that had ignited in Lin Mo was doused by this cold reality. His brow furrowed tightly. Is merely prolonging their existence enough? Is there no possibility of a counteroffensive? Zhao Gang shook his head, his expression grave. According to the intelligence you provided, the demonic race possesses an overwhelming scale, war potential, and advanced combat capabilities that could easily crush the entire Terra continent. Should the demons perceive the elves' resolve hardening, they would merely need to assemble double or triple their forces to gnaw at this newfound resilience. At that juncture, the elven race would remain isolated and defenseless, facing annihilation as merely a matter of time. Unless what? Lin Mo inquired eagerly. Zhao Gang paused for a moment, turning to face him. Unless a brand new, formidable third-party force capable of overturning the chessboard enters the fray. A power from outside to break the stalemate and thoroughly disrupt the battlefield. He articulated each word carefully. For instance, us, the soldiers of the Great Xia. Of course, this hinges on our ability to cross over. Chapter 44. The Cost of the World Tree Seed. The next day, Lin Mo awoke on a bed fashioned from a colossal leaf and soft moss. His bones felt luxuriously relaxed, as though he were sleeping upon clouds. Reflecting on the magical experience from the previous night, he couldn't help but marvel at its efficacy. Stretching and yawning, he emerged from his chamber, ready to breathe in the fresh air on the terrace. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door startled him, and he turned to answer it. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of Findona approaching him, carrying a basket of crystalline fruits that looked utterly delectable and tantalizing. Good morning, Findona. Lin Mo greeted her with vigor. With a gentle smile, Findona replied, what a coincidence. Lord Lin Mo, this is breakfast prepared especially for you. She lifted the vine-woven fruit basket slightly. Lin Mo accepted the basket, plucking a plump purple berry and popping it into his mouth, where the juicy essence burst forth, filling his palate with a delightful fragrance. As he savored the fruit, he gave Findona a thumbs up, exclaiming, the fruits here are utterly irresistible. They are simply divine. Findona's eyes sparkled as she smiled softly. I'm glad you enjoy them. Our elven race is never short of fruits. Feel free to indulge. After a brief pause, she continued, Her Majesty the Queen and several esteemed elders are awaiting your presence at the royal court. Let us make haste. Very well, I shall eat as I walk. Lin Mo replied, not hesitating to stuff more fruit into his mouth as he followed Findona's lead towards the royal court. Along their path, numerous elves cast curious glances in their direction. Clearly, word had spread about the arrival of a human who was not of the holy race, and many blinked in astonishment at Lin Mo. He was accustomed to such attention. Moreover, these elves were ethereal beings of great wisdom, strikingly beautiful and adorned with gemstone accessories, making for a captivating sight. Most notably, the female elves wore minimal clothing that accentuated their splendid figures, typically made from woven vines and leaves, while a select few donned exquisite garments crafted in the style of the holy race. As the two traversed the immense branches of the world tree, the surrounding railings provided Lin Mo with a profound sense of security. The elven royal court, much like the day prior, exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Queen Elrari sat regally upon her gem-encrusted throne, flanked by esteemed elders of high standing. Among them was the sharp-tongued Valerius, whose complexion appeared ashen. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, he let out a disdainful snort and averted his gaze. Lin Mo, however, paid him no heed, treating him as if he were but air. He swaggered to the center of the royal court, swallowing the last piece of fruit he had been savoring, and contentedly clapped his hands. Your Excellency Lin Mo, I trust you rested well last night. Queen Elrari inquired with a smile. Lin Mo grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I rested splendidly indeed. I must extend my gratitude to Master Findona for her exquisite craftsmanship. Master Findona's craftsmanship? Queen Elrari and the elders were taken aback, their attention swiftly drawn to the blushing Findona standing nearby. Findona's cheeks flushed crimson, as if the very blood coursing through her veins had surged to her face, leaving her feeling almost overwhelmed by the heat. Yet, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the young lady's embarrassment, waving his hand dismissively. It's all trivial. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Regarding the assistance you mentioned yesterday, I have communicated with my nation. The mention of assistance and nation captured the immediate attention of all the elves within the court. All eyes shifted from the nearly fainting Findona to Lin Mo. Has your nation reached a decision? Queen Elrari's tone was calm, yet her fingers gripped the armrests of her throne, turning pale, betraying her inner tension. After all, this was a matter that hung in the balance for the fate of the entire elven race. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Lin Mo said with a slight smile, his usual jovial demeanor momentarily subdued. Our great Xia is a civilization that cherishes peace and is eager to lend aid. After careful consideration of my report, they have agreed to extend assistance to the elven race, aiding your nobility in navigating these trying times. At these words, the previously taut atmosphere in the royal court relaxed significantly. The oppressive silence was broken by a subtle, collective sigh of relief. A genuine joy illuminated Queen Elrari's face, and even the few elders who had maintained stern expressions began to soften their brows. Wonderful. The queen's voice quivered slightly as she rose slightly from her throne. On behalf of the entire elven race, I express our deepest gratitude for your civilization's timely assistance in this dire moment. She resumed her seat, gazing earnestly at Lin Mo. Now, as a gesture of reciprocity, what might your side require from us? Indeed, you are quite astute. Lin Mo cleared his throat with satisfaction. My country is filled with curiosity about all things on the continent of Terra. I have vividly described the grandeur and marvel of the world tree to them, and they were all in awe, perceiving it as a miracle of the Creator. He paused before continuing. Thus, they desire a seed of the world tree for the purposes of cultivation and research. World tree seed? The smile that had just blossomed on Queen Elrari's face froze instantly. Her dark brows furrowed deeply, and the atmosphere within the court, which had only just begun to thaw, seemed to crystallize into an icy silence at that moment. Even the perpetually embarrassed Findona abruptly lifted her head, her emerald green pupils brimming with astonishment as she gazed at Lin Mo. The silence endured for merely a second. In the next moment, a wave of suppressed commotion erupted from the elders' seats. What? The seed of the world tree? This is utterly impossible. The world tree is the foundation of our kin, the very source of life. This demand is excessively outrageous. It is akin to a lion's insatiable appetite. The elders murmured amongst themselves. Although no one dared to confront Lin Mo directly after yesterday's reprimand, their glances towards him were laden with wariness and displeasure. The elder Valerius, who had been chastised, now wore a smirk of schadenfreude, as if to say, "See, I knew these outsiders harbored nefarious intentions." The Queen's voice grew somber. Your Highness, do you comprehend the implications of this? The world tree is not only our ally but also the very sanctuary upon which our race relies for survival. The condensation of each seed necessitates a tremendous expenditure of the world tree's primal essence, potentially plunging it into a state of weakness lasting a century. The cost is exorbitant. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo was taken aback. How could the price of a single seed resemble the burdensome gestation of 10 months? Chapter 45. Too much, not enough space. Concerning the survival of humanity, he resolved that he must devise a means to procure it. Thus, he nodded. Adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. I understand. I merely presented their thoughts. Whether to proceed rests with you. That said, before making a final decision. I would like to see the seed with my own eyes. It is customary to inspect the merchandise before negotiating the price. Queen Ellery pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Very well. Please, follow me. She rose and exited the royal court. The assembly of elders remained seated, unmoved. Findona, could you enlighten me about the world tree seeds? For instance, the methods of cultivation? Lin Mo inquired curiously, trailing behind the queen. Upon hearing this, Findona softly began to elucidate. The cultivation of the world tree is, in fact, quite simple. It requires a unique, energy-rich vein to take root. And then it must be continuously nourished with energy. The more pure and abundant the energy provided, the swifter its growth. Energy vein. Lin Mo's heart sank. In the scientific realm of Blue Star, where could one possibly locate such an extraordinary vein? Nevertheless, there was no point in dwelling on that now. Securing the seed was paramount. Those research enthusiasts would surely find a solution, even if the original could not be cultivated. Creating a grafted or hybrid version of the world tree should not pose a significant problem, right? The trio emerged outside, where a land woven from vines awaited, ready to descend with them. The vines swiftly lowered from the apex of the world tree to the ground. As Lin Mo disembarked from the vine, he marveled. Your vine elevator is quite impressive. Oh, an elevator? The queen could not suppress her curiosity. Indeed, we have a device back home that operates on electricity, capable of transporting people up and down. He gestured with his hands to illustrate the motion. The queen nodded, leading him to the ground beside a colossal trunk that could only be encircled by 300 million cups of fragrant milk tea. In a hushed tone, she murmured an incantation, and they traversed a barrier woven from vines and magic, entering the very roots of the world tree. This was the core of the world tree. Countless roots emanated a gentle, life-infused glow, coalescing at the top where a seed lay quietly, radiating an ethereal light. It was perfectly round, shimmering with vibrant hues. Adorned with intricate and arcane patterns, its vitality so potent it almost seemed tangible. Yet, Lin Mo could scarcely believe his eyes. This seed was the size of a football. He began to pray fervently, hoping it was merely a shell, with the seed contained within. My lord Lin Mo, this is indeed the seed of the world tree. As if responding to Lin Mo's silent plea, the queen delivered a crushing revelation. His heart sank into despair. This was not merely a seed, it was a fruit. Lin Mo was at a loss. He had envisioned a seed of considerable size, perhaps akin to a bird's egg or a large grenade. But he had never anticipated that its dimensions would surpass the limits of human capacity to accommodate. How could he transport this? It's rather large, do bear with me, he thought. Queen Alara seemed oblivious to Lin Mo's distress as she gazed at the seed, softly stating, My lord Lin Mo, do you see? This seed of the world tree represents the hope for the continuation and development of our kin. It is crucial we exchange it for assistance. I must confer with the elders. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo hastily acquiesced, nodding earnestly, his demeanor serious. Indeed, I too must return to consult with my nation. After all, such a precious seed necessitates an assessment of our capability to nurture it. We cannot betray your esteemed intentions. His mind was a tumult of confusion. The first step of his plan had become entangled in logistics. This transaction was in jeopardy. If it could not be brought back, alternative trades would be required. At the Ark underground base in Bayer City, Lin Mo abruptly awoke, his consciousness returning to his familiar form, and he sprang from his bed. Grabbing the intercom on the nightstand, he called out, Brother Zhao, I have returned. We need to convene the team meeting, immediately. Under the Queen's direction, he had been escorted by Finduona for a tour of Avenor. Throughout the journey, Lin Mo was preoccupied, and after a quick meal, he hurried into slumber during the afternoon nap, eager to relay the news. A few minutes later, as he entered the conference room, Zhao Gang, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyin, and several other dignitaries were seated, their expressions grave. What has happened? Zhao Gang inquired in a low voice, prepared for any grim tidings. Lin Mo recounted everything he had witnessed in the Elven court in one breath. Thus it stands, he gasped, collapsing into a chair. The seed is the size of a football. Moreover, it requires special energy veins for cultivation. Now, the queen is hesitating. And I am using the pretext of needing to return for a discussion to temporarily stall the situation. Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his reading glasses, his graying brows knitting together in a knot of concern. A football-sized object? This exceeds our expectations. It is physically impossible to transport such a thing orally. In an instant, the entire conference room erupted with questions. What is the size? Are there specific measurements available? What about the material density? What is the radiation intensity? Is the energy vein akin to the crystalline mines of our blue planet, or some sort of radioactive element-rich zone? Can we analyze its composition? Is it possible to slice it open? Could we bring back smaller pieces? No. Academician Lu Qingyin slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his defiant gaze now ablaze with fervor. The seed of the world tree is far too precious. If we disrupt its life structure, we may never obtain another seed. We cannot afford this risk. Then what do you propose? A physicist countered. Surely we can't have Comrade Lin Mo dislocate his jaw? Even if that were done, it wouldn't fit. Why not? Lu Qingyin retorted, startling everyone. Jaw dislocation and realignment are routine procedures in modern medicine. I believe we can take this risk. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, sensing his jaw grow cold. Goodness, you scientific madmen are truly audacious. Absolutely not. Zhao Gang immediately dismissed this proposal. I have stated that Comrade Lin Mo's safety is our highest priority. Any plan that endangers him is off the table. Lu Qingyan wanted to argue further. But upon encountering Zhao Gang's resolute gaze, he could only sit back down in disappointment. A brief silence enveloped the conference room as everyone racked their brains, grappling with this seemingly insurmountable dilemma. Time ticked away, and Lin Mo's heart sank little by little. Is it truly the case that humanity's future could be suffocated by a seed the size of a football? Chapter 46. Are you suggesting we do not deploy troops? Lu Qingyan suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, slapping his thigh with fervor, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Mo, causing Lin Mo to shudder. I have an idea. It is somewhat challenging, but theoretically feasible. Speak, Zhao Gang urged succinctly. Lu Qingyan rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. We can place it inside Lin Mo's abdomen. Lin Mo sputtered, spitting out the sip of water he had just taken. Inside my abdomen? Do you think I am a kangaroo? This is absurd. Academician Qian Jinhua also found this notion far too outlandish. No, I am not being absurd. Lu Qingyan insisted eagerly. What I mean is, through a minimally invasive procedure, we can create an incision in Lin Mo's abdominal cavity, carefully insert the seed, and then suture it. There is ample space in the abdominal cavity to accommodate an object the size of a football. Once he returns, we can immediately perform surgery to extract the seed. Throughout the entire process, we will employ the nation's top surgical team, using the finest equipment and medications to minimize the risks. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Qingyan's audaciously near-mad proposal. Undergoing surgery to traverse to another world, and then inserting a spherical object the size of a soccer ball into one's abdomen, only to return and extract it later? This notion seems less rooted in science and more akin to a cultic sacrifice. Just as Zhao Gang was about to decline with the same rationale, Lin Mo spoke up. I shall do it. His voice resonated like a powerful explosion within the conference room, drawing the astonished, admiring, and somewhat pained gazes of all present. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Mo, stating, Lin Mo, there is no need for such a sacrifice. Your safety is paramount. I have made my decision. Lin Mo replied, lifting his head with a wry smile. It's merely a matter of inserting a ball into my abdomen. It's not a significant issue. In my football days, I even used my belly to stop the ball. He attempted to lighten the atmosphere with humor, but no one found it amusing. Zhao Gang stared at him for a long moment before nodding gravely. Very well. On behalf of the people and the nation, I thank you. Rest assured. I will personally oversee the matter, assembling the finest medical resources in the country to ensure everything goes flawlessly. When you return with the seed, I shall personally honor you as a national hero. Lin Mo forced a smile. The designation of hero mattered little to him. His primary concern was that the surgeon would not be the madman Lu Qingyan. He feared that as soon as he was anesthetized, that lunatic would wield a scalpel, salivating while murmuring, my precious. Upon returning to the Terra continent, Lin Mo felt his gait was slightly off. Although the ball had yet to be inserted, the psychological effect had already caused him to subconsciously protrude his abdomen, resembling a 3-month pregnant woman. He proceeded directly to the Elven royal court. Queen Alara and the elders had evidently concluded their urgent meeting. As both parties took their seats once more, the atmosphere was even more solemn than before. Your Excellency Lin Mo, Queen Alara began, her expression grave and her verdant eyes filled with determination. We have deliberated and agreed to your terms. Lin Mo's heart swelled with joy, but the Queen's tone shifted. However, we also have a condition. Lin Mo gestured for her to continue. The Queen rose and approached a large map of the Terra continent, her slender finger pointing to a city northeast of the Elven capital, the city of Emerald Leaf. It was once our most prosperous territory and a vital bastion in the east. 2 years ago, it was besieged by the demon race, resulting in the tragic demise of countless compatriots. Now, it has become a forward base for their attacks into our heartland, with innumerable mineral resources being extracted, while the world tree suffers under their devastation. Turning to gaze intently at Lin Mo, the Queen declared, my condition is that the Great Xia must assist us in reclaiming the city of Emerald Leaf. This demand was both reasonable and justifiable, and Lin Mo promptly acquiesced, stating, no problem. We accept the condition to recover the city of Emerald Leaf. With the initial intentions finally established, the atmosphere in the royal court lightened somewhat. A smile once again graced Queen Alara's face. Splendid. Your decisiveness is truly commendable, Your Excellency Lin Mo. She returned to her throne, her eyes brimming with anticipation. When, may I ask, will your civilization be able to dispatch troops for our aid? Though Lin Mo had described humanity as feeble the previous night, including his own physical prowess, which was scarcely superior to that of a young elf, she believed that without the enhancement of the life fruit, a mere gust of wind could easily sweep Lin Mo away. Nevertheless, the intervention of a new civilization would undoubtedly introduce a fresh force into the fray, particularly as she recalled the blueprints for the crossbows and the improved arrows and production processes that Lin Mo had provided. She felt a sense of wonder at the potential of what was termed technology. However, Lin Mo's response left them all momentarily speechless. "We can commence at any time," he declared confidently. "But Your Majesty, you may have misunderstood us. Our daxia does not deploy troops directly." "What?" Queen Illyriai's smile froze. "Not deploying troops?" The hot-tempered elder Valerius erupted, exclaiming, "What kind of aid is that? Are you jesting with us, sir?" The other elders mirrored his agitation. To them, having expended great resources and relinquished their most cherished world tree seeds, to receive no military support in return was tantamount to a deception. "Certainly not," Lin Mo retorted firmly, directing his gaze towards Queen Illyriae. "Your Majesty, please allow me to elucidate. We from Daxia genuinely wish to send troops to assist you. I implore you to believe in our sincerity." He spread his hands. "However, the predicament lies in the fact that I inadvertently fell into a spatial turbulence to arrive here. My connection with Daxia is solely through slumber. Our army truly cannot reach you. Can you comprehend? But this does not imply that we are powerless. We can offer a comprehensive strategy for warfare that will enable the elven race to decisively vanquish the demon horde." He rose, poised to expound upon the three-step strategy meticulously crafted overnight by Zhao Gang and his think tank, transforming assembly lines and introducing novel tactical concepts. Yet, the queen had already succumbed to profound disappointment. She had only heard the beginning and raised her hand to interrupt Lin Mo. "Thus, Sir Lin Mo." The queen's tone grew cold. "Are you suggesting that Daxia's so-called assistance merely entails instructing us on how to craft bows and arrows, how to read, and how to engage in war games, rather than dispatching a genuine army?" The atmosphere within the royal court immediately thickened, the temperature plummeting. The expressions of several elven elders darkened, and Elder Valerius had already placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, producing a faint sound of friction. Chapter 47. The Astral Portal? Why did you not mention this sooner? A chill ran down Lin Mo's spine, his shirt dampened by cold sweat. This transaction was doomed. The elves regarded him as one would a charlatan peddling counterfeit remedies. "Your Majesty, I fully comprehend your disappointment," Lin Mo asserted, steeling himself to explain. "We too wish to come and assist you directly, yet we are incapable of traversing time and space." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Queen Illyriae gently shook her head. "No, this issue can be resolved." "Huh?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "What do you mean? You have a solution?" Queen Illyriel spoke, imbued with an ancient mystique. "In the realm of Terra, the sacred human race has preserved an age-old teleportation magic known as the Astral Gate. This art not only enables the establishment of magical portals within Terra, but also transcends worlds, connecting disparate planes of existence. Should one succeed in persuading them to act, the construction of an astral gate linking your homeland and Terra is not entirely out of reach." Lin Mo's mind buzzed, leaving him utterly bewildered. He stood frozen, his mouth agape in disbelief. An astral gate? One that bridges worlds and connects planes? Goodness! A myriad of centaurs raced through his thoughts. "Oh dear sister, Your Majesty, why did you not mention this sooner?" He had previously researched and inquired, aware of the existence of teleportation gates. However, he had never heard of one capable of traversing planes, not even by Princess Fendona. To his astonishment, the elven queen had proclaimed its existence. Suppressing the ecstatic joy rising in his throat, his voice trembled with excitement. "Your Majesty, if I may inquire, is this astral gate you speak of stable? Is it one-way or two-way? What is the difficulty of its construction?" Queen Illyriel replied, "The astral gate is the sacred heritage of our kind. Theoretically, as long as the energy is sufficient, a stable two-way gate can be constructed. The challenge lies in the unique spatial crystal and vast amounts of magical crystals required by our people. Most crucially, it must be built by a high-ranking bishop of the sacred race. Remarkable, the mere existence of such a gate sufficed. As for materials, technology, and diplomatic negotiations, those were trifles." Lin Mo inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to steady his tone. "Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. Its significance far exceeds all our previous expectations. I must relay this news at once." He gazed at Queen Illyriel with confidence. "Please trust me. If the gate can indeed be constructed, reclaiming the city of Emerald Leaves will pose little challenge. I will do everything in my power to facilitate our collaboration." "Very well." Queen Illyriel rose, a glimmer of hope igniting in her pale blue eyes. "I await your good news, Sir Lin Mo Fendona. Please escort Sir Lin Mo to rest." At the underground base of Ark in Bell City, Lin Mo sprang from his bed, his heart racing as consciousness returned. He seized the intercom beside his bed and exclaimed with fervor, "Brother Zhao, gather all core members for an immediate meeting. Await me in the conference room." Lin Mo's voice jolted Zhao Gang on the other end of the intercom, prompting him to hastily dress and exit, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Moments later, Lin Mo burst through the conference room doors. Zhao Gang, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyan, and other prominent figures had already assembled, each face etched with gravity. They feared Lin Mo had been compromised in the other world, or that negotiations had collapsed entirely. The worst-case scenario loomed. War may have reached the elven capital. What has transpired? Zhao Gang interlaced his fingers on the table, his tone somber. Lin Mo surveyed the room, his excitement palpable as he declared, I no longer need to perform a gruesome operation to bring back the world tree seeds. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by his words. Lin Mo continued. They have devised a method to construct a bidirectional portal connecting Blue Star and Terra. The clang of academician Qian Jinhua's stainless steel thermos striking the marble table reverberated through the air, spilling steaming goji berry tea everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place, their expressions locked in astonishment, their minds collectively stalling. Lin directed the chaos, while academician Qian adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose, his lips trembling as he stuttered. Please, repeat that. What is the purpose of this portal? I said. Lin Mo raised his voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. They can open a portal that allows us, our artillery, our vast armies, to directly enter that magical world. Boom. His declaration ignited an uproar among the attendees. Impossible. This violates the law of conservation of mass and energy. It is unscientific. A physicist leaped to his feet, gesticulating wildly, nearly striking his colleague in the face. How is this possible? What is the underlying theory? How is it located? Is it based on a wormhole model or dimensional folding technology? Academician Qian rushed to Lin Mo, gripping his shoulders tightly, bombarding him with questions. Meanwhile, academician Lu Qingyan of the Biological Research Institute, after a brief moment of shock, erupted with fervor. A portal. An entirely new, complete ecological sphere. My goodness. We can relocate the entire P4 laboratory. We could personally collect blood samples from elves, even dwarves and half-orcs. All while they are still alive. He rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth, muttering as if he could already see countless Nobel Prizes beckoning him. The conference room descended into chaos, a cacophony of debates, gasps of wonder, and hurried breaths intermingling. Zhao Gang's chest heaved violently as he suddenly slammed his palm on the table. Listen up. Everyone halted, their gazes fixed intently upon him. It was evident that this perpetual source of stability was struggling to contain his own excitement. He took a deep breath. We must spare no effort to construct this portal. Humanity, our great Xia, is saved. Academician Qian, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, bore a pallid expression following his initial excitement. Indeed, everyone here understands that our ARC plan, though grand in name, is essentially what? A high-tech tomb. We are burrowing underground. Even if we evade tectonic shifts and superstorms, can we escape the death of our planet? Once the atmosphere is completely lost and vegetation perishes en masse, where will our oxygen come from? We could suffocate ourselves underground. As for interstellar migration, let us not deceive ourselves. With our current technology, the cost of transporting 1 kilogram of materials to Mars exceeds that of a kilogram of gold. How many individuals can we send? A company? A battalion? Can these individuals carry forth our technology? That is not the continuation of civilization. That is exile. It is akin to casting the ember of our civilization into the cold void of space, allowing it to extinguish. Chapter 48. Reporting overnight, the words of academician Qian Jinhua eased the tension among the crowd. The truth was stark and chilling. Indeed, the apocalypse had descended with alarming swiftness, catching humanity off guard. Our technological advancements had yet to reach the branch of interstellar navigation. It could even be said that humanity had no future prior to this moment. In the race for territorial claims over the Antarctic and Arctic, nations fought fiercely, nearly to the point of madness. Out of nearly 200 countries facing calamity, how many could still draw breath? Most had either collapsed or been annexed, their elites absorbed by us and a few major powers. The remaining billions of civilians were left to toil near the equator, digging futile holes, awaiting death amidst disaster. They fought desperately for mere bread and canned goods, even resorting to bombing each other over a few square meters of safety. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, his excitement palpable. But now, things are different. They would never dream that we are on the brink of discovering a pathway to an entirely new world. Indeed, academician Lu Qingyan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with fervor, unabashed in his enthusiasm. Let them perish. A bunch of fools still wallowing in the mire. The world tree may sustain us underground. But the interstellar portal. He pointed a finger towards the ceiling, as if envisioning the grand gateway to a new realm. This is the ladder to paradise. A new genesis. The rebirth of our great Xia civilization. Even if Blue Star were to be utterly destroyed, reduced to a molten sphere, we could still relocate our people. What does this signify? It signifies a strategic retreat, the continuation of the flame of civilization. The more Lu Qingyan spoke, the more his passion surged, exclaiming boldly, what if we were to be even bolder? We are not merely fleeing. We are expanding our territory. We are embarking on interstellar colonization. We shall conquer an alien planet. Who would not desire to plant our red flags on a new celestial body? Boom. Lu Qingyan's words ignited the ambitions and fervor of everyone in the conference room. Well said. Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled with intensity. This portal is our trump card. Our future, the new homeland for the people of Great Xia. Lin Mo, listening intently beside them, felt equally stirred, slapping the thigh of an unsuspecting colleague, causing the aide to wince in pain. Yet he was also taken aback. It turned out that the situation on Blue Star was far less optimistic than previously portrayed. Only now did he grasp the truth. However, it no longer mattered. Things had changed. A new path lay ahead. Had it not been for the presence of esteemed leaders, they might have embraced each other in their excitement. The atmosphere was charged. The pent-up emotions of the past 2 years erupted in that moment. As the fervor gradually subsided, the flush on Zhao Gang's face remained, yet his gaze regained its sharpness. He surveyed the room, his eyes sweeping over each core member. "Comrades," he began, his voice low yet commanding, instantly tightening the focus of everyone present. "From this moment forth, all information regarding the portal is classified as top secret. Knowledge of it is strictly limited to those of us gathered here. Do you understand?" "Understood." The assembly responded in unison, their voices resounding with conviction. Zhao Gang's gaze shifted towards the esteemed Academy of Biological Sciences, Lu Qingyan. "Lao Lu," he called out. Lu Qingyan stepped forward. "You and your team immediately draft a biological environmental risk assessment plan for Terra Continent." Zhao Gang tapped his fingers on the table. "I need to ascertain the air composition, the microorganisms, and viruses over there, and whether they pose a lethal threat to our carbon-based life forms on Blue Star. We cannot risk being annihilated by an extraterrestrial plague before the battle even begins." "Understood." Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he licked his lips. "This is straightforward." He turned to Lin Mo, rubbing his hands together. "Commander Lin, next time you venture over, please bring along our specially designed sterile sampling bottles. Upon arrival, simply open the bottles, collect some air, grab a handful of soil, and scoop up some water. Seal them tightly and return them to us, with samples in hand. I assure you, we will deliver an environmental report accurate to the molecular level within 3 days." "Absolutely," Lin Mo affirmed. Zhao Gang surveyed the room. "Everyone else can prepare accordingly. I am departing for New Kyoto immediately to report to the leadership in person. Before my return, all members of the New Hope team are restricted to this base, entering a state of silence. No one is permitted to leave or engage in any unnecessary communications with the outside world." His series of directives were clear and resolute. Having arranged everything, Zhao Gang turned to Lin Mo and inquired, "Commander Lin, what do you think of this arrangement? Is there anything you wish to add?" The atmosphere in the conference room grew peculiar at his words. A group of distinguished leaders collectively turned their attention to the young man seated in the chair. Lin Mo suddenly realized that he was, it seemed, the project's commander. He cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of a prominent leader he had seen on television. Leaning back slightly, striking the perfect pose, he spoke in a calm tone. Your considerations are thorough, and I am quite satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. You may proceed." Zhao Gang and everyone present felt an unsettling silence envelop them. Zhao Gang's lips twitched slightly. "Yes, Commander." Under the night sky of the Tianshu underground city, the runway lights of a secret military airport illuminated. An unmarked aircraft landed, and as the cabin door opened, Zhao Gang's figure hurriedly descended the stairs, briskly moving against the biting cold. Old Zhao's office remained brightly lit. The elderly man, over 60, donned reading glasses as he scrutinized a classified document. The title read, "Emergency Situation Report on the Joint Annexation of the South Continental Alliance by Eagle Nation and Jing Nation. Forceful seizure of the Antarctic B-7 survival zone." His brow furrowed in deep concentration. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door, and before he could respond, it was pushed open from the outside. Zhao Gang entered, surprising old Zhao. "What brings you here in such haste from Bar City?" Without exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Gang quickly approached the desk, standing at attention with his legs together and saluting sharply. His voice trembled with excitement, reporting to the leadership. "The New Hope team has reached a significant turning point. We have found the path to a new world." Zhao Lao paused, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. Each day, he diligently reviewed the reports from the New Hope project, fully aware of the implications of the statement before him. The path to a new world. Could it be that, apart from Lin Mo, an extraordinary singularity, they had discovered a means for others, for the Great Xia army, to set foot upon the Terra continent? As this thought emerged, his heart quivered violently. Zhao Gang did not make him wait long. He swiftly recounted the intelligence brought back by Lin Mo. When the phrases Star Realm teleportation and stable bidirectional portal emerged from Zhao Gang's lips, clatter. The fine porcelain teacup slipped from Zhao Lao's grasp. Chapter 49, I oppose. The teacup did not shatter but rolled several times across the thick carpet, soaking a small patch of his trousers with warm tea, yet Zhao Lao remained oblivious. In the next moment, he surged upward from his chair, moving with a swiftness that belied his years. He circled the imposing desk in a few strides and confronted Zhao Gang, seizing his shoulders with a grip so firm it sent a jolt of pain through Zhao Gang. "Zhao Gang." The tremor in Zhao Lao's voice was palpable as he locked eyes with Zhao Gang. "Are you certain every word you uttered is true?" Faced with those bloodshot eyes burning with fervor, Zhao Gang stood tall, unwavering, and declared, "I stake my life on its authenticity." His voice quivered as he continued, "Leader, our civilization is saved." Boom. This proclamation struck like thunder, cleaving through the despondent clouds that loomed over Zhao Lao's heart. He released his hold on Zhao Gang's shoulders, staggering back 2 steps, and began to pace the office in a fervor, repeating, "Good, excellent, truly wonderful." As he walked, this venerable elder, who had devoted himself to his country and its people, bearing the fate of 700 million souls and graying under the weight of responsibility. Felt his eyes suddenly redden. Tears streamed down, cascading along the wrinkles etched upon his face. Zhao Gang, witnessing this poignant scene, felt a lump in his throat and his own eyes moisten. He understood the immense pressure this elder had borne over the past 2 years. While the world teetered on the brink of chaos, he had steadfastly upheld the skies of Great Xia. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Lao finally halted, raising a hand to vigorously wipe away the traces of his tears, regaining his composure. Yet the light in his eyes had transformed. No longer weary, but now ablaze with hope, a wildfire of possibility. He turned and swiftly returned to his desk, pressing the red telephone. Shaoli, inform the other 4. In 1 hour, we shall convene an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the atmosphere felt heavier than outside. The polished mahogany table reflected the serene glow of the ceiling lights and the gravitas of the faces gathered around it. As they entered and laid eyes on Zhao Gang, each heart raced with trepidation. Zhao Gang. This name now served as a harbinger of significant portent at the highest echelons of Great Xia. His first appearance here heralded the news of the great deceleration of the Blue Planet, followed by the initiation of the ARC project, which covertly excavated 36 colossal underground cities across the globe. It marked the first struggle of the Great Xia under the shadow of impending doom. On his second visit, he reported the existence of Lin Mo, a traveler from another realm, leading to the birth of the New Hope project. For the first time, Great Xia set its gaze upon the magical continent known as Terra, a faint glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. And today marks the third occasion. Old Zhao wasted no time on pleasantries. With a mere glance, he signaled Zhao Gang to step forward and disclose the information Lin Mo had brought regarding the astral teleportation technique and the construction of a bidirectional portal. Zhao Gang recounted everything with calm clarity. Each word detonated silently in the conference room like a powerful bomb, the tension palpable. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A gray-haired leader in charge of the economy rapidly changed expressions, instinctively reaching for the pocket of his Zhongshan suit, where his fast-acting heart medication resided. Beside him, a leader adorned with military honors clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, the muscles in his arms straining against the taut military uniform. Old Zhao's voice, somewhat hoarse yet bright with intensity, inquired, "Is this portal truly real?" "Indeed," Zhao Gang affirmed resolutely. "The holy human race possesses this technology." The confirmation dispelled any notion of delusion or jest, igniting a surge of uncontrollable excitement within him. "Comrades," Old Zhao surveyed the room, his eyes, often bloodshot, now swirling with a complex and inscrutable light. "We have long sought an escape route, and now, a brilliant path has emerged." He paused briefly before asking, "Let us share our thoughts. Are we presented with a divine opportunity or a Pandora's box?" Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the military leader slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly, his face flushed with excitement. "Opportunity. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary opportunity. Our current predicament is 1,000 times worse than any calamity unleashed from a magical box. The planet beneath our feet is transforming into a vast coffin. What are we guarding it for? To accompany it in death. With this portal, we can dispatch troops, send tanks, launch missiles. It is a new planet, a new homeland." The economic leader adjusted his glasses and interjected, "I concur with Old Yang's viewpoint, but we must remain composed." His demeanor steadied, his eyes sparkling with astute insight. "This transcends mere refuge and territorial expansion. It represents an entirely new world, brimming with boundless resources and limitless markets. Consider this. Our heavy industries, which have ground to a halt due to disaster, the steel, cement, and machine tools lying dormant in our warehouses, what are burdens to us could mean everything to a world still in the age of cold weapons. We can exchange our most affordable industrial products for their magical ores, rare magical flora, and even those biological materials with extraordinary properties. This transaction has the potential to revitalize our stagnant national economy, which has been brought to a standstill by calamity. It can rekindle the roar of our factories, enabling billions of citizens to regain employment and enjoy a warm meal. Life would certainly become less arduous. Furthermore, on a cultural level, a bespectacled and refined leader overseeing culture and technology added, if we could decipher the longevity genes of the elves, humanity's lifespan could be transcended. The dwarven runic technology represents an entirely distinct technological system, diverging from our physical principles. It might resolve countless bottlenecks in our energy and material science. And then, there is the spatial magic of the holy people, he continued, his eyes glimmering with an almost obsessive yearning. If we could grasp even a fragment of its mysteries, it would signify a dimensional leap for our entire civilization. Every word from these individuals struck a chord in the hearts of the assembly, painting a mesmerizing vision of the future. Yet, amidst this fervent atmosphere, a discordant voice emerged, "I oppose." Chapter 50, We Have No Choice. The speaker was a serious-faced leader in charge of domestic security. "It is far too risky. This is nothing short of gambling." He stood, his piercing gaze sweeping across each person. "We know virtually nothing about that world. Our intelligence is solely derived from Lin Mo. How can we ensure the accuracy of our information? What if the demonic forces are far stronger than we anticipate? What if they surge through the portal we establish? Can our cities, our people, withstand an endless onslaught of otherworldly monsters? What if their magic can easily incapacitate our firearms, render our tanks into scrap metal, or cause our missiles to detonate midair? This is not alarmism. We are venturing into an entirely unknown realm. We are wagering the fate of the entire Great Xia, the lives of our people, on this gamble. This is not visionary foresight. It is madness. The warmth that had just ignited in the conference room rapidly diminished. Indeed, the risks are colossal. The unknown is the most terrifying adversary. Gamble? The second leader suddenly scoffed. Are we not already gambling? He approached the world map that nearly consumed an entire wall. Vast areas were ominously shaded in alarming red, representing the death zones rendered uninhabitable by geological disasters and extreme weather. We are betting that tectonic movements will not prematurely tear apart the underground cities we have exhausted our national strength to construct. We are wagering that solar winds will not strip away our life-sustaining atmosphere within the next decade. We are risking that those nations, in the ruins, hurling bombs over a can of expired food, will not madly aim nuclear weapons at our last bastion of survival. Tell me, which day are we not gambling? The second leader abruptly turned, his gaze piercing like a beam of light, fixing upon the chief of security. Now, we possess a table with higher stakes and more lucrative rewards. We have the opportunity to deal from the top, and yet you advise me against proceeding? He extended his finger, forcefully jabbing at the vibrant red area on the map. Look here. Observe these locations. We have no retreat. We are left with no alternatives. The last two statements reverberated like thunder, shattering the final vestiges of hesitation and doubt within the conference room. Indeed, there is no retreat, no alternatives. Rather than sit idly and await demise, it is better to strive for life amidst death. The flames in everyone's eyes burned even brighter, more resolute than before. At that moment, the tone of the meeting shifted from the feasibility of the plan to the execution of it, and after a half-day of efficient discussion, 3 major directions were finally established. Excellent. The second leader scanned the room, noting the absence of dissent, his eyes glinting with determination. I shall reiterate our discussions to ensure nothing is overlooked. First, military action is imperative. This is the most effective way to demonstrate our sincerity to the elves and to open the pathway to another world. Second, we must define our stance. We are not invaders. We are civilizational benefactors, equal trading partners. Until we have firmly established our presence in that world, we must adopt a humble posture. Cooperation and mutual benefit must be our guiding principle. We must not allow any race on the continent of Terra to harbor even the slightest suspicion or hostility towards us. Third, authorization. His gaze shifted to Zhao Gang. Let Comrade Lin Mo represent the Great Xia with full authority to facilitate cooperation with the Elven Queen, and at all costs. We must establish the portal. Simultaneously, we must convey that we harbor no ambitions over the territories of Terra. We are akin to mercenaries, aiming to assist in their struggle against the demonic forces. Other matters can be addressed later, without raising any alarms or defenses. Is there anything to add? The crowd remained silent. Very well, then. Let us proceed. The second leader slammed his hand upon the table, finalizing the decision. Zhao Gang, attend. He commanded. You are to return immediately and convey our decision to him, assuring him that he does not fight alone. Behind him stands the full support of Great Xia and its people. Zhao Gang straightened, saluting in acknowledgement. However, the second leader suddenly waved his hand. No, wait. I shall accompany you back. I wish to meet this remarkable young man in person. I must express my gratitude directly. Thus, the arrangements for the meeting were systematically confirmed. Due to the urgency of the situation, the 5 leaders continuously relayed instructions verbally to the subordinates, with the formal documentation to follow later. Under the cloak of night, Great Xia stirred with a current of unrest, destined to be a sleepless night for many. In the Arctic battle zone, beneath the permafrost, an underground base lay in stark contrast to the temperature above ground, causing the air to become tumultuous. The biting cold wind howled through the open doors of the base like countless daggers, producing a chilling wail. A figure stood like a spear on the elevated platform within, the stars on his epaulets gleaming brilliantly under the searchlights. His visage seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by the icy winds of Siberia, each wrinkle concealing tales of gunpowder and frost. Long Jean, the commander of the Arctic Theater, had single-handedly forged the elite Red Wolf Special Operations Brigade, a national weapon that had inscribed numerous legends. Amidst the turmoil of the apocalyptic crisis, he ascended rapidly through military merit, becoming one of only 2 leaders following the integration of the theater, commanding 500,000 soldiers in the Arctic region. At this moment, he gazed intently at the warriors training against the biting cold ahead. Commander, a young secretary braved the wind, nearly having his military coat whisked away. Encrypted message from New Kyoto. Highest level. Long Jean's expression remained indifferent as he strode purposefully towards the command center. The heavy alloy doors muffled the howling wind, and within the office, he opened the classified document marked in red. There were no lengthy pre-battle mobilizations, only a few terse, chilling commands. Secret order. command the highest authority of the Arctic Theater, Long John, to extract the top 20,000 combat personnel from the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade and its subordinate units within 72 hours to form the 1st Expeditionary Force. Entering a state of Level 1 combat readiness, awaiting transmission orders. Mission objective, classified. Operational location, classified. Imaginary enemy, classified. Long John instinctively questioned the authenticity of this document. At his level, why would anything remain classified? His gaze shifted to the source of the information. There was no doubt it had come through an encrypted channel, and it was indeed signed by his direct superior. Upon confirming its validity, his pupils dilated sharply. An expeditionary force? That term had been buried for far too long. In today's blue planet, geopolitical tensions had reached their zenith. Within the Arctic Circle, a few major powers were ensnared like cornered beasts, where any military action could trigger a domino effect, rendering the notion of an expedition utterly absurd. Could it be a mission to Antarctica? But that was the jurisdiction of the Antarctic Theater. Perhaps to the equator? Dispatching troops to serve as a barbecue for the Earth? Chapter 51. The Great Xia begins to mobilize for the first time in his life. Long John, a soldier through and through, felt his instinct for warfare falter. This command bore an air of strangeness that eluded explanation by the current logic. Consequently, he dialed the red, top-secret line directly. The phone rang once before being answered. "This is Long John." "I know," came the voice of the second commander, tinged with fatigue, yet imbued with immense strength. "Commander, I have received the order," Long John replied, his voice steady as a mountain. "However, I require a direction for the expeditionary force to adequately prepare my soldiers." There was a momentary silence on the other end. "Long John, do you believe that the land beneath our feet is still stable?" The second commander suddenly posed an unrelated question. "Report, Commander, there are crises lurking. Yet everything is under control." "Under control?" The second commander chuckled softly, the laughter laced with self-mockery and profound weariness. "We are merely aboard a sinking ship, desperately trying to patch the leaks as slowly as possible." Long John's heart sank. For the first time, he heard such a pessimistic sentiment from the lips of this iron-willed commander. Now, the voice of Commander Erzho suddenly rose, akin to thunder piercing through Long John's ears. "We have discovered a new vessel, one that is capable of carrying our civilization through the apocalyptic seas. And you, the 1st Expeditionary Force, are the vanguard in securing this ticket. I cannot disclose who the enemy is, nor can I reveal the location of the battlefield. I can only tell you that this battle represents a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our Great Xia. Comrade Long John, I entrust the hopes of our nation into your hands. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted." "Yes." Long John hung up the phone, his chest heaving with intensity. A fervent flame surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The hopes of the nation rested upon him, a weight as heavy as Mount Tai. He turned abruptly and pressed the red button on the command platform, his voice resonating throughout the entire base like a mighty bell. "Relay my orders. All commanders and soldiers, prepare for action. Level 1 combat readiness. All personnel, assemble." At the same time, at the Polaris Military Industry Group, Chairman Ma Dongxing stood in the viewing corridor of the B-7 production line. Below him, several large mechanical arms languidly underwent adjustments, and the vast workshop appeared somewhat empty. Over the past 2 years, the global situation had deteriorated, leading to a surge in arms orders. However, now, all necessary stockpiles had been established, and all that needed to be destroyed had been dealt with. Apart from some foreign arms orders and training expenditures still in production, there were hardly any remaining tasks. Naturally, his factory had slowed down as well. Chairman Ma, the production director behind him, handed over a report, stating, "The order from Saudi Arabia is pressing. They are willing to increase the price by 10% if we can advance the delivery date of that batch of swarm drones by a week." Ma Dongxing took the report, glanced at it without any discernible emotion, and uttered a nonchalant hum. This was merely a minor conflict between friendly nations, involving the use of drones to eliminate armed pickups. He waved his hand, signaling the director to proceed with the arrangements. Returning to his top-floor office, Ma Dongxing prepared himself a cup of Dahong Pao, ready to relish this rare moment of leisure. However, just then, the office phone emitted a shrill ring. Ma Dongxing's actions halted abruptly. He slowly set down his teacup, approached his desk, and answered the call. On the other end, there was no pleasantry, only a cold, authoritative voice. "This is Wang Hai from the General Equipment Department." Instinctively, Ma Dongxing straightened his back. "Hello, Director Wang." "Comrade Ma Dongxing, an urgent task has been assigned. I am issuing a Level 1 combat readiness order to your department. Polaris Military Industry Group is to immediately transition all production lines to wartime status. All foreign trade orders are to be indefinitely suspended. Existing production capacity must be doubled within 24 hours. I want every available worker and production line utilized." For a moment, Ma Dongxing's breath caught in his throat. "Double? Are we going to war again?" The voice on the other end continued. 24 hours, 3 shifts, continuous production. A detailed procurement list and quantities will be sent to you shortly." The line went dead with a sharp click. Ma Dongxing held the receiver, frozen in place for a good 10 seconds. If his memory serves him correctly, the last 2 years during the explosive growth did not seem this absurd, did they? He may not be a frontline soldier, yet he comprehends more than anyone else what these figures signify. Total war? Who is the enemy? The United States? The Russians? Or has Japan once again lost its sanity? Ma Dongxing's mind raced, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Damn it, it feels like the apocalypse, and those nations remain restless. He cursed vehemently, seized the internal phone on the desk, and notified all executives. A meeting in 30 minutes. This day would inevitably usher in a sleepless night for countless individuals, not just the North Star. The largest pharmaceutical conglomerates simultaneously received directives to maximize the production of broad-spectrum antibiotics, high-energy nutritional supplements, and individual hemostatic kits. The food processing consortium had all warehouses under military control, with self-heating rations piling up in mountain-like heaps along the assembly lines. The once quiet industrial giant, the Great Xia, appeared weary yet suddenly awakened in the unnoticed darkness of the night, its iron eyes wide open. Countless gears began to mesh and rotate at a breathtaking speed, all for a war that could not be lost. At the ARC base in Bayer City, in an underground office, Lin Mo felt as though his right hand was no longer his own, but rather a merciless signing machine. The mountain of documents on the desk represented vast projects soon to be initiated, each title more daunting than the last: intelligence collection and analysis, proposal for the formation of scientific research teams, ultimate safety regulations for cross-dimensional biological sample quarantine, military and security preparations, selection and political review standards for the first batch of diplomatic personnel, portal and rear security defense, logistical support system construction, establishment of a laboratory for magic research and technological integration, domestic coordination and resource allocation, resource investment and livelihood balance, risk assessment and emergency plans. While these proposals seemed relatively standard, there were also some peculiar ones mixed in. For instance, he picked up a new document titled Proposal for Optimizing the Internal Personnel Structure of the New Hope Project. The gist of the proposal suggested that the current core team was imbalanced, which could hinder a harmonious team atmosphere and long-term physical and mental well-being. Considering that Commander Lin was still single, it proposed the inclusion of young and beautiful women in the team. Proposer, Lu Chengyan. The old Lu, a research enthusiast, surprisingly had a keen eye for such matters. Lin Mo chuckled, realizing that these typically meticulous academicians could be quite playful in private. He picked up a pen and flamboyantly scrawled a note in the margins of the proposal. Must have ample bosoms. Chapter 52. You have worked hard. Lin Mo tossed the signed documents aside and stretched widely, his bones cracking. These files had imparted to him a profound understanding of what constitutes a national machine. Once it sets in motion, it is precise, efficient, and carries a formidable, awe-inspiring power. Only now does he comprehend the immense authority wielded by the New Hope team he oversees. If old Zhao does not return soon, I might truly throw in the towel. Lin Mo muttered to himself, shaking his sore wrist. At that moment, a knock resonated through the office. The door swung open, revealing Zhao Gang. Brother Zhao, you have finally returned. Lin Mo exhaled in relief. If you hadn't come back, I would have been buried alive under these documents. Zhao Gang smiled, slightly ajar the door, and stepped aside. Commander Lin, allow me to introduce a leader. As he spoke, a figure emerged from behind him. Lin Mo's smile vanished instantly. That face he had only seen on television during the most significant news broadcasts. Steadiness and authority radiated from him. It was Elder Zhao. Lin Mo's mind buzzed. He instinctively stood up, his movements stiff and his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. Elder Zhao entered with a genial demeanor, as calm as a neighborly elder dropping by the office. Lin Mo's muscles tensed, his mind blank. This was not mere nervousness. It was a visceral reverence one feels when confronted by towering mountains. Young comrade, don't be anxious. Please sit. Elder Zhao's voice was soothing, imbued with a reassuring power. He took a keen interest in Lin Mo's office, until his gaze settled on the open document on Lin Mo's desk. Academician Lu Chengyan's proposal on optimizing the internal structure of the New Hope program, and Lin Mo's flamboyant annotations. The air seemed to freeze. Zhao Gang's cornered eye twitched violently, wishing desperately to find a crack in the floor to vanish into. Elder Zhao paused, a faint smile curving his lips. He drew out the chair opposite Lin Mo and seated himself, an action that alleviated much of the tension in the room. Young man, vitality is a good thing. Lin Mo's mind finally resumed its function, and he managed a dry smile, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Report to me. I was merely joking with Academician Lu. I am aware. Elder Zhao waved his hand dismissively. I have reviewed all your reports, as well as the visual materials you sent back. Comrade Lin Mo, on behalf of Daxia and all its citizens, I sincerely thank you. There were no impassioned speeches, merely a straightforward expression of gratitude that weighed heavier than any military edict. Lin Mo instinctively straightened his back. Sir, he wished to articulate something, but found all words inadequate. Finally, he blurted out a simple truth. I was merely fortunate, waking up to a new world. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao burst into hearty laughter, his voice rich and full. Ha! Luck is indeed a part of national fortune. What we need now is your stroke of good fortune. As his laughter subsided, Elder Zhao's expression turned serious. We have made the necessary arrangements. Just before our conversation, The first expeditionary force of the Arctic War Zone has completed its assembly. 20,000 of our finest soldiers are ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The production line of Polaris military industry has ramped up to 200%, with the first batch of equipment destined for Terra Continent being loaded. The largest pharmaceutical groups in the country are working overnight to produce the broad-spectrum antibiotics and high-energy nutrients mentioned in your list. Comrade Lin Mo, our great Xia has prepared itself for you. Each word detonated within Lin Mo's heart like a powerful bomb. He could vividly envision the scene. A torrent of steel converging upon the icy plains, the thunderous machinery within factories, and countless souls toiling through sleepless nights for an elusive goal. The origin of it all was him. An unprecedented weight and an ineffable fervor instantaneously filled his chest. Was this all transpiring too swiftly? Lin Mo's throat felt parched. He feared that his slight shoulders could not bear such a monumental burden. Fear not, for we stand behind you. Elder Zhao rose and approached Lin Mo, his hand, once used to sign decisions that shaped the nation's destiny, firmly resting on Lin Mo's shoulder. In the past, we drifted on a leaky vessel, desperately bailing water with every effort. But you, Lin Mo, have offered us a lifeline. I now entrust this lifeline into your hands. I empower you with full authority over all engagements and collaborations with the Terra Continent. In matters of military, diplomacy, and trade, you hold the highest decision-making power. Behind you stands not merely a group, nor a base, but the entire Great Xia. As Lin Mo's mind reeled with exhilaration, the space outside erupted with a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingjin burst in, closely followed by several core project team members, each panting heavily. This assembly of typically composed, national treasures now displayed faces etched with uncontainable excitement and disbelief. Their disheveled white hair and unbuttoned collars silently conveyed their urgency. When their gazes finally settled upon the serene figure standing in the office, every movement froze. The atmosphere thickened with the sound of suppressed breaths. Elder Zhao turned, warmly surveying each individual before landing his gaze on the two leading academicians. He smiled broadly. Elder Qian, Elder Lu, comrades, you have all arrived. CH Chief. Qian Jinhua adjusted his reading glasses, his usually steady voice trembling uncontrollably. Lu Qingjin, equally agitated, stepped forward, his face flushed, lips quivering with a torrent of unsaid words. I have witnessed your efforts. Elder Zhao raised his hand, halting their outpouring, and patted their shoulders. You are the benefactors of our nation. Your hard work is commendable. Those simple words brought tears to Lu Qingjin's eyes. He thumped his chest and declared loudly, it is our duty. Elder Zhao refrained from delving into the weighty discussions, instead cheerfully inquiring about Elder Qian's granddaughter and expressing concern for Elder Lu's long-standing neck ailment, transforming the atmosphere into one of warmth and camaraderie. After all, the Great Xia belonged not to one, but to all. Chapter 53. Findona. This is too embarrassing. The esteemed leader did not linger long. After conversing with everyone for a while and glancing at his watch, he bid farewell to the crowd. After all, matters concerning another world are numerous and intricate. Awaiting his attention, the crowd escorted the esteemed leader to the entrance of the base. As the heavy alloy door was about to close, the leader paused once more. He turned back, addressing Comrade Lin Mo, go forth and act with determination. The depth of his gaze intensified. We cannot afford to fail. With those words, the atmosphere grew heavy. Yet, almost instantly, the weight in his eyes was replaced by a fierce resolve, and it was precisely this that emboldened us. With a resounding clang, the massive alloy door slowly closed, severing the imposing figure from view. Lin Mo stood frozen in place, the phrase "we are fearless" reverberating in his mind, merging with the rhythm of his heartbeat. On the continent of Terra, in the elven capital, the moment he regained consciousness, Lin Mo was greeted by the familiar fragrance of the rainforest. He rose from a bed fashioned from a vast leaf and soft moss. After a brief cleansing, he wasted no time and immediately sought an audience with Queen Alara. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but lament the absence of toothbrushes in this world. Each day, he had to use a chewed-up plant fiber twig dipped in salt to clean his teeth, leaving his mouth with a peculiar taste. Lin Mo silently resolved that as soon as the portal opened, the first thing he would do is introduce Findona to the wonders of electric toothbrushes and mint toothpaste. In the throne hall, the queen and the elders gathered. Upon hearing Lin Mo's recounting, a glimmer of light finally ignited in Queen Alara's calm, pale blue eyes. Sir Lin Mo, do you mean to say that as long as we can resolve the issue of the portal indeed? Lin Mo interjected confidently. If the portal opens, our soldiers can come through. We are confident we can help you reclaim the city of Emerald Leaves. His words rang with conviction. After all, the esteemed leader had personally authorized it, and the entire war machine of the Great Xia was revving up in anticipation. If he were to remain humble, it would be a disservice to the formidable First Expeditionary Army. Excellent. Queen Alara suddenly rose from her throne, her resolve unwavering. I will immediately arrange for an envoy to set forth to the city of Holy Light. She turned to Findona. Findona, you will accompany Elder Muyu. It is imperative that you persuade the stubborn members of the Holy See. Then, she addressed Lin Mo with solemnity. Sir Lin Mo, as the representative of Great Xia, I would appreciate your presence on this journey. Your involvement would certainly facilitate persuading the sacred human race. No problem, Lin Mo promptly agreed. Beside them, Findona's brows furrowed slightly, her face betraying concern. Your Majesty, what about the defenses at Lostia? I will personally dispatch 2 elders to guard Lostia, the queen interrupted. Moreover, with the new crossbow bolts brought by Sir Lin Mo, our defenses will be secure. You need not worry. Findona reluctantly nodded, though her worry remained palpable. The envoy's objective was clear, to request the sacred human race to employ their most advanced astral teleportation techniques to establish a permanent portal connecting Blue Star and Terra. The Queen's arrangements were decisive, earning Lin Mo's silent admiration. This efficiency was leagues ahead of certain parliamentary processes back on Blue Star. With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "There is no time to delay. Let us depart today." Countless individuals awaited on the blue planet, and time is of the essence. Following Findona, Lin Mo arrived at the assembly point, which revealed a vast platform naturally formed by the trunk of the world tree. Upon this platform stood 20 elven guardians, adorned in vine armor and equipped with newly devised crossbows, fully prepared for departure. Piled on the ground were several magnificent treasure chests that appeared quite valuable. As Lin Mo pondered the whereabouts of the elven griffin troops, a sudden darkness enveloped the sky above. A violent gust of wind descended forcefully. Lin Mo instinctively looked up and beheld 3 colossal figures tearing through the clouds, approaching with a cataclysmic presence. The enormous shadows obscured the entire platform. Incoming attack. His mind screamed in alarm as he shouted at the top of his lungs. In the next instant, he instinctively grasped Findona's waist, lifting the delicate mage onto his shoulder before she could react, and dashed towards the thickest tree trunk in the vicinity. In that moment, the physique of a second-tier warrior surged forth. Findona felt herself spinning in a whirlwind, a startled cry caught in her throat as she was carried away. Once Lin Mo nestled behind the sturdy trunk, he cautiously peered out. The 3 gigantic beasts were now slowly descending, a trio of western dragons. Their amber vertical pupils burned with flames, their scales shimmered with a molten gold luster, and their massive wings stirred up tempests with each flap. With a thunderous roar, one of the dragons landed and bellowed towards the sky, revealing its fearsome fangs. The sound waves mingled with the howling wind, nearly sweeping Lin Mo off his feet. His heart raced wildly. At that moment, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The elven warriors on the platform were all gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Lin Mo was bewildered. What is going on? Even a fool would recognize that something was amiss. Allies, please put me down. Finally, Findona regained her senses, her voice laced with indignation as she pounded his back with tiny fists. Realizing his mistake, Lin Mo hastily set her down. As soon as she touched the ground, her cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, the elven princess could no longer maintain her composure and covered her face with her hands as she fled. A scene of social embarrassment. Lin Mo feigned calmness as he returned to the group. An elderly elder of the wood language, with hair and beard flecked with gray, approached with a staff in hand, smiling amiably as he attempted to ease the tension. "I apologize for our oversight in not informing you in advance, which has caused this disturbance, my lord. However, your vigilance is precisely the quality we need in these times." He then turned to the roaring dragon, making an introduction. "This is Lord Addis. They belong to the dragon clan and are our most loyal allies. I despise humans," the dragon named Addis rumbled, its amber gaze fixed unflinchingly on Lin Mo. Confused, Lin Mo glanced around, hoping Findona might provide some clarity. However, upon turning, he discovered that he was utterly alone. Unbeknownst to her, Findona had quietly positioned herself behind Elder Muyu, her cheeks flushed as she feigned interest in the distant scenery. Sensing his gaze upon her, her face deepened in hue. It was inescapable. Standing beside Lin Mo was an easy path to social embarrassment. As a noble princess, she had never encountered such a predicament before. Overwhelmed, she yearned to distance herself from the source of her mortification. Chapter 54. A plea for the establishment of a portal. Your Excellency Yadis, please, temper your anger. Elder Muyu gently soothed the colossal dragon, explaining. This individual hails from the realm of Desya and bears no relation to the sacred human race. Their resemblance is merely superficial. He then turned to Lin Mo, offering a whispered clarification. The sacred human race had always regarded becoming dragon knights as the pinnacle of honor, hence the dragon race's hostility towards humankind. Lin Mo's understanding dawned. He raised his gaze to meet the dragon's unfriendly stare and grinned. "Fear not, my inclinations are entirely conventional. I harbor no interest in riding you." Yadis blinked its enormous eyes, evidently perplexed by the term's sexual orientation. Nevertheless, it detected no repugnant sacred aura emanating from this human, reluctantly accepting Elder Muyu's assertions while still wearing a scowl. "Let us set forth," Elder Muyu proclaimed. The 3 colossal dragons gradually lowered their massive bodies, their folded wings resembling crumpled mountains. Simply resting there, they exuded an overwhelming pressure that was nearly suffocating. This was a genuine beast, measuring well over 100 meters in length. Unable to resist, Lin Mo stepped closer, reaching out to touch the hard scales, which felt icy to the touch. "Wow!" he exclaimed in genuine admiration. "A dragon. What man hasn't fantasized about this? If that lunatic Lu Qingyan were to behold this, I can almost visualize him with a blood-sampling needle in one hand and a large anesthetic gun in the other, exuberantly performing a tango right where he stood. Beside them, Elder Mu Yu raised his natural staff. With a hum, a rich aura of life emanated forth. Countless robust vines extended from the branches of the platform, growing at a visible rate, skillfully intertwining and shaping themselves. In less than a minute, 3 intricately constructed wooden houses rose up from the backs of the 3 dragons. Truly astonishing, it was akin to a calf riding a power line. Lin Mo felt his worldview being reshaped once more. A delegation of over 20 individuals climbed orderly into the wooden houses atop the dragon's back. The interiors were furnished with seats and tables, and just as they settled in, Elder Mu Yu boomed, "Everyone, secure yourselves. We embark." With 3 resounding roars that reverberated through the heavens. The dragons unfurled their vast wings and took flight with a powerful thrust. The winds howled. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming force shove him firmly into the seat woven from vines. The scenery outside transformed into a blur of fleeting light as the 100-meter dragon soared into the sky. Noticing Lin Mo pinned to his seat, Findona inquired with concern, "Lord Lin Mo, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lin Mo waved his hand, though his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. "The takeoff is a bit intense. Even more thrilling than our airplanes." Given his current physique, this slight acceleration was hardly noteworthy. It was merely the initial experience of such a primal and violent sensation of propulsion, somewhat intoxicating. The wind howled past his ears, and the mountains and rivers beneath him rapidly shrank, transforming into a fluid tapestry. After 7 hours of flight, having traversed thousands of kilometers, the initial excitement swiftly waned amid the monotony of the journey. With Elder Mu Yu present, Lin Mo felt hesitant to pry open the large wooden crates and inspect the specialties the elven clan had brought as gifts. Naturally, he also refrained from teasing the enchanting Findona, as the journey proved rather arduous. Fortunately, as a magnificent city, built entirely of white stones and radiating a sacred glow under the sun, emerged on the distant horizon, the journey finally approached its conclusion. Findona pointed ahead and softly declared, "We have arrived. The city of holy light." The colossal dragon descended gracefully, its wings folding inwards, stirring a tempest that rustled the splendid white robes of the holy human clergy awaiting their arrival in the plaza. The delegation dismounted from the dragon's back, stepping onto the pristine, immaculate marble floor of the city of holy light. In stark contrast to the vibrant natural beauty of the elven capital, Avenor, everything here exuded an air of stern, solemn, and almost obsessive order. The grand edifices, sculpted entirely from massive white rocks, boasted straight lines and sharp angles, reflecting a sacred brilliance while also emanating a chilling aloofness. Guided by several haughty clerics, the delegation traversed the expansive square and entered the magnificent cathedral of holy light. The soaring dome pierced the clouds, and immense, stained glass windows illustrated the epic of divine creation. Light filtered through the glass, casting vibrant patches of color upon the floor, further enhancing the sanctity and majesty of the hall. At the far end of the hall, upon an elevated platform, sat an elderly man clad in a gold-trimmed white robe and adorned with a triple crown. His eyes were gently closed, and his presence exuded an overwhelming gravitas. He was none other than Gregory VII, the supreme leader of the holy human race. Beside the Pope stood several grand sorcerers in resplendent robes. The foremost among them, with a gaunt visage and piercing gaze, was the leader of the conservatives, Archbishop Kale. Elder Mu Yu, wielding a staff of nature, stepped forward and bowed slightly to the Pope. "Your Holiness, may the holy light be with you. Friends from Avenor, may nature protect you." The Pope's voice resonated throughout the vast cathedral, imbued with an otherworldly authority. Standing to the side, Archbishop Kale, clad in a long robe, spoke with indifference. "Please state your purpose." Elder Mu Yu articulated the plight of the various races on the continent of Terra facing relentless defeats against the demonic forces, explaining the precarious situation of the Elven clan and their wish to summon reinforcements from the Great Xia Kingdom. After concluding, he turned his gaze toward Lin Mo. Understanding the cue, Lin Mo stepped forward, performed a gesture of respect, and spoke succinctly. "Your Holiness, I am Lin Mo, hailing from the distant realm of Great Xia. We are a race of yellow-skinned humans, though not of the same lineage as the holy human race. We originate from a world devoid of magic, primarily relying on technological creations, which you may interpret as a more refined form of alchemy." Archbishop Kyle listened, his eyes filled with scorn. "Oh, Elder Mu Yu, how could your elven kin possibly place their hopes in a band of wretched souls forsaken by magic?" The elder's countenance darkened. "Your Grace Kyle, Lord Lin Mo is our ally. I implore you to show some respect." Kyle chuckled lightly, glancing at Lin Mo. "A group of mere mortals, devoid of magic, dares to tread upon Terra and even presumes to confront the demonic armies that we cannot vanquish? I am curious, would you soil yourselves in terror at the sight of even the most lowly of demonic hounds?" Enough. Elder Mu Yu could no longer endure the mockery. He stepped forward, gazing directly at the Pope, his voice filled with anguish and urgency. "Your Majesty, the demonic forces are relentless. The continent of Terra teeters on the brink of peril. Our only hope lies in harnessing the power of a new force. Thus, we beseech the Holy See to employ the Star Realm teleportation to establish a portal connecting our two worlds and summon our reinforcements. The entire cathedral fell into silence. The Pope remained with his eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Observing this, Archbishop Kyle meticulously adjusted his pristine cuffs. Denied. The Star Realm teleportation is the supreme secret bestowed upon our kin by the divine. Each activation consumes vast quantities of precious materials, and the risks are immeasurable. What if we attract not allies, but another horde of demons? Can your elven race bear such a burden? He surveyed the assembly from his elevated position, his gaze ultimately landing on Lin Mo, his disdain palpable. Moreover, to expend such costs for a group of feeble allies? To speak candidly, this is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, utterly foolish. We, the sacred human race, would rather fight to the last man in the holy light than entrust the fate of Terra to a band of mortals. This declaration was tantamount to a death sentence. Funduona's eyes instantly filled with tears, her body trembling slightly. Elder Muyu's beard bristled with fury, his face pale with rage. Just then, a light, inappropriate laugh pierced the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned abruptly to the source of the laughter. It was Lin Mo. The arrogance on Archbishop Kyle's face froze, his brow furrowed in irritation. Outlander, do you mock me? Lin Mo smirked. Oh no, how could I dare mock one so exalted? Yet, there was not a trace of respect in his demeanor. How dare you? Kyle bellowed in anger. Do not be so hasty to anger, my lord. May I inquire how to address you? Lin Mo replied with a slight smile. Kyle scoffed. You may refer to me as Archbishop Kyle. Very well, Archbishop Kyle, Lin Mo nodded. I respect each race of Terra and honor your beliefs. However, I must make one thing abundantly clear. Our arrival is not a plea for your assistance. We have come to offer you a chance for survival. Pray tell, do you fail to comprehend the gravity of the phrase near extinction, or do you simply disregard the fate of the Terra continent? Lin Mo's voice reverberated through the vast cathedral, each word striking like a slap upon the haughty visage of the sacred human race. Impudence. Archbishop Kale thundered, his anger palpable. He struck his staff heavily upon the ground, the gemstone atop it erupting in blinding holy light, a colossal pressure bearing down upon Lin Mo. The air grew dense, constricting every bone in Lin Mo's body. Under such immense pressure, a common person would have surely crumbled in fear. In the presence of the Holy Lord, how dare a barbarian such as you roar? Kale's voice dripped with judgment. Your Excellency, please temper your wrath. Funduona interjected, her complexion pale as she rushed to stand before Lin Mo, spreading her arms to shield him. He means no disrespect. He aided us in repelling the demon race in the city of Lostia. He is a friend to our Terra continent. Elder Muyu raised his natural staff, gently tapping it against the ground. A soft, verdant halo spread forth, skillfully dissipating the pressure unleashed by Kale. He stepped forward, gazing past Kale to the ever-silent Pope atop the dais. Your Majesty, merely 7 days prior to our arrival in the city of Holy Light, the Dwarven Steelbeard tribe, entrenched in the Blackstone Mountains, engaged in a blood-soaked battle against the demon race for 3 days, nearly facing annihilation. The half-orc Howling Wind tribe was compelled to migrate westward, their territory now a hunting ground for the demons. The demon race grows ever stronger, while we weaken. How much time do we have left? His words caused the brows of all clergy present to furrow in concern. Kale's fury softened slightly, his brow furrowed. They were not entirely ignorant of these tidings. Yet the weight of this harsh reality bore down upon them when articulated. Elder Muyu shifted his focus back to Lin Mo. However, we are not devoid of hope. In the recent defensive battle for Lostia, it was Sir Lin Mo's innovative weaponry that enabled our Elven Guard to achieve a qualitative leap in combat power, successfully repelling a premeditated assault by the demons. He gestured towards the Elven warriors behind him. 2 Elven sentinels stepped forward, presenting a uniquely designed composite bow and a compact repeating crossbow. They stood in stark contrast to the elegant longbows of the Elven race, embodying an aesthetic of efficiency and pure physical beauty. A priest approached, bewildered as he picked up the composite bow. What is this? He scoffed. Lin Mo smiled, deftly taking the composite bow from the Elven sentinel's hands and expertly nocking an arrow. He aimed it at a stone statue in the corner of the cathedral, which served as mere decoration. From the bowstring vibrated with a deep resonance. A black arrow shot forth, devoid of any magical enhancement, yet imbued with an unstoppable momentum. Crack! The sound echoed sharply as the hard stone statue shattered upon impact, the arrow embedding itself deep into the wall behind, leaving only a quivering fletching exposed. A profound silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixated on the quivering arrow tail. The power displayed had transcended that of ordinary projectiles. Subsequently, another Elven Guardian raised a crossbow and, with remarkable composure, pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rapid succession of piercing sounds echoed as 10 bolts were released in a mere 3 seconds, accurately embedding themselves into the remnants of the previously shattered statue, creating a dense target of arrows. The pupils of Archbishop Kale abruptly constricted. He was not oblivious to the value of this weapon. It required no magical aptitude. and its operation was so simple that extensive training was unnecessary. Possessing sufficient strength and basic skills could yield such terrifying lethality and rate of fire. If an army of 10,000 were equipped with such weapons, augmented by the power of magic, he dared not contemplate the implications. Upon the high platform, Pope Gregory VII, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Mo, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Lin Mo met his gaze unwaveringly. "Your Holiness." Lin Mo's voice was clear and composed. "The fall of the Terra continent is merely a matter of time. If you do not utilize the Proud Star Realm teleportation technique to seek a glimmer of hope now, its ultimate fate will be to accompany your corpses, buried alongside this land in a coffin." The grim reality of the Terra continent, coupled with the shock of the newly unveiled weaponry, finally swayed the church. The Pope remained silent for a considerable time before his authoritative voice resonated through the hall, granting permission to use the Star Realm teleportation technique. Joy instantly surged across the faces of Fendona and Elder Muyu. However, the Pope's tone shifted, introducing conditions. First, all magical materials and manpower required to activate the portal shall be entirely borne by you. Your Majesty, that is only natural. Elder Muyu promptly bowed in agreement. Secondly, the Pope's gaze turned towards Lin Mo. Your nation must sign a magical contract. This contract will impose restrictions on the number of individuals from Daxia entering Terra, the types of weapons permitted, and the scope of activities. You must promise not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Terra races, entering solely as a hired party, and accept the joint supervision of our race and the Elven race. Should you breach this agreement, the portal shall be permanently closed to you, and you shall face punishment. Chapter 56. Terms of the magical contract. Upon concluding his statement, the Pope rose from his throne, leaving no room for negotiation as he turned to depart. Leaving behind a cold remark, "The specific details shall be discussed by Archbishop Kale with you." As the Pope exited, the hallowed atmosphere of the hall dissipated slightly, replaced by a palpable tension of cold confrontation at the negotiation table. Archbishop Kale stood atop the high platform, surveying the assembly. The magic crystal atop his staff radiated a pure light. "Since His Holiness has granted permission, I shall now outline the framework of the agreement." Kale's voice reverberated within the cathedral. First, regarding the number of individuals. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Mo with scrutiny, stating, "Considering the substantial risks of the Star Realm teleportation technique and the uncertainties of your world, for our initial collaboration, we shall allow a maximum of 10,000 soldiers to enter Terra." A smirk curled at the corners of Kale's mouth. "This already represents a considerable leniency on the part of our sacred human race." Lin Mo could not contain himself and let out a laugh. The soft laughter echoed starkly within the church, shattering the solemn atmosphere Kyle had meticulously crafted. All the clergy turned their disapproving gazes toward Lin Mo. Fendona anxiously tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve, her emerald eyes filled with pleading, silently urging him to cease his provocation. Kyle's expression darkened. "Foreigner, do you find this amusing?" "No, not amusing," Lin Mo replied, suppressing his smile and shaking his head, his demeanor turning frigid. "I merely find it absurd." He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Kyle atop the platform. "Your Grace, the Archbishop, may I speak candidly? Do you perhaps harbor a misconception regarding the scale of the demon army? 10,000. He raised a finger and waved it. "Do you understand what that signifies in the face of the demon horde? Tossing 10,000 into the battlefield would scarcely make a ripple. You are not extending an invitation for reinforcements. You are beckoning 10,000 to serve as appetizers for the demons." "Preposterous." A cleric standing beside Kyle barked. "You are here to assist, not to invade. How many more do you wish to send? We are not here to court death. Moreover, do you even comprehend what assistance entails?" Lin Mo's voice turned icy. "If the holy human race's understanding of assistance means sending our soldiers from the Great Xia to die in vain, then I would rather forego this collaboration." He turned to Elder Muyu, raising his hands in exasperation. "Elder, you see it too. It is not that we are unwilling to help. It is your allies who treat us like fools. The lives of their compatriots from Blue Star were at stake, leaving no room for negligence." "Stop," Elder Muyu interjected, his aged face wrought with anxiety as he stepped forward to mediate. "Archbishop Kyle, what Lin Mo speaks is the truth. 10,000 is indeed far too few. Against hordes of demons numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it would have no effect whatsoever." Kyle scoffed, lightly tapping his staff upon the ground, producing a crisp sound. "Numbers are not the sole determinant of victory in warfare. 10,000 soldiers equipped with your peculiar weaponry possess formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, this is merely our initial collaboration. We require time to assess your true intentions and strength." "Assess?" Lin Mo laughed derisively. "Are you assessing how swiftly our soldiers meet their demise?" He stood his ground. 50,000, that is our demand. A vanguard of 50,000 fully armed soldiers must establish a solid frontline base to genuinely influence the tide of battle. "Absolutely not." Kyle categorically rejected the proposal, leaving no room for negotiation. "This is a violation of Terra's security. We will never permit such a vast army from another realm to set foot on our land." The atmosphere in the hall grew tense once more. Elder Muyu was sweating profusely, and Fendona's face turned pale. The disparity in their bottom lines was insurmountable, rendering the negotiations futile. Lin Mo fixed a steady gaze on Kyle for several seconds before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, I respect your concerns. Kyle's expression began to soften, only to be interrupted by Lin Mo's continued words. How about this? Let us each concede a little, for I am weary of squabbling. 25,000. If even this number is unacceptable, then let us depart now, without disturbing your serene battle in the holy light until the last man stands. You. Kyle was choked by Lin Mo's final words, his face flushing crimson. 25,000. This figure still exceeded his psychological expectations, yet compared to the terrifying 50,000, it seemed less daunting. He sensed that this was the adversary's ultimate limit, considering the frail constitution of the otherworldly beings and their lack of magical abilities. Even if they turned against him, as long as the portal was closed, this number would not stir any significant turmoil in the land of Terra. Kyle glanced at the troubled Elder Mu Yu, then caught a glimpse of the despair and hope in the eyes of the members of the Elven delegation. Reflecting on the current tense situation, ultimately, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. All right, but this is the limit. Elder Mu Yu and Fendona simultaneously exhaled in relief, a faint smile finally gracing their faces. Excellent. It appears we have reached our first consensus. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Now, for the second point, the scope of operations. Kyle's tone turned resolute, attempting to regain control. Since we have come in response to the Elven race's plea for assistance, your army's operational range must be strictly confined within the territory of the Elven race, limited to a single city, to resist the demonic forces. No step shall be allowed into other realms. Naturally, Elder Mu Yu quickly affirmed. We can confine the operational area to the expanse from the Elven capital of Avenor to the city of Verdant Leaves. We need to reclaim the city of Verdant Leaves. Lin Mo found this outcome acceptable. It was only natural for the other side to be cautious. Understanding this from a mutual perspective was reasonable. Kyle on the steps pondered for a moment and nodded. This range is acceptable. It allows the reinforcements to be effective while placing them between the demonic and Elven forces. The final point, and indeed the most crucial one. Kyle fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Mo and the newly equipped Elven Guardians. Regarding weaponry, you must provide a detailed list of all weapon types and quantities entering Terra, subject to our review and approval. He emphasized his words. Any creations deemed to pose uncontrollable risks shall be strictly prohibited from entering Terra. Upon hearing this, even Elder Mu Yu's expression changed. The greatest reliance of the Great Xia's assistants lay in their unprecedented technological weapons. If they were to be stymied on this front, the previous negotiations would lose all significance. Well, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. Your Excellency, it's not that I am unwilling to provide this, but our weapon system is rather complex. How so? Kyle pressed for clarification. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, offering an example. Our weapons are akin to your magic. Can you provide me with a list detailing every divine art and spell utilized by your holy human race's priests and knights, including their incantations, formations, potency, and materials? How is that even possible? Kyle instinctively retorted. Then that settles it. Lin Mo shrugged innocently. Our weapon inventory is 1,000 times more intricate than that. I cannot possibly present the entire design schematics of our industrial system for your perusal. You wouldn't comprehend it. In response to Lin Mo's retort, Kyle's anger flared once more. You are merely quibbling. No. I am merely stating the truth. Lin Mo waved a hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Let us do this. Grant me a day's time. I need to communicate with our headquarters and compile a comprehensible overview of the weapon types for your understanding. He gazed sincerely at Kyle. Shall we reconvene tomorrow at this hour to discuss the specifics of the weapon inventory? Kyle scrutinized Lin Mo, searching for any sign of deceit on his face. Yet, he was unsuccessful. The other's gaze was forthright, and the logic unassailable. To forcibly demand the inventory immediately was indeed impractical. Very well, Kyle finally replied coldly. Then tomorrow it is. I trust you will not resort to any tricks. No one can violate the witness of the magical contract. With that, he said no more and turned to leave. In the underground base of Bayer City, within his bedroom, Lin Mo opened his eyes and swiftly sat up, seizing the black intercom from the cabinet. Brother Zhao, I have returned. Notify everyone that a meeting will commence in 10 minutes. Understood. Zhao Gang's voice conveyed no hint of unnecessary inquiry. In the core conference room of the base, at the cold metallic long table, core members Zhao Gang, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyan, and others were all present, their eyes alight with suppressed fervor. Lin Mo entered, striding directly toward the head of the table. The negotiations have been finalized. He succinctly recounted the exchanges at the negotiation table, Kyle's arrogance, the holy human clan's trump card, and how he had seized the opportunity to elevate the quota from 10,000 to 25,000. 25,000. As this figure resonated in the room, a collective gasp echoed. Qian Jinhua's hand, which had been adjusting his reading glasses, froze mid-air, his eyes widening behind the lenses. Lu Qingyan's defiant face twitched as he suddenly slapped his thigh. What a lad. 25,000. Zhao Gang's taut spine finally relaxed at that moment. He looked at Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with admiration. Well done. This outcome has far surpassed our expectations. Not too shabby, Lin Mo replied with a slight smirk. The demon clan is poised, and the various races cannot endure for long. If the holy human clan continues to maintain their arrogance, they shall only await their demise together. However, there is a caveat. Lin Mo shifted his tone. They have requested a detailed weapon inventory from us and wish to retain the authority for review and approval. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more. This was an anticipated development. Zhao Gang intoned gravely. We cannot expect them to be entirely unguarded. Qian Jinhua knitted his brows tightly and spoke. The issue lies in how to draft the inventory. Our weapon system and their power structure are fundamentally disparate dimensions. How can I elucidate to them the magical yield of a 155mm shell? Let that be for now. Zhao Gang took the floor, directing his gaze towards Lin Mo. The Arctic Theater, under the command of General Long Zhan and his 1st Expeditionary Force, remains in a state of heightened readiness. Yet they are still oblivious to the identity of the enemy and the nature of the battlefield. I believe it would be more prudent for them to draft this weapons list, as they are the experts in warfare. Commander Lin, I think it is time to share all pertinent information with General Long Zhan. I concur, Lin Mo nodded. They are the ones fighting. We cannot leave them in ignorance. Very well. Zhao Gang rose. I shall promptly report to the higher authorities and seek authorization. In the underground city of Daxia, a newly established top-secret physical line directly transmitted the signal to Old Zhao's office. After listening to Zhao Gang's report, Old Zhao fell silent for a moment. 25,000 personnel? His tone revealed no discernible emotion, yet Zhao Gang could distinctly sense the profound astonishment on the other end of the line. Indeed, the reality was as such. Old Zhao's fingers trembled slightly. Within his budget, securing a quota for 10,000 personnel was already an exceedingly optimistic limit. Therefore, approving the formation of a 20,000-strong expeditionary force was a precautionary measure, an abundance of resources being better than scarcity. Empathy dictates that if an army from another world claims to come to Blue Star's aid, regardless of how dire the circumstances may be, Daxia's immediate response would inevitably be rejection. This is the fundamental barrier between civilizations. Even in the event of intrahuman conflict, a loss remains a matter of humanity's own affairs. However, once extraterrestrial beings are introduced, the nature of the situation transforms entirely. Those not of our kind surely harbored different intentions. Yet now, the magical realm of Terra has consented. Furthermore, at their initial encounter, they have permitted a 25,000-strong Daxiao army to enter their world. He found it almost unfathomable. Lin Mo has performed admirably. Old Zhao exhaled deeply. This simple praise carried the weight of 1,000 mountains. I approve the request to share intelligence with Comrade Long Zhan. From this moment forth, General Long Zhan, the head of the Arctic Theater, will officially be incorporated into the New Hope project team. Zhao Gang's expression shifted to one of surprise, but he quickly stood at attention, responding in a firm voice. Yes. You have all done exceptionally well. Continue to proceed with confidence. Understood. The communication was severed. Old Zhao set down the black encrypted phone in his hand, and, a few moments later, picked up another phone. The call was answered promptly. It's me. Old Yang, I bring good news. A calm, yet powerful voice resonated from the other end. Is it news from the New Hope team? Indeed, Old Zhao affirmed. Lin Mo has secured an unexpectedly advantageous condition for us. The initial number of personnel to be stationed exceeds our forecasts. What is the quota? 25,000. Silence enveloped the line once more, lingering longer than before. After a considerable pause, the other party's voice, tinged with a sense of reflection, finally spoke. That comrade named Lin Mo truly is our lucky star. Indeed. Old Zhao gazed at Lin Mo's dossier on the table, feeling a sense of admiration. Indeed, his emergence is a blessing for the great Xia. Chapter 58. Who exactly is Lin Mo? Old Zhao remarked. I have authorized them to incorporate General Long Zhan into the New Hope group. It is time for our warriors to understand their mission. After a moment of silence, the other party inquired whether the integration of Long Zhan into the New Hope initiative was confirmed. Old Zhao smiled, embodying the principle of trusting those he employs. One must provide ample opportunities for the youth. The order to include General Long Zhan in the New Hope group, though seemingly straightforward, elevated the group's authority to unprecedented heights. For it now wielded military power. The overall commander of the New Hope group is Lin Mo. In the Arctic War Zone, at the command center, Long Zhan stood before a massive electronic sand table, where 20,000 flickering blue dots represented the elite soldiers he had meticulously selected from his 500,000-strong army. These warriors were fully prepared, assembled in the expansive mobilization area, awaiting their orders. Once tasked, they could be deployed to the target zone with remarkable speed to execute their combat missions. These soldiers had undergone rigorous scrutiny of their ancestral lineage, ensuring they were utterly trustworthy for undertaking classified operations, necessitating such caution. Each that represented the creme de la creme, yet each also carried the hopes of a family. Based on his past experiences, missions of utmost secrecy often led to perilous outcomes, with all identities encrypted, rendering them as ghosts in the system. Should they perish in the line of duty, there would be no one to recover their remains, nor would the state acknowledge their sacrifice. They must remain anonymous. And it could take decades for their identities to be decrypted allowing their families to eventually learn that their child was a hero. Nevertheless, they would face the first battle with unwavering resolve, confident in their victory. Suddenly, a combat staff officer strode in, standing at attention and saluting with a commanding voice. The commander of the Red Wolf Special Operations Brigade has submitted a 5th request to engage. Rejected. Long Zhan did not turn around, his voice devoid of emotion. The commander of the Thunder Armored Brigade had already been standing at the command department's entrance for 2 hours. Let him stand. Furthermore, Commander Zhao of the Sword Reconnaissance Brigade indicated that if they were not included in this operation, he would dismantle all the brigade's latest reconnaissance drones and sell them as scrap metal. Long Zhan finally turned around, his brow furrowed in agitation. It was evident that he was quite vexed. This was merely a selection from the 4 major armies. If his naval personnel were to find out they were excluded, it would surely cause an uproar. With only 20,000 slots available, selecting the elite could not bypass the officers below, although the specifics of the mission remained unknown. Each officer was astute enough to deduce that it involved special tasks. Yet, every one of his subordinates was eager to charge into battle. They would fight tooth and nail for a mere fraction more of training resources, let alone for such an unprecedented expedition. Under his command, the troops boasted names of increasing renown, and their military achievements were equally illustrious. It was a day filled with the grievances and pleas of officers from various ranks, and his threshold was nearly worn thin by their visits. Dragon Zhan, a seasoned warrior who had faced the fiercest battles and tackled the most formidable challenges, found himself in a rare state of disarray due to an insufficient number of slots available for his men. Upon returning to his office, the sudden ringing of the red encrypted phone on his desk jolted him to attention. Its piercing tone suggested a connection to the ongoing expedition. Striding to the phone, he picked up the receiver and declared, "This is Dragon Zhan." A calm voice on the other end responded, "How is the preparation of your expeditionary force progressing?" Report, "The expeditionary force of 20,000 has been fully assembled and is ready to depart at any moment." Dragon Zhan's voice resonated with unwavering steadiness. "Very well." There was a brief pause on the line, as if the speaker was carefully choosing their words. "Just moments ago, there has been a significant development regarding the mission." Dragon Zhan's heart raced. The initial quota for deployment had been raised from the original limit to 25,000 personnel. 25,000. His hand trembled slightly around the receiver. The taut muscles etched into his weathered face began to relax. "Excellent. The additional 5,000 slots will suffice to alleviate much of the discontent among the troops and enhance the overall configuration of the expeditionary force." "I understand, Commander. I will adjust the deployment immediately." "Not so fast," the voice interjected. "There is a second matter. From now on, you are assigned to the New Hope Initiative, under unified command." "Understood." Dragon Zhan responded without hesitation. "Your direct superior will be Comrade Lin Mo, the overall commander of the New Hope Initiative." The voice continued to penetrate Dragon Zhan's thoughts. A frown creased his brow as he mentally searched for information on Lin Mo. Who was this individual? The name yielded no recollections. Given his esteemed position within the military and political spheres of the Great Xia, he should have at least heard of someone of significance. Yet Lin Mo seemed to have appeared from thin air. "Understood," he replied, still pondering. "Comrade Dragon Zhan, I recognize that you may have questions." The voice took on a serious tone, "But this is an order. Set aside all doubts and cooperate fully with Comrade Lin Mo. The hope of our nation rests upon him. Your full cooperation is imperative." A sense of solemnity washed over Dragon Zhan as the insistence on full cooperation echoed in his mind, along with the declaration of the other's significance to the nation. His curiosity was piqued. "Yes, I assure you that the mission will be accomplished." "Excellent. I will have Zhao Gang, the deputy commander of the New Hope Initiative, reach out to you for coordination. Adhere to their scheduling for specific tasks." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Dragon Zhan's fingers flew across the computer keyboard, creating a series of sharp clicks. He entered his highest-level access password, underwent iris scanning, and pressed his fingerprint. Upon completing the highest security verification process, he typed Lin Mo's name into the internal inquiry system and hit enter. A file suddenly appeared on the screen, starkly empty. Name, Lin Mo, age, 23. Position, commander of the New Hope Top Secret Project, nothing more. At the bottom of the file, a vast expanse of blank space was filled with the bold, crimson words Top Secret. To his astonishment, with his authority, Long Zhan could only access this limited information. 23 years old, younger by several years than the youngest captain under his command. Yet, he had become the direct superior of Long Zhan. The chief of the Arctic War Zone? Even Zhao Gang held the position of deputy commander? Absurd. A thought sprang to Long Zhan's mind. A well-connected individual. An individual with connections reaching the heavens. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. Could it be that the higher-ups were grooming a successor, paving the way? He was determined to personally witness the true nature of this Lin Mo. Chapter 59. Not a well-connected individual at all. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Long Zhan suppressed his thoughts and spoke in a deep voice. "Come in." As the door swung open, Colonel Zhao of the Sword Brigade sauntered in, a mischievous grin on his face. "Chief, are you busy?" Long Zhan's temples throbbed. "Spit it out." Hee hee. Colonel Zhao rubbed his hands together, a pained expression overtaking his features. Chief, the Breaking Wind Reconnaissance Brigade is about to receive an entire battalion. Can you spare a few for us, the Sword Brigade? His tone grew increasingly aggrieved, his voice elevating. What makes them better than us? Over the years, we've tackled tough challenges on the border. When have we ever been ambiguous? Now that there's a mission, why should they feast while we can't even sip the broth? This is unfair. You can't be so biased, Chief. Long Jean's head buzzed with irritation. He waved his hand dismissively. All right. I'll allocate you a few slots. Now scram. Got it. Colonel Zhao's face instantly brightened, and he saluted before attempting to leave. However, the moment the door opened, a throng of dark silhouettes surged in. Chief, we, the Thunder Armored Brigade, 1 and 2, and we, the Red Wolf. You can't show favoritism. Chief, officers from the Thunder Armored Brigade, Red Wolf Special Operations Brigade, Rocket Forces, and Breaking Wind Brigade had all coordinated their efforts, blocking the doorway. Their eager eyes fixed upon him. Long Jean felt less like a general and more like a piece of meat surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Thankfully, an additional 5,000 slots had just been added. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by their incessant demands. In Bell City, at the underground base, the military aircraft that Long Jean was aboard landed, and he transferred to a military vehicle that drove into the underground facility. Inside the base, researchers and soldiers hurried about, everything operating with remarkable order. Zhao Gang had been waiting at the entrance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to the conference room. General Long, time is of the essence. Let us begin without delay. Zhao Gang wasted no time and promptly activated the central projection. As the projection illuminated, an unfamiliar world unfolded before Long Jean. A vast continent, bizarre vegetation, and the presence of elves and demons. This is our new battlefield, the Terra Continent. Zhao Gang's voice resonated within the conference room. A realm imbued with magic and supernatural forces. Long Jean perused the documents on the table, his knuckles whitening as he tensed with anticipation. He had weathered great storms, yet what lay before him utterly transcended his comprehension. Our adversary. Zhao Gang pointed towards the projection of those grotesque beings. The Demon Clan, an invasive species hailing from another realm, was perpetrating an exterminating plunder against the races of Terra. Long Jean felt his breath catch, his body instinctively leaning forward. Rather than fear, a fervent heat surged through his veins. The expeditionary force aimed to advance into an alternate world. For any soldier, this was an irresistible ultimate temptation. The Ark Project merely struggled for survival before the expanse of Terra. The future of Blue Star required a new sanctuary. Terra was our chosen beacon of hope. As Long Jean perused the documents in his hand, he stood frozen in place. All the classified information, all the anomalies, suddenly revealed their answers in that moment. This battle was not for glory, but for the very existence of civilization. It was then that he abruptly raised his gaze to the calm young man seated at the head of the table. Lin Mo Zhao Gang introduced gravely. This is the sole traverser connecting us to Terra, and the commander of our New Hope initiative. Comrade Lin Mo. Long Jean's mind buzzed, blank and vacant. He finally comprehended the weight of the phrase hope of the nation as uttered by the second commander, a burden so profound. It was not merely a matter of connections. This 23-year-old youth bore the future of two worlds upon his shoulders. Alone in the perilous unknown, confronting unfamiliar magic and races, he had fought valiantly for the Great Xia and Blue Star, securing the present favorable situation. Long Jean questioned his own capabilities in this regard. All previous doubts and dismissals now appeared utterly ludicrous. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. He sprang to his feet, his heels clicking sharply together. A resonant sound echoing in the room. He rendered a standard military salute to Lin Mo. His voice boomed with determination. Commander, this is Long Jean from the Arctic War Zone, reporting for duty. The expeditionary force of 25,000 is fully prepared. Please provide your directives. Lin Mo regarded the resolute general before him, rising to return the salute with solemnity. General Long, welcome to New Hope. The subsequent meeting proceeded with remarkable efficiency. When the discussion turned to the weaponry list, Long Jean decisively took charge. It's simple. Just list the weapon names, effective range, and maximum lethality radius. The principles and details can be omitted, as they 1T comprehend them anyway. For certain items, merely stating their purpose suffices, straightforward and clear. Lin Mo nodded. We shall proceed as you suggest. You are the expert. Please draft a comprehensive equipment list promptly, as I need to finalize the portal arrangements. Understood. Long Jean responded with unwavering certainty. An hour later, a weapons list was neatly encased in a compact sealed bag and handed over to Lin Mo. Lin Mo mused internally about the efficiency of capable individuals, sparing him the trouble. His gaze then sharpened with resolve. Return to Terra, finalize the portal. Within the sacred halls of the Holy See, in the side chamber, the air still lingered with the solemn aura of divine light intertwined with magic. Yet the atmosphere at the negotiation table was as frigid as the Arctic tundra. Lin Mo gently pushed a meticulously drafted equipment list, prepared personally by Long Jean and thoroughly examined by the advisors of the Great Xia, towards His Excellency Archbishop Kyle. Your Grace, this is the list of equipment our vanguard forces of Great Xia intend to carry. I kindly ask you to review it. Archbishop Kyle raised his eyelids slightly, his demeanor haughty, as he picked up the document to peruse it. Kyle. He glanced up, his expression impassive as he regarded Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what are you staring at me for? Look at the list. If there are no issues, please proceed to sign the contract. In the next moment, the list was flung back towards Lin Mo. Foreigner. I am unable to comprehend the script of your world. Lin Mo. This is bad. I completely forgot about this. He could understand their spoken language and articulate responses that they could comprehend. Yet the scripts of Blue Star and the continent of Terra were entirely dissimilar. My oversight. He turned to Findona. Princess Findona, I must trouble you to translate. Please bring paper and pen. Oh, certainly. Findona retrieved a roll of exquisite parchment and a quill. Lin Mo began to dictate, while Findona wrote. Both parties verifying the translation in this manner. After considerable effort, they managed to translate the list into the language of Terra. As for the scaled-down images, the original list sufficed. Chapter 60. How to return within the limit of the teleportation. Kyle snorted, once again taking the written list to scrutinize it. Kyle. Lin Mo observed the prolonged silence from the other party, feeling a twinge of anxiety. What is it now? Kyle pointed to the first row of the list. What is this mortar? How does it differ from this so-called anti-aircraft gun? Lin Mo explained. You may consider it akin to a trebuchet. Their power is quite comparable, though the latter is more suited for striking airborne foes. And this armored vehicle? Oh, you can regard it as our equivalent of a steed, quite similar to your mounts. And what of the tank and the fighter jet? Think of them as your heavily armored knights and griffin riders. And what is this Dongfeng? Are you certain about its range? Indeed, you may consider it a long-range forbidden spell. What? Kyle's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. This is absolutely prohibited from being brought into Terra. No, this is our sense of security. With it, we dare to assist you with over 20,000 of our frail bodies against the demon race. Lin Mo fervently argued, otherwise, we would be relying solely on these comparable to your bows, crossbows, and knights for combat. Without magic, how can we aid the elves in fending off the demon race? What distinguishes us from your retreating forces? Elder Mu Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately spoke in support. Indeed, your grace, this request is reasonable. For the sake of the god of divine light, allow them to bring it. Findona timidly added, do we not also have forbidden spellcasters on Terra? This is quite normal. Is it not? Kyle's lips twitched. This list of weaponry was purportedly under joint scrutiny with the elven race. Yet, the current situation is evident even to a fool. The elven race is eagerly hoping that humanity will expend all its resources to assist them in reclaiming the city of verdant leaves and combating the demonic forces. After a protracted and meticulous negotiation, Kyle ultimately consented to allow the humans to bring 3 eastern winds into the Terra continent. Lin Mo exhaled in relief, as this was a crucial demand from the think tank. The destructive range of the eastern wind was merely noted as exceeding a radius of 1,000 meters. Yet the precise extent remained unspecified, thus opening ample opportunity for interpretation, should circumstances prove dire. Regardless of whether the threat originated from the demon race or the 4 primary factions, one could launch an eastern wind to instill caution in the adversary, thereby achieving a semblance of peace. Eventually, after a lengthy examination, Archbishop Kyle begrudgingly approved the terms. Aside from the restrictions on the eastern winds and the prohibition of any biochemical weaponry, no other limitations were imposed. The city of Verdant Leaves is situated inland, away from the sea, hence naval equipment was unnecessary. Although Kyle sought to impose a blanket ban on substantial military assets such as fighter jets and transport aircraft, Lin Mo stood his ground resolutely, with Elder Mu Yu advocating alongside him, asserting that these were merely dragon knights and griffin knights, and that the demon race also possessed aerial units. It was imperative for humanity to have means of counteraction. Should Kyle insist further, it would be deemed unreasonable. If Elder Mu Yu escalated the matter to the Pope, it would reflect poorly and unnecessarily offend the elven race. When the final clauses of the contract were presented on the table, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the attendees. The penalty for breach of contract, Kyle paused momentarily before stating, would be borne by every single human from the Great Xia who steps onto the Terra continent. Lin Mo's expression hardened. What are we to bear? If you fail to uphold the contract, the penalty is, of course, death, Kyle declared coldly. The air instantly grew frigid. Lin Mo nearly laughed in exasperation. Your Excellency, we are here to serve as reinforcements, not to sign a bond of servitude. If any of our soldiers inadvertently brings in an unregistered multifunctional combat knife, would all 25,000 of us be doomed? What kind of reasoning is this? Such an outrageous condition chilled Lin Mo's voice. He had not anticipated that this archbishop could conjure such absurdities. As the atmosphere threatened to shatter, Elder Mu Yu swiftly intervened, grasping Lin Mo's arm, signaling him to remain calm. Your Excellency, I implore you to reconsider. This is indeed excessively harsh. Kyle scoffed. If there are no penalties, what necessity is there for this contract? Lin Mo crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, you know there is no necessity, so why continue this discussion about a contract? A renewed round of contention ensued. Ultimately, Kyle relented, acknowledging that if he pushed too far, it would ultimately hinder the elven race. With a stern expression, he proposed, let us establish an oversight committee at the portal, with personnel jointly dispatched from both our holy human race and your elven race to monitor and control all items entering Terra. Lin Mo contemplated briefly and agreed. This arrangement was akin to customs clearance upon entry, falling within a reasonable scope, and he had no grounds to refuse. At long last, the discussions reached a conclusion. A luminous magical contract swiftly took shape in Kyle's hands, and under the influence of the contract's magic, this cooperative agreement was rendered officially effective. Once breached, one shall face the rejection of the world will of Terra, while also incurring the enmity of the four great races. This revelation made Lin Mo acutely aware. He had not anticipated the existence of a world will on Terra, believing it merely a matter of signing a simple agreement. He noted that unless absolutely necessary, one must avoid breaching the contract, for to be ostracized by the world would render one's fortunes to naught, where even a sip of water could lead to choking, and a mere stroll could result in a fall on level ground. With the agreement finalized, it was time to discuss the financial aspects. Elder Muyu gestured, and several elves advanced, bearing heavy chests. With a resounding thud, the lid of a chest opened, releasing an effulgence that illuminated the entire side hall. With rare magical gems and materials shimmering in a dazzling array, Lin Mo gasped in astonishment, realizing he was contributing to the global warming of Terra. This was merely the cost for a 10-day package for unlimited transportation through the portal. Should they wish to continue afterward, renewal fees would apply. The portals of the holy human race were monopolistic, and the charges were indeed exorbitant. Within the realm of the holy human race on Terra, many portals existed, broadly categorized into three types. To put it plainly, the first type was a daily or monthly package, allowing unlimited transfers within a specified time, suitable for the current need for large-scale transportation of goods and people. The second type charged based on the size of the transported items and the energy they contained. The third type was a buyout system, where the holy human race would construct a permanent portal for you, and you would purchase magical crystals for maintenance. Naturally, the third option was the most expensive. The elven race evidently opted for the first type, which offered the best value. This caused Lin Mo to furrow his brow, as he recognized a significant oversight he had not previously considered. He promptly inquired of Elder Muyu, "Elder, this portal is only operational for 10 days. Once we assist you in reclaiming the city of Emerald Leaves, how will our people return?" Chapter 61. Signing the pact with the elves. Rest assured, my lord Lin Mo. Her Majesty the Queen has already contemplated this matter. Elder Muyu quickly clarified. Once we have reclaimed our homeland, we shall once again pay the price to activate the portal, allowing your valiant warriors to return home. A verbal agreement would not suffice, especially concerning the lives of tens of thousands and the future of an entire civilization. Elder, we are allies, but even brothers must keep accounts clear. Lin Mo stated with a serious expression. To avert unnecessary troubles in the future, we should formalize this with a contract. Indeed, Elder Muyu agreed without hesitation. As both parties were currently in a harmonious phase, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. The terms of the contract were clear. The Great Xia would aid the elven race in reclaiming the city of Emerald Leaves, and the elves would, after the war, pay with a seed from the world tree and be responsible for the 10-day portal activation, with all expenses borne solely by the elven race. Once the second magical contract, shimmering with a soft glow, was finalized, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He sank back into his chair, reclining with a contented sigh. It dawned on him that since entering this side hall, he had been engaged in negotiations, employing wit and strategy for an entire day. Even a second-rate physique cannot withstand such an intense mental drain. At some point, Findona approached, cradling a cup of water in her hands and presenting it to him. The surface of the water shimmered with a gentle light, exuding a sweet, botanical fragrance. My lord Lin Mo, are you all right? Lin Mo accepted the cup, tilted his head back, and consumed the contents in one swift motion. A refreshing, sweet liquid coursed down his throat, instantly dispelling much of his fatigue. He offered a smile to Findona. Of course, rising to his feet, he stretched his stiff neck. However, there remained some concluding tasks to finalize. The elven race was pressed for time, and so was Lin Mo. After some discussion, they agreed to request that the holy human race dispatch a construction team, nay, a portal construction crew, the following day to the elven territory to commence the assembly of the astral portal. After partaking in a rather unremarkable dinner provided by the holy human race, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to extend an invitation to Findona. Your Highness Findona, the long night stretches ahead, and I find myself restless. Shall we explore the city of holy light? Findona's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hand in refusal. No, I don't think so. Observing her denial, Lin Mo sighed. I have yet to visit this place, and I am quite unfamiliar with it. He sighed once more, lamenting the fickleness of human nature and the vicissitudes of life, which weighed heavily on the innocent conscience of the young maiden. Findona, flustered, replied, I suddenly remembered I need to buy something. Perhaps I could accompany you for a bit. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Splendid. I would greatly appreciate your highness's company. As they wandered the streets of the city of holy light under the night sky, pedestrians hurried past. The shadow of war loomed over the city, and most faces bore expressions of indifference and worry. Refugees from various corners of the continent, fleeing from defeat, congregated here, rendering the city unusually lively. The air was thick with a stifling, restless atmosphere, punctuated by the occasional sight of a drunkard slumped in a corner with a bottle in hand. Linimo, hands tucked into his pockets, surveyed his surroundings like a curious traveler, while Findona quietly trailed beside him, occasionally elucidating the history behind certain edifices. You see, there are far more half-orcs here than in your elven lands, Lin Imo remarked, observing a scene in the distance. Indeed, the holy human race benefits from the existence of portals, allowing for seamless travel throughout their territories. Many half-orcs earn their livelihood through employment, hence their larger presence, Findona explained. As they walked, a towering Tauren brushed past, carrying a sack, while agile centaur knights galloped around the corner. Even a few cat-eared maidens were selling trinkets by the roadside. Eventually, Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to a nearby artisan shop. Clang, clang, clang. A stout dwarf, his torso bare and beard intricately braided, was vigorously wielding a heavy hammer, striking a glowing piece of iron and sending sparks flying. Lin Imo approached with eager interest. Master, your craftsmanship is impressive. The dwarf lifted his sweat-drenched face, glanced at him, and grunted in acknowledgement before returning to his relentless hammering. I have a question. Lin Imo, leaning against the doorframe, displayed a remarkable familiarity. Your forging technique relies entirely on experience and intuition, yet the speed is rather sluggish. Have you ever considered standardizing the process? For instance, unifying the force and angle of the hammer strikes, and utilizing quenching liquids to control the cooling rate would significantly enhance production speed while maintaining stability. With Lin Mo's previous experience assisting the elves, encountering dwarves seems an opportune moment to engage and learn about this intriguing race. The dwarven blacksmith halted his hammer midair, turning his head to regard Lin Mo with a look of disdain, as if to say, "Are you attempting to instruct me?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "My lord Lin Mo," Findona interjected, "the dwarven craftsmen do not appreciate outsiders interrupting their work." The dwarf casually picked up a metal tool as thick as an arm, gripping both ends with his hands, muscles bulging as the metal bent at a right angle. I apologize for the disturbance. Please, continue." Lin Mo quickly turned to leave. After Findona offered a slight bow of apology to the dwarf, they departed. As they walked down the street, Lin Mo noticed Findona's absence and turned back. "Hey, why are you so far behind?" Findona replied, "P.S. Thanks to the great deity for the continuous updates, this chapter has been extended." Lin Mo, appearing innocent, remarked, "I merely wished to exchange techniques." Who knew he had such an appreciation for art? I had no choice but to respect his wishes. As they continued forward, Lin Mo's attention was captivated by a small stall. A timid cat-eared girl squatted on the ground, a cloth spread before her, displaying several clusters of glowing aquatic plants. Lin Mo halted in his tracks. The 23 years of his otaku genes activated. A cat-eared girl. Alive. I want to pet her. He crouched down, striving to appear amiable. "Little sister, what are you selling?" Startled, the cat-eared girl trembled, her ears twitching as she nervously replied, It's glowing grass, sir. When placed in water, it can shine for many days." She had short, light blue hair, fluffy ears, and though her princess dress appeared somewhat worn, it was still clean. "How marvelous!" Lin Mo exclaimed, his interest piqued. "Completely natural, pollution-free, energy-efficient, and long-lasting. Impressive." The cat-eared girl blinked her large, watery eyes. "Sir, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean." Findona, initially reluctant to intervene, worried about Lin Mo's lack of funds and the potential for further mischief, approached quietly to inquire, "My lord Lin Mo, do you wish to purchase some?" Lin Mo waved his hand. "No, I'm just admiring the cat-eared girl. How rare." He then earnestly asked the cat-eared girl, "May I pet your head?" The cat-eared girl looked bewildered. Findona gasped, "Absolutely not." She exclaimed, "My lord Lin Mo, one must not touch a cat person's ears indiscriminately. It is quite offensive." Saying this, she quickly pulled Lin Mo away, eager to distance them from the scene. "Hey, slow down." Indeed, if catgirls are referred to as catfolk, then surely there must be birdfolk as well. Ultimately, at the fervent insistence of Findona, Lin Mo reluctantly concluded this shopping excursion. Upon returning to his room, adorned with European-style decor, he refreshed himself and then flung himself heavily onto the bed. In his hand was a small glass vial containing a modest amount of soil and air, along with a tiny droplet of water, which academician Lu Qingyan had specifically requested he bring. Another arduous day of labor had passed. Tomorrow, upon returning to the Elven realm, he would finally be able to commence the construction of the portal. One wonders, when my physical form from the real world enters through the portal and encounters my sleeping self, will that not create a glitch? Moreover, when this body in the world of Terra falls asleep, will I awaken in my other body in reality? Did I truly sleep during that interval? That is indeed a conundrum. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Lin Mo opened his eyes, his consciousness withdrawing from the realm of Terra and returning to reality. He swiftly grasped the intercom at his bedside, pressed the talk button, and announced, "Brother Zhao, I have returned. Please inform everyone to convene." A steady voice crackled through the static. "Received." In the conference room, everyone had gathered. General Longzhan stood tall in his crisply pressed military uniform, hands resting on his knees. His posture as upright as a spear, flanked by two aides. Academicians Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyan, and several others sat opposite him. One polishing his glasses while another eagerly awaited the entrance. Zhao Gang occupied the seat opposite the head of the table, with only a cup of water before him. As Lin Mo entered, a hush fell over the room, and everyone instantly rose to greet him, Commander Lin. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by such a grand display. He quickly gestured for them to be seated. Here you go, Academician Lu. He placed the glass vial on the table. Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up with delight. Thank you, Commander Lin. With this, we can ascertain whether humanity can thrive over there. However, just as Lin Mo was about to take his seat, the large screen mounted on the wall flickered, revealing the face of Elder Zhao. Taken by surprise, Lin Mo hadn't anticipated Elder Zhao's presence at this meeting. He turned to see that everyone else appeared unfazed, as if they had been forewarned, likely arranged by Zhao Gang. The atmosphere in the conference room grew slightly more solemn. Greetings, leaders. Everyone stood to acknowledge him. Please, be seated, Elder Zhao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Let us not make this so tense. I'm merely here to listen and hear firsthand the news brought back by Comrade Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded, foregoing pleasantries as he delved directly into the matter at hand. He recounted his experiences from the previous day in the sanctum of the Holy See, detailing Archbishop Kyle's incessant nitpicking over the weapon list, the assistance of Elder Muyu from the Elven clan, and the ensuing verbal sparring over the minutiae of their agreements. Upon hearing Kyle's outrageous stipulation that a single breach of contract would result in collective doom, General Longzhan's fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. What absurd terms. These charlatans are attempting to ensnare us even before our meeting. Academician Lu Qingyan adjusted his glasses, his expression one of discontent. A typical facade of technological monopolization. Relying on their portal technology, they presume to dictate everything. Lin Mo then said, yes, fortunately, everything has been settled. The other party has opted to establish a supervisory committee, essentially akin to setting up a customs office. Oh, and the penalty for breach of the magical contract is rather peculiar. Upon hearing about the penalties for breaching the magical contract, Lu Qingyan could not help but exclaim, the world's will repudiation? Is it the Gaia consciousness? My goodness. It even includes the hypothesized Gaia consciousness. Old Lu, Zhao Gang had to interject, urging him to listen attentively. Lin Mo continued. The most crucial point is that the portal is not permanent. The Elven race has only purchased a 10-day usage right. As soon as he uttered these words, the entire conference room fell into a stunned silence. 10 days? Is the portal not supposed to be permanent? This revelation completely disrupted the previously laid plans. Longzhan furrowed his brows, speaking in a deep tone. I do not know the size of the portal, but since it is a door, it should not be too large. A force of 25,000 troops, along with heavy equipment and logistical supplies, in just 10 days is exceedingly tight. Tight is an understatement. A military advisor spoke up. This is essentially an extreme transportation operation. Moreover, once the door closes in 10 days, our 25,000 troops will be isolated, with our retreat entirely cut off. Exactly. Thus, I contemplated how to return after the battle, leading to a second contract with the elves. Lin Mo nodded, recounting the contents of the supplementary agreement. After the battle, the Elven race is responsible for covering the costs of reopening the portal and providing us with a seed from the World Tree. If we fail to capture the city of Emerald Leaves, won't that mean we cannot open the second portal? An advisor inquired. Lin Mo fell silent. The group felt a heaviness in their hearts. It was evidently a significant oversight. This is our shortcoming. I cannot believe we overlooked this point. Fortunately, Commander Lin noticed it. Academician Qian Jinhua admitted, feeling a bit ashamed. Plans are always subject to change. This is quite normal. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was fine. At this moment, Zhao Gang turned to Lin Mo, asking, Commander Lin, surely the portal has more than one method of use? Indeed. Lin Mo nodded. I have clarified that there are 3 methods of usage. The first is the all-day rental we are currently using, suitable for short-term large-scale transport. The second is a pay-per-use model, priced according to the volume of the transported objects and the energy consumed. The third is a buyout system, where the buyer can purchase the qualification to establish a permanent portal from the sacred human race, although the subsequent maintenance and costs would be the buyer's responsibility. Buyout. It must be a buyout. Academicians Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan exclaimed almost in unison. A permanent passage connecting 2 worlds possesses a strategic value that cannot be quantified by any cost. Lin Mo shook his head in regret. We currently lack the funds to make such a purchase. The Elven race's 10-day contract has incurred a significant expense, having spent several large treasure chests worth of valuables. However, this is quite understandable, given the interdimensional nature. There is nothing more to discuss. We have confirmed our departure with the sacred human race to return to the Elven territory tomorrow and commence the establishment of the portal. Zhao Lao, who had remained silent throughout, listened intently and finally revealed a smile. He slowly began to speak, his voice steady and powerful. Lin Mo, you have performed admirably. Comrades, a meal must be savored bite by bite, and a journey taken step by step. It is now apparent that our long-term objectives are clear. Our immediate priority is to utilize the precious 10 days provided by the portal to safely and completely transport our expeditionary forces to the continent of Terra. The subsequent step is to assist the Elven race in winning this battle, reclaiming the city of verdant leaves, and obtaining the seed of the world tree. Finally, we must find a way to secure a territory for ourselves, a stronghold. Then, at all costs, we shall establish a permanent astral portal that belongs to us. This is your task. Devise a strategy to acquire land and resources to purchase the portal from the holy human race. Upon concluding, Zhao Lao observed the solemn expressions of the attendees in the conference room, who responded in unison, yes. We shall not disgrace our mission. Zhao Lao turned his gaze to General Long Zhan. Long Zhan, present. Long Zhan immediately stood up. You will personally lead this expedition, overseeing all military operations. Zhao Lao's tone shifted to an unusually serious one. However, in the overarching strategic direction, you must heed the decisions of Comrade Lin Mo. Moreover, his safety is the utmost priority for this expedition. It supersedes all other tasks. Should any situation arise, your first action must be to ensure Lin Mo's safety at all costs. If he is safe, we will have the opportunity to start anew. Do you understand? Long Zhan stood at attention, performing a standard military salute, his voice resonating like a bell as he pledged, yes. I will defend Commander Lin with my life. As long as he is here. Zhao Lao nodded in satisfaction before addressing the assembly. Do you have a concrete plan for the portal's placement on Blue Star? In response, Long Zhan interjected, report. I propose that the portal be established at the underground base in the Arctic War Zone. It is a military stronghold with the highest level of confidentiality and defense. In the event of an uncontrollable situation from another world, we would be better positioned to resist and conduct counter-invasion operations. Agreed, Zhao Lao promptly confirmed. It is settled then. All personnel of the New Hope Project Command shall immediately relocate to the Arctic War Zone base. General Long, make the necessary arrangements. Received. With the video communication severed, Zhao Lao's image vanished. The relocation operation of the New Hope team proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, Lin Mo packed a tactical backpack with clean clothes and toiletries. On the other side, Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan were engaged in a flurry of activity, meticulously packing various precision instruments with the help of professional engineers clad in dust-free suits. Ultimately, the group boarded a large military transport aircraft, flying directly to the Arctic. Inside the cargo hold of the transport plane, academician Lu Qingyan cradled a silver metal briefcase protectively. Lin Mo, reclining with his legs crossed, observed Lu's anxious demeanor and inquired, Lu Lao, what treasures are contained within that case? Lu Qingyan grinned, the samples from the continent of Terra that you brought back. I have yet to conduct a comprehensive analysis. If I were to lose them en route, I might as well forfeit my life. Qian Jinhua adjusted his black-framed glasses and shook his head at Lin Mo. Commander Lin, do not mind him. This is just how he is. He insisted on not listening when I told him that the items would be delivered alongside the equipment. Lu Qingyan huffed, clutching the box tighter. The transport aircraft glided steadily above the clouds. After several hours, the aircraft jolted and began its descent. Outside the window, the sea of clouds was replaced by an endless expanse of desolate ice. Suddenly, a mountain range ahead split silently, revealing a massive tunnel entrance through a straight crack that widened to both sides. A row of guiding lights illuminated the depths of the tunnel. The transport aircraft adjusted its position and precisely flew inside. It landed in a brightly lit underground hangar. As the hatch opened, a gust of frigid air rushed in. Lin Mo, having only worn a thin jacket due to Long Zhan's warning about the cold, shivered involuntarily. The temperature difference was striking. The sweltering heat of Bayer City could bake a person, yet here felt like an entirely different world. Fortunately, his second-tier physique set him apart. Compared to the military coats that everyone else wore temporarily, he was already exceptional. Long Zhan chuckled. The real-time temperature outside is minus 10 degrees. Inside the base, thanks to air conditioning and equipment heat dissipation, the living area maintains a comfortable 20 degrees. He looked at the crowd and declared, welcome to the Arctic Combat Zone. Fortress Military Base. Several military electric vehicles glided silently in front of them. Let us go arrange accommodations. The academician's equipment will be transported and installed by specialized engineering teams later. Everyone boarded the vehicles, traversing through the grand underground structures. Above them was a 10-meter-high rock dome, and massive LED arrays illuminated the area as bright as day. Surrounding them were thick composite material walls, with a super explosion-proof door every few hundred meters. Countless soldiers and engineering personnel navigated engineering machinery in the expansive corridors. Busy yet orderly, Lin Mo's eyes widened in amazement. The vehicle continued downward and halted in a separate living area. The dormitory comprised independent suites of approximately 100 square meters. The decor was simple, with all furniture and walls exuding a sense of weightiness. Clearly designed with earthquake resistance in mind, they dropped off their luggage, and 5 minutes later, they gathered in the dining hall. The cafeteria was lush with greenery, and dinner was sumptuous. Long Zhan introduced, this is the exclusive cafeteria for the New Hope team. Our activity area will not have outsiders, ensuring safety and confidentiality. After the meal, Long Zhan called Lin Mo aside. Chapter 64. The portal construction commences. The two stood before a massive observation window. Outside, a thick layer of ice was visible, with a lighting system casting a ghostly blue light that illuminated the intricate patterns within the ice. Lin, command. Long Zhan offered a cigarette. Lin Mo waved his hand, declining. Long Zhan, not pressing the matter, lit one for himself, exhaling smoke that billowed before the window. Once the portal opens, the command authority of the expeditionary force lies with me. His voice was calm. However, the future of the Great Xia and the lives of those 25,000 soldiers rested solely on your shoulders. Long Zhan turned, his expression grave. I remember the order from the higher-ups clearly. Your safety is the top priority of this expedition, surpassing all mission objectives. He paused for a moment. Even if the expeditionary force were to meet utter destruction, the smile on Lin Mo's face faded, and he remained silent. After a brief silence, he chuckled again. General Long, I understand your intention. Rest assured, I possess no remarkable qualities, save for a profound fear of death. I would never jest with my own life. Nor would I gamble the lives of 25,000 soldiers for the sake of some misguided heroism. Long Zhan fixed his gaze upon him for several seconds before extinguishing the half-smoked cigarette on the armrest. I trust you. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Mo threw himself heavily onto the bed. In essence, Long Zhan's words expressed a concern for his potential recklessness, which could lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Fortunately, Lin Mo held a degree of self-awareness. He had always believed in entrusting professional matters to specialists, refraining from unwarranted interference. As it stood, everything was progressing steadily. He turned over and switched off the bedside lamp. When Lin Mo next opened his eyes, the gentle morning light of the Terra continent streamed through the window. With a vigorous leap, he sprang from the bed, feeling invigorated enough to fell an ox. Just after completing his morning routine, Findorna knocked on the door. Your Excellency Lin Mo, we must depart. Preparations are nearly complete. Under the supervision of Elder Mu Yu, the efficiency of the holy human race was remarkable. Lin Mo followed Findorna to the assembly square, where Elder Mu Yu and Archbishop Kyle awaited. Behind Kyle stood a solemn group. Several mages clad in resplendent white robes held peculiar magical artifacts, surrounded by knights guarding their flying mounts. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Kyle snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased with this inferior being who required others to wait for his awakening. Lin Mo chose to disregard this and turned his attention to Elder Mu Yu. Good day. Your Excellency Lin Mo. Elder Mu Yu performed a standard elven gesture of respect. All is prepared. Shall we depart? Lin Mo returned the courtesy. Apologies for the wait. Let us proceed. The group departed the city of Holy Light in grand fashion. The elven envoy still rode upon 3 great dragons. While the holy human race possessed dragons of their own, albeit enslaved, it was fortunate that their enslaved kindred were not seen by these 3 dragons. Otherwise, it would be akin to provoking them. Kyle was proud, but not foolish. Instigating a confrontation with the 3 dragons within the city would be sheer folly. Thus, they opted not to use dragons as their mode of transport. The clergy rode winged Pegasi, while the guards mounted griffins. Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. He fixated intently on Archbishop Kyle's mount. It was a unicorn Pegasus, significantly larger than the average, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with a spiraled horn radiating a gentle glow. He nudged Findorna beside him, pointing at the unicorn Pegasus in a hushed tone. What sort of creature is that? Findorna followed his gaze and softly explained. Your Excellency Lin Mo, that is a unicorn Pegasus, the king of Pegasi, a symbol of purity and nobility, reserved for the higher echelons of the clergy. Is it male or female? Lin Mo interjected. Findorna replied, it should be male. Oh, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, pondering why it was so remarkably elegant. What was unique about that corner? That is the sacred horn, Findorna explained. It can unleash powerful healing spells and defensive barriers. Enlightenment dawned on Lin Mo. He understood. It was the ultimate healer. However, Lin Mo's insatiable curiosity remained unquenched as he continued to inquire. I have heard that the blood of unicorns is silver and that drinking it can bestow buffs. Is this true? Findorna's expression turned ashen in an instant. My lord Lin Mo, please, do not entertain such dreadful thoughts. If overheard, it would be perceived as a provocation. Nearby, Kyle seemed to sense their gaze and straightened his posture with an air of arrogance. The unicorn steed beneath him raised its head and let out a clarion call. Its holy radiance flickering momentarily, a blatant display of vanity. Lin Mo curled his lip in disdain. What is so impressive about that? It's merely a glimmering spectacle. Due to the time constraints, and with Kyle's entourage present, they did not need to be overly cautious or take detours. Thus returning to the Elven Kingdom in just over 3 hours, Queen Elrari personally welcomed them, engaging in a brief meeting and meal with Kyle before designating an area for the construction of the teleportation portal. The selected site lay to the east of the royal city, in a vast valley leading to the city of Verdant Leaves, which encompassed a quaint town named Firefly Town, renowned for its luminescent firefly trees that illuminated the night. The Queen's meticulous planning ensured that the terrain was concealed and defensible, effectively positioning humans between the Elven Kingdom and the demonic city of Verdant Leaves. should there be any nefarious intentions from the humans to assault the Elven Kingdom. A buffer zone would be maintained. Additionally, 5,000 Elven warriors were dispatched for escort and protection to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the construction of the astral portal. Upon arrival at the designated site, Kyle turned to Elder Muyu and inquired about the location of the portal. Elder Muyu glanced at Lin Mo, who, without hesitation, addressed Findona. I would appreciate it if you could take me for a flight. Findona promptly summoned a griffin, soaring into the sky against the wind, granting them a panoramic view of the valley. Moments later, Lin Mo pointed to a clearing in the center of the valley. Right there, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. With a narrow entrance and elevated flanks, it allows for the easy establishment of crossfire points. The valley floor is flat and spacious, facilitating the rapid assembly and deployment of our forces. This is an excellent location, a perfect defensive position and logistics base, and the nearby Elven town will facilitate communication. Findona, taken aback by Lin Mo's string of military terminology, cast him a surprised glance. After surveying the area, they confirmed the site. With a wave of his hand, Kyle issued commands, and everyone began the groundwork. Lin Mo watched the exhilarating scene with excitement. The Great Xia was finally poised to officially land on the Terra continent. Chapter 65. Spatial Coordinates. Elder Muyu exchanged a knowing glance with an Earth Elemental Elven mage, who nodded in understanding and approached the clearing to chant an incantation. The ground gradually became level, with a central platform elevated to facilitate the construction of a portal by the sacred human race. The mages of the sacred human race directed the guards to transport boxes, from which various magical materials and crystals were extracted. Meanwhile, Findona coordinated the elves to establish a temporary camp around the area. The elven warriors spread out in an orderly manner to secure the perimeter. Lin Mo, observing this, silently nodded in approval. No wonder Findona could lead the city of Lostia. She certainly possessed considerable prowess. Should intruders or demonic scouts disrupt the construction of the portal, the countless treasures and immense effort expended by the elves would be rendered futile. With this thought, he became more engaged. He had only taken a cursory glance at the terrain earlier and resolved to deepen his understanding. Thus, he approached the busy Findona and pointed towards a distant hillside. Your Highness Findona, since there is little to do at present, shall we head over there? Findona glanced in the direction Lin Mo indicated, curiosity piqued. What is the matter? Lin Mo replied, I need to familiarize myself further with the terrain. Findona nodded and turned to seek out any available elves, saying, very well. I shall have someone accompany you. Lin Mo decisively shook his head. No, I am not acquainted with them. Besides, I cannot tolerate the male elves. And the female ones are not as beautiful as you. Findona felt as if she were not a princess, but rather Lin Mo's servant. Did he just compliment my beauty? A minute later, unable to refuse, Findona took Lin Mo on a griffin to the distant mountaintop. At the summit, accompanied by Findona, Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings and finally formed a general impression of the terrain. Many of the 5,000 elven warriors were on alert in the surrounding mountains, and several scouts rode on moose griffins to investigate the situation afar. In the center of the plain, the sacred human race was bustling with activity, and some inhabitants of the elven town nestled within the luminescent leaf woods caught sight of the scene and curiously approached, only to be halted by the elven guards. Watching the flurry of activity below and envisioning the arrival of the human army, Lin Mo felt imbued with a sense of grandeur. Descending from the mountain, Lin Mo walked directly toward the meditative Kyer. Your Excellency the Archbishop, may I inquire how long until the portal is operational? Kyer, without lifting his eyelids, replied nonchalantly. The base of the teleportation array will be completed by tonight. However, the timing of its connection depends on the thickness of the spatial barrier between the two worlds. If proximity is favorable, it could be ready by sunrise tomorrow. If not, it may take several days. Upon finishing, he noticed Elder Muyu approaching, and addressed both Elder Muyu and Lin Mo. Now, you may inform me of the exact location of the Great Xia Kingdom, which is the spatial coordinates to which the astral portal shall connect. Elder Muyu, Lin Mo? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Mo blinked. What coordinates? Spatial coordinates. Archbishop Kyer reiterated emphatically, then furrowed his brow. What? At this juncture, are you still concerned about revealing the specific coordinates and exposing your location? If there is no trust in this regard, why invite us here? Lin Mo regained his composure. No, do not misunderstand. Please explain how we are to derive the specific spatial coordinates. Elder Muyu nodded in agreement, earnestly seeking guidance. Indeed, Your Excellency Kyle. I have never heard of such matters. I humbly request your enlightenment. Archbishop Kyle closed his eyes, tilting his head heavenward in prayer. Oh, benevolent God of holy light. Should I be guilty, I beseech you to purify me with your sacred light, rather than send these two to torment your most devout follower. Lin Mo interjected. Hey, you old charlatan, can you speak plainly? Anger surged within him as he rolled up his sleeves. Elder Muyu was taken aback and quickly grasped his arm. Calm down. Lord Lin Mo. He is a 6th-tier archmage. Lin Mo froze momentarily, his mind racing through the hierarchy of power in the world of Terra. After living there for so long, he was aware of the 9 tiers of strength. For instance, the mage hierarchy is as follows. 1st tier, apprentice mage. 2nd tier, junior mage. 3rd tier, Intermediate Mage, 4th tier. Senior Mage, 5th tier. Magus, 6th tier. Archmage, 7th tier. Elemental Walker, 8th tier. Mage Saint, 9th tier. Mage God. The warrior hierarchy is similarly structured. 1st tier. Apprentice Warrior, 2nd tier. Junior Warrior, 3rd tier. Intermediate Warrior, 4th tier. Senior Warrior, 5th tier. Battle General. 6th tier. Great Battle General, 7th tier. Battle Sovereign, 8th tier. Battle Saint, 9th tier. Battle God. Ordinary individuals in Terra attain the 1st tier only after rigorous training, while Lin Mo, in Blue Star, was considered a minor anomaly. Here, he was merely a 2nd tier being, and even that was limited to physical prowess without combat skills. Kyle, on the other hand, was a 6th tier Archmage, a terrifying entity capable of confronting an entire army alone. Lin Mo silently lowered his rolled-up sleeves and forced a congenial smile. My apologies, Your Excellency Kyle. I spoke too loudly just now. Might I inquire, esteemed Kyle, how can we derive the spatial coordinates? Kyle scoffed derisively. With your ant-like strength, I could stand here and let you strike. My protective holy light would not be shattered. He dismissed Lin Mo and turned seriously to Elder Muyu. The astral teleportation portal differs from ordinary magical formations. It traverses different dimensional worlds. Without precise spatial coordinates as anchor points, the other end of the portal could lead anywhere. His voice lowered ominously. The abyss, hell, or perhaps a world teeming with chaotic monstrosities. Are you willing to gamble on such odds? Elder Muyu comprehended the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening considerably, clearly taken aback by the severity of the implications. Lin Mo, in contrast, was in a state of anxious turmoil. His concerns were not with the dangers, but rather with how to acquire the spatial coordinates necessary to establish the astral portal. Seeing his distress, Findona summoned her courage to quietly ask, Your Excellency Kyle, is there a way to successfully establish the portal? Chapter 66. A solution emerges. At last, Kyle leisurely began to speak. There are 3 methods. Firstly, in the target world, one must pre-establish a corresponding spatial formation to receive and guide the portal. Lin Mo directly dismissed this. On the side of Blue Star, there exists a ghostly spatial array for connection. And the second point? The second requirement is that a Grand Magus must conduct spatial calculations at the site of connection to ascertain the precise spatial coordinates. Elder Muyu and Findona were left speechless. How many Grand Magi exist across the entire Terra continent? Moreover, how could the Daxia, devoid of any magic, possibly possess a Grand Magus? Lin Mo inquired. And the third? Kyle smirked coldly. If the first 2 conditions are unmet, then the third point scarcely merits consideration. Pray, share it with us. The third point posits that there must already exist a teleportation portal or spatial array between the 2 locations, or some form of spatial linkage. We can trace this linkage to reverse engineer the coordinates. Upon hearing this, the group felt a heaviness in their hearts. Their expressions darkened. Blue Star, a technological world devoid of even magical particles, how could it possibly harbor a spatial connection to Terra? Furthermore, only at the level of a Grand Magus can one delve into the realm of space, capable of crafting spatial equipment such as spatial rings and constructing teleportation arrays for the transfer of goods. The spatial portal, a sacred technique unique to the human race, allows for interdimensional travel, something many on Terra have never even heard of. Thus, how could Daxia possess such a thing? The odds of that are slimmer than the demon's own self-destruction. Lin Mo was left dumbfounded. After enduring countless hardships and finally reaching this juncture, was the hope of Daxia, the hard work of countless individuals, about to be thwarted at this final hurdle? He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Wait, at that moment, Findona's melodious voice suddenly rang out. She hurriedly approached Lin Mo, retrieving an item from her small pouch and presenting it before him. Kyle and Elder Muyu furrowed their brows. They had never encountered such a peculiar object. What is this? Elder Muyu inquired. Lin Mo's vacant gaze slowly sharpened, focusing on the object in Findona's palm. A lighter. It was the very lighter he had gifted to Findona. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. I have a solution. Lin Mo sprang up from the ground and quickly addressed Archbishop Kyle. I am the third method. I can transport items. My soul can traverse with them. This lighter is what I brought from my world. My very crossing is the spatial link. Kyle knitted his brows tightly, scrutinizing Lin Mo from head to toe. You claim to be that spatial link? Elder Muyu leaned in, his face alight with astonishment. Is this true, Sir Lin Mo? Indeed, I am the teleportation array connecting the 2 worlds, Lin Mo exclaimed, pointing to himself in excitement. When I sleep, my mouth can carry items back and forth between the 2 worlds. This lighter is what I brought from my world. He snatched the lighter from Findona's hand and pressed the switch. With a click, a small cluster of purple flames ignited. Kyle and Elder Muyu were captivated by the sight. Upon this small metallic object, devoid of any traces of magical fluctuations, the ability to ignite fire seemingly from thin air defies their comprehension. Kyle extended his finger, a faint holy light emerging to touch the lighter. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grave. There were no magical runes, no energy core, merely a physical artifact. He turned to Lin Mo. Can you traverse 2 worlds in your slumber? Indeed. Lin Mo nodded vigorously. If that is the case, Kyle's tone grew serious. Then during your moment of crossing, an exceedingly faint yet genuine spatial ripple is indeed generated. We can trace this ripple back to its origin, reverse engineering the coordinates. He concluded decisively, you shall sleep here tonight. We will set up a detection array to capture the spatial coordinates produced during your traversal. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He felt invigorated, finding beauty in everything around him. Even Kyle's sour expression seemed considerably more benevolent. Construction continued amidst their hopes, with the elves and the mages of the holy race working with unparalleled enthusiasm and efficiency. In the deep of night, as the clock approached dawn, a circular stone platform, over 30 meters in diameter, was completed in the valley's center. The surface of the platform was inscribed with intricate and profound runes, shimmering softly in the moonlight. This was the base of the astral teleportation portal. The next step was the most critical. The mages of the holy race set up a small auxiliary array beside the teleportation base. At the center of the array lay a soft blanket. Several mages, holding crystal detectors of various shapes, stood solemnly around the array, as if facing a formidable adversary. Their expressions towards Lin Mo were tinged with curiosity. Your Excellency, please proceed. One mage gestured invitingly. Lin Mo approached the blanket and glanced back. Kyle, Elder Mu Yu, Funduona, and a circle of mages, all with their eyes fixed on him, created a scene reminiscent of a zoo where a monkey was about to perform. To ensure the teleportation would proceed smoothly, he requested an energy crystal the size of a quail egg from Funduona, intending to take it back for the strategists on Blue Star to study. He placed the crystal in his mouth and reclined. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to clear his mind. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes elapsed. Lin Mo opened one eye, discovering that everyone remained steadfastly gazing at him. He sat up. No, you all staring at me makes it impossible to sleep. Kyle snorted. Cast aside those trivial thoughts and fall asleep quickly. Do not waste everyone's time. Lin Mo lay back down, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The mere thought of everyone observing him as he slept filled him with discomfort. He attempted to divert his attention, yet his mind was plagued with images, the stern visage of General Long Zhan, the earnest expectations of the Grand Commander, and the faces of the 25,000 soldiers. The more he pondered, the more alert he became. Lin Mo, feeling agitated, raked his fingers through his hair and sat up once more. The crowd observed as Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Funduona, beckoning her with a wave of his hand. Funduona paused for a moment, perplexed, before stepping forward. Your Excellency Lin Mo, what seems to be the matter? Chapter 67. Trouble. The demon clan may be able to see. Lin Mo gestured to the back of his head. Do you remember the last time in Lostia City when I asked you to hit this spot? Funduona exclaimed in shock. Lin Mo leaned forward, presenting the back of his head. Could you please aim here and give it another go? Funduona's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Elder Mu Yu and Kyle. Kyle, visibly impatient, urged her on. What are you hesitating for? If you can't manage it, I would be more than willing to assist. Lin Mo quickly raised his hand. Thank you, but there's no need for you to intervene. Funduona, hurry up. Just control your strength. Render me unconscious, and that will suffice. Reluctantly, Funduona moved behind Lin Mo, clenching her small fist. Lin Mo closed his eyes, adopting a heroic demeanor. Come on. With a dull thud, the sound echoed. Put in some effort. I am at the second tier of physical conditioning, so it's fine. Oh. Funduona inhaled deeply, her hand rising and her fist descending. Bang. Lin Mo, slumped over, collapsed onto the blanket, unconscious. Funduona felt her cheeks burning intensely as she quietly returned to the crowd. Kyle, however, did not cast a glance in her direction, his focus entirely on Lin Mo. The surrounding mages were equally engrossed. At that moment, the magical crystal that Lin Mo had been holding in his mouth vanished into thin air. Several detection crystals at the edge of the auxiliary magic array suddenly illuminated, emitting a buzzing sound. An almost imperceptible ripple of spatial energy emanated from Lin Mo, shooting straight into the depths of the night sky. Now's the time. Kyle commanded, lock onto it. Analyze the coordinates. Several holy mages sprang into action, chanting incantations and forming intricate sigils with their hands. Rays of holy light shot forth, weaving into a luminous net that firmly captured the fleeting spatial ripple. At the center of the light net, a series of incantations flickered rapidly, reconfiguring. The coordinates are locked. One mage shouted triumphantly. Kyle swiftly positioned himself in the center of the massive teleportation platform. He raised his staff high, solemnly reciting the incantation. The magical elements in the valley began to surge violently, converging frantically towards the teleportation base. With a resounding hum, a white beam of energy erupted from the platform, tearing through the night sky and piercing the heavens. Where the beam passed, the clouds were penetrated, creating a vast void. It was as if the sky itself had been punctured. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward from the valley, spreading in all directions. The ground trembled slightly. In the distance, countless elves in Lingya town were awakened by this celestial phenomenon, gazing in astonishment towards the source. Elder Mu Yu and Funduona, along with others, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. This was the might of a 6th-tier archmage. Elder Mu Yu's aged countenance displayed a blend of excitement and shock as he murmured, "This is the Star Realm teleportation technique, a legacy of the holy human race spanning millennia." But soon, his expression shifted abruptly. He abruptly turned his head, gazing towards the distant east, where lay the direction of the city of verdant leaves, now occupied by the demonic race. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Elder Mu Yu's voice tightened in alarm, for such a cacophony might very well be perceived by the demons. The demons, the city of verdant leaves, once adorned with the brilliance of countless stars. The colossal world tree now stood as a mere withered husk. Its bark was cracked, resembling the color of lifeless ash, with sparse leaves drooping, revealing a sickly waxen hue. Deep scars, as if carved to the bone, marred the trunk, where dark purple demonic runes writhed, siphoning the life essence from this ancient tree. Surrounding it, both above and below, lay a dense throng of demonic soldiers. At the base of the immense world tree, a gaping abyss had been ruthlessly excavated. Within this pit, countless inferior demons resembling goblins wielded pickaxes, their rhythmic clanging echoing incessantly. They filled their bamboo baskets with the extracted energy crystals, driven forth by robust four-armed overseers wielding long whips, limping as they emerged from the mines. The crystals were cast upon the ground, forming small hills that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Nearby, colossal demonic beasts, comparable to city walls, lounged beside these mounds, gaping mouths swallowing the crystals before lumbering heavily towards the distant stronghold of the demons. From afar, a procession of these massive transport beasts could be seen. On a stout branch of the world tree, a platform had been artificially leveled. A figure stood at the edge of this platform, surveying the scene below. Clad in black plate armor fused with sinew and flesh, the armor was adorned with menacing bone spikes. Two thick horns curved upward from either side of the helmet, resembling poised scimitars. This was Voras, a sixth-tier demonic commander. At his side stood a quaking lieutenant, who, in a tremulous voice, spoke in the demonic tongue, "Commander, today's yield of crystals has slightly declined compared to several days ago. The veins beneath this world tree have dwindled. We must continue digging deeper, though several collapses have already occurred." Voras did not turn around but impatiently rapped his knuckles, clad in metallic gauntlets, against the bone railing before him. "A pack of useless wretches." His voice rasped, akin to two pieces of metal grinding together. The lieutenant shivered at the remark. Voras pivoted, fixing his gaze upon the lieutenant. Inferior demons are constantly birthed from the mother planet. Their return to the embrace of their home is inconsequential, regardless of how many perish. Yet, the higher-tier demons require a continuous influx of energy to be born. They are our capital for the great demon race to conquer the myriad realms. The mother planet serves as the stronghold of the demonic race, an exceptionally unique celestial body. Enormous in size, it is dozens of times larger than the blue planet. Its environment deemed exceedingly harsh by human standards, yet for the demons, it is the finest breeding ground, giving rise to countless bizarre creatures reminiscent of hell itself. From the moment of their emergence, they were ferocious and bloodthirsty, perpetually engaged in fratricidal battles. Only when a singular demonic entity pierced through the entirety of the planet, standing atop the world and claiming dominion over all demons as the Demon Emperor, did this chaotic slaughter cease. However, the peculiar nature of this mother planet continually birthed various demonic creatures, leading to an incessant compression of living space. In the struggle for survival, war soon erupted once more. In order to establish order in the world, the Demon Emperor was compelled to assemble a formidable army to invade alien realms. While plundering resources, he also consumed lower-tier demons, utilizing the spoils to enhance the prowess of elite demon clans, thereby assisting them in commanding the lesser demons to continue their assaults on other extraterrestrial territories, creating a virtuous cycle of rapid expansion. This was the underlying reason behind Voras' declaration. According to the orders of the Supreme Commander, the number of subpar demons engaged in mining operations was to be doubled. Voras declared with fury, "Within 6 months, I want this tree to be reduced to a pile of worthless timber." "Yes, my lord," the aide promptly responded. The transformation of the world tree into mere wood indicated the complete depletion of the mineral veins beneath it. At that moment, Voras suddenly turned his head. In the air, an unusual humming seemed to resonate. Following the direction of the sound, Voras looked up in confusion. In the distant western horizon, a pure white energy pillar tore through the grim clouds, piercing straight into the heavens. Chapter 68. Crush them. Gazing at the celestial radiance, Voras narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What is that?" The aide, following his gaze, also beheld the towering beam of light, but could not provide an answer. "Hurry and dispatch scouts," Voras bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. "I want to know if those accursed elves are up to something." With a roar, dozens of gargoyles perched on the branches of the world tree sprang into action. They unfurled their leathery wings, emitting a piercing shriek as they transformed into dark shadows, swiftly darting towards the direction of the light. At this moment, the elves in the valley remained immersed in the shock of the spatial array's activation. Time passed gradually. A shadow descended from the sky, landing heavily on the platform. It was one of the gargoyle scouts previously dispatched. Kneeling on one knee, it spoke in a hurried and hoarse voice, "Commander, Voris halted, turning around with his crimson eyes fixed on it, and inquired. The source of the light indeed lies in the direction of the Elven King's city. That energy is immensely powerful, based on its fluctuations and aura. It appears to be a sacred human spatial portal. They must be opening a teleportation passage. The Elven King's city? Vora's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a row of shark-like teeth. What do those trembling long-eared creatures hidden in the forest intend to do? Summon reinforcements from another world? Or perhaps activate some ancient magic? As he spoke, the mockery on his face faded, replaced by a grave expression. Whichever it may be, it signified an unpredictable variable, and he despised unpredictability above all. He turned to face the multitude of demon soldiers assembled below, his voice booming like thunder. All troops, assemble. The earth trembled beneath their feet. In the distance, countless demon soldiers of varying sizes and grotesque visages rose from the ground, a dark tide rolling forth. Armed with crude weapons, they emitted bloodthirsty roars. With a thunderous bellow, several colossal siege beasts, akin to moving hills, were awakened, releasing ear-splitting howls. In the sky, more gargoyles and winged demons obscured the light, forming a foreboding cloud. Woivu descended from the platform, standing before his vast army, those long-eared elves. They cowered in their final city, beseeching their ephemeral deities. Today, we shall raise their royal city. Shatter their hopes. We shall make them comprehend that upon this continent, there are no gods. Only by joining us can they attain solace. Roar. A thunderous uproar resonated in response, coalescing into a torrent of destruction. With a fiery sword ignited by magical flames drawn from his waist, Woivu pointed forward. Forward. Crush them. The black tides surged wildly, the roars echoing through the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. A colossal army of demons, imbued with the momentum to annihilate all, surged towards the direction of the light beam. In the Arctic battle zone base of Blue Star, Lin Mo pushed open the door to the conference room. Creaking, the room fell silent in an instant. All core members of the New Hope team turned their gazes sharply towards the entrance. To the left stood the chief supervisor, Zhao Gang, his demeanor as steady as a mountain. To the right, General Long Zhan stood tall in his military attire, exuding an imposing aura. Along the long table, renowned academicians such as Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan, along with a host of top-tier strategists, ceased their discussions, greeting Lin Mo respectfully. Lin Mo nodded and approached the table, tossing a small, glimmering crystal the size of a quail egg onto the conference table, where it rolled to rest before Qian Jinhua. Qian Jinhua. His eyes widened in astonishment. He swiftly pushed back his chair, carefully cradling the crystal in his hands. Looking at Lin Mo, "What is this?" Lin Mo replied, "Over there, it is referred to as an energy crystal or a magical crystal." Qian Jinhua examined the crystal under the light, his face flushed with excitement. "A remarkable find." Lu Cheng-in interjected. "Let me take a look. Do you, a biologist, even understand it? Just look, step aside." Qian Jinhua clutched the crystal tightly in his hands. The people in the conference room were unfazed by the scene. Lin Mo, having just seated himself, smiled and tapped the table, redirecting everyone's attention. "The portal is currently under construction. The spatial magic array has been completed, but there are some issues. Now that I have returned, I also wish to validate a method." He succinctly outlined the 3 approaches proposed by Kyle, as well as how he became the crucial spatial link. Zhao Gang, with a serious expression, glanced at his watch, noting it was just past midnight, which meant the portal could open at any moment, starting from now. Theoretically, yes, Lin Mo nodded, but I am uncertain how long it will take on their end. Wonderful. We can finally see it in person. Everyone felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. At that moment, biologist Lu Cheng-in spoke up. "By the way, Commander Lin, there is also good news." He stood up and projected a document onto the large screen. "The analysis report of air, water, and soil samples from Terra Continent has arrived." Lu Cheng-in pointed at the densely packed data on the screen, his tone defiant. "The microbial flora shares a 97 similarity with Blue Star, and there are no lethal pathogens present. The air composition is also fundamentally consistent and can be breathed directly. In simpler terms, our people have successfully returned to a normal life without the need for specialized immunization or protective gear. Moreover, based on the physical characteristics of races such as elves, it can be inferred that the gravity there is likely comparable to that of Blue Star." This revelation ignited a fervent atmosphere within the conference room. It is a brand new, vast world, ripe for human habitation and propagation. "General Long, are our warriors prepared?" Lin Mo turned to Long Zhan. Long Zhan nodded earnestly, affirming their readiness. "The expeditionary force comprises 25,000 personnel, fully equipped for 6 months of independent combat without resupply. We are poised for departure at any moment." Lin Mo contemplated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Show me." Long Zhan guided Lin Mo and Zhao Gang through several heavy alloy gates and an elevator. With a thunderous rumble, the final towering 30-meter door slowly swung open. A rush of cold air, infused with the scents of gunpowder, oil, and steel, enveloped them. An unprecedentedly vast underground space unfolded before their eyes, spanning several kilometers in length, 500 meters in width, and soaring to a height of several meters. 25,000 soldiers. arranged by battalion, stood silently in formation within this expansive arena. The stillness was palpable, akin to a silent forest of steel, with only their synchronized breathing barely audible. Chapter 69. The portal opens rows of the latest models of Hummer assault vehicles, Wolf infantry fighting vehicles, large-caliber self-propelled artillery, tanks, fighter jets, helicopters, and more. Were all meticulously lined up on either side of the formation, extending beyond sight. Some were covered with dust cloths, but still emanated a chilling aura of lethality. Lin Mo even spotted rockets among the array. As Long Zhan led the two towards the reviewing stand, he remarked, "Every soldier here has been meticulously selected. Their combat spirit and confidentiality levels are unparalleled. In anticipation of orders, they have been resting in their sleeping bags and preparing their gear, ever ready for battle." Lin Mo nodded, glancing at the resolute soldiers bearing their packs, feeling a pang of sympathy. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Long Zhan picked up the communicator, inhaled deeply, and his voice resonated throughout the vast space. "Attention." Clack. The sound was not a cacophony of 25,000 voices, but a singular, unified echo. 25,000 pairs of military boots snapped together in perfect unison, producing a resounding clap that reverberated through the colossal space, leaving one's eardrums tingling. Zhao Gang observed the steel tide below, his expression solemn. Long Zhan approached Lin Mo, gesturing towards the ranks below. "The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd combined battalions constitute our spearhead forces, tasked with breaching enemy lines. The 4th Artillery Battalion is equipped with 155mm laser-guided howitzers, which we refer to as can openers. The 5th Engineering Battalion is responsible for bridging, road construction, and fortification. They are the bedrock of our endeavors in the New World. Additionally, our aerial support unit, Long Zhan, pointed towards the armed helicopters and drones stationed in the distance. The Dark Blade armed helicopters, the attack, 11 drone swarm, and our latest airborne laser weapon." Lin Mo listened intently, remaining silent. He lacked understanding of the weaponry, instead focusing on the young, yet resolute faces below him. Many of them were likely younger than himself. Yet at this moment, the countenance of each individual was etched with unwavering determination and a fearless belief in their mission. Long Zhan turned to Lin Mo, his gaze solemn. "Commander Lin, can you enlighten them about everything concerning the Otherworld, including the nature of our combat mission?" Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that the expeditionary forces were still unaware of their ultimate objective. He nodded affirmatively. Long Zhan then stepped onto the high platform. He did not use a communication device. Instead, he stood at the edge of the platform, his gaze sharp, sweeping over the soldiers below. "Comrades," his voice, unassisted by any amplification, resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier. "Beneath our feet lies a dying planet. Before us stretches a world devoid of a future." The formation of 25,000 soldiers stood in profound silence. The rotation of the planet slows, the atmosphere dissipates, and natural disasters arise. Even the ark we constructed underground is merely a rusting coffin, struggling to survive. Is this our fate? Long Zhan's voice suddenly escalated, akin to thunder. "Tell me, do we still have a path forward?" The soldiers pressed their lips together, no one responding. "No." Long Zhan thundered on their behalf, his voice like a storm. "But we have discovered a new path, a brand new world, a vast expanse of land, a homeland where our civilization can endure." Below, the soldiers displayed expressions of disbelief, their breathing visibly heavy. General Long would not deceive them. It must be true. Long Zhan continued to roar. "That land awaits our conquest. This is the objective of our expedition. With the steel weapons in your hands, with the war machines behind us, we will carve out a new world for our parents, wives, and children, for our descendants." A suppressed roar erupted from the ranks of the 1st Synthetic Battalion. Like a spark igniting a prairie, the cry of roar, 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 surged forth, a tidal wave of sound crashing against the vaulted ceilings of the underground space. Long Zhan raised his hand, signaling for silence. The roaring ceased abruptly, all eyes converging on him. "That world is unlike ours." Long Zhan's tone softened as he began to describe. "There are long-eared elves, diminutive dwarves, and half-orcs, among others." The soldiers responded with a collective expression of confusion. The once uniform steel formation now stirred visibly, countless resolute faces emblazoned with large question marks. Ignoring the reactions below, Long Zhan continued with his ironclad voice. "Most importantly, there exists magic there. Our expedition faces a formidable adversary, a terrifying group of grotesque monsters known as the Demon Clan." He surveyed the troops below, proclaiming, "Now, I ask you, are you afraid? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." The unified roar of 25,000 warriors underscored their unwavering resolve. Long Zhan nodded with satisfaction, turning to his side to introduce Lin Mo, the individual who has led us to our new homeland and will soon guide us upon that land. From this moment forth, his safety surpasses all else, even our own lives. He must not come to harm. The soldiers raised their steel guns in unison, chanting a vow to protect Commander Lin with their lives. To protect Commander Lin with their lives. To protect Commander Lin with their lives. Lin Mo stood, overwhelmed by the grand spectacle before him, his mind a blank canvas. He had no doubt regarding the warrior's commitment to his safety, Should danger arise, they would undoubtedly protect him at all costs. Yet, what merit did he possess to inspire such dedication? Amidst the fervor, an unexpected change occurred. A fist-sized blue circle materialized beside Lin Mo, silently rotating in the air. Enemy attack. Long Zhan's reaction was instantaneous as he hurled himself forward, tackling Lin Mo to the ground and swiftly rolling away. Zhao Gang quickly positioned himself behind them, keeping a watchful eye on the mysterious circle. The surrounding guards formed a human wall in the blink of an eye. Dozens of dark gun barrels aimed squarely at the enigmatic light. The soldiers' battle cries fell silent as they prepared for confrontation. Lin Mo, pinned beneath Long Zhan, gazed at the circle and suddenly realized, his expression lighting up with joy. Do not panic. It must be a portal opening. Long Zhan paused, quickly rising to assist Lin Mo. The latter approached the circle, which visibly expanded, now reaching the size of a fist, its center seemingly hollow. He spoke as he peered through the portal, clearly seeing the scene beyond. Beneath the darkened night sky lay a vast magic array radiating light. Not far off stood Archbishop Kale, staff raised, chanting incantations. Chapter 70. The demon army approaches indeed. Long Zhan's heart soared with exhilaration, barely able to contain his excitement as he grabbed his communicator, announcing to all, prepare for battle. Conduct a final equipment check and prepare to enter the portal. The warriors breathed rapidly, moving swiftly, transforming the underground space into a bustling hive of activity. Zhao Gang relayed the news to the New Hope team. Lin Mo called out towards the portal, Lord Kale, Princess Fendona. On the other side of the portal, Fendona and Elder Mu Yu, alerted by the commotion, emerged from their temporary wooden cabin, gazing in uncertainty. Lin Mo? Fendona's eyes widened in shock. Oh my, how can you be on that side? Weren't you lying here? She pointed to a wooden cabin. Lin Mo replied with excitement. Do not concern yourself with these details. That is also me. I will explain later. He had long suspected that his soul traversed between two bodies, and thus was not surprised. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Academicians Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin rushed over, panting, followed by several researchers carrying various sophisticated instruments. A portal. It truly was a stable spatial portal. Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, trembling with excitement, nearly leaping forward. Lu Qingyin, more direct, bellowed at the researchers behind him, quick. Set up the equipment, connect the wires, and power it on. Calm down. Zhao Gang turned back, his gaze sharp as lightning. This is a critical moment. We must delay these tasks to avoid disrupting the portal's activation. Qian Jinhua paused, realizing the urgency. Right. Once it opens, we have 10 days. This moment is inconsequential. We must not affect the portal. Everyone step back. The onlookers were swiftly pushed aside by the academicians, leaving only Lin Mo still by the portal. The portal continued to expand steadily, now nearly the size of a football. Lin Mo turned to the other side and inquired, Lord Kyle, how long until this portal is fully operational? Kyle glanced over, his voice emerging amidst the incantation's rhythm, before dawn. Lin Mo looked at the moon over the continent of Terra, calculating the time. It was nearly 3 in the morning. At most, 3 hours remained. The time was pressing. Just then, a dark spot swiftly approached through the night sky, a griffin. Before it even landed, the piercing shriek of an elven scout shattered the valley's tranquility. Enemy attack. The demon army is coming. Fendona and Elder Mu Yu turned ashen. The demons had arrived so swiftly. A long, haunting horn echoed through the valley. Imbued with a sense of impending doom, the 5,000 elven guardians, already on standby, displayed no signs of panic. They swiftly turned to the valley entrance, drawing their bows and forming 3 defensive lines. The cold metallic sheen of their composite bows glimmered beneath the moonlight. On the other side, the human mages maintaining the auxiliary magic array bore grim expressions. Their leader, Archbishop Kyle, stood at the center of the teleportation platform, wholly focused on sustaining the astral teleportation spell, unable to divert his attention. Without this 6th-tier archmage joining the fray, their magical team's combat capability would be severely diminished. Scout the skies. Elder Mu Yu commanded, charging towards a waiting griffin. Fendona followed closely, and the two mounted the broad back of the griffin. The griffin flapped its wings, stirring a tempest, lifting them into the air. Moonlight draped the earth in a silvery veil. At the edge of that veil, a dense black mist surged forth at a visible pace, swallowing the moonlight. It was not mere fog, it was the endless demon army. Above, the elven scouts on watch had already engaged the demons' aerial units. Dozens of gargoyles and winged demons, relying on their numerical advantage, surrounded the elven scouts, tearing them to shreds. Retreat was only a matter of time. Elder, reinforcements from Her Majesty the Queen. Fendona's voice trembled slightly. As the beam of light ascended, I dispatched the swiftest messenger to return. Elder Mu Yu's voice was dry, yet I hoped it was not too late. Beside him, a vigilant elven guard commander gazed at the scene below, his fists clenched until they turned pale, growling in fury. Damn those holy human beings. Why did they not inform us in advance that activating the portal would cause such a commotion? If it were not for that beam of light, we would have remained concealed. Elder Mu Yu sighed. At that time, I too had questioned Archbishop Kale. He had stated that the astral teleportation spell had not been utilized for centuries. Their generation had merely learned from ancient texts, utterly unaware that it would provoke such a celestial phenomenon. This cannot be blamed on them. The expression on Elder Mu Yu's face shifted under the moonlight. Ultimately, the struggle in his eyes transformed into a resolute determination. We can wait no longer. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Findona, you must descend to the camp and retrieve Lin Mo's body. Elder Mu Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the encroaching darkness. Leave this place immediately and return to the royal city. Findona was taken aback, but soon comprehended the gravity of the situation, her emerald eyes widening in shock. No, Elder. This is an order. Elder Mu Yu interrupted her, his tone uncharacteristically severe. Lin Mo is the only variable on the continent of Terra, as long as he survives. There remains hope for our elven race, and indeed the entire continent. And what about you? Findona's voice trembled with suppressed tears. I shall lead these brave warriors to buy you time, Elder Mu Yu declared, a look of defiance in the face of death adorning his countenance. He turned to glance at the elven phalanx, standing ready below. Otherwise, none of us shall escape. Tears streamed down Findona's face as she shook her head vehemently. Follow the command, Findona. Elder Mu Yu's voice rose once more. Findona's body stiffened. She gazed at the elder's aged yet resolute profile, fully understanding the implications of his words. This was indeed the most prudent decision. Though she was reluctant, she had no choice but to obey the order. Biting her lip and nodding firmly. Yes, Elder. The griffins circled above, swiftly diving toward the camp below. As soon as they landed, Findona heard a voice filled with urgency calling out. Findona, what is happening outside? What is going on? She looked up to see Lin Mo's head protruding from the portal, his expression fraught with anxiety. Wiping away her tears with determination, she hurried toward him. Lord Lin Mo, the demon army is approaching, she exclaimed. Hurry, what did she say? On the other side of the portal, the others could not comprehend Findona's words, and academician Qian spoke up anxiously. After Lin Mo translated, Long Zhan, Zhao Gang, and the other two academicians felt their hearts sink. Chapter 71. The dictionary contains no entry for giving up enemy numbers? Composition? Long Zhan inquired calmly. Findona appeared puzzled, and Lin Mo quickly realized they did not understand her. Thus he translated immediately. It's unclear, a mass of darkness. There must be nearly 100,000 spread across the mountains. Findona's voice was steeped in despair, echoing with countless flying beasts and colossal siege monsters. 100,000. Lin Mo's mind buzzed with disbelief. He translated the situation, and both Long Zhan and Zhao Gang exchanged glances, each reading the four words desperate predicament in the other's eyes. What is our combat strength? Long Zhan inquired towards the portal. Note, with Lin Mo present, I will refrain from detailing each translation to avoid appearing repetitive. Findona glanced at the elven formation at the valley's entrance, her voice thick with difficulty. 5,000 elite elven guardians, along with a dozen or so holy human beings. Archbishop Kyle needs to maintain the portal. He cannot engage in combat. 5,000 against 100,000 was a mere drop in the ocean. Moreover, the poorly equipped cold weapon troops were up against the fearless demon race. This was not merely a battle. It was a massacre. A chill surged from Lin Mo's feet to the crown of his head. He gazed at the portal, which was still slowly expanding, then turned to Findona's face, filled with despair. An unprecedented sense of helplessness gripped him. Just a little longer. Just another 2.5 hours. Once the portal fully opened, the 25,000 steel torrent behind him could rush forth to assist. But now, these 2.5 hours had become an insurmountable chasm. Should the portal be destroyed, all of his and the Great Xia's efforts would vanish into thin air. The future of Blue Star, the hope for the continent of Terra, everything would be crushed in this valley along with the unfinished portal. Academicians Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan lost all color from their faces, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Just a moment ago, the path to a new world seemed wide open. In the next instant, it transformed into such a dire situation. Despair spread simultaneously on both sides of the portal. Suddenly, Long Zhan broke the frozen atmosphere with his voice. Lin Mo, tell her. Lin Mo paused, taken aback. Have her take your body from the camp and fly back to the Elven King City immediately. Long Zhan looked at Lin Mo, his tone grave. As long as you are alive, there is still hope. Lin Mo promptly relayed the message to Findona on the other side of the portal. Findona wiped her face, nodding emphatically, and responded quickly in Elvish. The Elder of Wood language has already issued the order. I will go now. You must not come to harm. Without hesitation, she turned and raced towards the wooden house where Lin Mo's body was stored. Moments later, she was seen carrying Lin Mo's other body, escorted by 2 elven sentinels. As they took flight on a griffin, Long Zhan watched her disappearing figure and nodded. The fact that she was able to think of this step indicated that their commander was no fool. He withdrew his gaze, observing the portal's expansion to the size of a basketball, and swiftly commanded, Technical Reconnaissance Team, move out. Bring all the small drones immediately. Yes. Long Zhan then turned to the communication officer. Order the Strategic Support Forces to establish a temporary operational command center on site. Lin Mo was bewildered. The portal wasn't even open yet. What was happening? General Long, this. In a soldier's dictionary, there is no such word as give up. Long Zhan patted Lin Mo's shoulder with considerable force. The battle had already commenced. We cannot stand idly by. Even if our contribution is minimal, we shall never relent. As his words resonated, the soldiers of the Strategic Support Unit sprang into action. Several folding tables were swiftly deployed, emitting crisp sounds. Military laptops were placed upon the surfaces, various cables connected with haste, and cooling fans began to hum. These devices, originally intended for deployment on the Terra continent, were now put into service prematurely. A technician rushed forward, cradling a palm-sized quadcopter drone. Deploy it immediately. Yes. The soldier carefully brought the drone near the portal, gently releasing it. The drone soared through the portal and flew into the distance. The operator aimed the control antenna towards the portal. The signal is connected. The image transmission is functioning normally. Before the makeshift command desk, a large screen hastily erected flickered momentarily before revealing a clear display. On the screen appeared the night sky of another world. Under the military infrared camera, everything in the valley was presented in stark black and white outlines, strikingly distinct. Ascend slightly, head towards their gathering point, Long Zhan commanded, gesturing towards the direction where the sprites were assembling. Understood. The imagery began to shift as the drone silently ascended, gliding over the temporary encampment of the sprites, heading towards the valley entrance. Soon, a dark, writhing mass emerged in the distance on the screen. Zoom in. The operator maneuvered the joystick. The image drew closer, and the true nature of the mass was finally revealed. In the conference room, everyone instinctively held their breath. The sight was beyond description, ugly and grotesque. Some monsters resembled skinned hounds, their muscles grotesquely knotted, drooling viscous slime. Others were abominable amalgamations of tentacles and insects, brandishing scythe-like appendages, and numerous hunched, diminutive fiends, wielding rusted weapons, crowded together, emitting silent howls. Among them, there were even decayed sprites resembling zombies. Behind these infantry, massive beasts, akin to mountains, trudged heavily, each step causing the trees below to tremble. Above, the sky was dominated by winged demons and gargoyles. This was the demon race, the terrifying horde that had caused all wise races of the Terra continent to flee in disarray, unable to lift their heads, losing vast tracts of land. Academician Lu Chengyan gasped, his complexion pale. Qian Jinhua leaned on the table, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The video Lin Mo had previously brought back depicted only the corpses of the demons. Witnessing their assembled army in person was an entirely different experience. The drone continued to deploy. Long Zhan gazed at the screen, his icy voice resonating once more. Release all self-destruct drones that can traverse the portal. Yes, just as he stated, regardless of the demon's might, the word surrender had no place in his lexicon. Terra continent. At the heights of the valley, Elder Mu Yu was preparing to issue the command for retreat. He was resolute in his willingness to sacrifice a portion of the guards to buy time for Findona and Lin Mo. Just then, he noticed several peculiar little objects emerging from the teleportation array. They possessed no wings, yet they hovered in the air, emitting a faint humming sound as they flew directly towards the demonic army. Elder, be cautious. A vigilant elven guard raised his bow in alarm. Do not move. Elder Mu Yu immediately commanded, recognizing that these were entities from Lord Lin Mo's world, instructing the soldiers not to attack. Although he did not comprehend the purpose of these small beings, his intuition suggested that their presence, dispatched by the great Xia, must hold significance. At that moment, a scout riding a griffin landed before him, bringing exhilarating news. Chapter 72, Reinforcements arrive. The elven scout dismounted, his face alight with excitement and joy as he addressed Elder Mu Yu. Elder, reinforcements from Her Majesty the Queen have arrived. Elder Mu Yu's body trembled as he grasped the scout's shoulders tightly. What did you say? Reinforcements? Yes, not far behind us. Led personally by General Adrian of the Silver Moon Guard. A surge of warmth rushed to Elder Mu Yu's head, and his blood boiled with renewed hope. There is still a chance. We can still fight. He swiftly inquired, how many have arrived? 15,000. The scout shouted. 15,000. Elder Mu Yu gasped. Realizing this was the maximum force the Elven Queen could spare for support, aside from those left to defend the royal city against the demonic invasion. With their own 5,000, they now had a total of 20,000 troops. Previously, during the crisis in Lostitia City, the gathered reinforcements had amounted to precisely this number. However, Elder Mu Yu's heart sank. Even with the 15,000 reinforcements sent by Her Majesty, facing nearly 100,000 demons was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The compound bows and repeating crossbows were formidable, but could they penetrate the thick hides of the siege beasts? Could they fend off the endless aerial onslaught of the winged demons? Magic would be essential. The odds were grim. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. Magic. The holy human race had brought numerous mages this time, hadn't they? If their assistance could be secured, perhaps there was a fighting chance in this battle. He glanced back at the teleportation portal, which continued to expand slowly, then at the whirring, buzzing metallic entities hovering in the sky. Retreat was not an option. To retreat would mean losing everything. He took a deep breath, turned his griffin, and soared towards the makeshift camp. The immediate priority was to stabilize the situation with the holy human race. They were pivotal to this defense. Archbishop Kale was a 6th-tier archmage, accompanied by 2 5th-tier archmages and several 4th-tier high mages. If this force was willing to fight with all their might, they could at least withstand the first wave of the demonic charge, as long as they held out until the portal fully opened within the camp. The mages and knight guards of the holy human race were in disarray, passionately arguing around Kale, who was maintaining the array. In the name of the holy light, we must retreat at once. The demonic army is upon us. Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death. A young mage, pallid and trembling, questioned the notion of retreat. It is easy for you to say, retorted an elder mage, gesturing towards the still active magic circle. The contract is explicit. We are tasked with constructing the portal. To abandon our efforts now would mean the elves' gold and treasures are forfeit. Will you compensate for our losses? Life is at stake. Who cares for gold? A 5th-tier sorcerer interjected sternly, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the assembly. Panic solves nothing. Elder Muyu has already sought aid from the Elven Queen. We must hold our ground for a while longer. Moreover, with Archbishop Kyle present, even if the situation turns dire, our escape is not insurmountable. Yet, should we abandon our post now, we would not only have to return our fees, but also bear the penalties of breach of contract. Have you all considered how you will explain this to His Holiness? The mention of the Pope extinguished the tumult, plunging the crowd into a disconcerting silence. At that moment, Elder Muyu's griffin descended, swirling down with the wind. Esteemed mages, his voice drew everyone's attention. Our reinforcements have arrived, just beyond the valley. Elder Muyu was forthright. A stir rippled through the ranks of the holy humans as the despair on their faces lessened. Reinforcements? The young mage, who had advocated for retreat, questioned with skepticism. How many? 15,000 elite Silvermoon guards. Upon hearing this number, the flicker of hope quickly dwindled again. Adding the 5,000 here, we would merely have a force of 20,000, a mere trifle against the vast horde of demons. Forgive my candor, Elder. The elder mage adjusted his robe. His tone polite, yet distant. The disparity in forces is too great. We should not sacrifice ourselves in vain here. It is not worth our lives for the sake of a mere portal. Elder Muyu refrained from countering, instead pointing towards the sky. What is that? The assembly followed his gesture, witnessing an array of peculiar, buzzing flying objects emerging from above the portal. They formed a precise formation, hovering in the air with an unsettling aura. That is the support from Lord Linma's world, Elder Muyu declared gravely. If they have not given up, how can we? He lowered his hand and surveyed the crowd. I understand your concerns. In the name of the Elven Elder Council, I promise that, regardless of victory or defeat, and irrespective of whether the portal is ultimately constructed, all remuneration previously paid by the elves need not be returned. As long as you stand shoulder to shoulder with us and defend with all your might, should the situation become untenable, you may withdraw without obstruction. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the holy humans. The mages, who had been in heated discourse moments before, now stood in stunned silence. The elder mage, most concerned about losing the gold, suddenly brightened with hope, his eyes gleaming like 2 coins. He cleared his throat and turned to his hesitant companions, chiding them with palpable urgency. What are you still waiting for? Did you not hear the words of the esteemed elder? He straightened his chest, his demeanor grave. The elven race embodies such righteousness. Could we, the noble human race, be the cowards who abandon our oaths? For the honor of the church, for the glory of the holy light, we must remain and fight until the very last moment. The other mages exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, for the glory of the holy light, for His Holiness. Elder Muyu regarded the mages of the noble human race with solemn gratitude, bowing deeply. Thank you, everyone. He spoke no further, turning to leap onto his griffin. A 5th-tier mage of the holy race commanded loudly, everyone, follow me to the front lines. Moments later, after leaving behind several sturdy protective arrays around Archbishop Kyle and assigning 2 to guard, dozens of heavenly steeds soared into the sky, carrying mages and knights aloft. They followed Elder Muyu's griffin towards the defensive line at the valley entrance. Meanwhile, in the Arctic base of Blue Star, the temporary command center's large screen displayed remarkably clear real-time footage relayed by drones. The ominous horde of demonic forces had advanced to within 2 kilometers of the Elven defensive line, stirring up clouds of dust like a black sandstorm. How many drones have been deployed? Long Jean inquired, diverting his gaze from the screen. Report. General, 520 swarm micro-suicide drones and 80 Razor small attack drones have been deployed, all standing by, a technical officer reported. On the tactical map displayed on the screen, hundreds of green dots representing the drones formed an expansive web above the Elven positions. There were already large portals the size of basins, with soldiers lined up in long queues. They handed over prepared drones to the soldiers at the portal's entrance, who extended their hands to send them into another world. From their computers, warriors remotely controlled the takeoff, integrating into an intelligent combat system that allowed for unified command rather than individual control. Concerned about signal instability, they had extended a long antenna into the portal. Be careful. The edges of the portal will create spatial cutting effects. Do not touch them, Academician Qian Jinhua warned, glancing at the steel pipes severed by the portal's edge. Zhao Gang stood beside Long Zhan, his expression grave. General Long, are these drones truly effective? I do not know, Long Zhan shook his head. But it is better than watching idly. If they can alleviate some pressure for the elves and by a few minutes, that would be beneficial. Perhaps those few minutes could be our hope to stabilize or even turn the tide. At the valley entrance, the demonic forces were now visible to the naked eye. The reinforcements quickly formed a defensive line, standing like a green embankment, silently erect on the valley and the hilltop. At the forefront stood heavily armored infantry wielding tower shields and longswords. Behind them, rows of elven archers had knocked their composite bows, their sharp arrows glinting coldly in the dim light. In the rear, a phalanx of elemental spirits, under the organization of their commanders, has commenced their incantations, bestowing enchantments upon their allied forces. Each spirit is equipped with a compact crossbow, poised to deliver lethal strikes to any encroaching fiends. Elder Mu Yu and the mages of the holy human race have descended upon the elevated terrain behind the front lines, the optimal position for casting spells. The tremors of the earth grow increasingly palpable, and a noxious stench, reminiscent of sulfur and decaying flesh, permeates the air. The acrid roars and howls of the demonic horde are now unmistakably audible. Leading the charge is a colossal siege beast, resembling a small mountain, upon which stands a towering demon commander, Volaz. With a deafening roar that pierces the heavens, it bellows. The battle is imminent. The demonic forces are mere kilometers away, the earth trembling as if under the weight of thunder. Nearly 100,000 troops, a veritable sea of chaos, span the horizon, shrouded in ominous clouds of malice. Countless diminutive, hunched figures, wielding rusted weapons, race at the forefront, emitting unintelligible cries. Behind them, grotesque amalgamations of tentacles and insects ooze viscous slime, excitedly brandishing scythe-like appendages. Among them are creatures with flayed skin, their hideousness beyond verbal description, alongside muscular monstrosities, infected elves resembling zombies, and liches whose eye sockets blaze with ghastly flames. At the heart of this army, several massive beasts tread heavily, each step reverberating through the trees below. Commander Volaz, atop the head of the siege creature, raises his colossal axe towards the elven stronghold and bellows, "Brave warriors, charge forth. Crush these long-eared elves beneath your feet." The demonic horde erupts into a deafening cacophony, accelerating with frenzied vigor, causing the very ground to quake. On the elven side, 2,000 elite warriors clad in iron armor stand resolute. General Adrian, mounted on a magnificent stag, rallies his troops with fervent exhortations to uplift their spirits. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Yu, perched atop a neighboring peak, wears an expression of grave concern. As the foremost ranks of the demonic army encroach upon the range of the high-level mage's spells, he is the first to act. With staff raised high, he chants an incantation, and with a final gesture towards the demonic horde, he proclaims, "Thorns of the hell of all creation." The power of a fifth-tier sorcerer surges forth. Beneath the charging fiends, vegetation within a 1,000-meter radius rapidly flourishes, transforming into razor-sharp vines that pierce through the ranks of lesser demons. Screams of agony resonate as hundreds, even thousands, are impaled, their green ichor splattering across the ground. Undeterred, the relentless tide of demons tramples over their wounded comrades, severed limbs and broken bodies flying in the chaos. Two fifth-tier clerics of the holy human race raise their staffs in unison, chanting, and a radiant light bursts forth. Judgment of the holy light. Thunderous roars accompany the descent of colossal beams of pure white light from the heavens, illuminating the demonic ranks like spotlights. The enveloped fiends howl in anguish as their forms swiftly dissolve, entire swathes of demons reduced to ash. As the distance closed to an adequate range, the fourth-tier priests and third-tier clerics of the holy human race united in a harmonious chant. Holy light purification. Holy light strike. Holy light protection. The divine magic inflicted devastating effects upon the demonic horde, causing a significant number of their ranks to collapse instantaneously. Yet, the relentless advance of the demons continued unabated. In comparison to the vast army of 100,000, the loss of several thousand demons was but a drop in the ocean. The rear ranks of the demons pressed forward, stepping over the corpses of their fallen comrades, a relentless tide of darkness stretching endlessly. Within the ranks of the demon army, a high-ranking lich clad in a black robe completed its incantation. Translucent, dark protective shields enveloped the forefront of the demonic legion. Undeterred by the magical onslaught, they surged onward. The elite Silver Moon Guard, numbering 15,000, alongside the existing 5,000 defenders, formed a formidable line of 20,000 elven warriors, standing resolute like an iron fortress at the valley's entrance. General Adrian, stationed atop a command high point, surveyed the encroaching tide of darkness with a countenance as grim as iron. "Brave warriors," he proclaimed, drawing his longsword and pointing it towards the horizon. "We shall defend this line to the last breath, buying time for our reinforcements from another realm. The goddess of nature watches over us. To guard this line unto death. To guard this line unto death. To guard this line unto death." The 20,000 warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. The earth trembled beneath them, and the air was thick with the foul stench of sulfur and decay. The anguished howls and roars of the demon horde reverberated, causing rocks to tumble from the mountainsides. At the forefront, thousands of low-tiered demonic beasts, resembling flayed hounds, raced forward with astonishing speed, their limbs pounding against the ground. Following closely were 3-meter-tall armored demons, wielding massive axes and warhammers, each step sending tremors through the earth. In the skies above, the flying units of the demon army, winged fiends and gargoyles, blotted out the sun with their presence, emitting piercing shrieks. Most terrifying of all were the colossal siege beasts, each the size of a house or even a hill. Their bodies encased in formidable bone armor, instilling a suffocating sense of dread. Why is it that all of you are strikingly magnificent while I am not? A full-scale clash erupted. Chapter 74. The Portal, Danger. General Adrian raised his sword high, its blade pointing towards the heavens, and with a voice strained from exertion, he bellowed, "First line, raise your shields." Huh! 5,000 elven heavy infantry responded with a synchronized roar, their towering shields thundering together with a resounding crash. The silver barrier of steel materialized instantaneously, forming an impenetrable wall akin to an unassailable mountain range. Second line, draw arrows. 8,000 archers, their gazes icy and muscles taut, simultaneously drew back their composite bows, aiming with precision. The chilling gleam of their arrows coalesced into a river of death beneath the dim sky. Tall treants, summoned by the wood elves, took their place at the center of the second line, providing elevation for some archers to launch their volleys. These treants also served as a bulwark against the demons' ranged projectile attacks, such as catapults, enormous axes, and stone spears. They were the finest support the elves could ask for. The third line of defense, the elemental mages, commenced their incantations. 5,000 elemental sprite mages raised their staves, and the air becomes alive with a cacophony of vibrant magical elements, converging together. In the sky, the remaining 2,000 aerial knights ride griffins and giant eagles, engaging fiercely in combat with the demonic horde. The intermittent cries of agony and the falling bodies of both demons and sprites add an air of tragic solemnity to the already oppressive atmosphere. The first volley of arrows is unleashed. General Adorian swings his sword decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment 8,000 arrows are released, it feels as though the very air has been siphoned away. This is no mere rain of arrows. It is a moving cloud, a dark mass composed of steel and death, silently enveloping the charging demonic army. Thud, thud, thud. The front lines of lesser demons and hellhounds are instantly transformed into pincushions, howling as they are trampled into the ground by the relentless tide of their kin. The second volley, the third volley, the arrows fly without cease. Yet the black tide of demons seems inexhaustible. The demonic forces continue their relentless advance. Elemental mages attack. Thousands of low-tier mages chant in unison, unleashing their potent spells. The wrath of the earth, rivers of lava, and ice spikes strike forth. Boom. The earth fractures, and countless sharp earthen spikes erupt from the ground, attempting to halt the terrifying momentum of the demons. The demons at the forefront, witnessing this, wish to halt their advance, but the press from behind propels them forward, leading to a horrific pileup. Following this, red-hot magma bursts forth from the earth's fissures, forming a veritable river of flame that instantly turns the ground ahead into a scorched wasteland. Only the demons at the edge of the protective barrier wail in pain. A hail of ice spikes descends from the sky, causing ripples in the dark magical barrier, and a few demons are pierced through by the icy projectiles. However, the sheer number of demons is overwhelming. They trample over the charred corpses of their comrades, forging ahead over the searing magma, fearlessly continuing their charge as the black tide surges onward. Prepare for battle. The heavily armored shield bearers brace themselves. General Adorian draws his longsword. Boom. The demonic horde finally crashes against the first line of defense. Thousands of lesser demons and hellhounds collide violently with the elven shield wall, producing a deafening sound of impact. Steady your formation. No retreat. The battle intensifies. The elven shield bearers grit their teeth and hold firm, but as more high-tier demons join the fray, the immense force begins to create fissures in their line. The elven first line of defense is finally breached. Hundreds of heavily armored demons wielding massive axes storm into the elven ranks, with each swing capable of cleaving an elven warrior in two. Reinforcements plug the gap. 10 golden armored knights of the holy human race spring into action. Mounted on their heavenly steeds, they charge like 10 golden meteors, precisely crashing into the breach. Divine light erupts around them. A 5th-tier knight sweeps his spear, and golden holy light, as tangible as a scythe, instantly cleaves through the surrounding heavy-armored demons. While battling, they chant prayers, their holy light continuously mending their armor and wounds, effectively sealing the breach. These knights exemplify the formidable combination of physical prowess and regenerative abilities, fighting while healing. With their presence filling the gap, and considering the narrowness of the valley's mouth, the defense line was finally spared from complete collapse. The second line of defense. Close-range fire. General Adrian bellowed, ruthlessly targeting the invading demonic forces that breached their formation. Archers perched upon the towering treants unleashed concentrated shots against the encroaching demons, their enchanted arrows erupting with force. Elder Mu Yu and the other high-ranking mages also joined the fray, casting powerful single-target spells that temporarily stabilized the line. Yet, all were acutely aware that this respite was fleeting. The colossal siege beasts drew ever closer, their bone armor impervious even to high-level magic. Should they reach the forefront, the entire defense would crumble in an instant. At that moment, 3 resounding and triumphant dragon roars erupted from the clouds beyond the valley. Everyone, including the demons, instinctively looked up. 3 immense creatures tore through the clouds, revealing themselves above the battlefield. Their bodies were clad in tough scales, glimmering with a chilling luminescence under the moonlight. It was none other than the allied, 3-headed dragon of the elves. Dragons. The dragons have come to our aid, a young elf exclaimed with fervor. General Adrian's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. With a mighty roar, the leading dragon unleashed a scorching breath, over 10 meters in diameter, descending like the wrath of a deity upon the densest mass of the demonic army. There was no explosion, only the anguished cries and the sound of melting flesh. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, both lowly demons and formidable demon warriors were swiftly vaporized, leaving behind a vast, bottomless trench of glass-like substance stretching hundreds of meters. The other 2 dragons followed suit, their fiery breaths inflicting catastrophic losses upon the demons. The appearance of the 3 dragons instantaneously cleared a substantial area in the battlefield, significantly alleviating the pressure on the ground defense. However, a new crisis loomed. 2 bone dragons, tainted by the demons, soared in. The 3-headed dragons let out mournful cries. These were their fallen comrades. To their dismay, they now faced each other as foes. The bone dragons, devoid of pain, disregarded the dragon's lament, fiercely engaging in battle with them. In the sky, hundreds of winged demons seized the opportunity while the dragons were distracted. They breached the aerial blockade set by the elves, swooping down like a pack of bloodthirsty vultures, targeting the mage stronghold and the teleportation portal. Elder Mu Yu's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Protect the teleportation portal. The elven mages were shielded by magical barriers and crossbows, so he needn't worry about them. But the teleportation portal absolutely must not falter. Chapter 75. The Ode of the Daxia technology, the sacred power of the holy human race, inflicted additional damage upon the demons. At this moment, the mages of the holy human race had already become targets for the demons, their enmity palpable. The demon-eyed beasts, liches, and fierce spear-throwing demons fixated on them, leaving no energy to spare for the escaping winged demons. The hundreds of winged demons split into 2 factions, one group diving towards the mage formation, igniting numerous protective barriers. The silhouette of the winged demon hesitated only slightly as it breached the protective barrier, akin to a descent from the sky into the sea, albeit with a notable reduction in speed. As a flight unit specialized in ambushing the rear ranks of the enemy, these creatures had evolved to possess significant magical immunity. Nevertheless, the elemental spirits remained composed, with one hand grasping a staff and the other drawing back the string of a crossbow. They aimed at the oncoming winged demon and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a dozen or so spirits emptied their magazines. Hundreds of small arrows rained down upon the 10-meter-tall winged demon, rendering it unable to evade. At least 1/3 of the projectiles found their mark. As the elemental spirits, trained under the guidance of powerful mages, they undoubtedly adorned their crossbows with various enchantments. The arrows, imbued with sharpened, armor-piercing, magical, explosive, freezing, weighty, and barbed enchantments, erupted with a resounding impact. Boom, boom, boom. Various explosions ignited upon the winged demon, which let out a pained howl as it plummeted to the ground, crashing in a cloud of dust. The other winged demons met similar fates. However, the true peril lay with the winged demon racing towards the portal. Elder Mu Yu, mounted on a griffin, hastened back, yet the sheer number of escaping winged demons rendered him unable to intercept them. For kilometers, 3 kilometers, the swarm of winged demons swiftly approached the portal. In that critical moment, an eerie buzzing sound suddenly filled the sky. Hundreds of football-sized black flying machines surged in from all directions, confronting the winged demons with astonishing speed and agility. It was the technology of the Daxia. Elder Mu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. At the Arctic base, the temporary command center was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Lin Mo, Zhao Gang, Long Zhan, and others stood united, their eyes fixed intently on the footage relayed by the drones. Within the thermal imaging system, which distinguished friend from foe, the red figures representing the demon race surged against the green line of the spirits like a tide. On the screen, the 2,000 spirits at the valley entrance appeared densely packed. Yet, when compared to the seemingly endless horde of demons approaching from afar, their numbers were woefully insufficient. Damn it, there are far too many of these creatures. A staff officer gritted his teeth. During the initial wave of attack, Elder Mu Yu, alongside a cadre of high-ranking holy human mages and esteemed academicians like Qian Jinhua, gasped in astonishment. Heavens! A single being possesses a destructive range and power comparable to that of a missile. This is truly incredible. When 3 colossal dragons and 2 skeletal dragons emerged, unleashing their fiery breath, even the seasoned Zhao Gang and Long Zhan felt their pupils constrict in shock. Academician Qian Jinhua, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered. This defies the laws of science. Is this biomass being directly converted into high-energy jets? Lin Mo interjected. It could also be Godzilla's atomic breath. Academician Lu Qingyan, now frothing with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "This is the dragon, a perfectly magnificent and powerful creature. How do those skeletal dragons move with only bones? If we could obtain one for research." Seeing the elemental spirits on the brink of collapse, Lin Mo stepped forward and addressed Long Zhan, General Long. "The spirits are nearing their limit. When will our drones be deployed?" Long Zhan, with a stern countenance, slowly shook his head and replied, "There is no need to rush. The self-destructing drones we deployed, even if exchanged one for one, only cost over 2,000, which is but a drop in the bucket compared to the vast demon army. We must await a more opportune moment to ensure maximum returns." Lin Mo parted his lips, contemplating that the other party, being a general, possessed his own instincts for warfare, and thus suppressed his impatience, refraining from further urging. He turned to the soldiers beside him. They were still lined up in sequence, swiftly launching prepared drones into the portal. "May we manage to delay until our entry," he silently prayed. "Not good. The demons' aerial units are charging towards us," someone exclaimed. On the screen, the winged demons broke through the elven defenses, rapidly approaching. Long Zhan's eyes gleamed with determination as he finally issued the combat order. "Deploy self-destructing drones." "Acknowledged." "Activate the swarm drones." On the large screen, hundreds of green light dots swiftly moved toward the red dots representing the winged demons. An aerial battle transcending civilizations erupted. The winged demons, noticing these drones approaching, dismissed them as peculiar little birds. With a shriek, they instinctively slashed with their claws to rend these strange creatures. However, as they reached out, boom, the first massive fireball erupted violently. To counter these legendary demons, the Great Xia had replaced the original 1-pound TNT explosives with the more potent black sulfur explosives. Their lethal radius spanned 6 to 10 meters, and coupled with the shrapnel damage, the injury radius doubled. Of course, against the physically formidable demons, these figures would be considerably diminished. Yet even if the damage were reduced by more than half, a single self-destructing drone could effectively trade one for one with a demon. The formidable power of the black sulfur explosives manifested vividly, engulfing the winged demons. The intense explosion resonated loudly, illuminating the battlefield as if struck by lightning. Elder Mu Yu was startled, nearly losing grip on his staff. Enraged, the winged demons finally comprehended that these were not mere birds, but weapons. They fiercely retaliated against the self-destructing drones, their wings sharper than steel slicing through the drones. Yet they soon realized these devices were untouchable. Boom! This was the second explosion. The light illuminated their terrified eyes, capturing the final expression of their lives. Then came the third, the 10th, dozens more. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the self-destructing drones fearlessly collided with the winged demons, orange-red explosions blossoming in the night sky. This was the art of explosion, a hymn orchestrated by technology. It was also the first roar of anger unleashed by the Great Xia's technology in this world. The tremendous cacophony of explosions drowned out the cries of battle. The elven warriors engaged in combat, and the demons alike halted, all staring in astonishment at the sky. This scene left these intelligent races utterly astonished, as they could not comprehend the precise circumstances unfolding. Under the silvery moonlight, they beheld dozens of winged demons exploding. Plummeting from the sky, the winged demons, who had finally broken through to the rear of the elves, appeared to have encountered a profound terror, retreating in a frenzied panic. Only Elder Mu Yu, who had been attentively observing the entire scene, understood what transpired. He trembled with excitement, his gaze towards the distant portal filled with hope. These monstrous birds were indeed formidable. We still have a chance. The relentless hunt by the drones continued. The fleeing winged demons wished fervently for additional pairs of wings. Boom, boom, boom. Those who, due to their slow turns, were caught up, were shattered by the incessant explosions, and in an instant, the sky was drenched in a rain of blood. Chapter 76. They did not give up. We must not give up either. Within the portal, Long Zhan observed the winged demons had scattered, with fewer than 100 managing to escape back to their stronghold. He commanded in a deep voice, "Enough. No need to pursue further. The objective has been achieved. Have the drones remain stationary and on standby to conserve energy." "Yes," replied the soldiers. He could not afford to deplete all of these precious drones in one go. Rather than exhaust them, it was wiser to reserve them for emergencies, simultaneously maintaining a deterrent effect. In the heights of the valley, several holy human riders atop heavenly steeds bore expressions frozen in disbelief. Their earlier disdain and contempt for the iron birds had transformed into sheer astonishment. The elderly mage, with eyes wide with shock and mouth agape as if to fit a dragon egg, could scarcely utter a coherent word. Beside him, a fifth-tier sorcerer, who had been reprimanding the crowd, displayed a similarly remarkable expression beneath his mask, murmuring to himself, "No incantations, no mana required. And not even a spellcaster. What kind of war machine is this?" This completely overturned their understanding, cultivated over centuries. In the land of Terra, Power was inextricably linked to the mental strength and magical aptitude of the spellcasters. Yet now, a group of mere mortals, frail, ordinary individuals, effortlessly slaughtered nearly 100 winged demons that even knights found troublesome, all from across a world. This was not magic. Among all, Archbishop Kale, who maintained the teleportation array, felt the most profound shock within. He recited the ancient and lengthy incantation, each syllable precise. With his focus divided, he keenly observed the events unfolding outside. Each dive and explosion of those iron birds struck his defenses like a heavy hammer. Was this the technology of the Great Xia? A chill rose from the depths of his heart. His hands, which maintained the incantation, began to tremble slightly. Had it not been for his vast mental strength, capable of anchoring his spirit, the astral teleportation that connected the two worlds would likely have faltered in an instant. Elder Mu Yu did not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He raised his staff high, his aged yet resonant voice infused with magic, echoing throughout the elven ranks. Brave warriors, do you see? That is the reinforcements from another world. It is Lord Lin Mo who brings us hope. They have not given up. We must not give up. For the glory of the elves. For the sanctity of our homeland. We must hold the line. After a brief silence, the elven stronghold erupted with shouts akin to a roaring tsunami. For our homeland. For the continent of Terra, we must defend our borders. The flicker of dawn amidst despair served as the finest tonic for their spirits. The morale of the elven warriors was reignited. With fierce roars, they surged forth, using their comrade shields and their own flesh to staunch the breach against the advancing demon horde. A heavy, oppressive growl emanated from the rear of the demon ranks, as the earth began to tremble with a more terrifying intensity. The dark mass of demon infantry parted like a tide, creating a passageway. Hundreds of enormous spherical entities gradually emerged upon the battlefield. They resembled grotesquely enlarged, bloated beetles, leaving shallow craters with each step. Their bodies were encased in a thick chitinous shell, glistening with a nauseating, oily sheen. Most horrifying of all was the mass they bore upon their backs, a colossal, writhing tumor, reminiscent of a living organism. Its surface was riddled with vein-like patterns, continuously dripping a vile, greenish slime. At the forefront of this grotesque mass was a gigantic eyeball. Corruptors. The moment Elder Mu Yu and the other elven leaders beheld these monstrosities, their faces turned ashen. Quickly, Earth Mages, prepare the stone wall spell. Where are the catapults? Strike down those corruptors. Everyone, raise your magical shields. Elder Mu Yu's voice trembled with urgency. The corruptors, biological weapons evolved specifically to counter magical civilization, were a nightmare for all forms of magical defense. Currently, none of the four great races had a particularly effective means to confront this type of foe. Using magic was futile, as the enemy was accompanied by liches, who wielded shields designed to defend against magic. While the lich's shield could not protect against physical attacks, they were surrounded by heavily armored demon soldiers in layers of defense. With a height of nearly 4 meters and their massive, sturdy shields, arrows could not penetrate. Only flaming stones hurled by siege catapults could bear some effect. Alternatively, one might gather high-level mages to forcefully breach the shield with explosive power for a pinpoint strike. Yet, where could one find so many high-level mages? Behind the elven lines, preparations were already underway at the catapults to counter the corruptors. The elves ignited torches on a massive stone poised for launch. Ignite! 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 Ignition complete. Release. The elves severed the vines binding the catapult, launching the fiery stone with tremendous force, its blazing forms streaking through the night like a meteor. From the catapult position, dozens of blazing stones ascended in unison, forming a meteor shower that rained down upon the corruptors' ranks. The airborne demon warriors, undeterred by death, attempted to intercept the stones with their bodies, causing several to veer off course. The stones passed through the aerial unit's defenses and then penetrated the shield conjured by the lich. The heavily armored demon soldiers raised their shields high, steadfastly protecting the corruptor at the center, bracing for the impending assault. A towering boulder, engulfed in roaring flames, descended from the heavens, crashing violently against the shield. With a thunderous boom, the heavily armored demon soldiers buckled at the knees, the ground beneath them fracturing with each impact. Sparks erupted from the gaps in their tower shields, illuminating the grotesque figure of the corrosive beneath. With a fierce roar, the armored demons withstood the blow, redirecting the immense force of the boulder aside. However, a nearby corrosive was not as fortunate. It raised its body high, preparing to unleash a stream of acidic liquid, but was met by the falling meteor, colliding with the corrosive spray in a catastrophic embrace. Unable to retreat in time behind the defense of the shield bearers, it was struck directly, crushed into a grotesque mass. In an instant, corrosive acid and flames erupted, causing the surrounding armored demons to scatter in agony, their anguished cries echoing across the battlefield. The elven siege engines launched a barrage, yet only one corrosive was slain, while several others sustained injuries, rendering the attack largely ineffective. Nonetheless, it succeeded in interrupting the frequency of the corrosive's acidic emissions. Those that evaded the onslaught began to gather energy, their fleshy growths contracting sharply. The immense eye at the forefront suddenly radiated a blinding emerald glow. A cacophony of sharp, Resonating hums pierced through the battlefield's tumultuous roars. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of thick, green acid spewed forth from the demon ranks, slicing through the night sky and accurately striking the elven front line's shield wall. Chapter 77. When I mention RPG, do you respond with artillery? There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the nerve-wracking sizzle that sent chills down spines. An elven heavy shield bearer, with a fierce shout, raised his enchanted tower shield, imbued with the triple spells of fortification, deflection, and protection. However, the moment the acid made contact with the shield, which was capable of withstanding a battering ram, it melted away silently under the relentless assault, dissipating into vapor. The elves left unprotected by the shield were overtaken by abject terror, emitting horrifying screams as their bodies were swiftly dissolved in the emerald glow, releasing a foul stench and leaving only a hissing puddle of green liquid in their wake. In a single strike, nearly 100 elven heavy infantry and their armor crumbled into nothingness. But this was merely the beginning. The corrosive acid, having breached the first line of defense, did not dissipate. Instead, it splattered onto the ground and the elven warriors behind, akin to spilled concentrated acid. Vast tracts of land were corroded, belching black smoke, transforming into uninhabitable toxic bogs. A colossal magical shield, upheld by several elven mages, flickered violently upon contact with the acid, rapidly disintegrating. After merely a few seconds, it shattered with a crack, scattering luminous fragments across the battlefield. The mages beneath the shield followed the fate of the frontline warriors. Chaos. An unprecedented turmoil. The recently reinforced defense line was torn apart like paper under the first volley of the corrosives, leaving a gaping, irreparable breach. The demonic army surged in frenzied waves, clashing violently with the panicked elven warriors. The scene spiraled into chaos. No. Elder Mu Yu's eyes widened in desperation. The situation was dire. Within the teleportation portal, the temporary command center of the Arctic base was suffocatingly tense. The portal had expanded from the size of a basin to a diameter of 1 meter. Over 1,000 drones had been deployed, still being released at a rapid rate of 2 per second. Everyone witnessed the horrifying spectacle through the drone's high-definition infrared cameras. What in the world is that? Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, his voice dry. Academician Lu Qingyan fixed his gaze on the biological structure of the corrosive entity on the screen, his eyes reflecting the fervor of a researcher intertwined with the terror of an ordinary person. It's a biological weapon specifically targeting certain energy fields. Its attack mode not only dissolves matter, but also annihilates the energy structure of magical shields. Zhao Gang's face turned ashen. Long Zhan remained silent, his brows tightly knitted. Watching the elves desperately attempt to halt the advance of the corrosive entity with their lives, Lin Mo's heart sank to the depths. He anxiously looked at Long Zhan. General Long, this creature is called the corrosive entity. I encountered it in Lostia City before, and our drones were ineffective against it. Long Zhan's calm voice interrupted him. These corrosive entities cannot be bypassed by swarms. He pointed at the screen, indicating that they were shielded by flying demons and armored units, which would intercept any approaching aerial objects. Our swarm cannot get through. Lin Mo, in a state of urgency, suggested, if our drones are ineffective, what about the RPG rocket launcher? Surely we can support them from the mouth of the portal? Long Zhan seemed to have been reminded, immediately issuing a loud command. Halt drone deployment and bring in artillery support using 155mm howitzers. The gravity of his words struck like thunder. Lin Mo? No, I meant the RPG, and you went straight for the howitzer? Zhao Gang and Qian Jinhua turned to him in unison. After issuing his orders, Long Zhan turned to Lin Mo to explain. The range of a rocket launcher is insufficient, and its power too weak. If the small ones are ineffective, we shall deploy the larger ones. He then turned and issued a series of astonishing commands. Aim the cannon at the corrosive entities outside the portal. Load anti-armor cluster munitions. Employ terminal guidance. The command center fell silent in an instant. All expressions froze, including Lin Mo's. Cluster munitions? That is a devastating weapon. Academician Qian Jinhua was the first to react, dashing forward, nearly dislodging his glasses. General Long. No, absolutely not. He pointed at the portal, which barely measured 1 meter in diameter, his voice trembling. The stability of that portal is still fragile. If we bombard it now, the shockwave from the projectile and the force of the muzzle flame could cause the portal to collapse, with unimaginable consequences. Long Zhan cast a glance at him. Academician Qian. We are at war now, not conducting experiments. The elves' defenses are on the verge of collapse. If they fall, all our previous efforts will be in vain. He turned back to the screen, coldly stating, if it collapses, I will take responsibility. Zhao Gang pulled Qian Jinhua closer, urging, listen to General Long. Soon, a massive 155mm self-propelled howitzer was towed to the front of the portal. The barrel was slowly lowered, its ominous mouth precisely aimed at the softly glowing portal. The scene was imbued with an absurd surrealism. The expressions on the faces of the artillery crew were beyond description. Can this really work, squad leader? Are we going to blow the portal apart? A young soldier whispered. Enough chatter. The squad leader's face turned stern as he barked. It's the general's order. Don't even think about the portal. Even a pinhole must be stuffed with a shell. Load the ammunition. A uniquely shaped shell was pushed into the chamber, an anti-armor cluster bomb. Specifically designed to combat tank formations, the harbinger of death from above. Loading complete. Target locked 9 kilometers away. Fire. Boom. A deafening roar erupted within the confines of the base, causing the floor of the temporary command center to tremble. The shell vanished into the tiny portal under the watchful eyes of all. In the realm of Terra, at the elven front lines, Elder Muyu's heart sank to the depths of despair. The emergence of the corroder had caused many elves to be engulfed in acidic waves, their screams shattering the spirits of the elven defenders. The line was torn apart, and countless demonic soldiers surged in, causing elf warriors to fall in mass. The catapults continued to hurl stones, but their meager numbers and feeble effects were insufficient to effectively halt the corroder's assault. Despair spread like a plague. Damn it. Is this where it ends? He seethed in frustration. He was even prepared to sacrifice his own life to cast forbidden spells, buying time for the remaining soldiers to retreat. Continuing the resistance would only lead to a one-sided massacre. Suddenly, a piercing whistle reverberated from the sky behind them. Chapter 78. Has the portal become a firing position? The sound did not belong to any flying magical beast they were familiar with. It was a noise that sliced through the air with alarming speed. Elder Muyu looked up sharply. A black, nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, darted across the night sky, precisely landing above the corroder army. The next moment, the dot erupted with a pop, scattering dozens of smaller metallic projectiles like dandelion seeds drifting down. The liches surrounding the corroder raised dark shields. Yet the descending projectiles pierced through the barriers, facing the defenses of heavily armored demon soldiers. One struck a shield, producing a resounding clang. Then boom, 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 boom. A series of rapid explosions instantaneously engulfed the entire area. This was not a magical explosion, but pure, unbridled physical annihilation. When have the liches, corruptors, and heavily armored demon warriors ever endured such a relentless and potent bombardment? The shield held for a mere 2 seconds before shattering under the injuries inflicted upon the lich. A multitude of demon soldiers, caught beneath the debris, fell amidst the rising clouds of dust, their anguished cries echoing through the air, including the bloated corruptors. This singular volley of bombs has sent several frail corruptors beneath the protective shield to their demise. The sole stroke of fortune lay in the fact that the heavily armored demon warriors, due to their formidable defenses, sustained minimal harm. However, before they could revel in their luck, the familiar whistling sound cleaved through the night sky once more. The heavily armored warriors instinctively huddled together, their shields raised in desperate protection. Boom, 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 boom. This time, those corruptors who had merely been injured in the initial wave now radiated palpable fear. They were soon engulfed in a maelstrom of swirling dust. The specialized metal jets, designed for breaching defenses, easily pierced the corruptors' thick chitinous shells. Green acidic blood, mingling with shattered innards, erupted skyward like a fountain. One after another, the colossal corruptors, under the relentless downpour of steel, were reduced to a grotesque mass of mangled flesh. Their enormous forms convulsed violently, the deep green light in their crystalline eyes rapidly dimming. The remaining corruptors, surviving the second wave of fire and explosions, succumbed to their fate in the northwest. And this was merely the effect of 2 bomb volleys, inflicting grievous injuries or even death upon multiple layers of protected corruptors. Once again, the battlefield fell into silence. The tempestuous explosions and chaos of the bomb volleys were undeniably striking. Elder Muyu, his staff raised high, found his incantation of life-burning magic choked in his throat. Watching the scene unfold under the moonlight, his withered fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. The previously untouchable positions of the corruptors now lay as scorched earth. Only the crackling of flames and the pungent stench of mingled acid and flesh lingered in the air. This power was exhilarating. Such a degree of destruction could be wielded by a 5th-tier mage, yet the elves lacked sufficient high-tier mages to counter it. Insufficient attacking force would be thwarted by the lich's shield, and without enough trebuchet might, despair loomed large. The support from the Great Xia was akin to a timely rain. The flicker of hope ignited by the drones within Elder Muyu's heart now erupted into a fervent blaze, filling him with indomitable spirit. The elder abruptly turned, an unusual flush rising to his gaunt face as he struck his staff forcefully upon the ground, the sound of channeled magic resonating throughout the valley. Warriors, the goddess of nature has witnessed our valor. Our allies are here to support us. Hold the line. The deafening cheer erupted. The morale of all elven warriors surged, their previously dampened spirits reigniting as they once again clashed with the demon horde, armed with shields and bows. The holy human race in the distance felt equally astounded. The sheer scale of the explosions rivaled the might of a 5th-tier mage. Were those humans truly as feeble as they seemed? A sacred human mage murmured to himself. However, this was not the end. The Arctic base. Report. 2 salvo bombs have successfully struck their targets. General Long Zhan gazed impassively at the screen, listening to the soldiers' report before issuing further commands. Do not halt. While reloading the artillery, prepare the heavy mortars with high explosive shells. Ensure a relentless barrage. observing General Long Zhan strategizing. Transforming a 1-meter diameter portal into a formidable stronghold of firepower, Lin Mo's jaw dropped, wide enough to fit an egg. Is this even possible? This is absolutely astonishing. Truly. He is a general, his mind filled with raw muscle. I am utterly captivated. The soldiers swiftly brought in a heavy mortar, rapidly securing and adjusting the parameters. It was now aimed at the target. Ammunition loaded. The artillerymen shouted in unison. Others retreated as Long Zhan, with an expression of cold determination, commanded the soldiers preparing the mortar to step back and bellowed. Fire. Boom. The cannon's muzzle suddenly constricted, driving the entire assembly. As the ground stirred with a slight tremor, the fierce power propelled the salvo bombs from the breach, slicing through the air towards a target 9 kilometers away. It breached the elven defenses, surged past the front lines of the beasts, and struck the center of the monstrous horde. Under terminal guidance, it descended upon a cluster of corruptors shielded by a barrier. The shell detonated mid-air, scattering dozens of warheads that pierced through the barrier. The demonic horde within the shield looked up in horror, and then, boom, 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 boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the shield flickered rapidly before ultimately shattering. This signified the severe injury or death of the Lich sustaining the barrier. Amidst the billowing smoke, the sky again resonated with that distinctive sound of projectiles slicing through the air. A mortar shell accurately struck the heavy-armored demon soldier's shield above the corruptors. Boom. Several shields were obliterated and hurled away, as flames engulfed the heavy-armored soldier and the corruptors, leaving no trace behind. Following this were the 5th and 6th rounds, along with dozens of salvo bombs and shells delivering precise strikes. The sounds of shells slicing through the air, explosions, and anguished cries continued unabated. The once formidable corruptor army, which had rendered the elven forces helpless, was now decimated with surgical precision. Across the battlefield, both the elves and demons halted their actions, staring in stunned silence at the deathly expanse engulfed by steel and flame. Elder Mu Yu's staff clattered to the ground, his mouth agape, his murky old eyes filled with profound shock. What is this? Before he could comprehend, yet another wave of assault ensued. Whoosh! A shell trailing a fiery tail hurtled through the air, curving slightly, heading straight for the rear of the demon horde. What does it intend to do? Chapter 79. Gatling. The demon leader Volaz found himself engulfed in shock and confusion as he witnessed his corruptor army being systematically obliterated. When did those long-eared elves, and even the bipedal creatures of Terra Continent, acquire such weapons? At that moment, an inexplicable sense of danger locked onto him, snapping him from his stupor. He looked up just in time to see a flaming iron spear rushing towards him. You pests, seeking death. Volaz roared in fury. It is this entity that has incurred devastating losses. Its army of corrosion invaders, alongside those heavily armored sorcerers and liches, all belong to ranks above the 4th tier. For the demon race, which lacks high-tier units, this wave is nothing short of catastrophic. At this moment, as a 6th-tier powerhouse, it possesses unwavering confidence in its formidable physique. Confronted with a sneak attack, it does not flinch but instead swings its colossal axe, striking fiercely at the accursed iron spear. Clang! The gigantic axe strikes the laser-guided explosive shell with precision. Then boom! A massive fireball erupts, illuminating the astonished face of Voras. Voras? It is instantly engulfed by a ball of orange-red flames. The violent explosion creates a vast crater in the skull of the colossal beast beneath it, causing it to lose balance and emit a long, mournful cry as it crashes to the ground. The lower-tier demons surrounding it scatter in terror, though many are crushed beneath its enormous form. As the smoke dissipates, the astonishingly resilient beast shakes its head and rises slowly, while Voras, covered in dirt and debris, struggles to stand. Voras? Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? At this moment, its armor is in tatters, and its body is marked with numerous small wounds. Though merely superficial injuries, the humiliation of being provoked by mere ants drives it into a frenzy upon regaining its senses. Roaring, it bellows towards the sky, cursing those wretched fools. Crush them for me. Within the portal, the temporary command center's large screen reveals the dissipating smoke in the drone footage. The high-value target, which had been directly struck by the explosive shell, astonishingly rises once more. Standing upright, the entire command center is silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. In disbelief, academician Lu Cheng-en adjusts his glasses, pondering how the entirety of the 155mm explosive shell's energy was absorbed by its skin and bones. This is nothing short of living superalloy. Truly astonishing. Long Zhan's expression also shifts slightly, prompting him to reassess the threat level posed by the demon race. He glances at the portal, which now hovers in midair, its diameter having stabilized and expanded to 1.5 meters, and issues a command. Order. The 1st artillery squad to carry 20 mortars. The 2nd assault squad to take machine guns and rocket launchers, ensuring ample ammunition. Proceed to support the Elven front. With the command given, the base erupts into action. 2 squads, 80 fully armed soldiers, swiftly assemble. They shed their heavy packs in favor of more agile combat gear, checking their rifles, attaching smoke grenades, and filling their pockets with magazines. Rocket launchers, grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and individual mortars, each weapon meticulously prepared for this otherworldly war, is distributed among them. The atmosphere is tense, yet no one hesitates. One soldier takes a deep breath, cradling his weapon, and dashes toward the portal radiating a ghostly blue light, leaping through it. Once on the other side, he gasps for air. After bounding in place a few times to regain his composure, he addresses the anxious academician Qian Jinhua inside the portal, saying, "Report, all is normal." Academician Qian was instantly elated, his hands clasped tightly. Excellent. This indicates that the gravitational forces there are similar to ours, allowing everyone to proceed with confidence. As for microorganisms in the air, Lu Qingyan had conducted tests previously. Moreover, when the portal was activated, they discreetly collected samples for experimentation. The conclusion drawn was that, albeit with minor discrepancies compared to Blue Star, human life there would not pose any issues. The soldiers in line, upon hearing this, sprinted forward and leaped into the portal. Following closely were the third and fourth soldiers, akin to pebbles cast into a water body. After receiving various weapons and equipment handed over from within, they swiftly regrouped and hurried towards the front lines. "General Long, I too wish to join," Lin Mo stated as he approached Long Zhan. Long Zhan turned to Lin Mo with a look of surprise, then shook his head. "No, you are the Supreme Commander. It is best for you to remain at the rear." Lin Mo frowned. The soldiers have crossed over, and without a common language with the elves, they cannot coordinate effectively in battle. I cannot bear to see our warriors perish in vain. Long Zhan remained silent. Lin Mo pressed on, moreover. "Findona is escorting another one of my bodies to the Elven King's city, where it is quite safe. I possess 2 lives. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan's expression faltered. "Commander Lin, your safety is of utmost priority. I am indeed the Supreme Commander, but I am also a citizen of the Great Xia," Lin Mo declared earnestly, then suddenly grinned. "And I have a profound fear of death, so rest assured, with my physical prowess, I can guarantee that I will flee faster than anyone at the first sign of danger." Long Zhan regarded him, and for a fleeting moment, the tension in his face seemed to ease. After a few seconds of silence, he finally uttered 2 words, "Guard, present." Came the immediate response from the guard, Wu Suawei, who had been silently following Lin Mo. "Bring 2 more people for close protection of Commander Lin. If even a single hair is lost, they shall remain in the Terra continent to toil and shall not return." Mission assured, Wu Suawei and his companion, Wu Jian, declared with booming voices. Lin Mo refrained from uttering further words, turning swiftly towards the portal. He leaped forth like a nimble carp, inhaling the refreshing aroma of vegetation. How invigorating! On the Terra continent, 2 large moons hung high in the purplish-black sky. Glancing back, he noticed the shimmering portal suspended a meter above the ground. Observing the soldiers within, who were busy handing over various weapons and equipment, a thought struck him, and he shouted, "I do not require these. Bring me a Gatling cannon." The logistics soldier responsible for delivering weapons paused momentarily. "Sir, that is exceedingly heavy and cannot be operated by a single soldier." "Fear not, my physique is robust. Obey my command." "Yes, sir." The soldier instinctively stood at attention, though his face betrayed a sense of helplessness as he turned to fetch the weapon. Soon, when Lin Mo beheld the formidable Gatling gun with its 6 fearsome barrels being delivered, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He reached out from the portal, effortlessly lifting the 30-kilogram weapon and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Also, ammunition. The ammunition box. Quickly, Lin Mo's voice echoed within the portal. The warriors brought forth heavy metal ammunition boxes, passing them along. Lin Mo draped a long chain of bright yellow 7.62mm bullets around his neck like a scarf, wrapping it several times around his body. He then slung an external power source across his back. Grasping his weapon in his right hand, he found it too light, so he picked up an additional ammunition box. With his left hand, he lifted 2 more boxes, along with assorted gear, totaling approximately 150 kilograms. The soldiers at the portal, responsible for the handover, stared in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Is this a human? Or a monster? Chapter 80. All units deploy to support the Elf Air Force. Lin Mo paid no heed to the incredulous gazes of the soldiers. He slightly shifted his shoulders, relishing the weighty sense of security enveloping him. Without uttering a word, he set off running towards the front line. Boom, boom, boom. With each step he took, the ground emitted a dull thud. His second-tier physique, enhanced by the fruit of life, bore the 150 kilograms with ease, propelling him at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary people. Having just crossed the portal and donned his gear, the 4 guards assigned to protect him barely had a moment to catch their breath before witnessing their charge transform into a whirlwind of steel, vanishing into the distance. Wait. A young guard was left dumbfounded. "Chase! For heaven's sake, catch up!" Wu Sui turned pale, scrambling to gather the equipment on the ground while shouting, "Commander Lin, slow down. Wait for us." The guard strained every muscle to assist Lin Mo in carrying several boxes of spare ammunition, desperately pursuing the fleeting silhouette of Lin Mo under the moonlit night. 3 kilometers away, the soldiers of the 1st Artillery Battalion and the 2nd Assault Platoon marched briskly towards the frontline battlefield. The ground beneath their feet was unfamiliar and soft, while the air was thick with a bizarre blend of blood and vegetation. The two bright moons in the sky constantly reminded them that they were in a foreign land. While astonishment coursed through their minds, they remained vigilant, their guns pointed outward, ready to respond to any impending ambush. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy, rhythmic thuds echoed from behind, growing closer with alarming speed. The soldiers instinctively turned to look back. A figure emerged from the thicket behind them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the soldiers collectively froze in disbelief. There stood Lin Mo, wielding a hefty 6-barrel Gatling gun alongside metal ammunition boxes. His neck and body were adorned with chains of bright yellow bullets, while one hand clutched 2 heavy ammunition boxes. As elite soldiers accustomed to handling weaponry, they immediately assessed the terrifying weight of his entire ensemble. Yet, this heavily burdened individual was running at a pace significantly faster than their brisk march, leaving shallow impressions in the ground with each step. Lin Mo surpassed the soldiers one by one, creating a gust of wind in his wake. One soldier gaped, utterly astonished as he watched Lin Mo sprint past. Immediately thereafter, 4 similarly armed figures emerged from the woods, panting heavily and their faces pale. "Commander Lin, slow down. Wait for us." Wu Suawei's voice was tinged with despair. They were the guards, tasked with protecting the target. Yet now, they could barely catch a glimpse of the target's silhouette. The soldiers of the 2 squads glanced at the swiftly disappearing Lin Mo, and then at the 4 guards struggling to keep pace. The image of a prior command loomed in their minds. Before their departure, General Long had solemnly instructed them to safeguard Commander Lin Mo at all costs. But now, who was protecting whom? Squad leader, is that our Commander Lin? A young soldier stammered. "It's a monster," the squad leader exclaimed, then bellowed. "What the hell are you all waiting for? Chase after him. Keep up. Quickly, quickly." The soldiers, gritting their teeth, dispelled their doubts and sprinted after the monstrous figure. Within the portal, at the temporary command center, after Lin Mo and the others had departed, Long Zhan's gaze remained fixed on the large screen, calmly issuing command after command. "Communications officer, enter the portal and deploy the signal base station." "Yes, engineers. Proceed through the portal and construct the first line of defense around the perimeter." "Received." The 3rd and 4th assault squads, enter and continue to support the front line. The orders were executed with precision. At the base, more soldiers assembled, silently checking their equipment before making their runs, leaping into the alien terrain. Long Zhan's attention shifted to the split screen, which displayed the aerial battle over Terra. The Griffin riders of the Elven race were retreating under the relentless assault of countless winged demons, with griffins being torn apart and their elven warriors plummeting alongside them. Report. The Elven Air Force is on the brink of collapse, with a casualty rate exceeding 40%. An analyst's voice resonated in the command center. Long Zhan replied solemnly. "How many self-destruct drones do we have?" "Report. Over 1,200 are ready for immediate deployment." "Deploy them all." Long Zhan's voice was resolute. "Support the Elven Air Force." "Yes." The moment the command was given, thousands of new green dots began to mobilize on the large screen, converging into a torrent directed at the red dots in the sky, in the night sky over the front line. The Griffin riders of the Elven race were faltering under the onslaught of the winged demons, with griffins being shredded and their Elven riders falling. "Eigen, be careful." An Elven knight shouted to a comrade not far away. He watched helplessly as Eigen's griffin was torn apart by 3 winged demons from different directions, blood staining the creature's white feathers. The Elven warrior named Eigen roared, swinging his sword to sever the wing of one demon, but another's claws had already pierced his chest. He and his griffin fell helplessly toward the dark earth. Turning his gaze to his comrade, he struggled to muster a smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Whispering, "Ailsai, survive." The Elven knight Ailsai, frantically trying to reach him, found himself unable to advance. He gazed at the figure plummeting to the ground. Memories of their smiles and the guidance they had once offered flooding his mind, tears blurring their silhouette. "No," he cried out, his heart torn asunder. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly upon the aerial battlefield. The gargoyles, with their unyielding bodies, rammed mercilessly into the formation of griffins. Meanwhile, the winged demons, in great numbers, overwhelmed the isolated Elven knights with sheer force. The flying elves engaged in a fierce battle, wielding their lances and the sharp claws of the griffins. Suddenly, amidst the struggle, the Elven knights heard an unfamiliar buzzing sound. The noise approached, growing denser, as if a multitude of unknown metallic insects were drawing near. What could it be? Elsie dodged a diving gargoyle, casting a curious glance towards the source of the sound. In the distance, he beheld a shimmering mass of stars hurtling towards them at remarkable speed. They bore no signs of life, nor did they possess wings, yet they flew faster than the winged demons. "Reinforcements have arrived," Elsie exclaimed with exhilaration. The demonic aerial forces also recognized the unexpected newcomers, with some of the unwounded winged demons and gargoyles breaking off to intercept. As one winged demon approached the peculiar avian creatures, it suddenly found them accelerating fiercely, charging directly at it. There were no magical fluctuations, no gleaming martial prowess. Boom! A burst of flames erupted in the sky. The 3rd-tier winged demon was reduced to mere fragments before it could even scream. Elsie was taken aback. Before he could react, the flock of strange birds had plunged into the ranks of the demonic aerial army, relentless in their advance. Chapter 81. The Frantic Demon, Lord Vora's Boom. Boom, 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 boom. With the self-destructive assault of the drones, a cacophony of explosions reverberated through the night sky. Thousands of fireballs transformed the heavens into daylight within mere seconds. The aerial maneuvers of the winged demons proved futile against the straightforward onslaught of these bizarre birds. The once impregnable bodies of the gargoyles faltered under the proximity of the explosions. If one blast did not suffice, then 2 or 3 would surely follow. It was a massacre, a rousing anthem of triumph. The surviving elven knights hovered in stunned silence, witnessing the demonic remnants tumble from the sky like rain, their lances forgotten in their hands. The very aerial units that had recently driven them to despair were swiftly annihilated in a matter of moments. As for the remaining throngs of winged demons and gargoyles, they were already gripped by terror, screaming in panic and scattering in all directions. Within the portal, Dragon War's gaze was not fixed on the aerial conflict, but rather on the figure that had just endured a 155mm high explosive shell, yet continued to urge the demonic army forward. He promptly dispatched 5 heavy mortars through the portal, decisively ordering the use of precision-guided armor-piercing rounds to lock onto that target, maintaining a relentless suppressive assault. With the portal's expansion, the heavy mortars could now pass through after a simple disassembly. Upon hearing the command, the artillery soldiers promptly sprang into action. Several of them hoisted a mortar to the portal's entrance, where the soldiers on the other side swiftly assembled it. Everything unfolded with remarkable fluidity and efficiency. For these artillerymen, the equipment was an extension of their very being, etched into their muscle memory. As they equipped precision-guided armor-piercing rounds, the soldiers continued to transport heavy mortars through the portal. Once the transport was completed, they proceeded to assist other units at the front lines. The utilization of the portal had reached its zenith under the leadership of Long John. Not far away, 2 holy human figures, reciting incantations to activate the portal alongside High Priest Kale, bore witness to the entire scene, their astonishment evident. While High Priest Kale remained focused on his spell, the 2 beside him were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. On the front line, the demon commander Volaz, inexplicably bombarded, unleashed his fury, bellowing orders to hasten the advance of his troops, intent on overwhelming the valley with sheer numbers. Simultaneously, he pressed forward, eager to extinguish his rage with the sweet blood of the elves. 100,000 soldiers surged forth like a river, densely packed. Yet the valley entrance spanned only 2,000 meters, restricting their entry. Thus, it would take time for them to reach the front line. Damn those bipedal beasts. I shall tear you apart. He roared, discarding the hindering lesser demons, his gaze fixed menacingly ahead. Just as he prepared to charge, a familiar sharp whistle echoed above him. Zing! Volaz glanced upward, witnessing a rocket descending with a fiery tail, its speed astonishing. His pupils constricted. Instinctively, he raised his axe to strike. Only to recall the devastation it had wrought before, he knew better than to engage it. Thus, he swiftly evaded using his 6th-tier prowess. Boom! The explosive struck the ground where he had just stood, sending shockwaves that nearly toppled him. Cursed be this, he muttered, shaking off the dust clinging to him, his furious gaze directed towards the source of the projectile. I shall devour you wretched beings. The direction he glared at was behind the elves, beneath the towering beam of light. There, he sensed a formidable presence, one that reeked of the holy human race. Before he could finish his thought, a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rocket followed in rapid succession. He darted, evading the barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted around him. The demon soldiers nearby were bewildered, questioning why their commander seemed to attract explosions wherever he went. They cowered in fear, yet Volaz's speed was unmatched. There was no escaping the onslaught. Some less astute soldiers even pondered whether their commander had betrayed them. Death, it seemed, was a constant companion to Volaz, enveloped as he was by the relentless explosions. Each rocket seemingly intent on driving him back, disrupting his charge. Roar! It roared incessantly, yet it could only passively evade under the relentless barrage of artillery. Its head buzzed with confusion. The colossal axe it wielded dared not strike at the spear-trailing flames. Instead, it served merely to deflect the shrapnel and debris. I shall slay you all. Voraz raged. Upon regaining its senses, it realized it had unknowingly retreated a kilometer, leaving a trail of fallen demons who had suffered due to its evasions. It relinquished command, its towering form transformed into a shadowy specter, recklessly charging toward the elven lines. If they sought to drive it away, it would defiantly advance. It yearned to purge this wretched humiliation through primal slaughter, to protect its soldiers from harm. It cleverly maneuvered toward the edge of the army. Along the way, it narrowly avoided several rockets, which obliterated numerous passing demons. With a roar, it burst forth from the army's periphery, scaling the steep cliff while exuberantly howling, leaping and dodging the onslaught of rockets. At last, it was unshackled from its trepidation. The terrifying power of its 6th-tier strength erupted entirely. It charged forth. Stop it! Elder Mu Yu, mounted on a griffin, witnessed the scene, his aged voice tinged with urgency. He raised his nature staff, and a verdant radiance spread forth. Countless robust vines erupted from the cliff, entwining around Voraz like colossal serpents. Damn it, get away. Voraz moved with astounding speed, severing swathes of vines with its mighty axe. Yet more vines surged from all directions, layering upon one another, compounded by the disruptions from the rockets, severely hindering its pace. At that moment, among the celestial steed-mounted holy human mages, a fifth-tier sorcerer extended his staff, chanting a sacred incantation. In the name of the holy light, purify all evil. A pure white beam shot forth, cleaving the night sky and striking precisely at Voraz's back, which was ensnared by the vines for but a fleeting moment. A harsh hissing sound resonated. The black demonic aura evaporated violently, akin to ignited gasoline. To Voraz's astonishment, a hole smoldering with black smoke was seared into its seemingly indestructible armor. Roar! Voraz emitted a howl of excruciating agony. This was no mere physical assault. The damage from the holy magic pierced its very soul, reawakening long-forgotten pain. Its movements faltered, and at that precise moment, a rocket soared in, striking its side. Boom! The combined agony and impact caused Voraz's immense form to lose its balance for the first time. Thud! It plummeted from the cliff, producing a dull thud. Chapter 82. Will the Great Xia be another demon clan? Voraz, gritting its teeth against the pain, swiftly rose and glared at the distant holy human mage with unbridled malice. It glanced at the iron spears relentlessly raining down from behind, and then cast a final look at the endless vines. A suffocating frustration threatened to drive it to madness. Ah, damn two-legged beasts. When have I ever endured such indignity? Moreover, it recognized that without the cover of its army, it had become an easy target. Wait for me. Voraz emitted a roar filled with resentment as he witnessed the holy mage of the human race once again raise his staff, compelling him to strategically retreat. He withdrew into the ranks of the demonic army, using the bodies of lesser demons as his shield. His frenzied, unwilling roars were drowned out by the incessant sounds of bombardment, and he no longer dared to charge forward recklessly. The holy mage, having just unleashed a fifth-tier sacred spell, slowly lowered his staff, still radiating light. He regarded the demon commander, a harbinger of fear and death, who clumsily shrank back into the tide of the demonic forces, accompanied by explosions occurring every few breaths. Panting heavily, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. One of his kin, noticing his distress, immediately maneuvered a Pegasus to shield him, its magical barrier glowing brightly as he anxiously exclaimed, "My lord, are you unharmed?" Throughout the battle thus far, the holy mages had also endured immense pressure. The priest shook his head. "I am fine, just need to recover." That last strike had drained much of his magical energy. He glanced at his staff before raising his gaze towards the direction from which the unending iron spears descended. His sacred magic could injure sixth-tier demons, a fact that filled him with pride. Yet, the enemy's attacks were consistently evaded by the sixth-tier demon commander, who did not dare to withstand them directly. Coupled with the immense explosions and flames, the power was evidently formidable. Most concerning was the absence of any magical fluctuations. He could neither comprehend nor fathom how this was achieved, and it appeared to require no expenditure, continuing unabated. In the name of the holy light, the mage before him inquired curiously, "My lord, could this power be a divine gift bestowed upon the people of Dashia?" The mage fell silent, for he too was uncertain. He turned his gaze towards the towering column of light in the distance, his eyes a tapestry of emotions, reverence, curiosity, and a deep-seated unease. What manner of beings were these self-proclaimed allies of Dashia? Could they perhaps be another form of demon? Meanwhile, in the skies, Elder Muyu, mounted upon a griffin, was both astonished and exhilarated, his body trembling uncontrollably. He turned to gaze at the column of light connecting heaven and earth, tears of hope streaming down his weathered cheeks. That was the beacon of hope for the elves and indeed for the entire continent of Terra. Suddenly, he noticed a group of figures rushing toward him from below, and he was struck by a mix of shock and elation. He raised his staff high and bellowed, "Brave warriors, hold fast. Our allies have arrived." His voice thundered across the battlefield. Lin Mo, carrying the essence of a gentleman, charged forward with the 1st Artillery Battalion and the 2nd Assault Squad toward the elven defenses. Elder Muyu descended from the sky on his griffin, landing before them with a force that nearly blinded those nearby. He grasped Lin Mo's shoulder tightly, his frail hand trembling with excitement. "My lord Lin Mo, praise the goddess of nature, you have finally arrived." His voice was hoarse, his bloodshot eyes revealing the complete upheaval of his understanding due to Dashia's prior long-range assault capabilities. "Elder, please calm yourself." Lin Mo patted his arm and immediately got to the point. "What is the situation at the front? How much longer can the defenses hold?" Elder Muyu pointed towards the battlefield, where the clamor of battle was deafening. "The first line of shield soldiers can no longer hold. The demonic army is overwhelming. We urgently require your strength." "Understood." Lin Mo turned and issued commands to the 2 platoon leaders. "Artillery platoon, proceed to the 3rd defensive line, near the elemental mage position. Find a suitable spot and bombard the densest concentration of the demon forces." "Yes, Commander." The artillery platoon leader saluted and promptly led his team to the designated position. Assault platoon, follow me. Lin Mo urged the remaining soldiers as they charged towards the second defensive line alongside Elder Muyu. Your safety is of utmost importance. Lord Lin Mo. Elder Muyu called out anxiously while leading the way. Please rely on my companion, Galut. It will protect you with its life. Ahead, a towering Treant, reaching several dozen meters in height, moved with heavy steps, swatting a heavily armored demon soldier attempting to breach the defenses into a pulp. Hearing Elder Muyu's call, it emitted a deep, resonant hum, then bent a remarkably thick branch down towards Lin Mo and the others. The finer twigs on the branch effortlessly retracted, forming a natural staircase. The soldiers were taken aback. Lin Mo had witnessed such wonders before in the city of Lostia, but for the soldiers behind him, this spectacle was akin to encountering a mythical creature. They forced themselves to remain composed, avoiding any sideways glances, their minds racing with the thought of not embarrassing themselves in this foreign world. They feared that, should a drone capture their antics or General Long witness them, their commander would surely be furious. Thank you, Elder. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude without hesitation, being the first to ascend with his Gatling gun in hand. The soldiers quickly followed suit, scrambling up the branch to reach the broad shoulders of the Treant. Galut gradually straightened its form, lifting them nearly 30 meters above the ground. Simultaneously, the foliage around its shoulders rapidly grew and intertwined, forming a thick wall of bark that protected the soldiers' waists, a perfect mobile fortress and aerial firing platform. After ensuring everything was in place, Elder Muyu mounted his griffin once more and soared into the fray of the fierce aerial combat. Hurry up, set up the firepower, commanded the assault platoon leader. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, opening heavy ammunition boxes, and within seconds, several heavy machine guns were set up, their dark barrels aimed downward. Lin Mo hefted the support of the 6-barreled Gatling cannon against the trunk with a resounding thud. The living wooden structure absorbed most of the impact. As he pulled the bolt, contemplating how to load the ammunition, his vigilant guard, Wu Suwei, adeptly stepped forward. He skillfully connected a bright orange ammunition belt to the feeding port and attached the power supply, standing at attention. All set, Commander. Lin Mo flashed a grin. All right. He turned to gaze at the scene below. An inky mass of the demonic army stretched as far as the eye could see. A black tide of lesser demons and hellhounds relentlessly crashed against the golden barricade formed by the elven shield soldiers. The enchanted arrows of the elven archers, with each descent, precisely claimed the life of a monstrous foe. Yet, in comparison to the overwhelming numbers, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. The defense stands precariously on the brink of collapse. Lin Mo gazes down upon the chaos, a surge of audacity erupting from his chest, revealing a cruel grin. Behold my prized treasure. Chapter 83. The 6-barreled Bodhisattva awakens. All beings are equal. With everything in place, Lin Mo pressed the red button on the Gatling gun. A low hum resonated as the motor began its pre-spin, the sound transitioning from a deep growl to a sharp, piercing shriek, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's chainsaw igniting. In the next moment, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A cacophony of thunderous roars instantly drowned out all the cries and screams on the battlefield. A fiery whip composed of tracer rounds shot forth from above, sweeping mercilessly into the most densely packed vanguard of the demonic horde. Have you ever witnessed a harvester reaping wheat? The demonic vanguard fell like the grain, collapsing in droves. Wherever the fiery whip passed, whether it be lesser demons, hellhounds, or other grotesque and unrecognizable units of the demon race, their bodies were instantly torn into a storm of flesh and blackened blood. There were no screams or struggles, for the speed of the sound and the scattering of flesh could not keep pace with the bullets that shredded their forms. Lin Mo gripped the Gatling gun firmly, his arm muscles taut, as he controlled the barrel, sweeping it from left to right. A lethal arc of death, stretching 100 meters, was forcibly carved into existence. Ha! What a blazing spectacle! Lin Mo laughed maniacally, reveling in the exhilaration of contributing to his nation by exterminating the enemy demons with the roaring blue-flamed Gatling gun. Who could comprehend such a feeling? In this area, a gaping breach marred the wave of the demonic vanguard, the ground awash with a viscous pool of blackened blood and flesh. The squad leader gazed at the monstrous figure wielding the Gatling gun with the eyes of one observing a beast, clearly stirred by the spectacle. He bellowed to the soldiers beside him, "Open fire!" Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, da-da-da-da. Several heavy machine guns roared in unison, unleashing a barrage of 127mm rounds that intersected in a lethal dance, sweeping towards various other directions. A hellhound, having just leapt to pounce upon an elven shield bearer, was struck midair by a bullet to its chest. Its upper body erupted into a mist of blood, while its lower half fell helplessly to the ground. However, when the firepower was directed at the heavily armored demon soldiers, their tower shields withstood the onslaught, bullets sparking against the shield's surface. Observing this, a soldier hoisted a portable rocket launcher and aimed at the heavily armored demon breaching the lines. Whoosh! Boom! An orange fireball detonated upon the demon's shield, the violent shockwave sending it flying, as spiderweb-like cracks spread across its hardened carapace and shield. At that moment, Lin Mo and his comrades suddenly noticed a shimmering aura enveloping them. their strength and vitality surging unexpectedly. He turned to see elemental spirits in the rear casting spells towards them. Clearly, the extraordinary performance of Lin Mo and his fellow humans had garnered the admiration of these spirits, who recognized their significance. They chanted incantations softly, and each time their wands were raised, a luminous glow enveloped either themselves or the nearby warriors. Was this the magic blessing and protective shield? The guards observed the faint shimmering aura surrounding themselves, and Lin Mo, utterly astonished by the spectacle. How marvelously enchanting. Haha. Then let us swiftly vanquish more of the demon race to repay their kindness. Lin Mo laughed heartily, continuing to press the red button. The unique roar of the fire god cannon once again dominated the battlefield. At that moment, the entire front line became a solitary performance by Lin Mo and his companions. The elven archers, fiercely shooting arrows at the second line of defense, instinctively slowed their movements. They stared blankly at the cleared area below, then gazed upwards at the massive treant, from whose shoulders a steel construct unleashed torrents of flames. A young elven archer's mouth fell agape. His enchanted arrows could pierce the bodies of 3 lesser demons, a source of his pride. Yet, the peculiar weapon of the Daxiao people unleashed a deluge of metallic sand in a single second, surpassing the number of arrows he could shoot in an entire day. That was not combat. That was slaughter. The first line of defense, where the elven shield bearers had gritted their teeth, blood trickling from their lips, suddenly felt a remarkable alleviation of pressure. Peering through the gaps in their shields, they saw the once ferocious demons disappearing in swathes, as if an invisible giant hand were erasing a sand painting. Change the ammunition chain. Cross cover. Beware of the aerial demon creatures. Gunner number 2. Adjust 10 degrees to the left. The pressure is greater over there. Where's the rocket launcher? Bomb those big brutes for me. Yes, the ones with the bone shields. The shouts of the Daxiao warriors, though somewhat subdued amidst the roar of the Gatling gun, resonated with order and the unique iron-blooded essence of the battlefield. A young warrior, amidst a frenzied barrage, grinned widely. Come on, demons from another realm. Bring it on. You inhuman fiends. The more you come, the better. For the first time, the vanguard of the demon race exhibited signs of chaos and fear in the face of terrifying firepower. They were pushed forward by their kind behind them, the commands of the high-ranking demons echoing in their ears. Yet, advancing meant being consumed by the inexorable barrage of death ahead. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted overhead. Lin Mo instinctively shrank his neck as the roar of the Gatling gun momentarily faltered. He looked up to see the night sky ignited by thousands of fireballs, the remnants of winged demons and gargoyles mingling with the flames, raining down like a tempest. With over 2,000 members in the Elven Air Force, had it not been for the support and healing from the elemental elven mages on the ground, they would have long since succumbed. Yet, even so, they suffered heavy losses, with more than half perishing, underscoring the ferocity of the battle. Nevertheless, they continued to fight valiantly under immense pressure, refusing to yield an inch. For if they retreated, their brethren on the ground would be caught in a pincer. Although demon aerial units occasionally swooped down to attack the ground, it remained within manageable limits, preventing greater panic and allowing the entire defense line to hold steadfast until now. As Lin Mo gazed towards the heavens, the guard Wu Suawei exclaimed, "It's the self-destructing drones making their mark." Upon realizing that the drones belonged to the great nation of Daxiao, the pressure in the skies diminished significantly, granting the surviving Griffin riders a moment of respite. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Lin Mo let out a triumphant roar. Well done. Let us unite and eradicate these vile demons. He aimed his firearm downward once more, the engine emitting a sharp buzz. With a series of rapid bursts, the fiery whips wreaked havoc among the demon horde. The remnants of the explosions still flickered in the sky, casting the battlefield in an alternating dance of light and shadow. In the distant dark, faint echoes of dragon roars and screams could be heard. 3 colossal dragons were locked in a fierce struggle with 2 skeletal dragons, their fiery breaths intertwining with ghastly white flames, each collision shaking the very earth beneath them. The skeletal dragons disregarded defense entirely, their razor-sharp claws inflicting deep, bone-revealing wounds upon the mighty dragons. In retaliation, the dragons clamped down fiercely on the necks of their skeletal foes, attempting to rend them apart. This battle belonged to the primal might of the behemoths, a domain where no ordinary unit could approach. Straying too close meant certain death. No, the beloved adoptive fathers, cough. The author enjoys the spectacle, they must not perish. Thus, those near the dragon's battlefield were bound to be either gravely injured or slain. Chapter 84. The final assault at the rear of the elven forces, the third defensive line. The artillery squad leader knelt on one knee, firmly grasping a tactical tablet. The real-time footage relayed by the drones vividly displayed the frontline chaos on the screen. Coordinates, 101, 103, fire 4 rounds, urgently now. The command resonated through the throat-mounted microphone. On the battlefield, 10 elite gunners crouched, their left hands steadying the 60mm mortars, having forsaken the mounts. As the orders were issued, their right hands became a blur, continuously loading shells into the barrels. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thuds of projectiles leaving the chambers formed a relentless rhythm. Continue. Extend westward by 100 meters. Fire 4 rounds urgently now. Adjust coordinates. Fire. Fire. Beside them, the ammunition supply machine mechanically repeated the actions of opening boxes and delivering rounds. With a crew of 40 artillerymen, 10 fired while 30 supplied, maximizing their firepower efficiency to its utmost limits. Often, the previous round of 4 consecutive shots was still soaring through the air as a new volley whistled skyward. In the night sky, every few seconds, dozens of faint red lights traced parabolic arcs, accurately landing in the most congested regions of the demon horde. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames merged into a singular spectacle, unleashing a torrent of flesh, earth, and shattered bones amidst the demon ranks. The ground was repeatedly torn asunder by artillery fire. At the mouth of the valley, a mere 2 kilometers wide, the vanguard of the 100,000 demon army was crammed together, lacking any room to evade. The air was filled with anguished cries, littered with severed limbs of the demons. On the shoulders of the Triant Galut, Lin Imo observed the meteor shower of explosions illuminating the distant sky. The scene, akin to artillery cleansing the land, left an indelible impression on every sentient being witnessing it, causing even his Gatling gun to falter momentarily. Wow, are our artillery units truly this formidable? As he pondered, he suddenly realized that the battlefield ahead had transformed after the smoke and dust had dissipated. The seemingly endless horde of vile demons and monstrous hounds had been reduced by nearly a third. Black blood pooled at the entrance of the valley, creating a repulsive mire. A gentle breeze wafted through the valley, mingling with the acrid scent of charred remains, excrement, body odor, and the metallic tang of blood, assaulting his senses. Lin Mo's complexion turned pale, and his stomach churned violently. He bent over, retching uncontrollably. Was this wretched lot resorting to biological warfare? How utterly disgusting. Who among us possesses a gas mask? Guard Wu Suowei quickly patted his back, his own face a shade of green. After a moment, Lin Mo wiped his mouth and took up the reloaded Gatling gun, casting his gaze once more into the distance. What he beheld made him gasp in horror, intensifying his nausea. At the far end of the valley, amidst the swirling smoke and crimson mist, for colossal beasts, resembling moving hills, advanced with heavy strides, revealing their full forms. By the gods, Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Within the ranks of the demon army, the demon commander Voras dodged the shock waves of cannon fire, watching in shock as his expendable troops were mowed down like wheat. He could not comprehend how these long-eared softies had suddenly acquired such formidable power. His blood-red gaze fixated on the towering column of light behind the elven front lines. He knew instinctively that this dramatic shift was the result of that very light. If he were to hazard a guess, a portal must have been opened beneath it. Moreover, he could sense the aura of a 6th-tier grand sorcerer of the holy human race emanating from that location, yet they remained concealed. That accursed holy human scum must be maintaining the teleportation spell. It must be destroyed, disrupt their incantation and shatter the elves, and the holy human's rescue plans completely. Voras raised his massive axe, veins bulging on his neck as he unleashed a thunderous roar, cleaving through the stagnant demon units around him. Charge forth. Anyone who dares to retreat shall find their heads thrust into the latrine. Heavy infantry, raise your damn shields and push forward. Throwers, shoot down those fire-spitting 2-legged vermin perched in the trees. Wraiths, are you dead? Raise the dark shield. The demon army erupted into chaos. The pressure on the battlefield escalating dramatically. Towering over 3 meters, clad entirely in bone armor, the 4th-tier heavy infantry demons, wielding shields taller than a man, formed a moving wall, advancing under the barrage of cannon fire. Clang, 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 clang. The rounds from the soldiers' heavy machine guns struck the tower shields, generating only feeble sparks. Squad leader, we can't penetrate. Their shells are too tough, shouted a gunner perched on a Trent's shoulder, his barrel glowing red-hot. What about the rocket launchers? Fire them. Report. The rocket launchers are out of ammunition. What about grenades? Are we saving them for later? Throw them. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed a particularly robust demon creature extending its arm through the gaps in the shield wall formed by the heavy infantry. The throwers, gripping pale bone spears, flexed their muscles, preparing to unleash their deadly projectiles. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, hurtling towards Lin Mo with alarming speed. The fiery tongue of the Gatling gun was too conspicuous, rendering him the primary target. Be cautious. Wu Suowei's pupils contracted as he instinctively lunged forward like a ravenous tiger, knocking Lin Mo down with great force. Almost simultaneously, the Treeman Gaulet emitted a deep growl, brandishing a massive branch to shield himself. With a sickening thud, a bone spear effortlessly penetrated the sturdy trunk. Thud! The spear's tip was firmly embedded in the tree wall before Lin Mo, mere centimeters from his face. The tail of the spear vibrating at a high frequency, producing a buzzing sound. Lin Mo jolted, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. If that had struck a human. He sprang up furiously, an overwhelming rage surging through him. Damn it! How dare they launch a sneak attack? Grasping the Gatling gun, he prepared to fire in that direction. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. However, as the fiery tongue erupted, the adversary had already retreated behind a heavy shield. The bullet struck, leaving behind a series of clanging sparks. Damn it! Lin Mo spat, cursing. What is that shield made of? Harder than a woman's mouth. At the mouth of the valley, four colossal beasts charged forward under intense firepower. The demon leader, at this moment, concealed within the ranks of these simple-minded siege beasts, urged them to continue their assault. As a sixth-tier demon, Vola's enhancement path was similar to that of knights, yet his physique was even more formidable. The demons solely strengthened their physical forms. Their astonishing physique was their greatest advantage. At the same tier, his vitality was akin to that of a boss-level entity, boasting high physical damage and remarkable defenses. In one-on-one combat, a sixth-tier general of the Terra Continent would stand no chance against him. However, no matter how powerful, they feared being ensnared, leading him to choose concealment. At the very least, he needed to evade that damned, relentless spear that pursued him every few seconds. Chapter 85. The Power of the Cloud Explosions. Boom. 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 The ground trembled violently. The nearly 100-meter-tall siege beast took heavy strides, crushing the low-tier demons who failed to dodge into a pulp. Their massive forms constituted a moving wall of despair. In the distance, a blazing streak of light surged from the direction of the portal. A 155mm laser-guided armor-piercing shell. Clang. The shell slammed into the bone armor of one siege beast, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks. The thick bone armor was instantly breached, exploding with cracks. Black blood seeping from the wounds. The beast let out a pained roar, yet continued to charge forward. You brainless creature. Vola's relentless urging caused the beast to stumble momentarily, but it endured the pain and pushed on. This exemplified the physique of a peak 4th-tier monster, sacrificing agility for defenses comparable to a 5th-tier entity and terrifying vitality. In past wars, only high-tier magic and divine spells could inflict effective harm upon them, making them the finest siege units. Yet now, those iron spears raining down from the sky inflicted untold agony upon them. It is noteworthy that the demon race is governed by an exceedingly stringent hierarchy, where even Volaz would not dare utter a word of complaint, even if it meant facing death. They wielded enormous stone hammers and bone axes, clumsily attempting to shield themselves from the artillery fire, but to little effect. On the shoulder of the Traiant Gauntlet, a squad leader bellowed, "Cloudburst Grenade, aim for that behemoth. But be cautious of the distance to avoid collateral damage." Upon hearing this, a soldier hoisted a portable launcher, ensuring there were no enemy aerial units obstructing his line of sight, and took aim at a distant siege monstrosity. Should it be intercepted at close range and detonate, the consequences would be dire. Fire. The soldier squeezed the trigger, and with a whoosh, a rocket propelled itself, leaving a trail of flame as it struck the beast's chest with pinpoint accuracy. There was no violent explosion, merely a brief flash of light. Instantly, a vacuum seemed to form around the point of impact, causing the air within a 100-meter radius to be sucked away. The bodies of all 0-tier hellhounds within the vicinity crumpled inward, black blood oozing from their orifices. The first-tier low demons fared no better, their charge faltering. The next moment, an enormous orange fireball suddenly expanded, engulfing everything. The temperature inside the fireball surged to approximately 2,000 degrees Celsius, and under the combined effects of overpressure and searing heat, all 0-tier units within the area were vaporized. The first-tier demons suffered a similar fate, reduced to nothing but charred bones and remnants of internal organs. Only the formidable second-tier demon units could withstand the onslaught to some extent, yet they emerged grievously wounded, their surfaces utterly destroyed and their appearance grotesque. Following this, there ensued a residual heat phase lasting 2 to 3 seconds, with temperatures dropping below 1,000 degrees, roughly equivalent to that of open flames. The second-tier demons, normally capable of enduring such brief residual heat, succumbed in anguish due to their devastated condition. Only the third-tier and above units remained mobile, if they possessed biological structures. They were likely bleeding from the nose and ears, with ruptured organs and singed skin. Some bodies, devoid of life and controlled by their souls, felt no pain and were the least affected. The fourth-tier shielded magic soldiers, boasting formidable defenses, experienced only burns, yet they writhed in agony. As for the fifth-tier siege monstrosity, located at the epicenter of the explosion, it let out a heart-wrenching howl. Its chitinous armor burned crimson, large patches of flesh charred, and emitting a foul stench. Its massive form staggered, barely managing to remain upright. Good heavens, such overwhelming power, Linimo thought, his eyelids twitching as he witnessed the low-tier demons within the 100-meter diameter seemingly on the brink of annihilation. Recalling what Long Zhan had said, unless absolutely necessary, to prevent the vigilance and wariness of the elves and the holy humans, only small individual cloudburst grenades were permitted. Otherwise, a single medium-sized cloudburst grenade would likely spell doom for that fifth-tier behemoth. The demon leader Volaz, clutching the inner thigh of another colossal creature, felt the horrifying heat wave searing his back. He was taken aback, then his expression twisted into a snarl. Such a weapon possessed power comparable to fifth-tier magic. Yet magic could be absorbed by the Lich's shield. This, however, could not. He could not fathom what kind of physical damage could reach such an extent. Cursed be this. It is aware that if this continues, these 4 invaluable siege beasts will undoubtedly be lost here. Yet, at this juncture, success or failure hinges upon this one decisive moment. Vora's blood-red eyes pierced through the elven defenses beyond the towering treants, locking onto the celestial beam of light in the distance. That is the source. That is the true threat. If the reinforcements emerging from that portal are not dealt with, defeat is inevitable. Moreover, it will pose a significant future menace. Halt them. In the sky, Elder Mu Yu, who had spotted the charge of the siege beasts, cried out in desperation. Riding his griffin in a dive, he waved his staff, unleashing a multitude of robust vines that erupted from the earth, ensnaring the limbs of the siege beasts. Meanwhile, the holy mages of the human race, mounted on their heavenly steeds, also sprang into action, launching spears of holy light that sliced through the night sky, accurately striking towards the colossal creatures. A chorus of sharp shrieks erupted from a dozen liches, their transparent dark shields shimmering brightly, deflecting the majority of magical assaults. The siege beasts, however, disregarded the vines entangling them, simply tearing through them with brute force. By the heavens, clear the way. Let the treants handle this. The elven shield bearers, taken aback by the imminent threat, dared not engage and hastily retreated from the beast's path. They were indeed valiant, but not foolish enough to be trampled into the ground. The elven archers atop the treants were lowered to the ground, as the treants advanced with their heavy strides. With a roar, the 4 colossal beasts collided fiercely with the treants, resulting in a thunderous boom that shook the very earth. The struggle between them caused the ground beneath to crack and rise. Elder Mu Yu and the holy mages were also captivated by these titanic figures. Now is the moment. Vora's, concealed amidst the siege beasts, made its move. As the beasts surged into the elven formation, it darted forth. Without pausing for even a glance at the elven soldiers ahead, its sole focus lay on the distant celestial beam. It crouched slightly, its leg muscles exploding with power, creating a shallow pit in the earth. Vora's figure transformed into a shadowy blur, racing towards the portal, no longer concealing its might. It unleashed a terrifying speed exceeding 100 meters per second. The elven soldiers along its path merely felt a gust of wind, catching only a glimpse of the fleeting silhouette. In an instant, it had traversed several hundred meters, crashing into the rear lines of the elven mages. A cacophony of screams erupted as the elves were thrown into disarray. Chapter 86, Crisis. Counter-invasion Plan B. Elder Mu Yu, witnessing this scene from above, felt his heart sink. Oh no. He gazed at the faltering defenses below, already shaken by the impact of the beasts, then glanced at the unstoppable shadow racing ahead. His teeth ground together in frustration. With a final resolve, he redirected his griffin towards Vora's, exclaiming, "Thorny jungle." He pointed his staff forward, and the dwindling magic surged forth wildly. As Wolaz advanced, the ground suddenly cut, and countless dark green vines intertwined and rose, forming a wall of vines stretching hundreds of meters and several dozen meters thick. However, he bellowed, "Get out of my way," with a mighty swing of his colossal axe. Accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, he struck down fiercely. Boom! Wood splinters and green sap flew in all directions. The thick wall, composed of resilient vines, was forcibly cleaved open, creating a passageway. Wolaz passed through, the frenzied vines entwining around him, only to be shattered by his brute strength. Suddenly, several projectiles, trailing fire, came hurtling toward him. Without blinking, he subtly altered his stance and, at a terrifying speed, shifted several dozen meters. The shells missed their mark. Unstoppable in their trajectory, Elder Mu Yu was taken aback. He urged his griffin, "Oh, dear friend, keep up with him." Various spells were unleashed, yet they could only watch helplessly as the shadow sped away. "My Lord Kyle, you must stop this fellow." Beneath the luminous beam, the portal, having overcome its initial challenges, now opened at an accelerated pace, its diameter reaching 3 meters. Being circular, a third of the portal's lower half was embedded into the ground, taking the shape of an arch, reinforced with metal plates to prevent accidents during passage. "Hurry, everyone, move quickly and be careful not to touch the edges," shouted an officer at the portal's side. Fully armed warriors of the Daxia were continuously pouring out, swiftly transporting various supplies. Among them were tracked infantry fighting vehicles and assault vehicles, each over 2 meters wide, capable of passing through the portal. Surrounding the light gate, hundreds of soldiers were constructing layers of defensive fortifications. Coordinates XXXXXX, fire. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, artillerymen operated 5 cannons, providing sustained fire support to the front lines. Some soldiers, organized into squads, marched swiftly toward the front to engage in battle. Inside the command center of the portal, the atmosphere was tense. 10 large screens flashed with real-time imagery. The frontline situation was relayed via drones, with every explosion and casualty tugging at everyone's hearts. Academician Qian Jinhua clasped his hands, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow into a deep frown, unable to contain himself. What do they intend to achieve? Despite suffering such heavy losses under our fire, they still launch fierce assaults? The demon army's willingness to incur casualties and launch relentless attacks surpassed everyone's expectations. This was not a wise course of action. Dragon John pondered at the screen and then turned to the communications officer. Order the guards to send Commander Lin to the 3rd defense line. Safety is paramount. Yes, the soldier replied. At that moment, a communications soldier responsible for intelligence suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Report. Monitoring has detected a dangerous target in motion. This target has detached from the main force and is advancing toward us at high speed. The velocity is too great for our artillery to effectively counter." A flurry of urgent reports echoed within the command center. Dragon John's brow furrowed deeply. What? It is still relentless. Switch to the main screen. The image shifted instantly. A vague black shadow carved a straight trajectory across the chaotic battlefield. It disregarded all the elves and demons in its path, and any creature that obstructed its way was reduced to a mist of blood upon contact. The divine magic of the elves and the divine light of the holy humans could not impede its advance. Even more terrifying was the fact that the guided artillery shells fired by the gunners could not react in time to match its speed. Often, after locking on, the target would narrowly evade, resulting in explosions mere meters away, while the shockwaves and shrapnel were completely ignored. As for superficial wounds, they healed almost instantaneously. It could be said that as long as it was not struck directly, it remained unharmed. Zhao Gang's expression shifted. It was imperative to prevent its approach. Long Zhan fixed his gaze on the screen, where the ominous shadow drew ever closer, his eyes flickering rapidly. The creature's terrifying defensive capabilities and speed, far beyond human imagination, posed an unimaginable threat should it breach the portal and arrive on Blue Star. The consequences would be catastrophic. A chill ran down Long Zhan's spine as he gritted his teeth and issued commands. Relay my orders. All artillery units, abandon the suppression of the front lines. Redirect fire to prevent this dangerous target from nearing the portal. Execute indiscriminate fire coverage. Simultaneously, initiate Plan B. These 6 simple words plunged the entire command center into an immediate silence. Zhao Gang's pupils constricted sharply. General Long, are you certain? Qian Jinhua trembled, incredulous. The BB plan? Long Zhan disregarded their astonishment and issued more specific orders. Immediately dispatch the nuclear warhead. Set it to a yield of 35 kilotons and utilize remote detonation mode. Understood. The communications officer stood at attention, saluting briskly as he executed the command. This series of orders took less than 10 seconds. Decisive, resolute. Plan B was an emergency counter-invasion protocol. Should the situation spiral out of control, this level of the underground base would be sealed off, with external forces surrounding it heavily, employing every means to seal it shut. For instance, without regard for cost, filling the entire underground base with ultra-high-strength concrete of C200 or above, encasing this level into a vast, sealed sphere. Furthermore, new lines of defense would be established outside, heavily guarded year-round, with nuclear weapons primed for immediate activation. Such measures were necessary to defend against any creatures emerging from within. Soon, several soldiers secured a cylindrical object, approximately 1.2 meters long, dark green, emblazoned with a prominent red skull warning, onto a specially designed small transport vehicle. It was the tactical nuclear warhead. Long Zhan. Zhao Gang rushed towards him, urgency compelling him to call his name directly. His voice trembled. Have you thought this through? Academician Qian Jinhua also hurriedly urged. There are still over 1,000 of our soldiers outside. And Linimo. Moreover, with the portal present, if it detonates, over 20,000 of us will perish alongside it. But I have no other choice. Long Zhan suddenly shouted at the two. He raised his hand, pointing at the screen where the black shadow had already breached the Elven Mage's defenses, now less than 4 kilometers from the portal. It moved at a speed exceeding 100 meters per second. The impenetrable defense capable of withstanding 155 millimeters high explosive shells, even cloudburst bombs would likely be ineffective against it. Our armor-piercing projectiles, due to inertia and dispersion error, also struggle to strike it accurately. Once this entity arrives in our territory, who can possibly stand against it? In the presence of such a force, how long could a metropolis of 10 million endure? I am striving to save billions. Chapter 87. Sacrificing everything for the greater good. As Long Zhan concluded his fervent speech, his chest heaved with intensity. It was evident that this decision weighed heavily on him. After a brief pause, he solemnly declared, all our warriors, from the moment they set foot on that land, have prepared themselves for sacrifice, including my son, Zhao Gang, who had wished to say more, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words upon hearing that last statement. Long Zhan inhaled deeply, his tone now tempered. The blast radius of this nuclear weapon is less than 5 kilometers. Lin Mo, at a distance of 5 kilometers, with his second-tier physique and elven healing magic, should survive. Even if he were to perish, he has another body far away in the Elven King City. The Great Xia still has a chance to start anew. We can afford to lose a frontline base, but we cannot bear to lose all of Blue Star. His words left Zhao Gang and Qian Jinhua speechless. They gazed at Long Zhan's face, etched with resolve, their expressions complex. This man is a general, yet also a madman, one who can instantaneously decide to sacrifice everything for the greater good. A transport vehicle bearing the nuclear weapon rumbled past, carrying that terrifying object capable of annihilation into the shimmering blue portal. On the main screen of the command center, the red dot representing Voras was visibly closing in as the discussions among the few intensified. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. It breached the final line of defense constituted by countless firepower, including marching soldiers, drones above, infantry fighting vehicles, armored vehicles, and mortar and artillery coverage, all means intended to halt its advance. It stood upon a hillside, gazing toward this location. At this distance, should the adversary desire, it could cover the ground in less than 10 seconds. Outside, countless soldiers stood ready for battle. At the portal, preparations were underway to obliterate everything, including the portal itself, with the nuclear bomb. Longzhan slowly raised his hand, his index finger hovering over a button encased in a red transparent shield on the control panel. This was the detonator for the nuclear bomb. The command center was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. What Longzhan had yet to mention was that he was indeed gambling. He had considered asking the Grand Mage maintaining the magic array to terminate the portal, thereby preventing the crisis from spreading to Blue Star. However, the price of such an action was steep. Should that Grand Mage manage to fend off the Demon Lord, relinquishing the portal would mean there might not be another opportunity for Lin Mo to establish a portal in the future. This location was in close proximity to the Elven King City, which was at great risk of annihilation. Other races would be unwilling to pay the exorbitant and potentially self-destructive price to allow the Great Xia to intervene. Even if Lin Mo could secure a chance to rebuild the portal later, it would likely be several years hence. However, the time left for humanity on the blue planet is dwindling. At this moment, Longzhan wagers the lives of his 25,000 men, betting that the Great Mage can withstand the onslaught of the Demon Lord. Should he lose this wager, they will detonate a nuclear bomb and face annihilation together. Yet, if he triumphs, he can secure more time for the Great Xia, allowing those who cannot be accommodated in the underground city to be brought here, saving countless lives. He believes that staking the lives of these 25,000 is a worthy gamble. It is akin to a train approaching, where 10 lives are bound to one track and a single life to another, ensuring that whichever path the train takes, there will be death. Longzhan's choice is both cold and brutal. Outside the portal, the roar of artillery reverberates. Wolars rushes through the swirling dust, his body caked in mud, shattered leaves, and shrapnel, congealed with the black blood that oozes from his wounds, only to be swept away by the fierce winds. He remains unfazed. His formidable regenerative abilities ripple across his skin, expelling the sand, stones, and metal fragments embedded in his flesh, causing his wounds to heal almost instantaneously. Boom. Another shell explodes in front of him. Wolars drags his massive axe, his body twisting at an impossible angle, as the shell whizzes past his afterimage. The shell's velocity is 5 times that of his own, yet he always manages to evade by several meters in the final moment. In the sky, Elder Muyu's figure has already receded, having exhausted his last ounce of magical energy to conjure magical vines, which Wolars easily snaps and shatters. He needs to return for a replenishment of magical crystals before coming back to provide support. Just a little over a minute later, Wolar's silhouette appears atop a small hill. He halts, facing the rising sun, narrowing his crimson slit-like eyes. In the distance, beneath a pillar of radiant light, an elderly man clad in an ornate white robe is forming hand seals, chanting incantations. Just as he suspected, Wolars grins malevolently, confirming his conjecture. Beside the portal, 2 holy human guards pale in countenance. One is a 4th-tier high mage, the other a 4th-tier high knight. Before the 6th-tier demon lord, they are as insignificant as ants. Archbishop Kale's lips move rapidly, his incantations flowing without pause, his expression grave as he locks eyes with Wolars from the hill. He glances aside. The portal's diameter has expanded to 3.2 meters, merely a fraction short of its ultimate form at 3.5 meters. But time is of the essence. Kale swiftly shifts his hand seals, his words hastening in urgency. The portal must be solidified immediately. Roaring, Wolars transforms into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards the portal. For the glory of the holy light, the 4th-tier knight lets out a desperate roar, his knightly spirit and honor forbidding him from retreating even a step. He firmly positions his massive metal shield before him, his legs slightly bent, bearing his weight resolutely. Golden holy power surges from the seams of his armor, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Holy light, grant me strength. The other 4th-tier mage raises his staff, releasing a searing beam of holy light that strikes Wolars squarely in the back. Hissing, black smoke rises as a charred mark the size of a fist appears on Wolars' back. His form merely pauses for a moment, yet his speed only intensifies. Confronted by the golden knight standing before him, Vora's eyes brimmed with disdain as he raised his colossal axe high. Seeking death, he bellowed. The axe collided fiercely with the knight's shield, causing the knight's knees to buckle, sinking into the earth as dust erupted around him, a radiant golden aura surging forth. The shield, engraved with numerous enduring spells, cracked with a resounding snap, spiderweb-like fractures spreading across its surface. The enchanted armor adorning the knight shattered piece by piece. A cry of agony escaped the knight's lips as blood gushed forth, his body tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily 100 meters away, falling silent. One strike. A fourth-tier knight, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Such was the terror of a sixth-tier demon. Voraz pressed forward relentlessly, bearing down on Kael. Fire! A soldier from the Great Xia commanded hoarsely. The torrent of bullets rained down upon Voraz instantly. Ah, delightful. Voraz displayed a look of enjoyment, reflecting. This force reminds me of my subordinates. Their skills are but a mere tickle compared to yours. At that moment, several infantry fighting vehicles opened fire abruptly. Boom. The armor-piercing rounds, prepped and primed, tore through the air, igniting a brilliant explosion. Chapter 88. Too powerful, utterly unstoppable. Sensing danger, Voraz sidestepped. His crimson vertical pupils locked onto a turning infantry vehicle, the ominous cannon still emitting blue smoke. With a swift flick of his arm, the colossal axe flew from his grasp, transforming into a whirling shadow of darkness. Bang! The heavy metallic impact resounded as the infantry vehicle was cleaved in two. Its chassis folding, sparks erupting from the fractured edges. Annoying tin monstrosity. Voraz growled, his figure flickering as he swiftly dismantled several more infantry vehicles, their structures crumpling under the weight of his strikes. He retrieved his axe from the wreckage and charged once more towards Kael. A transparent magical shield materialized before Voraz. He grinned, his ivory teeth gleaming ominously in the firelight as his bulging muscles coiled with power, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The shield trembled violently, ripples radiating outward. Judgment of Holy Light. The incantation of the fourth-tier mage within the shield was completed, and a sword of holy light descended from above. Hiss! Scorching black smoke rose from Voraz's back, yet he remained unfazed, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon the shield. Boom, boom, boom. The shield's brilliance began to wane rapidly. Another punch. Crack. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread from the point of impact. The mage's eyes widened in terror, abandoning his assault to focus entirely on maintaining the shield. The magical energy within him surged forth like a released flood, his face paling to a ghostly hue. For Voraz, the mage's efforts merely extended the inevitable. The vast chasm of their levels rendered the mage but a relatively robust ant in Voraz's eyes. Were it not for the magic, that frail body would have been obliterated by a single blow. Bang, bang, bang. The magical shield flickered precariously, on the verge of shattering. With one final punch, boom. The magical shield shattered, erupting into a cascade of luminous particles. Gasp. The fourth-tier mage instantly spat blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed backward. Voraz licked the corner of his mouth, suppressing the primal urge to embrace his opponent and sink his fangs into their neck to drink their blood, a taste that was exquisitely delectable. Yet, he had more pressing matters to attend to. With a swift kick, he dispatched the bothersome individual aside, disregarding the clattering bullets ricocheting off his body. His gaze fixated on the final barrier ahead. This was the sacred barrier of the word, laid down by Archbishop Kael for his own protection. Within the portal, in the command center, Long Zhan, Zhao Gang, and others were already drenched in cold sweat. Qian Jinhua cast a glance at Long Zhan's finger hovering over the red button, his throat constricting with anxiety. He feared that a mere tremor from Long Zhan could doom them all. This was not merely a matter of life and death. Fear was an instinct etched into the very fabric of biological existence. What do we do? The shells cannot halt it. The armored infantry vehicles are destroyed. Zhao Gang exclaimed in desperation, turning to Long Zhan. Should we launch missiles as a last resort? Long Zhan shook his head emphatically. No, it's south too close. If the enemy dodges, the missiles will merely detonate against the shield. Communicate the order. All drones and robotic dogs are to carry explosives and initiate a suicide assault to impede the target. We must buy time for the Great Xia. The command reverberated through the command channel, reaching every soldier outside the portal. Understood. Received. In the next instant, a cacophony of piercing beeps and metal scraping filled the air. Hundreds of rotary drones formed a swarm, and the four-legged mechanical dogs, loyal as hounds, surged forth from the portal. They charged fearlessly toward the shadowy figure, each machine bound with high-energy explosives. The swarm reached the target's airspace, commencing the first wave of dives. Drones 1 through 12 approached the target, executing a wrapping maneuver. The calm voices of the operators echoed through the command center, aware of the essence of what they controlled. These were not mere machines. They were the culmination of painstaking efforts from the Academy of Sciences and the Armory, each one an expensive creation. Yet at this moment, they were weapons more suitable than flesh and blood. Voraz's crimson-slit pupils finally shifted from Kael, captivated by the dense hum emanating from above. An ant had assumed a new form? His gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto the figure of an elderly man clad in white robes behind a shield. From that old wretch, he sensed an overwhelming and pure power that made his very soul recoil in disgust. Humph! Voraz growled lowly, swinging his colossal axe carelessly. Buzz! A drone adeptly ascended, narrowly evading the blade. Yet the two drones trailing closely behind were caught in the gale of the axe, disintegrating mid-air into twin fireballs. That's the explosive power. The unmatched strength of the axe bestowed it with terrifying kinetic energy. Voraz glared at Archbishop Kael, his voice resonating as if from the depths of hell. You old fool, did you send these 10 ants to me, causing me such great losses? Very well, very well. Fury surged like a venomous flame as a four-legged mechanical dog suddenly sprang from the side, nimbly pouncing onto his calf, its mechanical claws gripping his flesh tightly. Boom! A violent explosion erupted beside his leg. Mud and metallic shards smeared one of its legs. Wolaz's movements faltered as it gazed down at the charred wound on its limb. Although it was healing rapidly, the feeling of being provoked by mere ants ignited a furious blaze within. With an impassive expression, it observed the mechanical hounds and drones surging from all directions. Annoying tin flies, begone. With a thunderous roar, a giant axe swept through the air. A visible shockwave surged forth, akin to a bulldozer, sending several mechanical dogs at the forefront soaring into the air, their bodies contorting and parts scattering. Boom, boom, boom. The explosives within them detonated in midair, creating a dazzling display akin to a series of extravagant metal fireworks. A precious second had been bought. Wolaz pivoted, raising the colossal axe high, its back muscles rippling like mountains, and aimed at the thin layer of the sacred barrier before it, striking down with ferocity. Boom. The barrier shimmered, unyielding. Clearly, it was of a far superior caliber than the previous fourth-tier mage's barrier. A flicker of brutality flashed in Wolaz's eyes as its attacks grew increasingly frenzied. One axe. Another axe. Boom. 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 The barrier trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface like a spider's web. Within the protective dome, Kale's robe billowed without wind, his countenance as grim as the depths of the sea. The ritual to solidify the portal was nearing completion. Just as Wolaz's axe was about to descend once more, ready to shatter the barrier entirely, a hum resonated. The portal beside Kale erupted in brilliant light, all the obscure runes shining to their utmost brilliance, only to vanish within the depths of the deep blue archway. It was accomplished. Chapter 89, desperate to prevent it. The once murky eyes of Archbishop Kale ignited with a terrifying radiance. He spread his arms wide, new incantations flowing from his lips, sacred and majestic. Too late. Wolaz's figure flickered, closing in an instant, the giant axe descending with a shriek that tore through the air. It envisioned the exhilarating scene of cleaving the old man in two, warm blood splattering across its face. What of a sixth-tier archmage? In close quarters, there was only one path, death. However, beneath the axe's blade, the anticipated scene of severed flesh did not materialize. A more solid, more resplendent golden shield erupted into being, the radiant holy light piercing Wolaz with a stinging pain. A flicker of astonishment crossed its eyes. Another layer of protection? Damn it. It must kill him before the incantation was complete. A full-force strike from a sixth-tier archmage, especially one wielding holy magic that inherently countered it. Even if it survived, it would undoubtedly be left with scars. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of slashes melded into a singular rhythm. Each strike against the golden shield, known as the Holy Guardian, erupted in blinding brilliance, searing its flesh mercilessly. Yet, Wolaz paid no heed. The burning light only awoke its bloodthirsty ferocity, plunging it into utter madness. Charge the Battle Walker. Ram it. An operator screamed. Boom. Flames engulfed the remnants of the Battle Walker. Squad 3, smash its face. Damn it, make it turn. Blow up its eyes. Boom. In the midst of a violent explosion, Voraz irritably turned and swung his axe. The bothersome metallic buzzing filled the air. Begone. Several diving drones erupted into fiery flames. 2 seconds of delay achieved. Voraz pivoted, continuing to wield his colossal axe against the shield. The ground beneath the shield, littered with reserve energy crystals, transformed into streams of light, absorbed by the shield to sustain this terrifying drain. K9 Unit 31, engage. Strike it where it hurts. Boom. All remaining drones. Initiate saturation self-detonation. Blow it to bits. Boom, boom, boom. These costly metal contraptions, in Voraz's eyes, resembled nothing more than pesky insects. The gunfire's sting was inconsequential, but the incessant buzzing and clinging to his body was intolerable. He was compelled to clear them away from time to time. 4 seconds of delay accomplished. Within the portal, the visuals on the large screen were breathtakingly extravagant. The sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly. Qian Jinhua, Lu Qing'an, and others watched with faces contorted in disbelief, murmuring incantations. 1 Humvee, 3 infantry fighting vehicles. This time, 3 more K9 units were lost, a small fortune gone. Damn, did the swarm just become fireworks? The cost of this formation equated to that of an entire production line. Even Zhao Gang, with a military background, felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Only Longzhan stood tall, like a pine, resembling an emotionless statue. From the portal, waves of mechanical dogs and drones surged forth, laden with explosives, charging relentlessly toward the towering magical figure. It seemed that Fate's goddess, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of compassion, allowing Kyle's incantation to reach its climax just before the sacred shield drained his magical energy. He raised his staff high, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing through the heavens. O God of holy light, in your name, purify the heretics before us. At the pinnacle of his staff, blessed by the Pope himself, a pure, concentrated beam of white light erupted, enveloping the astonished Voraz. A piercing scream rent the battlefield, reverberating with despair. The beam resembled a spear of divine retribution, pinning Voraz firmly to the ground. His spine uncontrollably arched with the sound of breaking under immense pressure. His resilient hide, impervious even to high explosive shells, melted away under the sacred light like butter under a hot knife. Muscle and fascia were gradually purified, the black demonic aura evaporating in a hissing frenzy. As he struggled to rise, Voraz was horrified to discover that one of his arms had been reduced to mere bone. A massive cavity gaped in his chest, the stark white ribs and writhing innards visible. Along the wound's edges, tendrils of divine flame clung, incessantly searing his flesh and thwarting the demonic body's self-healing. Devastating blow. In a single strike, this sixth-tier demon lord had suffered unprecedented damage. Damn it. Voraz seethed with fury. Were it not for those damned ants interfering, he could have shattered the shield and slain the sorcerer. Alas, there were no ifs. Archbishop Kyle's breath became slightly erratic. The astral teleportation array, maintained throughout the night, is now heavily depleted due to the strain of sustaining the sacred shield under attack. At this moment, forcibly unleashing such a potent divine art imposes a tremendous burden. Yet, he remains upright, his stature as imposing as a pine tree. The mage speaks not a word, merely raising his staff. The sun ascends behind him, gilding his holy white robe with a brilliant golden edge that flutters in the morning breeze, reminiscent of a deity. I shall remember you. Wallace, witnessing the adversary preparing to cast another spell, begrudgingly retreats, leaving behind a voice filled with malice. In an instant, his figure transforms into a fleeting shadow, hastily fleeing 100 meters away. On the front lines, the sound of gunfire echoes, rat-tat-tat. The Gatling gun's barrel glows red-hot, as scalding shell casings cascade like a waterfall. Lin Mo's shoulder tingles from the recoil. A relentless tide of higher-tier demon forces surges forward, falling in droves under the onslaught of artillery and magical arrows, only to be replaced by new waves. Commander, General Long orders you to fall back, shouted the guard, Wu Suowei, his voice distorted amidst the explosions. Retreat? Lin Mo releases the trigger, the barrel still emitting white smoke. We can hold our ground. Reinforcements continue to pour in from the rear. And with the elves not needing to clear out minor foes, they are free to contend with the higher-tier units. Overall, while the pressure is immense, they can still withstand it for the time being. There are too many advanced demons. It's risky. General Long commands us to escort you back to the mage's defensive line. Wu Suowei grasped Lin Mo's arm, forcibly dragging him backward. Lin Mo glanced back. In the distance, massive dark figures were crashing through the lines, the soldiers' firepower barely leaving a mark. The pressure on the front lines was indeed overwhelming. It's better to be safe than sorry. He ceased further protest and followed the direction of retreat. Upon reaching the defensive line formed by the elven mages, Wu Suowei produced a spade and declared, Commander, we must immediately dig in for cover. Lin Mo was taken aback. Digging in for cover on the spot? Chapter 90. The Demon Army's Retreat. Lin Mo gazed into the distance. 5 kilometers away lay the direction of the teleportation portal. This command seemed peculiar. Wasn't the purpose of retreating to avoid direct confrontation? Yet, now that they were behind the defensive line, why the need to dig pits? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless a form of indiscriminate, large-scale attack was imminent. A nuclear strike? Lin Mo's expression darkened. He struggled to comprehend General Long's decision. Even a low-yield nuclear weapon would pose a grave threat with radiation. There were still so many soldiers and elven allies present. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, resolving to follow orders for now and seek answers from General Long later. He glanced at Wu Suowei, who, along with 3 other guards, had already drawn their portable spades and begun digging. Frowning, Lin Mo thought the pace was too slow. He turned to locate a nearby earth elemental elf, and after a brief exchange, the elf readily agreed to assist. The might of the Xia people's firepower on the front lines was unmistakable, resonating throughout the battlefield. Although many elves had not previously encountered Lin Mo, they were more than willing to lend their assistance to their ally, the Great Xia, in any way within their power. Under the elves' magical manipulation, the earth rapidly sank, and the soil churned, swiftly forming a rudimentary tunnel capable of accommodating hundreds. This ensured that when the shockwave arrived, both warriors and elves could quickly leap into the tunnel for refuge. Several guards glanced at the small pit they had just excavated, then at the tunnel ahead, silently putting away their entrenching tools. At that moment, Wu Suowei exclaimed, Oh, we won. The demon army has retreated. A thunderous cheer erupted from the front lines. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. The demons retreated? We emerged victorious? Our portal has been preserved? A wave of immense joy surged within him, and in a fit of excitement, he embraced Wu Suowei, exclaiming, We did it, ha ha ha. The portal is secure, it is secure. Yes, yes, we won. Wu Suowei's laughter seemed somewhat forced. Let us go back and check on the portal. The sun has come out. It should be about time. Lin Mo released him, waving his hand exuberantly. However, Wu Suowei's smile appeared strained. What's wrong? Let us go? Lin Mo urged. Wu Suowei hesitated, his lips moving slowly. There's been a situation at the command portal. Lin Mo's smile instantly froze. A situation? He recalled the earlier command that hinted at a nuclear strike and observed Wu Suowei's hesitant demeanor, A wave of intense unease washed over him. Could it be that the nuclear strike was not aimed at the demon army in the rear, but rather at the dangers surrounding the command portal? His expression shifted, and he pressed, "What has happened?" Previously, Lin Mo had been distracted by the siege beast, completely unaware of Volaz's breakthrough and his reckless charge toward the command portal. The sheer size of the siege beast had exerted immense pressure on the defenses, making it easy to overlook the movements of the smaller demons. The communication channel for the guards was different from the one Lin Mo was connected to. Lin Mo was responsible for translation at the front lines. Thus, he was linked to a channel specific to that area to prevent any misunderstandings between the warriors and the elves. Communication with the command center had always been relayed through Wu Suawei, which is why he was privy to information unknown to Lin Mo. Wu Suawei shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but it seems nuclear weapons were deployed, and some of our brothers have sacrificed themselves." Lin Mo's heart sank upon hearing this, and he refrained from asking further questions. He abruptly cast aside his Gatling gun and the heavy armor clinging to him, turning and sprinting toward the command portal. 5 kilometers away, the wind howled past his ears, and the scenery blurred in rapid retreat. "Please let there be no casualties," he fervently prayed within himself. The closer he got, the more pungent the acrid scent of gunpowder became in the air. The ground began to resemble a patchwork of craters, as if it had been repeatedly plowed by countless shells. Lin Mo's heart sank further with each step. When he reached a high ridge and beheld the scene surrounding the command portal, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Armored vehicles, reduced to mere skeletal remains, were sprawled on the ground, emitting dark plumes of smoke. In the midst of the chaos, the spot that was nearly severed evokes an unimaginable notion of the force it endured. Around the portal, a vast expanse of nearly 1,000 meters is strewn with various fragments and remnants. Among the debris, there lie some lifeless bodies, shattered limbs, charred entrails, misshapen weapon parts, and scattered remnants of equipment. They are intermingled with the verdant grass and mud, crafting a harrowing tableau that defies description. Over 100 medics and soldiers are swiftly navigating through this morass of flesh and blood. They tremble as they place the dismembered bodies into body bags or drag out the still-breathing wounded from the heaps of corpses, hastily hoisting them onto stretchers and carrying them into the portal. What has transpired? Why has this occurred? Have the demons made their presence known? Lin Mo's lips move, yet no sound escapes. With legs that seem to have a will of their own, he trudges toward the portal. As he passes a critically injured soldier lying in a pool of blood, he rushes over. One of the soldier's legs has vanished, blood pooling around him, his eyes vacant. On the brink of unconsciousness, he immediately crouches down to lift the soldier. The soldier's gaze focuses weakly on Lin Mo's face, his voice barely a whisper. Frail and feeble, Lin Mo stares blankly at the soldier's dirt-streaked, pale visage, his hands trembling. This soldier had radiated vitality before their departure, fearless and exuberant. Yet now, he is broken, having sacrificed himself. Lin Mo yearns to offer words of comfort, but his throat feels constricted, rendering him speechless. "Come, I shall take you home." He manages to suppress his sorrow, applying a tourniquet to staunch the bleeding before carrying him toward the portal. "Leave it to us." 2 soldiers arrive swiftly, bearing an empty stretcher, and take over the wounded. Lin Mo releases him, surveying the surroundings filled with agonized groans of the injured receiving makeshift care on the ground. Gazing at the shattered bodies encased in black bags, his mind goes blank. A few solemn footsteps approach, Zhao Gang and Long Zhan among them. Lin Mo raises his gaze, urgency in his voice. "General Long, what has transpired? How could there be casualties here, so far behind the front lines?" In the early hours, the faces of these soldiers were still vivid in his memory. In this apocalypse, partings are commonplace, yet these soldiers had accompanied him into this otherworldly realm. He bears the responsibility to ensure their safe return. He can even envision the children of these soldiers, extending their tiny hands, their tear-filled eyes blinking innocently, pleading with him in their tender voices. "Uncle, can you return my father to me if I give you back the Medal of Honor?" The mere thought drives Lin Mo to the brink of madness. Chapter 91. In war, there are no survivors. Zhao Gang's face is smudged with dirt. The calmness he once possessed long gone. He steps forward, silently placing a hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, and explains, "A powerful creature, suspected to be a demon leader, breached your side's defenses and is heading toward our portal. In light of this urgent crisis, we have prepared for the worst, contemplating the use of nuclear defense if necessary." Zhao Gang's voice was hoarse as he pointed to the scorched earth around them, which had been plowed through. It was exceedingly formidable, far surpassing the imagination of humanity. Its objective was to obliterate the portal, and there was even the peril of it traversing through to the Blue Star. Our forces, along with their equipment, were continuously emerging from the portal to support the front lines or to construct defensive positions in the vicinity. Some had gone to aid the frontline warriors, only to encounter it head-on. Zhao Gang paused momentarily. The armored vehicles were utterly destroyed, and the perimeter defense units had also fallen one after another, proving utterly inadequate. It commenced its assault on the portal, which was thwarted by the magical shield of the sacred human race. To buy time for Archbishop Kyle to cast his spells, we subsequently organized mechanical dogs and drones to undertake self-destructive attacks. Fortunately, we succeeded. Lin Mo listened intently, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He had witnessed death before, yet the scene before him, coupled with Zhao Gang's frigid account, struck him like a heavy hammer to the chest. His mind buzzed with confusion. They had succeeded. Lin Mo's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a tremor he himself did not recognize. They were the price of success. A thought struck him, and he questioned, General Long, why were we not forewarned about the approaching formidable target? Why did we allow that demon race to reach the portal? Did we not have drones for surveillance? What happened to our contingency plans? General Long faced the inquiry with an expressionless demeanor. Contingency plans? He finally spoke, his voice as frigid as the Arctic ice. The plan is my finger poised over the nuclear launch button, ready to obliterate ourselves, the portal, and that demon race in an instant. As for intelligence, the battlefield is ever-changing. No intelligence can be 100% accurate. We estimated the likelihood of a high-level assault, but we did not anticipate its power to be akin to that of a superhuman, single-handedly tearing through our entire defense line. Long Zhan stepped forward, his voice resonating. We have won. The portal has been preserved, and the demon army has retreated. That is sufficient. Lin Mo was taken aback by Long Zhan's coldness. Was this the essence of compassion and leadership? He found it difficult to accept. The youthful faces and vibrant smiles flashed before his eyes, ultimately crystallizing into the suffocating black of body bags. In war, there are no casualties spared. Zhao Gang spoke solemnly, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. His words seemed directed at Lin Mo, yet also at himself. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Mo, I know you are in pain. We all are. Zhao Gang's tone softened. I have been your age. I have witnessed comrades fall beside me. That feeling is one that lingers for a lifetime. However, you are now the commander of the New Hope Project, the highest authority of the Great Xia on the Terra continent. You may grieve and feel anger, but you cannot falter. Those brothers who sacrificed themselves are watching over us from above. What we can do for them is to carry forth their legacy and traverse this path to the end, until the day we achieve complete victory. Zhao Gang's words prompted a wry smile from Lin Mo. Indeed, in war, there are always casualties. He comprehended this truth, yet when confronted with the stark reality, he found it difficult to accept. Textbooks and historical records merely enumerate the number of fallen soldiers, reducing their sacrifices to mere statistics. However, when the lifeless bodies lay before him, he grasped the profound impact of such loss, penetrating to the very soul. At that moment, a messenger swiftly approached General Long Zhan. Saluting as he reported, General, preliminary casualty statistics have been compiled. 123 deceased, including 12 officers, 54 severely injured, 112 lightly injured, 8 armored assault vehicles destroyed, all 12 Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles annihilated, 106 loyal combat drones lost, 320 swarm drones downed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo fell into a heavy silence. Long Zhan nodded, acknowledging the report. The compensation for all fallen soldiers will be issued at 3 times the highest standard. Medals for merit will be posthumously awarded with first-class honors. On the front lines, the mournful sound of a horn echoed through the valley. The previously relentless onslaught of the demon army ebbed away like a receding tide. Elder Mu Yu, riding a griffin, hovered in midair, his expression one of astonishment. His pallor, along with his disheveled beard and white hair, betrayed his exhaustion. The depletion of his magical energy and vitality rendered him exceedingly frail. Having exhausted all his strength in pursuit of Volaz, he could only retreat to the front lines, relying on magical crystals for urgent recovery. He hoped that Kale could hold on a little longer until he could return to support. However, just as he regained a modicum of magical power on his way to the teleportation portal, he caught sight of Volaz's hasty retreat. The once arrogant figure now appeared utterly disheveled, concerned that Volaz might turn his sights on the elven army. Elder Mu Yu hastily glanced at the intact teleportation portal in the distance before redirecting his pursuit. What unfolded next was the sight of the entire demon army in retreat. Have we won? Elder Mu Yu could hardly believe his own judgment. It was only when he witnessed the demon army abandoning a field strewn with corpses, fleeing without a backward glance, that he finally became convinced. This battle had indeed been won. The coalition of over 20,000 had withstood the frenzied assault of nearly 100,000 demons on the defenseless plains. Such an achievement was nothing short of a miraculous feat in the annals of the war history of Terra. We are victorious. We have triumphed. Thanks be to the blessings of the nature goddess. Below, the surviving elves erupted in thunderous cheers. They cast aside their weapons and embraced their comrades tightly, tears mingling with the remnants of blood. The joy of having survived the calamity left every elf overwhelmed with emotion. Elder Mu Yu composed himself and directed the griffin to descend, meeting with General Adrian. Elder, are you unscathed? General Adrian approached, his armor marked by numerous dents. I am well enough, Elder Mu Yu replied, gesturing for the brave warriors to commence the task of clearing the battlefield and tallying the losses. General Adrian nodded, having already given the necessary orders. At that moment, 3 battle-scarred dragons descended from the heavens. Chapter 92, Post-War Arrangements. The dragons bore numerous damaged scales and were stained with fresh golden blood. Upon the back of one dragon rested the massive skeleton of a bone dragon, one of the 2 that had fallen. Elder Muyu stepped forward and solemnly bowed to them. I express my gratitude for your assistance, my draconic friends. The leading dragon, Attis, lowered its head, its voice deep and lacking in conversational interest. My kin have suffered under the thrall of the Lich. Their souls have found peace at last. I must return them for a proper burial in the land of eternal slumber. As it spoke, several water elementals, summoned by General Adrian, approached and placed their hands upon the dragons, casting healing spells. The luminous magic enveloped the dragon's wounds, gradually mending them. Elder Muyu slightly inclined his body. May the departed find rest. Go forth. I shall recount your valor and selflessness to Her Majesty the Queen, and our elven kin will forever remember the grace and friendship of the dragon race. The dragons nodded, refraining from further words. And with a powerful flap of their immense wings, they soared into the sky, carrying the remains of their fallen kin. Elder Muyu watched them depart before returning his gaze to the battlefield. He scanned the area but did not spot Lin Mo. He presumed he had gone towards the portal. Elder Muyu approached General Adrian, who was overseeing the aftermath. What is the extent of our losses? General Adrian's countenance darkened. Elder, in this battle, 3,892 of our kin have returned to the embrace of the nature goddess, with countless others injured. Even the elemental spirits tasked with maintaining the third defensive line have suffered from magical exhaustion and require time to recuperate. Elder Muyu tightened his grip on his staff, his mouth opening slightly. Nearly 4,000 casualties. This accounted for almost 1/5 of our elite elven forces. These Silver Moon Guardians were among the last remnants of our living strength. A pang of anguish struck Elder Muyu's heart. Yet he understood that this was not the time for sorrow. General, I leave this in your capable hands. Princess Findona is absent, and I must communicate with our mysterious ally from the Great Xia. Understood. After concluding the handover with General Adrian, Elder Muyu mounted his griffin once more and flew towards the portal located 5 kilometers away. The thought of the extraordinary powers exhibited by the Great Xia people alleviated his earlier sorrow. The kind of weapon that could unleash tremendous force without incantations or magical elements was truly unprecedented. The strength displayed by the Great Xia gave him hope for the continued existence of the elven race. Near the portal, unconscious 4th-tier mages and knights who had withstood Vora's full-force strike were being treated by comrades who had rushed back from the front lines, their faces still pale and weak. Archbishop Kyle leaned on his staff, one hand grasping a magical crystal to restore his mana, listening to his subordinates recount the events that had transpired at the front. He had witnessed many from the Great Xia heading towards the battlefield with an array of peculiar equipment. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess exhibited by the Daxia at the portal, one could not help but feel a burgeoning curiosity about the situation at the front lines. After the 5th-tier priest had elaborated on the circumstances, he sighed, remarking on their extraordinary strength, devoid of any magical influence. The surrounding clansfolk nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his sentiments. Throughout the discourse, Kyle listened intently, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard Lin Mo's enthusiastic voice echoing from a distance, prompting him to glance towards a gathering of Daxia individuals, seemingly embroiled in some conflict. He then suggested, "Let us proceed to observe these remarkable Daxia. They are not nearly as feeble as we initially presumed." This obstinate, conservative archbishop now bore a countenance stripped of the arrogance and scrutiny he had displayed upon their first encounter, replaced instead by a complex and solemn equality. He witnessed the valiant charge of those warriors, their flesh and blood driving forth, and the vibrant lives that blossomed amidst the chaos of explosions. Had it not been for the courageous warriors who secured him the time to chant his spells, the outcome might have been drastically different. Their fearless resolve earned his profound respect. After venting his emotions and regaining his composure, Lin Mo approached Kyle and his entourage, rubbing his hands against his face to ease the tension in his muscles, suppressing all emotions to the depths of his heart. He greeted, "Your Excellency, Archbishop." Kyle inclined his head slightly, employing the formal address customary among the nobles of the Terra Continent. "On behalf of the holy human race, I extend my highest respects for the bravery displayed by your noble warriors. May the holy light bless the valiant survivors and soothe their wounds. You are a race deserving of respect. Thank you for your blessings and acknowledgement," Lin Mo replied. "I must also express my gratitude to you and your kin for your tireless efforts in enabling the opening of this portal." He glanced at the bloodstains and tattered garments adorning Kyle's companions and offered an apology. "I regret to inform you that I cannot assure the safety of our Daxia provisions or food from causing any harm to you. For your safety and the sake of our mutual friendship, we must refrain from hosting you for the time being. Once our scientists confirm the safety of our offerings, I shall arrange a lavish banquet to properly host you all." Kyle waved his hand dismissively. "Your consideration is appreciated." There was no excessive formality between them. The bond forged in the crucible of battle was far more tangible than any ornate rhetoric. Kyle then broached the main subject, in accordance with our agreement. "The portal has been thoroughly stabilized at sunrise. From this moment forth, it shall enter a period of 10 days of operation. During this time, we will remain here as an envoy, fulfilling our duty of oversight." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear cry of an eagle resonated through the sky. Several griffins, stained with blood, swiftly descended, landing not far away. Elder Mu Yu and two elves leaped from the backs of the griffins and approached the assembly. After acknowledging Lin Mo with a nod, Elder Mu Yu turned to Kyle, placing a hand upon his chest and bowing deeply. Your Excellency Kyle, this battle has, at long last, achieved a hard-won victory under the valiant defense of all. On behalf of the elven race, I extend our gratitude for your noble assistance. Her Majesty the Queen will remember your contributions. Kyle nodded, non-committally. Elder Mu Yu, the victory in this battle owes much to the people of the Great Xia, favored by the goddess of fortune. Your arrival is timely. According to the covenant, the elven race is also required to send a representative to form a supervisory delegation with us to fulfill our oversight duties. That is only natural. Elder Mu Yu replied succinctly. Kyle refrained from further commentary and turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. Your Excellency Lin Mo, I am aware that you have numerous matters to attend to, so we shall not prolong our visit. However, as he paused, his tone grew serious. According to the covenant, during this period, we reserve the right to inspect all weapons, equipment, and facilities transported by your side. I hope your people will not present any unnecessary obstructions. This statement implied that everything pertaining to the Great Xia must be laid bare before them. Lin Mo merely nodded calmly. Very well, I will convey this. Such provisions were indeed stipulated in the covenant. The supervisory delegation's role was to perform customs duties. With the agreement reached, there was no need for further dispute. Seeing that the two had concluded their discussion, Elder Mu Yu spoke. Your Excellency Lin Mo, our warriors will continue to guard you for a time, to prevent another assault from the demon race. However, we have suffered significant losses in this battle, and our defensive strength is severely lacking. The remainder of his statement went unspoken, yet Lin Mo understood. He responded, We are grateful for your noble's thoughtful arrangements and unwavering protection. We shall expedite our passage through the portal to establish sufficient defensive strength, allowing your warriors to return home to reunite with their kin. Elder Mu Yu smiled and nodded. Lin Mo then turned to Long Zhan and cautioned, Be vigilant against the potential resurgence of the demon army. We must swiftly fortify our defenses. Understood. Arrangements have already been made, and we shall deploy surveillance drones to monitor the movements of the demon forces. Lin Mo acknowledged with a sound of agreement and, accompanied by Long Zhan and others, bid farewell to Kyle and his entourage. As they approached the portal, an unexpected thought crossed Lin Mo's mind, prompting him to pause and address Zhao Gang. If we return this way, we will inevitably introduce microorganisms from this world. Will that not lead to a series of complications? Zhao Gang shook his head. Academician Lu Qingyan and others have already considered this issue. The base layer has been sealed, isolated from the outside world by a corridor. Essentially, our location is connected to the base's inner layer, but the base itself is segregated from the external environment of Blue Star. To venture outside, one must undergo disinfection. And only after thorough confirmation of safety will there be a connection with Blue Star. Lin Mo understood, reassured by the presence of such professionals, relieving him of unnecessary concerns. At that moment, at the portal, soldiers were continuously transporting various supplies, with an array of armored vehicles flowing out like a long dragon. Wheeled armored vehicles, assault vehicles, 120mm and 122mm self-propelled howitzers, armored personnel carriers, anti-air missile launchers, multiple rocket launchers, armored repair vehicles, ambulances, command vehicles, and vehicle-mounted laser weaponry, among others. In short, everything that could pass through was visible. The formidable equipment instilled a sense of security in Lin Mo's heart. However, the armaments of the Great Xia were primarily designed for conventional targets. Would they prove effective against the unconventional adversaries led by the Demon Clan? Lin Mo observed a soldier who inadvertently brushed against the edge of the arched portal without consequence. Curiosity piqued. He approached and noted that the edge was enveloped in a radiant glow. Thus, he inquired, if one accidentally touches this edge, will they not be severed by the fabric of space? Not at all, replied a voice. Once the portal was completed, Academician Qian and others promptly verified its dimensions and safety. There are no issues. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo tentatively reached out to touch it, nodding in approval. Indeed, it felt smooth to the touch, as if a spatial shield had been established. The portal measured 33 meters in diameter and approximately 10 centimeters thick, its height surpassing that of a single story, which caused Lin Mo to furrow his brow. If the arc were removed, it would not span the full 33 meters. At such a distance, would not large equipment like planes be unable to pass through? Seemingly perceiving Lin Mo's confusion, Long Zhan spoke, due to the size of the portal. Some of our weaponry cannot be transported. For instance, certain tanks, vehicle-mounted weapons, as well as aircraft and rockets. Some will need to be partially disassembled for transport before being reassembled. He continued, currently, we are constrained by a 10-day usage limit, and time is of the essence. These oversized weapons are already being dismantled, and they will be gradually brought over in the coming days. After hearing this, Lin Mo noted that arrangements were in place and refrained from further inquiries, stepping into the portal. The soldiers at the entrance swiftly cleared a path, allowing the three to proceed. Beyond the portal lay the underground base of Blue Star, teeming with activity. The engines of heavy transport vehicles emitted a deep roar, while the metallic tracks of armored vehicles screeched against the concrete floor. Forklifts deftly navigated the space, precisely stacking enormous crates of supplies. Officers wielding walkie-talkies issued commands loudly, their voices echoing throughout the vast base, as everything unfolded in an orderly manner. The entire scene resembled a high-speed war machine in operation. As they walked, Long John solemnly explained, "According to our plan, in the first 5 days, we will transport all core defensive fortifications, weaponry, ammunition, and command systems required for the forward base on Terra Continent. The remaining 5 days will be devoted to transporting various consumables needed to sustain operations for the next 6 months, including weaponry that must be disassembled for transport." Lin Mo nodded, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, will rockets be able to pass through? It would be quite inconvenient for us if Terra Continent lacks satellites." Upon hearing Lin Mo's query regarding rockets, Zhao Gang interjected with a smile, "No problem, the Long March 11's dimensions will allow it to pass. Its significance cannot be overstated, whether for high-altitude information advantage or weapon guidance. We have already taken this into consideration. The challenge lies in the need for specialized transport vehicles and calculating the trajectory height to adjust the rocket fuel accordingly." Just then, a cacophony of excited shouts erupted from a corner, interrupting their conversation. "Heavens! This defies science. The cellular activity is utterly extraordinary." Lin Mo and the others turned to look. Academicians Qian and Lu were gathered with their team around a row of makeshift experimental tables. Academician Lu Qing'an, with his disheveled hair, shouted excitedly as he peered into the microscope. The tables were laden with samples brought back from the Terra Continent, fragments of demonic creatures, soil stained with blood samples from various races, and even several relatively intact corpses of demons. Zhao Gang explained, "Currently, the capacity of the teleportation portal is quite limited, leaving us no time to transport research instruments. Once the basic defensive structures of the forward base are completed, Academician Qian and his precision instruments will follow in the second batch." Approaching the experimental table, Lin Mo inquired curiously, "Academician Lu, have you made any discoveries?" Lu Qing'an shifted his gaze from the microscope and, pointing at it with excitement, exclaimed, "Commander Lin, this is the cellular tissue of what appears to be a demonic leader. Its cellular vitality and division capability are astonishing. Based on our combat experience and current research, its physical strength has reached an unimaginable level. Remember, it possesses the characteristics of carbon-based life, not silicon-based." Lin Mo, somewhat perplexed by the scientific jargon, responded, "All right, Academician Lu. You need to conduct research soon on whether the local indigenous food outside is edible or toxic." Qian Jinhua, who had been standing nearby, brightened at this statement and turned to Long Zhan, saying, "This is what Commander Lin said. You can't stop us from going out any longer." Long Zhan's mouth twitched as he waved his hand, indicating everyone should heed Lin Mo's words, while Lu Qing'an hesitated, contemplating the numerous demon corpses awaiting his attention. A gust of wind swept through, and Qian Jinhua, displaying remarkable agility for his age, dashed off with his experimental toolbox, exclaiming, "You fool! Why hesitate? We should study the living outside, not the dead." Chapter 94. The Archbishop was electrified. Lu Qing'an suddenly came to his senses, pointing at Qian Jinhua and cursing, "You old fool, just wait." He hastily began to pack up his experimental tools, shouting at his assistants, "Hurry, why are you standing there? Freeze these specimens. I will go first, you follow closely." Within mere seconds, the two centenarians vanished before Lin Mo and the others, leaving them in stunned silence. Zhao Gang couldn't help but facepalm, while Long Zhan's lips twitched. The assistants, momentarily bewildered by the swift actions of their elderly mentors, quickly sprang into action themselves. They arranged to freeze and preserve all experimental subjects, intending to research them later when time allowed, and swiftly gathered the necessary experimental tools. Lin Mo's gaze drifted past the bustling research team to a distant area illuminated by bright lights. His attention fixed on a row of black body bags, neatly arranged in that open space. Slowly, he walked over, and in that moment, the commotion of the base seemed to fade away. Lin Mo stood silently, motionless, mourning for them in his heart. How would the remains of these warriors be treated? As the conversation progressed, Hua Longzhan seemed to notice Lin Mo's curiosity and inquired, "Commander Lin, do you have any suggestions?" Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "We are uncertain when the blue star will cease its rotation completely. By then, the relentless earthquakes and lava flows will have claimed many lives. They have not yet had the opportunity to thoroughly explore this new continent before their sacrifices. I propose that we lay them to rest here. This way, they can behold the new land for which they gave their lives, and it will serve as a reminder for us and the warriors to come, to honor the sacrifices and efforts made by our predecessors. As for their families, once stability is restored, we can bring them here." Dragon John contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. It was indeed a commendable suggestion. Although there is a saying about returning to one's roots, practically speaking, these warriors and their families would undoubtedly prefer to reside in a stable new homeland. After a prolonged moment of silent tribute, Lin Mo turned and walked towards the makeshift medical area nearby. Inside the medical area, the injured lay on army cots, the air thick with the sharp scent of disinfectant. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Dragon John enter, some of the more mobile patients struggled to salute, but he gestured for them to refrain. The earlier altercation between Lin Mo and Dragon John had spread, earning Lin Mo their sincere respect and gratitude. He visited each injured individual, offering only a gentle pat on their shoulders, his heart heavy with the weight of war, an endeavor not to be taken lightly, but one that demands blood and sacrifice. At the same time, a thought struck Lin Mo, and he remarked to Zhao Gang, "Perhaps we could explore collaboration with the races of Terra, such as enlisting their mages to assist in treating our wounded." Zhao Gang nodded in acknowledgement, making a mental note. As they exited the medical area, Dragon John, after listening to a report through his earpiece, suddenly spoke, "Commander Lin, a flag-raising ceremony is about to take place outside. Would you like to witness it?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, "Yes. This is the first time the banner of the Great Xia will be raised upon Terra, and I must attend." The three stepped through the portal, returning to the continent of Terra. In the open plain, a brand new metal flagpole stood tall. Lin Mo, Dragon John, and Zhao Gang gathered beneath it. Two soldiers stepped forward with precision, deftly hoisting a vibrant red flag. As stirring music filled the air, all the engineering troops, soldiers setting up equipment, and patrolling guards halted their tasks at once, standing at attention and saluting towards the flagpole. The bright red banner ascended gracefully under the morning sun of Terra, fluttering in the gentle breeze of this foreign land. Lin Mo saluted, his heart swelling with emotion as he felt a pang in his nose. This melody was one he had grown up with. In that moment, standing on this unfamiliar soil and gazing at that familiar flag, he deeply grasped the profound weight carried by this music and the indomitable spirit it embodied. Just as Lin Mo urged Dragon John and the others to attend to their duties while he wandered to observe the progress of the soldiers, Wu Suawei, who had been by his side, suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, there has been an incident with the inspection team." The esteemed archbishop of the holy human race was struck by lightning. Let us rewind to the moment when both parties parted ways. Kyle watched as Lin Mo and the others departed, while Elder Mu Yu took two elves for a leisurely stroll. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a command to a knight behind him. "You shall return to the holy city at once and report all that has transpired here to His Holiness the Pope. Additionally, inform His Holiness that I shall remain here personally to fulfill my supervisory duties." "Yes, Your Excellency," replied the paladin, bowing before mounting his celestial steed. Transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky, Kyle turned to gaze upon the spatial portal, which at that moment resembled an ever-bustling entrance to an ant nest. Waves of fully armed soldiers emerged in orderly fashion, swiftly assembling within the designated area. Following closely were armored engineering vehicles, laden with modular building materials, their engines roaring with power. This plane, recently soaked in blood, was rapidly being enveloped by a disciplined order and a torrent of steel. Elder Mu Yu, accompanied by several elven mages, stood upon an elevated vantage point. Captivated by the scene before him, the spectacle on the front lines, which defied his understanding, ignited within him an insatiable curiosity about the Xia people. He beheld enormous green iron containers being forcefully pried open, revealing black iron pipes arranged with the precision of fine art. The soldiers worked swiftly, assembling the pipes with great speed, and peculiar metal frameworks began to rise from the ground. He then observed a square iron box being lowered, mechanisms engaged, and a long pole erected. Subsequently, several soldiers, with solemn expressions, unfurled a massive crimson banner. Accompanied by a stirring, unfamiliar melody, the banner ascended gracefully. In that instant, all soldiers engaged in their tasks halted, standing at attention regardless of their prior activity. The blood-red banner fluttered in the wind, as they collectively raised their hands to their foreheads, gazing intently at the flag as it reached its zenith. The entire process was sacred and solemn. Although they could not understand the language or the significance, Elder Mu Yu watched with rapt attention. At that moment, Kyle and his companions approached leisurely. "Elder Mu Yu, with the battle just concluded, will you not attend to the aftermath?" Elder Mu Yu, without turning, continued to observe a nearby engineering vehicle hoisting a colossal metal module. "General Adrian will handle everything. He is more adept at such matters than I." He withdrew his gaze and retorted, "And what about you, Your Excellency? The demon race may invade the holy city at any moment. Are you not inclined to return and maintain your stronghold as a 6th-tier archmage?" Chapter 95, My Goodness. The power of lightning. Kyle did not respond. His gaze drifted to the distance, landing upon a combat vehicle that had just emerged from the portal. Its menacing cannon and formidable armor silently conveyed a force entirely distinct from magic. Elder Mu Yu followed his gaze and smiled slightly. "It seems our thoughts align." The two exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. "I intend to draw closer for a better look. Would you care to join me?" he invited. Kyle nodded appreciatively. In the eyes of the surrounding warriors of the Great Xia, these long-eared elves appeared to be quite intriguing, resembling the individuals from the Western Church. At this moment, these extraterrestrial beings, who bore a striking resemblance to humans, were animatedly gesturing towards a construction vehicle. They then circled around a newly erected cannon. Their expressions akin to those of admirers beholding a captivating beauty, their eyes roving over the object with insatiable curiosity, while a plethora of exclamatory sounds emanated from their lips. Though their chatter was incomprehensible, the warriors found it all to be quite novel and entertaining. Your Excellency, the Archbishop, look at this. Elder Mu Yu exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a recently installed heavy machine gun. This is the iron tube that can spew forth fiery metal on the front lines. He then gestured toward the sky, where a drone was performing reconnaissance. And that flying iron bird. It is they who have solidified our precarious aerial defense. Kyle cast a sidelong glance at Elder Mu Yu, a subtle sense of superiority crossing his face as he calmly remarked, I was right there by the portal at that time. His implication being that he had already witnessed all that was being described. Elder Mu Yu, however, remained undeterred, resembling an eager apprentice in pursuit of knowledge, scanning the area in search of someone to inquire about the intricacies of these weapons. Yet Lin Mo was preoccupied, and the diligent soldiers of the Great Xia around him were as tight-lipped as clams, rendering any questions incomprehensible to Elder Mu Yu, who was growing increasingly anxious. What is that? A young elven attendant suddenly pointed at a forklift in operation. A look of bewilderment plastered across his face. The yellow mechanical contraption emitted a low hum as its massive forks effortlessly lifted a hefty object, transporting it steadily to its designated location. Elder Mu Yu furrowed his brow. This resembles some form of alchemical golem. Kyle, too, took notice. He closed his eyes, his mental acuity spreading like quicksilver, meticulously attuning himself to the surroundings. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head. There is no magical core, no elemental circuit, and no engraved runes. It is merely a heap of mundane iron. Mundane iron? Gasps of incredulity erupted from the subordinates nearby. In their understanding, lifting and moving such a weighty object required either formidable warriors and mages or rune-imbued mechanical constructs infused with divine power by the dwarves. Yet, this object before them was merely a collection of ordinary iron. What was the source of its movement? Elder Mu Yu hastened forward to observe it more closely, but was halted by two solemn-faced soldiers. Greetings, the forklift is in operation, and there are blind spots. Approaching it poses a danger. Please refrain from getting too close. Elder Mu Yu. He watched as the soldiers communicated in rapid, incomprehensible speech. Accompanied by various gestures, he attempted to explain a few words, but the language barrier rendered communication impossible, and he had no choice but to retreat, feeling somewhat dejected. They do not understand our language. Communication is futile, alas. Elder Mu Yu sighed, his eyes filled with a yearning for knowledge of the unknown. In many respects, mages are scholars, and high-ranking mages are the pinnacle of scholars, their thirst for knowledge rivaling that of scientists. Unfortunately, the inability to communicate was akin to a eunuch in a brothel. They proceeded onward, soon captivated by yet another marvel that caught their attention. Initially, the weapon list provided by Lin Mo was mostly accompanied by images, and Kyle could comprehend the power of the weapons he had already encountered. However, the bewildering array of logistical equipment essential for maintaining operations utterly surpassed his understanding. He deemed it necessary to document these items for Lin Mo to elucidate their purposes when time permitted. Had this been in the past, Kyle's character would have compelled him to immediately dispatch someone to summon Lin Mo for an on-the-spot explanation. Yet, after witnessing the valiant charge of the Great Xia warriors, this obstinate archbishop appeared considerably more reasonable. Great Xia had earned his respect. As the group approached, they encountered a colossal metallic cabinet, emitting a continuous roar and releasing smoke with a peculiar odor. Elder Mu Yu frowned, disliking this air-polluting contraption. Several thick black cables extended from within, linking to towering lampstands. Blinding white light radiated from the tops of these stands before being extinguished. It was daytime, and this lighting system had been erected to facilitate construction during the night. Light magic? A knight instinctively remarked, only to reconsider, sensing no magical fluctuations in the brilliance. Kyle endeavored once more to probe with his mental energy. This time, he felt a tumultuous, chaotic force surging within the iron cabinet, flowing into the vines. That energy felt somewhat familiar to him. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he suddenly widened his eyes. Elder Mu Yu, puzzled, glanced at him. What is it? With astonishment, Kyle pointed at the cable connected to the electrical box. I sense the power of lightning within these vines. What? Elder Mu Yu exclaimed, hurriedly crouching down to observe closely. Indeed, he discerned a power reminiscent of the thunder that rumbles across the Terra continent. By the nature goddess, this is astonishing. How have the Great Xia managed to tame lightning for their use? His insatiable curiosity yearned to unravel this mystery. Beside him, Elder Kyle had crouched down, following the vines to discover their destination, wondering if lightning might emerge at the end. Ultimately, he found himself before a socket. Next to it lay a plug that had yet to be inserted. He felt no power of lightning within the unconnected cable, only in the socket itself. Realizing something, he picked up the unconnected plug and curiously inserted it. Indeed, he sensed the familiar force coursing through the vines. Observing the socket's opening, he retrieved a metal pendant from his person that fit perfectly and inserted it. Bang! A surge of electric light flashed. Kyle. His entire being was instantly electrified, his body convulsed, and he was subsequently flung back, emitting a cloud of steam. My lord! A nearby knight exclaimed in alarm. Rushing forward to assist him, The surrounding soldiers, busy with their tasks, regarded the scene of several alien beings and elves squatting in apparent study of some object, feeling a sense of amusement akin to observing country bumpkins. At this moment, they noticed the commotion, voices rising in a cacophony of shouts as they hurried to assess the situation. Upon seeing the charred outlet on the ground, they speculated that a severe electric shock had occurred, prompting a swift report of the incident. This could well escalate into a significant diplomatic incident. Chapter 96. Are you, perchance, addicted to electricity? Hearing of the mishap involving Kyle and his group, Lin Mo rushed to the scene. Upon his arrival, he discovered Archbishop Kyle and Elder Mu Yu crouched on the ground, murmuring incantations, surrounded by onlookers bending down in curiosity. What is happening? Lin Mo inquired of a nearby soldier. Reporting, sir, they were investigating a three-phase electrical outlet when the shock occurred, the soldier responded earnestly. Lin Mo remarked. And the soldier continued, however, this individual seems unfazed despite having been electrocuted. Sir, do you wish to arrange for a physician to examine him? Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need. They possess healing magic, more effective than ours. Now, you may return to your duties. He turned his gaze towards Kyle, still tinkering with the outlet, and approached him, bending down to ask, Your Excellency Kyle, are you unscathed? Upon hearing his voice, Kyle turned, startling Lin Mo. The once pristine white of his beard and hair was now singed and frizzed, his face marked with soot. The remnants of his noble demeanor had vanished. Seeing Lin Mo, Kyle grasped him and pointed at the outlet. I am fine. This cannot harm me. May I inquire if the power within is akin to that of natural lightning? Elder Mu Yu, noticing Lin Mo's ability to communicate, gazed at him with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Lin Mo was secretly astonished. A person who could withstand three-phase electricity was indeed formidable. He replied, What we refer to as three-phase electricity is similar to lightning, albeit significantly less potent. Kyle and Elder Mu Yu gasped, By the light of the holy, it truly possesses the power of lightning. Inconceivable. This is the authority of the goddess of nature. How have you managed to harness it for your own use? Is this your technology? Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, it is technology. The explanation is quite complex. Much like how I cannot comprehend your advanced magic. Kyle interjected suddenly. I can teach you magic. Could you enlighten me on how to produce lightning? It is three-phase electricity, and I cannot conjure lightning either, Lin Mo replied, amused. Kyle waved his hand. This three-phase electricity will suffice. Its power bears resemblance. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, a thought striking him. Previously, while learning from Fendona, he had observed that her talent lay in magic. Such innate gifts were beyond learning, akin to superhuman abilities. But what about learning from the holy race? Surely, they do not possess innate magic, having begun as apprentices. Now, a powerful figure offered to teach him. Any hesitation on his part would be a disservice to the wondrous art of magic. Thus, he promptly declared, Absolutely, Your Excellency Archbishop, it is a promise. Kyle waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was all trivial. He turned to point at the slightly darkened socket on the ground. Dear Lin Mo, I yearn to experience the power of three-phase electricity once more. Yet, it seems that the energy within is absent. What could be the reason for this? Lin Mo, perplexed, replied, Are you truly addicted to electricity? His expression was one of bemusement. It must have tripped the breaker. That is quite perilous. I would strongly advise against further exploration. With a frown, Kyle retorted, Do you harbor misconceptions about the prowess of the Grand Archmage? Elder Mu Yu, standing nearby, nodded in earnest agreement. Indeed, we shall not heed your counsel. This is the divine power of lightning. It possesses a restraining effect on all dark entities. Our elven kin lack the sacred magic necessary to counter the demon race. If we could develop lightning magic, we would have a formidable weapon against them. Lin Mo found the situation both amusing and absurd. Here were two lofty figures, a grand bishop and an elder, reduced to the eager students akin to Academician Qian and Academician Liu. The contrast was striking and rather remarkable. Very well. But I shall not be held accountable if you suffer any mishap due to this. He turned to the guard, Wu Suawei, and instructed, Go. Arrange for a dedicated power line for them to experiment with. After all, their strength renders them impervious to harm. Upon hearing Lin Mo's consent, Kyle and Elder Mu Yu beamed with joy. We are grateful for your generosity. The power of lightning is precisely what we lack. If we succeed in developing lightning magic, your name shall be celebrated throughout the realms of Terra. A guard set up an independent circuit to prevent any short-circuiting that might affect the generator's cables. The two eminent figures, capable of shaking the very foundations of Terra with their presence, took turns to touch the wire. Each time the current surged through, they would shudder, their singed hair and beards standing on end, adding another layer of char to their faces. Yet, instead of agony, they erupted in uncontrollable excitement, reveling in the sheer, ferocious power. It was more refined than the lightning of nature, imbued with a divine essence. How was this possible? The paladins and elven guardians behind them looked on in eager anticipation, thrilled at the prospect of their masters unlocking the secrets of lightning power, which would not only bring them honor, but also significantly reduce future casualties. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress a smirk at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Academician Qian Jinhua approached, carrying his toolbox, diligently collecting various samples and information from this world. Upon arriving, he immediately noticed the commotion of the crowd. As he discerned the two charred figures holding a cable and sparking with electricity, he was taken aback. "This is madness," Qian shouted as he rushed over. "That is three-phase industrial electricity. Put it down at once. It could be fatal." He advanced, intent on preventing any further folly. Lin Mo stepped in to halt him. "Academician Qian, do not concern yourself with them." "Not concern myself?" Qian pointed at the two individuals. "What if someone gets killed?" Lin Mo explained with a peculiar expression. "They cannot perish. Their physical constitution is robust, and there is nothing that a healing spell cannot resolve." Qian Jinhua stood in astonishment, scrutinizing Kyle and Mu Yu. Despite their disheveled appearances, the two natives radiated vitality, their eyes gleaming with fervor. They resembled not victims of electric shock, but rather scientists who had just stumbled upon a new continent. Qian Jinhua's expression transformed from surprise to confusion, ultimately evolving into an uncontrollable fervor, an insatiable curiosity belonging to a true scientist. An experimental subject capable of self-healing was an exceptional research opportunity presented before him. With a voice tinged with excitement, Qian Jinhua stammered, "Are they truly unharmed?" Lin Mo nodded and proceeded to convey the thoughts of Kyle and Elder Mu Yu. They wished to experience electricity, to understand it, and thereby create lightning magic. "Such a delightful prospect," Qian Jinhua exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "What are we waiting for? Quickly assist me in translating. I can help them with their research." Chapter 97. This is truly distressing. Lin Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, scientists are often mad. He hoped that Academician Qian would refrain from disassembling Kyle and the others. Given the circumstances, he resignedly addressed Kyle and Elder Mu Yu. "My lords, this is our physics expert. He possesses profound knowledge regarding the forces you are currently studying. His expertise is comparable to that of a 6th-tier mage, though his physical condition is rather frail. Please exercise caution." "Kyle, Elder Mu Yu." Upon hearing this, both immediately ceased their mutual electric therapy, their gazes towards Qian Jinhua illuminating as if they had encountered a deity. Kyle, with a serious countenance, eagerly inquired, "Can this master control lightning?" Lin Mo shook his head. "No. But he can elucidate the principles of three-phase electricity and understands how to scientifically fabricate devices that generate three-phase electricity." "Thank you immensely, Lord Lin Mo. Let us commence without delay. I am positively eager." Seeing the enthusiasm, Lin Mo turned to Qian Jinhua and said, "All right, you may begin." However, feeling a twinge of concern, he added, "Please maintain a degree of restraint. Their status is esteemed, and do your utmost to avoid conflict or excessive actions." It was uncertain whether Qian Jinhua took this to heart. Upon receiving the go-ahead, he promptly crouched to open his toolbox, retrieving a multimeter and assorted clips and probes. Then gestured for Kyle to remain still as he carefully affixed the multimeter-S probes to Kyle's fingertips. The prospect of the forthcoming experiment rendered his expression ecstatic, resembling that of an evil scientist. Kyle remained motionless, permitting his actions, even exhibiting a hint of sanctity. Once prepared, Qian Jinhua pointed to the cable, his intentions clear. Elder Mu Yu, understanding the cue, promptly pressed the cable against Kyle's waist. An electric arc flashed, causing Kyle's body to convulse once more. Buzz. Words of indeterminate meaning escaped Kyle's lips as his body trembled violently, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He seemed to revel in the experience, as if savoring the surge of energy coursing through him. Lin Mo observed him instinctively touch his lower back, feeling an odd discrepancy in the atmosphere. Could this old man possibly be a sorcerer? Suddenly, with a jolt, Kyle was flung back due to a short circuit, while Elder Mu Yu was intent on pressing forward. "That's enough," Qian Jinhua declared, his gaze fixed on the multimeter's needle as he rapidly recited a series of numbers. Peak voltage at 382 volts, instantaneous current of 75 milliamperes. Remarkable. His skin's resistance was astonishingly high. It defied logic. He recorded the data and turned to Lin Mo, inquiring, "How do you feel? How long does the numbness last? Can you perceive the pathway of the current within your body?" Lin Mo translated each question meticulously. Kyle closed his eyes, reflecting deeply. "I sense it colliding with my holy light, yet it resonates with my body in a way that leaves me uncontrollable. This magical circuit surges within me. It's utterly marvelous." As Qian Jinhua listened to Lin Mo's translation, despite his unfamiliarity with terms like magical circuit or holy light, he felt exhilarated to see that Kyle was unharmed. "Excellent. Splendid." He turned to his assistant trailing behind. "Quickly, bring the relevant instruments for a physical examination. If the larger ones are unavailable, substitute them with smaller ones. And don't forget the syringe for blood sampling." After issuing his orders, he turned back to Kyle with a bold idea brewing in his mind. Lin Mo felt a twinge of unease. He then witnessed Academician Qian retrieve a pair of hefty copper clamps from his toolbox, directly fastening them onto the live and neutral wires. A crackling sound erupted as the clamps met, producing a dazzling spark that illuminated the faces of himself, Kyle, and Elder Mu Yu. The three faces radiated an exhilarating thrill. Lin Mo noted how Elder Mu Yu and Kyle marveled, truly a master of electricity, able to conjure lightning in his hands. Qian Jinhua exclaimed. What a magician! Since electricity is indestructible, let us embrace its essence. Come, extend your hand. Kyle, with reverence, extended his hand as if welcoming a divine phenomenon. When the hand of the archbishop came into contact with Elder Mu Yu during electrification, a brilliant arc of electricity erupted. Scholars from disparate worlds and civilizations gazed at the flickering lightning, erupting into a shared, euphoric laughter akin to the sound of clanging weights. In that moment, Qian Jinhua, the physicist, resembled a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit, brimming with excitement as he instructed them on how to harness electricity more thoroughly and efficiently. He meticulously adjusted their contact methods, postures, and duration, even dousing them with water as he feverishly recorded the various data following their electrification. He marveled aloud. These natives are truly a treasure. What could be more exhilarating than conducting live experiments without the burden of responsibility? This is exquisite, utterly sublime. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of casting a healing spell, Kyle and Elder Mu Yu continued to cooperate eagerly, perceiving this lightning master from the Great Xia as a benevolent figure, aiding them in their quest to better understand the power of lightning through his wisdom. Thus, one pursued the realm of scientific data while the other sought the truths of magic. Despite their linguistic barriers and diverging objectives, an uncanny harmony blossomed between them. With Lin Mo serving as a translator, along with various gestures, three elderly gentlemen, collectively surpassing 2 centuries in age, found themselves entwined in a profound friendship that transcended species and worldviews. In the distance, academician Lu Qingyan approached, cradling a precious collection of plants and insects. His gaze darting about as he mumbled to himself, "This world is truly marvelous. It lives up to its reputation as a new world, with entirely different species." He pondered the whereabouts of the otherworldly beings and the long-eared elves when his attention was suddenly drawn to a group in the distance, where he discerned the familiar silhouette of Qian Jinhua clad in a white lab coat. "What is that scoundrel doing here?" he muttered, only for his complaints to abruptly cease. Upon noticing the majestic creatures tethered to the holy knight and the elf behind the group, Lu Qingyan was awestruck by the sight of a magnificent, pure white Pegasus and a formidable griffin with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. These mythical beings, previously confined to the realm of legends, now stood vividly before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, all thoughts of Qian Jinhua vanished into oblivion. As a towering figure in the realm of biology, Lu Qingyan's focus shifted entirely to these novel subjects of study. Disregarding the 3 elderly men engrossed in their gaming, he approached the griffin with the reverence one might reserve for a masterpiece, his steps light lest he disturb the biological wonders before him. Chapter 98. Urine? Let us sample its salinity. A vigilant knight intercepted him, declaring, "Daxiao man, what are your intentions?" Lu Qingyan gestured amiably, attempting to convey his benign curiosity. The knight scrutinized him, ultimately assessing that this frail, eccentric old man posed no threat. Considering the current relations with Daxia, the knight relented, advising the griffin to refrain from harming this individual before resuming his observation of Kyle and his entourage. What could be more significant than witnessing the birth of lightning magic firsthand? Grateful, Lu Qingyan murmured his thanks, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the wondrous creatures before him. He approached the griffin, captivated, and began to muse aloud, a perfect amalgamation of evolution, possessing the delicate skeletal structure of avians and the explosive musculature of felines. How astonishing that these 2 species, which on Blue Star are entirely distinct, have converged into one. By chance, one griffin lazily directed a stream of liquid toward the ground, and Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cautiously, he approached, squatting down as the griffin regarded him with curiosity. "Urine, a fresh sample," he exclaimed. The excretion of birds is composed of uric acid, carrying a rancid odor, while that of lions consists of urea, reeking of ammonia. What might be the nitrogenous waste metabolic process of such a hybrid? Is it urea cycling or purine degradation? No, I must taste it to form an initial hypothesis. Thus, he extended his hand, intent on employing the most primal method to procure this first-hand research material. "Oh no, Academician Lu, what are you doing?" Lin Mo, unbeknownst to him, had already sidled up beside Lu Qingyan, seizing his hand that was poised to sample the taste. "Hey, don't stop me," Lu Qingyan exclaimed, interrupted. "Commander Lin, it's all right, urine is sterile." Lin Mo, with a face etched in disbelief, was at a loss for words. The imagery was too vivid for him to fathom. In exasperation, he could only cling tightly to Lu Qingyan, insisting, "Academician Lu, this is inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? I've told you it's sterile," Lu Qingyan countered, still adamantly defending his position. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming pressure building in his head. As he dragged the reluctant Lu Qingyan along, he turned to the research assistants hurrying over, commanding, "Keep an eye on your teacher and prevent any mischief." After that, he addressed Lu Qingyan. "I understand this world is remarkable, but should you continue this absurdity, I shall rescind the order permitting your excursion." Indeed, those words struck a chord, and Lu Qingyan promptly complied. For this scientist, who had just begun to glimpse the wonders of the world, being sent back was a fate worse than death. Lin Mo exhaled a long, weary sigh, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Elder Muyu, deceived by academician Qian, stripped of his clothing and exposed, his skeletal frame electrified. Lin Mo's heart sank further. Rubbing his aching temples, he realized that, compared to these frenzied scientists, the forces of the demon race seemed less daunting. Amidst the ruckus created by Qian Jinhua and his entourage, Lin Mo could no longer endure the overwhelming scene and stealthily slipped away. Behind him, he could hear Qian Jinhua's exuberant shouts, the bizarre groans from Kaier and Mu Yu as they were shocked, and the faint scent of ozone in the air. The atmosphere was undeniably strange and surreal. In the distance, the construction of the temporary base was rapidly advancing amidst the thunderous clamor of steel. The tracked engineering vehicles emitted a deep roar, while enormous mechanical arms effortlessly hoisted steel beams into place with precision. Dozens of vast foundation pits had already been excavated, forming the heart of what would become a semi-permanent fortress. The soldiers were diligently assigned tasks, operating unfamiliar machinery with an efficiency that would make any diminutive artisan blush with shame. Lin Mo conducted a thorough inspection, observing that the construction was progressing according to plan, which brought him some relief. He couldn't help but marvel, having long known of the grand reputation of the Great Xia for its infrastructural prowess. He now felt it paled in comparison to the military's industrial might. Soon, noon arrived. Various field kitchens spread across the plain, massive army pots were set up, and roaring flames shot up in vibrant blue tongues. The sizzling sound of scallions, ginger, and garlic hitting the hot oil filled the air with an intoxicating aroma that wafted through this foreign realm. The vegetables and meats were all fresh from Blue Star. Everyone understood that once the portal closed, the chance to savor a freshly cooked meal would become a mere fantasy. From that moment on, they would be left with only individual rations and prepackaged meals. This unique fragrance of food became the soldiers' most invigorating stimulant after a tiring morning. On the other side, the electric shock experiment had reached a temporary conclusion. Kyle and Elder Muyu sat upon a large stone, their bodies restored to normalcy under the cleansing magic. Their faces no longer darkened, albeit completely bald, showcasing two prominent domes. Each held a pristine feather quill, fervently inscribing upon a roll of parchment. The two were deeply engrossed, occasionally pausing to ponder, and at times their pens danced across the page, capturing every detail of their morning's revelations regarding the power of lightning. Qian Jinhua was also industrious, clutching a hardbound notebook, rapidly filling page after page with data and charts using a ballpoint pen. Though hailing from three disparate worlds and unable to communicate verbally, they found a resonance in their shared thirst for knowledge. They occasionally leaned in, curiously examining the contents of one another's papers. Kyle struggled to comprehend the blocky characters and numbers, while Qian Jinhua was equally baffled by the serpentine script. Determined, Qian Jinhua resolved to seek out Lin Mo upon his return to facilitate the learning and translation of this foreign language. As their recording concluded, Elder Muyu's gaze was captivated by the ballpoint pen in Qian Jinhua's hand. To him, this miraculous device, which wrote smoothly without the need for ink, seemed almost divine. Noticing the elder's fascination, Qian Jinhua grinned and handed the pen over, gesturing as if to say, "This is for you." Elder Muyu was momentarily taken aback, but then solemnly accepted the pen with both hands, as if receiving a sacred artifact. He held his breath and gently made a mark on the corner of the parchment. A distinct blue line materialized out of thin air, bringing a beaming smile to Elder Muyu's aged face. At that moment, a rich aroma boldly invaded their nostrils. The braised meat was ready. Kyle's nose twitched twice, and he swallowed audibly. Following the scent, he spotted a group of soldiers from the Great Xia squatting around a large pot not far away. Each plate piled high with glistening, succulent meat, accompanied by fluffy white rice, their faces beaming with joy as they savored the feast. Simultaneously, the stomachs of Kyle and Elder Muyu voiced their protest. Chapter 99. The unreliable academics. The knight retrieved provisions from the Pegasus, consisting of hard, unyielding holy wheat bread and bottles of murky oat wine. Kyle shared some with the elves, and, noticing Qian Jinhua's curious gaze, smiled and offered him a portion as well. In his eyes, this master who aided him in researching lightning was quite amiable and a wonderful friend. Sharing food with friends was only natural. Qian Jinhua expressed his gratitude, accepting the brick-like piece of bread and uncorking a bottle of wine to take a whiff. A pungent aroma, reminiscent of straw and sourness, assaulted his senses. After a moment's deliberation, reassured by the presence of healing magic capable of mending electric injuries, he boldly took a bite of the bread. A rough, indescribable texture and a faint earthy taste spread across his palate, akin to chewing wax. He washed it down with a sip of wine. The acrid, spicy liquid slid down his throat, causing his entire face to contort in distaste. He felt a wave of nausea rising within him. Yet upon meeting Kyle's gaze filled with eager anticipation, he resolutely swallowed it down. As one of the foremost scientists of the Great Xia, his palate had been refined, not by exotic delicacies alone, but by the cultural immersion in a land renowned for its culinary delights. Qian Jinhua glanced at the unappetizing rations in his hands, and then at the mouth-watering braised pork in the bowls of the soldiers in the distance. A thought suddenly sparked in his mind. He rose to his feet, his gaze swiftly scanning the area until it landed on Lu Qingyan. Approaching him, he pulled at Lu, who was stealthily circling a griffin, contemplating how to discreetly pluck a feather for sampling. "Old Lu, what are you up to in such secrecy?" he inquired. Startled by the interruption, Lu Qingyan expressed his annoyance. "What is it? Don't bother me." In a hushed tone, Qian Jinhua continued. "Did Commander Lin not suggest that we investigate whether our food is suitable for these individuals?" He gestured towards Kyle. "They are the perfect subjects for our experiment. Just look at their physical resilience. Having endured a barrage of three-phase electricity, a single healing spell renders them unscathed. Is there a more ideal test subject than this?" Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up instantly. Indeed, these beings, alive and brimming with vitality, possessed bodily data that far surpasses that of blue star humans. Testing food compatibility on them would yield far more compelling results than mere data. And even if we uncover some adverse effects, their miraculous healing magic would likely prevent any fatal consequences. The risks are manageable, and the potential benefits are immense. Abandoning his fixation on the griffin's feathers, Lu Qingyan donned an enthusiastic smile and swiftly approached Kyle. He pointed towards the soldiers feasting in the distance, mimicking the act of eating with exaggerated gestures, and emitted sounds akin to munching, finally indicating Kyle with an inquiring expression. Kyle comprehended his intent, glancing at the bread in his hand. He was irresistibly drawn to the aromatic allure of the great Xia's delectable cuisine. "Please, do indulge," Qian Jinhua encouraged, gesturing invitingly. In response to the amiable invitation from this scholar, Kyle nodded lightly. The two men, Qian and Lu, were elated. They led a group to the nearby kitchen. Upon seeing the esteemed academicians and visitors from another realm, the soldiers momentarily forgot their meal in curiosity. The rich aroma of the dishes enveloped them, and the knights of the holy human race gazed longingly at the soldiers' bowls filled with braised pork, mapo tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pork stewed with vermicelli, and stir-fried meat with pickled vegetables, unable to suppress their salivation. Although they had never tasted such fare, the mere scent was enough to ignite their imaginations. Their usual diet of holy wheat bread and roasted lamb chops was nutritionally sufficient, yet the flavors and cooking methods were relatively mundane. They had never encountered such a complex and tantalizing aroma. However, the elder of the elven race, along with his guards, furrowed their brows upon inspecting the dishes. Kyle understood the underlying issue and exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Jinhua. Although Qian Jinhua could not decipher the unspoken words, he sensed the tension in the air. He immediately summoned a guard proficient in sign language, swiftly grasping the situation. "Ah, the elves are vegetarians." Qian Jinhua suddenly realized this and readily declared it to be a minor issue, nothing to fret over. He beckoned to the head of the kitchen brigade, requesting, "Could you please prepare a special meal? I wish to treat these otherworldly guests." He further instructed to prepare 2 separate pots, using peanut oil for stir-frying. As these elven friends could only partake in vegetarian dishes, please arrange the specifics of the menu accordingly. By the way, do we have any alcohol? Beer or erguotu will suffice. He added emphatically, the dishes must be delectable, allowing them to savor the culinary prowess of our great Xia. The head of the kitchen brigade, a robust young man in his 20s, thumped his chest confidently upon hearing this. "I guarantee the task will be accomplished." He flashed a wide smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and turned to his comrades, shouting, "Let us show some spirit. Bring forth our finest skills. Let these extraterrestrial beings witness what true gourmet cuisine is." He warned, "If this meal fails, there will be repercussions." The soldiers responded with a raucous cheer, eagerly rubbing their hands together, their eyes glimmering with excitement. This was no mere cooking endeavor. It was a matter of pride for Great Xia. With a total of 20 sacred humans, 3 elves, along with Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan, the number of diners was perfectly balanced at 25. The kitchen brigade warriors wielded their large spoons, the iron pots clashing against the flames, producing a resounding roar. The fierce fire stirred the aromas of soy sauce, spices, and fats, which aggressively wafted through the air, enveloping the entire camp in an intoxicating fragrance. The typical fare for the sacred humans included sacred wheat bread, roasted lamb chops, blessing fruit puree, and creamy vegetable soup, while the elves subsisted on fruits, mushroom soup, and leafy greens. At this moment, the two distinctly different culinary cultures were thoroughly intertwined by this overwhelming aroma. In no time, 6 meat dishes, 6 vegetarian dishes, and a soup were presented. The meat dishes included braised pork, mapo tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pork stew with vermicelli, stir-fried sauerkraut with meat, and spicy diced chicken. The vegetarian options comprised 3 delicacies: garlic stir-fried lettuce, sautéed broccoli, dry-fried green beans, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, and cold cucumber salad. The soup was seaweed egg drop soup, with fried noodles and rice as the staple foods. While these were commonplace dishes, they undoubtedly represented the kitchen brigade's finest skills and flavors. Though lacking in exotic ingredients, they were filled with confidence in their taste. The camp was newly established with rudimentary conditions, devoid of tables and chairs. The soldiers served their meals onto stainless steel trays and squatted in small groups on the ground to eat. Qian Jinhua waved his hand, declining the soldiers' suggestion to fetch tables and chairs through the transport portal. "Let us conserve the portal's capacity," We shall not engage in formalities. We can eat while squatting. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. Dressed in a white robe, the dignified Archbishop Kyle, clad in golden armor, stood with the imposing temple knights. Alongside them were the elegant elven Elder Muyu and 2 elves, looking somewhat bewildered as they held stainless steel trays, mimicking the posture of the great Xia soldiers, lining up for their meals. The kitchen brigade, previously criticized for their unsteady hands, now served each person a heaping plate. Chapter 100, The Next Target Plan. The group, holding their meals, gathered around several makeshift low tables fashioned from ammunition boxes, which were topped with chilled beer, feeling somewhat at a loss. Kyle glanced at the valiant warriors around him, squatting confidently, then looked down at the robe he was wearing. Hesitating for a moment, he mimicked their posture and crouched down. Qian Jinhua opened a beer and handed it to Kyle, saying, "Here, try our brew. The taste of yours is utterly unpalatable." Since the others could not comprehend him, he took the opportunity to disdain their inferior drink. Lu Chengyin expertly popped open over 20 chilled beers and distributed one to each of the noble human and elven guests. Elder Muyu, unable to contain his eagerness, hastily grabbed a mouthful of fried noodles and quickly freed one hand to take a beer. Kyle accepted it. The green glass bottle fizzing with white bubbles and icy droplets trickled down his hand. A subtle, familiar aroma of malt compelled him to swallow hard. He felt an intense desire to tilt his head back and drink heartily. God knows how much his stomach had endured. From the moment he caught the fragrance of the meal to witnessing the culinary warriors perform their miraculous stir-fry, and now finally about to indulge, he was pleasantly surprised to find there was also beer. At that moment, he loathed his noble upbringing, wishing he could be like Elder Muyu beside him, free to eat heartily and without restraint. "Thank you for your generosity," he managed to say, his throat dry. "Thank you for guarding the portal for us." Qian Jinhua raised his beer bottle and gently clinked it with Kyle's and Elder Muyu's, blowing across the opening, producing a delightful sound. Kyle and Muyu, both parched from their beers, followed suit. However, they were novices and, mistaking it for their ordinary drinks, were unprepared for the carbonation. Kyle was fortunate enough to merely cough, suppressing the urge to spit it out, but Elder Muyu was not as lucky. With a mouthful of noodles, he choked and turned his head, managing to avoid splattering his plate, but a noodle comically emerged from his nostril. This scene completely unraveled Kyle, who could no longer hold back and sprayed Elder Muyu with beer. Lu Chengyin, Qian Jinhua, everyone. Cough, cough. I apologize, Kyle hastily exclaimed. The sight of Elder Muyu with a noodle protruding from his nose would likely remain unmatched across the entire continent of Terra. Oh, blessed light, this is too hilarious. I must hold it in. Kyle desperately stifled his laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, Long Zhan, Zhao Gang, and several combat advisors were gathered in a steel-structured conference room, engaged in a meeting. One advisor stood by a sand table and announced, according to drone calculations, the surrounding terrain has been clarified. The demon army has retreated along the eastern route, ultimately reaching this world tree. He pointed to a small tree on the sand table. Lin Mo contemplated and remarked, "This direction likely leads to the city of Emerald Leaves, the very place we aim to reclaim from the elves." The operations officer nodded, adding, "The demonic leader has sustained considerable injuries and is currently at a significant distance from us. I propose we take advantage of its weakened state to eliminate it." He continued, "Previously, we were unable to unleash our capabilities at the teleportation portal, but now that we have brought thermobaric bombs and missiles, we can deploy the thermobaric bombs to decimate the battlefield, significantly diminishing the demonic army's effective forces. They are all congregated around the world tree. We can ensnare them all in one fell swoop." Long Zhan spoke in a deep voice. "Commander Lin, what do you think?" Lin Mo shook his head, asserting, "The world tree holds immense significance for the elves. If we were to unleash high-yield thermobaric bombs, the world tree and its ecosystem would undoubtedly be obliterated. The elves have invested such a great cost to reclaim this city, they would find it utterly unacceptable to confront a flattened city of Emerald Leaves. To put it bluntly, if humanity were to reclaim a city only to leave it in ruins through bombardment, it would be better not to reclaim it at all." He emphasized, "The elves' demand is to regain the city of Emerald Leaves, not to annihilate the demons. This distinction is crucial." Long Zhan, understanding, replied solemnly, "Our immediate priority is to focus on our own development and establish a defensive system. Once we are fully prepared, we can initiate our offensive. However," he added, "there is a pressing issue." Lin Mo looked at him expectantly. "Speak," he urged. "Our nuclear weapons, including thermobaric bombs, cannot be deployed due to the presence of the world tree during an assault. Based on the enemy's performance in today's battle, we lack effective measures against high-tier combatants. Should the demonic leader go berserk and breach our lines, we have no means to contain it." Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. The demonic leader's extraordinary power could only be described as superhuman. All human weaponry is designed for use against humans and fortified structures, aside from weapons of mass destruction. We truly have no counter against them. However, deploying such weapons would result in severe collateral damage. It is simply untenable to use a nuclear bomb against a high-tier demon. What would become of the Terra continent after such a detonation? Long Zhan surveyed everyone and stated, "It was Archbishop Kale who compelled the demonic leader to retreat with its injuries. we might request the elves to dispatch high-tier forces to address this target. This would significantly ease our burden. Regarding future strategies, he proposed 3 options. Lin Mo inquired, what are the 3? Long Zhan raised a finger, saying, first, we could hire. We can enlist high-tier forces from the Terra continent to assist us or defend our position. Second, we should begin developing related weaponry. It is better to have 1 bird in hand than 10 in the bush. Self-reliance is paramount. Third, we must also cultivate our own abilities. Previously, Commander Lin, you mentioned we could not learn the elves' magic, but we can certainly explore the possibility of acquiring structured magical learning materials from the Holy Human Race. Moreover, the Knights of the Holy Human Race have displayed remarkable performance on the front lines. If we too can cultivate, it would undoubtedly be a viable solution. Lin Mo responded. I have already discussed the 3rd point with Archbishop Kale, requesting him to teach me magic. I will endeavor to obtain first-hand learning materials as swiftly as possible. Regarding the subsequent attack on the city of Emerald Leaves, we can proceed as per the 1st point, deploying the higher echelons of the elven forces. I believe they will acquiesce to this. After this was stated, the assembly nodded in unanimous agreement, thereby solidifying the primary objective of our forthcoming operations. The ensuing discussions revolved around finer details. Zhao Gang addressed Lin Mo. We must expedite our acquisition of the common tongue of Terra Continent. This task will necessitate your communication with the elves. We need to obtain their text for translation, allowing us to compile them into study materials and establish a diplomatic team. Lin Mo affirmed his willingness, stating he would approach the elves to procure the relevant books. Chapter 101. Adjusting the deployment plan. Long Zhan interjected. I have elevated the priority of satellite deployment. Our drones, limited by their power supply, cannot sustain long-distance surveillance of the demon forces. Should they harbor resentment and attempt solitary infiltration for assassination, we could face substantial losses. We require satellites for prolonged monitoring of their movements, ensuring we are well prepared. The Changzheng rocket can be launched as early as tomorrow. With satellites in place, many intelligent weapons will find enhanced utility. For instance, the intelligent core can be activated, and the personal terminals of our warriors will have greater functionality beyond mere wristwatches. Furthermore, various weapons can be better guided and coordinated with long-range communications. Relying solely on drones for information warfare imposes considerable limitations, rendering it quite inconvenient. The 2 operational advisors promptly concurred. Indeed, possessing satellites would grant us a unique advantage, the eye in the sky. Lin Mo had no objections to this. Warfare was not his forte, and such matters could be adeptly managed by professionals. Long Zhan continued. Moreover, many of our weapons and munitions have lost their intended effectiveness on Terra Continent and require replacement. I propose that we substitute all artillery shells with more potent cubic nitrogen explosives and upgrade our firearms to larger calibers, such as 145mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Cubic nitrogen possesses 5 times the explosive power of TNT by volume. We could experiment with developing bullet heads filled with cubic nitrogen to achieve explosive effects akin to high explosive rounds. Lin Mo could not help but marvel at this notion. It was quintessentially Long Zhan. Based on his frontline experiences and observations, even a standard rifle would expend an entire magazine to fell a low-tier demon. Only larger caliber weapons, such as heavy machine guns, could pose a threat to 1st and 2nd-tier demons. But what about those above Tier 3? Should our defenses be breached, the consequences would be dire. However, if bullets were transformed into high explosive rounds, they would create gaping wounds the size of watermelons. It was likely that only 4th-tier demons could withstand a barrage. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow. What about the costs? Long Zhan replied nonchalantly. That is not our primary concern. Establishing a foothold on Terra Continent as swiftly as possible is what we must prioritize. Given that Blue Star is on the brink of collapse, further cost control is futile. By the way, he turned to Lin Mo. Was not your other body sent to the Elven King city by Fendorna? Upon awakening on that side after slumber, you may bring back their tomes from the Elven King's city to facilitate translation, as we must hasten the formation of our diplomatic team. Whether it involves hiring the opposing side's high-tier combatants or exchanging their magical resources, communication and trade are essential. Moreover, your safety is paramount. Your current status is markedly different from before. To prevent any possibility of abduction or unforeseen mishaps, I believe it is prudent for us to safeguard you ourselves. Lin Mo smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting about Fendona. He wondered how the young lady was faring and promptly declared, no problem. The ensuing discussions yielded little of consequence, primarily revolving around minor issues concerning the establishment of our base. For instance, the deployment of 3,000 land shields on the surrounding hills and the power supply for our laser weaponry, which consumes a considerable amount of energy. Once the portal closes, it would be impractical to rely solely on diesel generators, wouldn't it? The proposed solutions involve utilizing both floating airships for power generation and solar energy. The center of the airship is equipped with fans, and due to its altitude, the wind is not only persistent but also significantly more potent, surpassing ground-level wind power generation by several folds. Additionally, the floating airship can serve as a communication base and a sentinel for monitoring the surroundings, thus achieving multiple objectives with one initiative. As the meeting concluded, Zhao Gang, the deputy, was tasked with summarizing the discussions and transmitting the demands along with the relevant data of the current conflict to the rear command. Stepping out of the conference room, Lin Mo felt his stomach grumble, suddenly recalling that it was lunchtime and the dining arrangements for Kyle and his companions had yet to be resolved. It would be rather inconsiderate to leave them unfed while they are on your territory, should they encounter any undue hardships, such as delays in the items transported through the portal. It could lead to a significant loss over a trivial matter. He contemplated whether to allow them to sample some of the culinary delights of the Great Xia, assured by the availability of healing magic. As long as there were no allergic reactions or poisoning, normal provisions could be maintained henceforth. As he pondered, he made his way towards Kyle and the others, who were engrossed in electrical studies. From a distance, he spotted a gathering of figures that starkly contrasted with the surrounding military green. The white robes of the Holy Human Clan and the golden armor of the knights stood out vividly under the dual suns. A group of individuals squatted, forming a circle while holding stainless steel trays, preparing to dine. He was puzzled by the presence of two bald men in their midst. He had no recollection of such individuals in their ranks. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the attire and stature belonged to none other than Archbishop Kyle and Elder Mu Yu. Had their hair been singed away by electricity? Lin Mo was taken aback, unable to fathom the notion of the typically aloof and dignified Archbishop Kyle squatting on a construction site to eat. This scene left him momentarily dazed, with his temples throbbing. Qian Jinhua was patting Elder Mu Yu on the back to ease his discomfort when he caught sight of Lin Mo from the corner of his eye, causing him to freeze momentarily. He offered an awkward smile, a hint of guilt flashing across his face, for having invited the esteemed guest from another realm to partake in the cuisine of the Great Xia without prior notice. Such actions bore a resemblance to human experimentation. Besides, the current situation was undeniably awkward. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Lu Qingyan rose from his seat, awkwardly attempting to shield Elder Mu Yu with his body. "Did you not ask us to investigate whether they could consume our food? Well, we are currently conducting that very research." Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, Elder Mu Yu instinctively turned his head. Qian Jinhua, sensing something amiss, sought to intervene, but it was too late. Lin Mo caught sight of a noodle dangling from the nose of the bald Elder Mu Yu. "Lin Mo, is this correct? Your Excellency." "I find myself at a loss for words." Clearing his throat, Mu Yu waved his hand dismissively, wiping his face with his sleeve. Noticing the obstruction in his nostril, he pulled it out to reveal, his face visibly flushed with embarrassment. "Oh no, my dignity has been utterly compromised. Especially in front of foreigners and the people of the Great Xia. It's as if I've lost my face in another realm." With a stiff countenance, he swiftly removed the noodle, laughing awkwardly. "This is my first time tasting your wine. I hope you will forgive my clumsiness." The knights, mages, and elves squatting nearby pretended to earnestly study their meals, though the involuntary twitching of their bodies betrayed their struggle to contain their laughter. Lin Mo thought to himself that he should not have ventured into this situation. What now? Should he act as though he had not seen anything? It was far too amusing to suppress. Yet, he felt compelled to stifle his mirth. How could Qian and Lu, these unreliable scholars, regress so drastically? To forego experimentation entirely and simply dine on a construction site? It was astounding that they even conceived of such a notion. He was torn between laughter and restraint. In that moment, Lin Mo pondered extensively, silently pinching his thigh to maintain composure. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed, stating, "Ahem. We apologize for our inadequate hospitality. We have just arrived, and the conditions are somewhat rudimentary. I hope you will not take offense. I, too, have yet to dine. So let us partake together." With that, Lin Mo made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a tray for himself, while an enthusiastic soldier filled it to the brim. "Make way." He squatted between Qian Jinhua and Elder Mu Yu, purposefully nudging the unreliable Qian aside, and raised his beer, smiling at everyone. "Let us celebrate our preliminary victory with a toast." With Lin Mo, who understood the common tongue, the atmosphere became lively. This time, inspired by Elder Mu Yu's example, everyone learned to sip cautiously. As the refreshing beer slid down, the eyes of the holy humans and elves sparkled with delight. The invigorating taste of the wheat beer, combined with its unique effervescence, was simply unparalleled. Delicious. They loved it. The group indulged in several more gulps, followed by a series of pronounced burps, with Kyle's being the loudest, causing his face to turn crimson. "Ha ha." Elder Mu Yu laughed heartily, perhaps even deliberately seeking to avenge the earlier embarrassment. With him leading the way, laughter erupted among the others, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. "Come, savor the culinary delights of the Great Xia and see if they suit your palate." Lin Mo set down his beer and introduced, "This is what we call braised pork." Kai listened attentively as he used a spoon, the only utensil available in the kitchen that suited their habits, to scoop up a trembling piece of braised pork. The meat glistened with a rich red hue, its sauce thick and luscious. Upon placing it in his mouth, a complex medley of salty, fragrant, and sweet flavors erupted on his palate. The fatty meat melted in his mouth without being greasy, while the lean meat was tender and moist, and the skin had a delightful gelatinous stickiness. Kai paused in his chewing, closed his eyes, relaxed his brow, and displayed an expression bordering on reverence. Oh, divine light. This is exquisite. Compared to the stews or roasts they had previously encountered, this was a resounding victory of flavor. He opened his eyes, speared a generous portion of rice, and mixed it with the meat juices before indulging. The knights beside him could no longer contain themselves, each diving into their meals with fervor. One knight, overwhelmed by the spicy kick of mapo tofu, broke into a sweat, gasping yet unable to stop. Instead, he devoured rice in large mouthfuls, attempting to quell the peculiar sensation of heat and numbing. Another knight, in his haste, splattered the sauce from a piece of braised pork onto his polished golden breastplate, oblivious to the mess as he wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and continued attacking his plate of spicy chicken cubes. This is simply divine, someone exclaimed. The elves, meanwhile, were tackling several plates of vegetarian dishes. Elder Muyu picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled the sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Sour, spicy, crunchy, and refreshing. This seemingly unremarkable vegetable had produced such an extraordinary texture, instantly winning his favor. Accustomed to only the natural flavors of freshness or sweetness, he had never experienced such a sensation, as if a new world had opened before him. He took another bite of the three-flavored dish. The eggplant was soft and soaked in broth, the bell pepper crisp, and the potato had a slightly charred exterior while remaining tender inside. Elder Muyu's pace of eating was not at all slow compared to Kair, having lived for over 1,000 years. He had never imagined vegetables could be enjoyed in such a manner. Moreover, the taste was remarkably unique, likely due to several powdered spices added during the cooking process. Lin Mo and his companions observed the reactions of these visitors from another realm, smiles of satisfaction gracing their faces. So how does it taste? Lin Mo inquired. With his mouth full, Kair pointed at the braised pork, mumbling indistinctly, "This flavor is quite good. What is it called?" Qian Jinhua, unable to understand, nonetheless grasped the expression on Kair's face and assumed he was expressing delight. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Delicious, right? I enjoy it too." Kair glanced at his thumb, slightly puzzled. "Is it called thumb meat? What a peculiar name." He returned the thumbs up, indicating he would remember it, and then continued to eat with as much elegance as he could muster. Kair was well aware of the voracious appetites of the knights under his command. If he did not eat quickly, there would be nothing left in the pot. Lin Mo remarked, "Well, that was a wasted introduction." In the Arctic, at the underground office building of the Tianshu underground city, the air was imbued with a refreshing breeze from the ventilation system. Yet it could not disperse the swirling smoke within a secret conference room. 5 elderly men sat within, their brows furrowed, the atmosphere taut with tension. Under ordinary circumstances, each individual would be preoccupied with their respective responsibilities, and unless a matter of great importance required discussion, they would not gather together. However, at this moment, they found themselves waiting for over 5 hours due to a singular piece of news. They had received word that the portal of the New Hope project was in the process of being activated, yet it had been discovered by the demonic forces, which were now launching an assault on the portal. The disparity in strength between the elven army and the demonic horde rendered the situation exceedingly precarious. In light of this, the 5 of them were unable to attend to state affairs and instead congregated to share in their collective anxiety, silently awaiting the latest updates from the front lines. They had contemplated inquiring about the current situation more than once, yet each time their curiosity was stifled. The outcome could only result in 2 scenarios. Either the demonic army would prevail, obliterating the portal and rendering their efforts futile, or the portal would successfully open, enabling the elven forces to repel the demonic army and establish a foothold. Based on the information already at hand, the odds favored the 100,000-strong demonic army, which only exacerbated their unease. "Oldly, could you refrain from fidgeting so? It's making me dizzy," Lu Lao remarked impatiently, extinguishing his cigarette. With a thud, Oldly settled into his chair, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Buzzing, Zhao Lao's secure device began vibrating on the table, prompting everyone to fix their eager gazes upon him. Zhao Lao promptly picked it up, revealing a communique from the Eagle Nation regarding a joint lunar development initiative and the sharing of aerospace technology. After perusing its contents, he grumbled, "What a fanciful dream." "What?" someone inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhao Lao slid the device across the table, and the recipient, upon inspecting it, spat, "What bad luck." Just as the others were keen to glimpse the document, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in." The secretary entered briskly, standing at attention, his voice trembling with excitement. "Report. There is news from New Hope. The encrypted data packet is being received." Chapter 103. We must not lag behind at that instant. All activity in the conference room came to a halt. At the head of the table, Zhao Lao's body tensed slightly, and his breathing quickened. Immediately decrypt it and project it onto the big screen. Moments later, a video filled the main display. The sounds of explosions, the tearing of armor, and the unearthly howls of creatures not native to Blue Star assaulted the eardrums of everyone present. The screen depicted a hell's cape of blood and fire. Flayed hounds, massive arthropods, and grotesque amalgamations of flesh and slime surged against the elven lines. The tongues of rifles wove a lethal tapestry of gunfire. The roar of machine guns carved bloody furrows through the ranks of the demonic forces. Rockets, trailing crimson tails, exploded amidst the densest clusters of demons, scattering chunks of flesh and blackened blood. Magic intermingled with the chaos, the cacophony of countless roars serving as a grim background score. In the conference room, breaths grew heavy. The attendees had witnessed many horrors, yet the sight before them transcended their comprehension. As the video shifted perspective, it focused on a creature towering over 3 meters, adorned with twisted horns. The conventional rifle bullets proved utterly ineffective against its dark crimson skin, while even the 127mm armor-piercing rounds from the heavy machine gun merely caused a slight indentation on its surface. In the frame, an infantry fighting vehicle was struck by its colossal axe. The thick composite armor was cleaved open in an instant, transforming into a blazing mass of molten steel. A collective gasp filled the conference room. Elder Zhao gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. The footage continued. An elderly man clad in a white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared on screen. He raised his staff high, reciting an arcane incantation. In a desperate act, the soldiers charged forth, sacrificing their lives merely to divert the enemy's attention and buy time for the mage. At last, a brilliant beam of sacred light descended from the heavens, enveloping the demonic leader with a sizzling sound that made one's teeth ache. The demon emitted a piercing wail as its massive form convulsed and melted under the holy radiance, the dark purple protective energy dissipating continuously. Ultimately, with a roar of defiance, it fled the battlefield, half of its body already dissolved. The video concluded. Subsequently, the secretary began distributing freshly printed reports alongside the minutes submitted by General Long. The demonic creatures possess formidable resilience, rendering conventional firearms ineffective. High-ranking demons pose a lethal threat to our heavy equipment. Holy magic exhibits a significant restraining effect on demons. The frontline command requests: 1. Immediate development and deployment of large-caliber standard weapons, based on a 145mm anti-aircraft gun caliber. 2. Comprehensive replacement of existing shells with cubic nitrogen explosives. 3. Development of high-explosive ammunition featuring cubic nitrogen as the projectile head. The 5 individuals scrutinized the document swiftly, not daring to overlook a single detail, the atmosphere in the conference room so tense that one could hear a pin drop. It was astonishing how resilient these demonic beings were. We were nearly compelled to resort to nuclear weapons. Our assessment of the threat from that continent must be elevated to a new level. Indeed, while such targets might be addressed with magic by the intelligent races of the Terra continent, for us, they are already akin to legendary creatures. Truly commendable was General Long, who managed to perform so steadily under such limited conditions and time constraints. Reviewing the report, it was clear that Lin Mo still needed further growth. Compassion does not suit a commander. Chuckling, someone remarked, "Isn't he merely 23 years old? Achieving this at such an age is commendable. We cannot hold him to our current standards." The group murmured in reflection, a sense of relief subtly permeating the air. The portal had finally been safeguarded. As long as it was preserved, all would be worth it. Someone spoke up. Have we noted their demands? If we completely switch to cubic nitrogen and 145mm caliber weapons, the costs will be substantial, and our production lines will need to be restructured. Will we be able to meet the timeline? Cost is of no concern. There is no time to waste, Elder Zhao stated decisively. He released the armrest, exhaling deeply, and stood to face the secretary. Inform the military industry and the Academy of Sciences. His voice regained its composure, yet beneath that calm lay a tempest poised to shake the very foundations of the nation. Notify all relevant units to set aside all trivial tasks, except for those related to the ARC project. From this moment forth, all resources must be directed towards the New Hope initiative. I demand to see samples of the weapons required by the Expeditionary Force within 3 days. Within 5 days, the first batch of mass-produced models must be delivered through the portal to the frontline warriors. Yes, the secretary responded loudly, turning briskly to arrange the tasks. Cost. Zhao turned around, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. The Blue Star is on the brink of collapse. Do we still care about costs? What we seek is survival. Even if it requires destructive development and consumption, we must push forward. We cannot hinder the Expeditionary Force. A few individuals were taken aback, instantly grasping the significance of the matter. Yes. In the office of the chairman of the Polaris Military Industry Group, Ma Dongxing hung up the phone, his hand still trembling slightly. It was not fear that caused his shake, but the weight of the order he had just received. The voice on the other end stated that there was a task that must be completed within 3 days, regardless of the means, with mass production to be accomplished within 5 days and full supply to be ensured. Although specifics were yet to be disclosed, the caller's attitude left him breathless. A soft beep from the encrypted terminal signaled the arrival of a document titled Top Secret Equipment Research and Procurement Requirements. Ma Dongxing opened the file, scanning the first line. 1. Research and equip 145mm caliber special high-explosive ammunition. Explosive charge, cubic nitrogen. Research cycle. Submit testable samples within 72 hours. Mass production cycle. First batch to be delivered within 120 hours. 2. Immediately modify existing stocks of various caliber shells, grenades, etc. replacing all explosive charges with cubic nitrogen mixed explosives. Ma Dongxing's breath caught in his throat. He read it 3 times to confirm he was not seeing things. 3 days for research, 5 days for mass production, and with cubic nitrogen ammunition? What an international farce. Yet, it was evident that this was no jest. For the sake of his position, he seized the internal phone on his desk and shouted into it. Have Chief Engineer Wu come to my office immediately. Right now? 5 minutes later, an elderly man dressed in blue work clothes, with disheveled hair and a scent of machine oil mixed with metal shavings, pushed the door open. Leader, I was busy adjusting the production line in a hurry. Chief Engineer Wu started, but Ma Dongxing had already pushed the tablet in front of him. Old Wu, take a look for yourself. Chapter 104. Urgent Research and Development. Old Wu adjusted his glasses and leaned in to discern the contents on the screen. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, ultimately settling into incredulity. Leader, you're not joking with me, are you? Old Wu pointed at the words cubic nitrogen on the screen, his voice quivering. This substance is an incredibly stable inert explosive. Not only would a firing pin fail to ignite it, but even a hammer weighing 8 pounds wouldn't produce a sound. You want to pack it into a 145mm shell to detonate. That's impossible. I don't care. Ma Dongxing slammed his fist onto the table, causing the teacups to resonate with a buzzing sound. This is an absolute command. A military order. In 3 days, I must see a sample of this contraption. Impossible. Old Wu's obstinacy flared up as well. It is utterly unfeasible for cubic nitrogen to detonate within such a minuscule warhead, generating sufficient energy. What about the shell? Ma Dongxing suppressed his anger. The shell is straightforward. Old Wu immediately replied. The warhead has ample space. We can utilize high-energy explosives to detonate the cubic nitrogen. That's manageable. We can modify the production line. However, regarding the bullets, I must candidly say, this is sheer fantasy. Ma Dongxing rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brightly lit factory below, bustling with activity. He remained silent for a long while before speaking slowly. Old Wu, how many years have we known each other? Almost 30. Have I ever let you down? Not at all. This order comes from the highest echelons. Ma Dongxing's voice softened. I cannot divulge the specifics, but I can tell you that if we fail to produce it, the soldiers on the front lines will pay with their lives. While we in the rear are not in immediate danger, we must embody the spirit of perseverance. Old Wu was taken aback, the anger and stubbornness on his face gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of resignation. He sighed. I need the highest authority from all laboratories in the group, all experts, regardless of what they are engaged in. I must have the ability to mobilize them at any moment. Granted, Ma Dongxing replied without hesitation. I require support from the Academy of Sciences, particularly the insights of those old geezers in materials science and high-energy physics. I will apply for it immediately. Also, prepare 3 boxes of fast-acting heart-saving pills and 20 special supply cigarettes for me. Old Wu gritted his teeth. Damn it, for these 3 days. My team and I will be sleeping in the laboratory. I will stay with you. The entire Polaris military industry group, this colossal industrial behemoth, was driven into a frenzy at that moment. Countless calls were made, and numerous orders were issued. Engineers on vacation were whisked away by military helicopters directly from their homes. The top technical talents from various branches hurriedly boarded special flights to the headquarters. On the company's internal BBS, a pinned red post caught everyone's attention. Emergency Task Force. Urgent recruitment. No questions about qualifications or positions. As long as you have a solution to the problem, outstanding contributors will receive merit medals and special honors. Directly reported to the central authority. In an instant, the entire company was ablaze with activity. This was no mere overtime. It had escalated into a war. At the Research and Development Center, the A1 Special Materials Laboratory had transformed into a battlefield command center. Dozens of the most elite weapons experts and engineers from Daxia gathered around a massive tactical whiteboard, filled with various formulas and chemical structure diagrams. The atmosphere as tense as a mountain. Old Wu stood at the center of the whiteboard, clutching a marker nearly crushed by his grip. The conventional impact detonator scheme was entirely dismissed. It won't work. What about a chemical detonator? A 2-component liquid that mixes upon the warhead's shattering to ignite? One expert proposed. No way. Another immediately countered. The 145mm warhead is too small to accommodate 2 liquids while ensuring potency. Under conditions of G-force overload, there exists a perilous risk of premature mixing between the 2 agents, leading to catastrophic failure. What about the piezoelectric ceramic detonator? It generates a feeble electric current at the moment of impact. However, the current is too weak, lacking sufficient energy to even ignite the detonator, let alone trigger cubic nitrogen. Various proposals were presented, only to be dismissed one after another. Time ticked away, and the cigarette butts in the ashtray piled ever higher, casting a profound sense of helplessness over everyone present. The laws of physics loomed like an insurmountable mountain before them, just as despair began to take hold. In a corner of the room, a young man, seemingly no older than 25 or 26, wearing thick glasses, timidly raised his hand. Chief Engineer Wu, I have an idea that may seem a bit outlandish. Wu, irritated, glanced over and retorted, spit it out. The young man shrank back at the outburst, yet mustered the courage to speak. Could we possibly consider an approach that does not involve detonation? His words brought an immediate hush to the laboratory. What do you mean? Wu furrowed his brow. While the NN single bond structure of cubic nitrogen is stable, it also harbors immense energy, the young man continued, his pace quickening and his eyes lighting up. What if we could employ a specific frequency of resonance to disrupt its molecular bond structure at the moment of impact, causing it to collapse from a stable state and release energy? Not an explosion, but a phase transition collapse. The entire laboratory fell into silence. All the experts regarded the young man with expressions of incredulity, as if he were a madman. To use resonance to detonate high-grade explosives? It sounded more fantastical than a tale from a dream. Wu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the young man, and within his murky eyes, a spark of hope began to ignite. The conventional paths had all been blocked. Thus, they had no choice but to tread the uncharted wilderness. What is your name? Reporting. Chief Engineer, my name is Sun Ji, an intern who has just completed 1 year. Wu repeated the name, Sun Ji, and then slapped his thigh with sudden fervor. Everyone, listen up. The simulation team, immediately establish a mathematical model based on Sun Ji's theory and conduct computer simulations. I want preliminary results within half an hour. Materials team, find me the materials capable of generating the high-frequency oscillations we need upon impact. The others, the artillery modification production line, must not cease. We will walk on 2 legs. Wu's eyes were bloodshot, yet his voice resonated with unprecedented exhilaration. Damn it, isn't this just physics? Today, I shall rewrite the rules. The atmosphere in the laboratory transformed as everyone was swept up in his fervor. The silence dissipated, replaced by a vibrant buzz of activity. Outside the laboratory, Ma Dongsheng stood before the observation window, watching the flurry of activity within and silently lighting a cigarette. He was uncertain whether the audacious plan of the young man named Sun Ji would succeed, but he was aware that hope resided within this group of tireless individuals, laboring through the sleepless nights, cursing yet working diligently. Chapter 105. What is Da Xiao up to? In Antarctica, the underground city of the Free City, the Eagle Nation's governor, Mars, stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, surveying the steel metropolis still under construction. The nearby lights shone brightly, obscuring the hardships faced by the world outside. He held a glass of whiskey, a smug expression gracing his face, proposing a joint lunar development initiative with the Great Xia, complete with technological sharing. Was a move he regarded as nothing short of brilliant. Regardless of whether Great Xia agreed, he would seize the moral and public opinion high ground. When numerous nations joined forces to strive for the continuity of humanity's future, should Great Xia refuse, it would appear decidedly out of step. Under the barrage of criticism from many countries, Great Xia's influence would swiftly wane, while the Eagle Nation would see its own stature significantly enhanced through this project. Just then, a firm knock on the office door interrupted Mars's reverie. Irritated, he turned to find his intelligence chief, a slender man, hastily entering. Sir, he said. Mars pursed his lips and settled into his chair. We have received crucial intelligence from our operatives embedded within Great Xia. The intelligence chief swallowed hard, his voice tinged with tension. All their military-industrial complexes entered a state of war readiness 3 hours ago. Mars finally turned fully around, a slight frown creasing his brow. Is this in response to our lunar initiative? Their reaction is remarkably swift. No, sir, the intelligence chief shook his head, projecting data from his tablet into the air. The situation is quite alarming. Their production lines are undergoing massive adjustments. All heavy machinery factories are pivoting to produce oversized firearm components. Munitions factories have even abandoned their established TNT production lines to recklessly manufacture cubic nitrogen explosives. The calm demeanor on Mars's face vanished in an instant. He snatched the tablet, his fingers racing across the screen. A barrage of glaring data and analytical reports plunged him into dismay. This is impossible. Cubic nitrogen is not yet ready for large-scale deployment. Are they insane to arm their 145mm squad machine guns with explosive-tipped rounds? Mars murmured, feeling his understanding of the situation profoundly shaken. Such a weapon was not conceived for human conflicts. Its destructive potential far exceeded any conventional tactical needs. To put it bluntly, a machine gun of this caliber utilizing cubic nitrogen could unleash a high-explosive projectile with each shot. The mere thought of facing such a scenario on the battlefield sent chills down his spine. What on earth is Great Xia up to? What are their intentions? Mars looked up, his expression rife with suspicion. Unclear, the intelligence chief replied, equally perplexed. According to our intelligence and investigations, they recently executed a large-scale redistribution of supplies. Military equipment, essential goods, various personnel, all converging towards a certain military base in the Arctic. This does not resemble preparations to contest the moon, nor does it seem to indicate an impending war against us. Otherwise, supplies would be dispatched to multiple bases, not just one. It appears to be a form of mobilization entirely beyond our comprehension. Mars paced restlessly in the office, unsettled by Great Xia's unusual maneuvers. His lunar ambitions, shrouded in intrigue, appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of the opponent's inexplicable and frenzied actions. What could they possibly intend? Had they uncovered secrets unknown to the Eagle Nation? Or were they concealing some crucial information regarding an impending apocalypse? Perhaps their base had breached the surface of the blue planet, uncovering subterranean life poised to launch an offensive? Good heavens, this was preposterous. The sensation of being left in the dark ignited a furious blaze within Mars. He abruptly halted, his countenance dark and menacing. Since comprehension eluded him, he resolved to pursue understanding relentlessly. He turned to the intelligence chief and swiftly commanded, "Redirect our reconnaissance satellites to hover over the Arctic. I demand continuous surveillance of their every move, 24 hours a day." Concurrently, he ordered the activation of the advanced mole. "I care not for their antics. Extract their plans." As night descended upon the Terra continent, 2 moons, one large and one small, hung high in the sky, casting a chilling luminescence. Beneath this moonlit expanse, in the basin known as Firefly Town, artificial daylight dispelled all shadows. Hundreds of high-powered LED construction lights were erected on temporary towers, illuminating a radius of several kilometers as brightly as day. Even the clouds above seemed to shimmer with clarity. Roaring heavy trucks laden with steel and prefabricated panels stirred up clouds of dust along the makeshift roads, their engines growling in a rhythmic chorus. Enormous tracked cranes swung their steel arms, deftly positioning modules the size of shipping containers with a dull metallic thud. Thousands of valiant warriors and engineers from the Great Xia donned hard hats and work uniforms, busily traversing this forest of steel. The arcs of electric welding occasionally erupted in the night, resembling violet-blue lightning. Cutters clashed with metal, sending forth dazzling sparks. The air was thick with the mingled scents of machine oil, dust, and the fumes of welding. This was no mere construction, it was an invocation. With steel, cement, and formidable infrastructural prowess, they sought to summon a behemoth of Cthulhu proportions, a fortress upon this alien soil. Foundations had already been excavated atop the surrounding hills. The fearsome Landshield 3000 close-in weapon systems lay in wait like slumbering metal beasts, their barrels angled skyward. A grim aura of death emanating from the darkened clusters of gun tubes. Larger caliber coastal artillery positions were concurrently under construction, no longer aimed at vessels upon the sea, but at any colossal monstrosities that might emerge from the earth. Oh heavens, this was beyond belief. It was nothing short of a miracle. Archbishop Kyle stood atop a hastily constructed observation platform, his bald head glinting under the lights. Instinctively, he stroked his similarly bald chin, his face a tableau of astonishment. Beside him, Elder Muyu, also sporting a gleaming pate, reflected upon the ceaselessly bustling steel site below, rendered speechless. "Do they not require rest after such a day of toil?" murmured a young elven attendant, having never witnessed such a frenzied spectacle. "No, look. They are rotating in an orderly manner." Elder Muyu pointed towards the distant soldiers, who were lined up in a seamless exchange, some departing for rest while others took their place, their labor never ceasing. "Is it that enigmatic force, known as electricity, that underpins all this?" Kyle's gaze fixated on the luminous floodlights and the humming generator units that powered them. The experience of being electrified during the day had not instilled fear. Rather, it had opened the gateway to a new realm. The ferocity, the swiftness, and the power akin to lightning revealed myriad wondrous applications, igniting their yearning even further. "Indeed, Your Excellency," the voice of Lin Mo resonated from behind them. "Electricity is the cornerstone of our technological civilization." Chapter 106. Trade Request. Kyle and Elder Muyu turned to see Lin Mo, who subtly adjusted his appearance. Though they currently had little concern for such matters. "Your efficiency is astonishing, surpassing even the speed of divine creation," Kyle expressed sincerely. Lin Mo smiled, acknowledging that not only had they been surprised, but he himself had been taken aback. The pace of construction was nothing short of invincible. Previously, when he had read about a bridge being completed overnight, it had left him indifferent. But now, witnessing a vast expanse transform into formidable defensive lines, with various artillery installations infused with a sense of steel and technology, was exhilarating. Just as he was about to express modesty, a commotion erupted from afar. "The data is inconsistent. Terra's gravity exceeds that of Blue Star by 0.8 g, and the atmospheric density is higher." The voice of academician Qian Zhenhua was filled with excitement. "According to the Horizon Observation Method, the planet's volume is larger than that of Blue Star. The rocket's payload must be reduced. The fuel ratios need recalibration. Quickly, provide me with the latest wind speed and atmospheric composition data." A throng of researchers trailed behind him, clutching tablets as streams of dense data scrolled rapidly across the screens. They were preparing data support for the upcoming launch of the Changzheng 11 rocket. Launching rockets and satellites in another world was undoubtedly a feat that would drive scientists to madness. Moreover, once the satellites were in place, the mysteries of this planet would be unveiled to a significant extent, greatly satisfying their curiosity. At that moment, a resounding cry of an eagle echoed through the night sky. Everyone looked up to witness 5 majestic griffins swooping down from above. On the lead griffin, a familiar figure caused Lin Mo's pupils to contract slightly. "Fendona. What brings her here? Was she not headed to the Elven King's city?" The griffin landed steadily on the temporarily established helicopter pad, stirring up a gust of wind. Findona nimbly leaped down from its back, her emerald eyes immediately locking onto Lin Mo under the lights. Seeing him standing there unscathed brought her joy, and she hurried over. Your Excellency Lin Mo, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. She then greeted Elder Muyu, handing over a scroll. This is a message from Her Majesty the Queen. Elder Muyu began to examine it without delay. Lin Mo gazed at the elven maiden who had rushed before him, a mixture of surprise and delight illuminating his expression. What brings you back? He inquired with a smile. It is Her Majesty the Queen who summoned me, Findona replied. Catching her breath, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The Queen has received detailed accounts of your exploits in Lingya Town and is astounded by your prowess. Furthermore, she is quite intrigued by your weaponry. Behind her, four elven guardians carefully lifted Lin Mo's slumbering form from the back of a griffin. Lin Mo stared at his other body, somewhat taken aback. His original plan had been to fall asleep that night and awaken over there, perhaps bringing back some general language materials from the Elven King City. Now, those plans lay in ruins. Findona, following Lin Mo's gaze, remarked, I have brought your other body back as well. She hesitated, as this phenomenon of one soul inhabiting two bodies was a first for her. By the way, Her Majesty also expressed a desire to negotiate a trade of weapons with the Great Xia. Findona's tone brimmed with anticipation. Is that feasible? Just as Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart and was about to respond, a sudden rush of wind announced the arrival of three knights clad in splendid golden armor, riding elegant celestial steeds, descending at a remarkable speed. The foremost knight dismounted swiftly, kneeling on one knee before Archbishop Kyle, his voice resounding, reporting, Lord Kyle, His Holiness the Pope has issued a decree. The knight lowered his head slightly, delivering his report before raising his hand to present a piece of parchment. Though the border was farther than the elves, they had managed to arrive simultaneously with the elven messenger, thanks to the Pope's swift response. Kyle stepped forward to receive the document and began to read it immediately. The knight rose, casting a keen gaze upon Lin Mo, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. His Holiness is already informed of the situation here and extends the highest respect for the might demonstrated by the Great Xia. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Kyle quickly absorbed the gist of the message, which conveyed the urgency of establishing a trade with the Great Xia. The holy human race required those alchemical weapons capable of wielding thunder and flame to combat the demon race and restore their former glory. This aligned perfectly with Kyle's expectations. This was precisely the reason he had mingled with Qian Jinhua of the Great Xia today. His previous relationship with Lin Mo had been somewhat strained, and the proud Kyle felt reluctant to apologize to Lin Mo. However, after the tribulations of war, and having agreed to teach Lin Mo magic, their relationship had finally begun to thaw. All of this was but a prelude to this very moment. Any fool could see the war potential in the Great Xia's weaponry. Was there not a way to procure some? Thus, he spoke, My Lord Lin Mo, we, the holy human race, share this sentiment. Your weapons are indeed unique, and we wish to purchase some for trial. Lin Mo listened with a smile, but hesitated. Lord Kyle, as you know, due to the size constraints of the portal, our own weapons are in short supply. Additionally, matters involving our national armaments are rather sensitive. I will need to confer with others before providing a definitive answer. Kyle nodded lightly. No problem, I understand your predicament. Is it going to be troublesome? Asked Findona. Lin Mo gently patted her shoulder and replied with a smile. Not at all. Findona continued. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. We are merely curious. Lin Mo smiled knowingly. Silly girl, your queen is driven by more than mere curiosity. On one hand, there are arrows, which, though not swift, possess remarkable power due to their enchanted nature, surpassing that of firearms. On the other hand, there are firearms that, while fast, lack sufficient might. However, what if firearms could be enchanted? The elven race would then possess no weaknesses. It is no exaggeration to state that with the physique of elven archers, anyone could wield a Gatling gun or heavy machine gun into battle. With the enhancement of magic, a single bullet would equate to an arrow of yore, yielding effects far superior to what the Daxia people could achieve on their own. It would be akin to equipping human heavy machine guns with cubic nitrogen ammunition, resulting in explosive power. The strategic value of such an advancement would certainly not escape the Queen's notice. It is merely Findona's youth that prevents her from considering this aspect. She remains captivated by the intriguing technology of Daxia, which starkly contrasts with the weaponry of Terra. The anticipated trade between both parties had long been foreseen by Daxia, which had naturally prepared corresponding strategies. Lin Mo's reluctance to immediately acquiesce to their trade proposal, instead feigning difficulty, was a calculated move to gauge his counterparts without appearing overly scheming. He turned to Kyle and Elder Muyu, smiling as he said, I shall confer with our people to see if we can sell some weaponry for your research. In light of the past assistance and friendship you've shown us, I will endeavor to facilitate this, and you shall have my response shortly. Kyle and Elder Muyu bowed slightly in gratitude upon hearing this. Chapter 107. Zhao Gang's heart is quite dark. Lin Mo watched as his sleeping body was escorted by guards into the teleportation portal. The medical staff at the Blue Star base were already on standby, performing their duties with professionalism and speed, swiftly placing the stretcher and transporting it to the medical area for a thorough examination and proper arrangements. Although he felt fine, His identity and importance demanded that those below take utmost care. He turned and strode purposefully toward the makeshift command center. Inside the tent, General Long Zhan and Zhao Gang were studying a large map of Terra where red and blue arrows intertwined, indicating a complex strategic situation. General Long, Brother Zhao, Lin Emo called out. Both men looked up simultaneously. They had taken the bait. They were eager to procure our weaponry. General Long Zhan's expression was resolute, merely nodding slightly, while Zhao Gang's lips curled into a smirk. Finally, they had arrived, and he had thought they would maintain their composure longer. The aim of Daxiao was, of course, to acquire various resources from this world: the holy humans' healing waters, dwarven magical runes, unique plants and minerals from the elves, such as magical crystals and mithril, along with the formidable combat prowess of the orcs. Daxiao required high-level mercenaries capable of directly contending with the demonic overlords. Clearly, half-orcs, accustomed to being employed and devoid of a national allegiance, were the most suitable candidates. Moreover, the Great Xia intends to establish a permanent portal for the holy human race. Currently, this portal is only operational for 10 days and is insufficiently expansive, hindering Great Xia from showcasing its full might. The four combat forms of sea, land, air, and sky embody the complete essence of Great Xia's military prowess, rather than a truncated version. However, progress must be made gradually, step by step. These are the items and information already acquired, but what of those yet to be obtained? To procure these items, it is imperative to establish a trading system. The inhabitants of Terra Continent are wary of the otherworldly Great Xia. If demands are made prematurely, it may incite suspicion and lead to unfavorable negotiations. Yet, if they make a request voluntarily, the situation changes dramatically. Although we have yet to engage with the dwarves and half-orcs, there is no rush. It is merely a matter of time. First, we must construct a framework for business, which will facilitate future transactions. He chuckled. Shall I agree to their proposal and arrange a venue for a thorough discussion? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Indeed, this negotiation is crucial. We must strive to secure advantageous terms, Zhao Gang replied, revealing an unusual smirk. 10 minutes later, in a temporary conference room constructed from steel and aluminum alloy outside the portal, representatives from both sides sat opposite each other. On one side of the elongated table sat Archbishop Kyle, Elder Mu Yu, Fendona, and their respective guards, adorned in resplendent robes or finely crafted armor, their expressions solemn. Opposite them were the impeccably uniformed Long Zhan, Zhao Gang in his officer attire, and two officials responsible for military production and procurement. Lin Mo occupied the center, serving as the translator. The atmosphere in the room was grave, almost stifling. Kyle cleared his throat and spoke first, his voice imbued with a lyrical cadence. Esteemed representatives of Great Xia, I, Kyle, on behalf of the Holy Kingdom, formally extend a request for trade. We wish to acquire some of your weaponry. To ensure the fairness of our negotiations, I shall employ a truth detection spell throughout the process, and we will ultimately sign a magical contract to strictly dictate the terms both parties are to abide by. Lin Mo succinctly translated. They seek to purchase our weapons and will employ a truth detection spell with a magical contract to witness the terms of our agreement. Zhao Gang leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced upon the table. That is acceptable. Kyle and Elder Mu Yu exchanged smiles, marking the successful initiation of their transaction. However, Zhao Gang shifted the conversation. We face a pivotal issue. How shall we determine value? For instance, if we use our currency to purchase your goods, you would likely resist, as paper money holds no value in your hands. Conversely, we currently cannot accurately assess the worth of your copper and gold coins. Engaging in trade without a unified standard is exceedingly inconvenient for both parties. Kyle and Elder Mu Yu exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious once more. This was indeed the most significant challenge, and the very concern that had preoccupied them before their arrival. In the countless years of Terra, the value of currency has long been unified, eliminating issues of trade among them. At present, barter is the best method they can conceive. I have a suggestion. Zhao Gang's voice was calm and unhurried as he continued. Let us use a fundamental, indispensable hard currency that both worlds possess as the benchmark for all value. What is that? Elder Mu Yu could not help but inquire. Zhao Gang uttered two words, grain. Both Kyer and Elder Mu Yu were momentarily taken aback. Grain? This proposal, though simple, struck them as unexpectedly reasonable. Zhao Gang continued. However, market prices often fluctuate unpredictably, and artificial price inflation leads to significant discrepancies. To facilitate our cooperation, I propose we adopt a cost price to ensure the fundamental accuracy of grain's value. His words were comprehensible to all present, prompting Kyer and Elder Mu Yu to exchange glances, both perceiving it as fair, and they nodded in agreement. No problem. What you say is quite reasonable. We have no objections. Zhao Gang nodded and inquired. Our cost for wheat is $1 for 3 pounds. You also have this grain called wheat. May I ask what your cost price is? Lin Mo translated while his heart raced. Zhao Gang's cunning was astonishing, indeed opting to settle in dollars. Even more audacious. While the stated cost of wheat was accurate, it could not satisfy market demand. In the market of the Great Xia, the price was 50 yuan a pound. often sold out due to overwhelming demand. Only the Great Xia authorities possessed the capability to cultivate in the underground cities. Zhao Gang's actions were an attempt to artificially inflate the value of his currency in order to acquire more from the world of Terra. Currently, due to the cataclysm that has befallen Blue Star, both rice and wheat have largely transitioned to underground hydroponic cultivation, with large-scale planting and mature technology. The costs have not risen significantly, approximately 2 yuan per pound. However, limited underground space restricts large-scale cultivation, and coupled with inflation, it is not surprising to see prices at 50 yuan per pound. Note, in this world, $1 is equivalent to 7 yuan. This is also why Zhao Gang proposed to settle at cost price rather than market price. Otherwise, 50 yuan per pound for grain would be excessively devalued. Just as Elder Mu Yu was about to respond, Kai Er spoke first. Here in Terra, 1 iron coin can purchase 1 pound of wheat. It would be a jest if the answer came from the elves, the favored children of nature, as their costs would be considerably lower. After all, with wood-type elves, isn't it merely a matter of employing a few growth spells to cultivate wheat? They can yield high quantities with speed, something the sacred human race cannot compare to. Chapter 108. You, with your thick brows and large eyes, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang had no objections, nodding slightly. Very well. He paused momentarily, casting the first anchor point. Thus, we can conclude that your 3 iron coins equal our $1. Is that agreeable? After Lin Mo completed the translation, he stole a glance at Kai Er, who displayed no signs of abnormality. This indicated that his lie detection magic confirmed Zhao Gang was not deceiving them. Indeed, Zhao Gang did not utter a falsehood. It is likely that Kyle could never have anticipated the current predicament of Blue Star. Had this been 2.5 years ago, when Blue Star thrived with vast expanses of land devoted to agriculture, the prevailing prices would have been entirely justifiable. However, we now find ourselves in an apocalyptic era, where the cultivation costs are relatively modest for the nation, considering that the underground cities are excavated by their own hands and the land belongs to them. Individuals, however, lack the land and subterranean space to cultivate wheat. Ultimately, the pricing is dictated by the state. As for settling transactions in dollars, it has not been stipulated that the settlement must strictly be in the national currency. Lin Mo silently mourned for Kyle and his companions, unaware that at that very moment, Kyle was secretly amused. In the entirety of the Terra continent, the food production costs are highest among the holy human race, as wheat constitutes their staple. Although the dwarves delight in consuming wheat-based beverages, they procure these rather than cultivate their own food, subsisting primarily on meat and various wild vegetables. Each dwarf is a master blacksmith, capable of crafting equipment that yields substantial rewards, thus engaging in high-end industries without the need for agriculture. The half-work labor force is the most economical, toiling away at wheat cultivation without incurring excessive costs. As for the elves, whose advantages are too numerous to mention, we shall leave them aside. Hence, Kyle believed he had struck a lucrative deal. Had he been privy to Zhao Gang's clever maneuvers, he likely would have exclaimed in disbelief. Thus, both parties, each harboring their own ulterior motives, commenced the ensuing negotiations. No problem, Kyle replied with a smile and a nod. Elder Mu Yu was no fool. He discerned Kyle's hidden agenda and chose not to expose it, recognizing that seeking a slight advantage for one's nation during negotiations is entirely reasonable. He, too, nodded in agreement. Findona blinked her large eyes. Though young, she understood that this was not the moment for personal relationships, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Excellent, Zhao Gang remarked, activating the projector to display the images and data of weapons for all on Terra continent to see. On the screen appeared a clear depiction of the AK-47 automatic rifle, with specifications laid bare: a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, an effective range of 300 to 500 meters, a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, utilizing 7.62mm caliber ammunition. The production cost in our world is 500 per unit, with ammunition priced at 0.04 per round, Lin Mo detailed, mentally calculating rapidly. In the Great Xia, the cost of a single rifle amounts to 700 coins, equating to 500 or 3,500 coins. 5 times the price? The ammunition, at 1 coin per round, corresponds to 0.04, translating to 28 coins, exceedingly profitable. Well played, Zhao Gang. I never realized your heart could be so cunning. Kyle exchanged glances with Elder Mu Yu. According to their earlier consensus, the agreed price of 500 translates to 1,500 iron coins and 150 copper coins. Acquiring such a rapid-fire weapon for 150 copper coins, excluding the cost of ammunition, while the price may seem steep, appears acceptable in the context of warfare. We accept this price, Kyle stated gravely after exchanging glances with Elder Mu Yu. Zhao Gang and Long Zhan smiled in silence. Lin Mo continued to scroll through the screen, revealing the ZTZ medium tank, which boasts a width of 3 meters and a length of 7 meters. It is equipped with a 105mm cannon, a remote-controlled dual-purpose machine gun of 127mm, a cruise missile launcher, and a 100 kilowatts laser weapon. This marvel employs a diesel-electric hybrid system, delivering formidable power and impressive horsepower. As for its defensive capabilities, it features active defense, electromagnetic armor, and an active protection system. concepts that may be beyond your comprehension, but worthy of thorough study upon your return. This remarkable tank requires only 2 operators, possesses substantial firepower, and is remarkably convenient to operate, with a cost of $8,500,000. Lin Mo, not being a military enthusiast, was unfamiliar with such matters, yet based on Zhao Gang's earlier reputation, one could easily surmise that the cost could be halved. The figure elicited sharp intakes of breath from both Kyle and Elder Muyu. $8,500,000 equates to 2,550,000 units of grain, or 25,500 gold coins, sufficient to meet the annual food requirements of 100,000 individuals. This staggering figure loomed over Kyle and Elder Muyu like a mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. Too expensive. A knight of the Holy Order could not restrain his astonishment. Lin Mo, serving as an unfeeling translation machine, found his sentiments echoed through the knight's exclamation. Expensive? Zhao Gang retorted. Pray tell, what is the worth of a city besieged by demon forces? How much do the lives of the tens of thousands of slaughtered citizens and warriors hold? Kyle and Elder Muyu fell into a profound silence. Zhao Gang's voice resonated with sincerity. What we offer is a weapon forged from our cutting-edge technology. Moreover, this is at cost price. The market price would be several times higher. This price is already exceedingly reasonable. Kyle closed his eyes, recalling the tank he had encountered at the portal when he faced the demon commander, failing to appreciate its value at the time. However, given the array of incomprehensible descriptions and its exorbitant manufacturing cost, it surely could not be lacking in merit. Remembering the Pope's command, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, purchase one." He intended to acquire a few weapons to test their efficacy and research value upon his return, leaving the decision for further purchases to the Pope. Elder Muyu, witnessing this, nodded in agreement and promptly added, "We, the Elven race, desire one too." The elves, whose daily expenses are minimal and who possess abundant mineral resources along with a grain surplus, had accumulated considerable wealth. This was also why, despite years of conflict, they were willing to invest heavily in establishing the interstellar portal for the holy human race, with the most expensive tank leading the charge. The procurement transformed into a grand acquisition event, encompassing everything from handguns, grenades, and rifles to drones, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, armored vehicles, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, 155mm howitzers, mortars, transport vehicles, diesel generators, ammunition, and shells. They opted against acquiring immovable items, such as dismantled shipboard lasers and coastal defense artillery, as well as the 1130 close-in weapon system. They selected a few more firearms, but limited their purchase of costly armored vehicles to just 1 or 2. The holy human race and the elven race each procured $30 million worth of equipment, with the Great Xia graciously rounding off the total. Lin Mo observed the pained expression on the other party's face when they realized, quite inadvertently, that they had spent a staggering sum of $30 million. He couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement, secretly grateful for the practice of rounding off expenses in the Great Xia. Next came the transaction list between the holy human race and the elven race. Chapter 109. The transaction list of 2 races. Kyle, with a feather quill in hand, pondered for quite some time over the sheepskin parchment, comparing the extensive list of items for sale, numbered from 1 to 100, to the colossal expenditure of $30 million. The disparity was painfully stark. Thus, he reluctantly included items that were not originally intended for sale, in a bid to showcase his own strength. Item category: magic crystals, 10 gold coins each, diluted holy water, 1 gold coin per bottle, pure holy water, 100 gold coins per bottle, lie detection scrolls, 10 gold coins each, space crystals, 500 gold coins each, and so forth. Scrolls category: guardian scrolls, purification scrolls, holy light punishment, holy light impact, blessing scrolls, 100 gold coins each, holy light judgment, holy light radiance, holy light barrier scrolls, 500 gold coins each, sacred guardians, sacred judgment, divine descent, among others, 1,000 gold coins each, etc. Rare equipment category: communication gem, within 10 kilometers, 100 gold coins each, knight's holy sword, 100 gold coins each, knight's armor, 500 gold coins per set, knight's holy shield, 100 gold coins each, Pegasus, 100 gold coins each, staff, 100 gold coins each, 10-day teleportation gate, 20,000 gold coins, including consumption. Permanent teleportation gate, 200,000 gold coins, self-funded consumption. Astral teleportation gate for 10 days, 500,000 gold coins, etc. Lin Mo took the list and translated it for Zhao Gang and others, nodding inwardly in understanding. So the astral teleportation gate was indeed exorbitantly priced. This was merely the cost price. What could the market price be? For instance, the elven race might have spent over 700,000 gold coins this time. Regrettably, there was no permanent option for the astral teleportation gate on the sale list, indicating that Kyle, or rather their Pope, had taken precautions. Zhao Gang scrutinized the translated list and inquired of Kyle, "What is the difference between pure holy water and diluted holy water?" Can one obtain 100 portions of diluted holy water from diluting pure holy water? Kao replied, pure holy water can regenerate severed limbs. While the effects of diluted holy water are not as potent, possessing only a weakened capacity for purification and healing ailments. Zhao Gang nodded in comprehension, then asked, what about the space crystal? Kao responded solemnly, it is an essential material for constructing teleportation gates and casting spatial magic. Zhao Gang then meticulously questioned about the various scrolls and equipment to grasp their uses and values. Finally, the crux of the matter arose. Zhao Gang asked, may I inquire why there is no permanent option for the astral teleportation gate? Kao remained silent for a moment before responding with a stoic expression. That is the will of His Holiness the Pope. Lin Emo sighed inwardly, as expected. However, there was no need for excessive concern. After all, they had not brought their own devastating weapons, like nuclear bombs or thermobaric bombs, to the negotiating table. Zhao Gang showed no signs of unease and continued, surely. Teleportation gates differ in size. This current one is rather small. What if I wish to construct a larger one? Kao provided an answer to this as well. Due to the disparity in scale, Lin Emo spent half a day communicating to grasp the underlying meaning, before translating for Zhao Gang. He stated that the portal is circular, with a default construction circumference of 11 meters. Should one wish to expand it, each increase would incur a corresponding fee. For instance, the foundational cost for a permanent portal is 200,000 gold coins, thus doubling it would amount to 400,000 gold coins. Zhao Gang exchanged glances with Long Zhan and whispered, according to their pricing structure, the 10-day dimensional portal costs 500,000 gold coins, meaning that the permanent dimensional portal is priced at 5 million gold coins, with a conversion of $1,000 equating to 3 gold coins. 5 million gold coins approximates to $1,666 billion. After saying this, he glanced at Lin Emo, who was on the verge of elation, and cautioned, do not reveal your excitement. Lin Emo hurriedly composed his expression, forcing a nonchalant demeanor. This price is exceedingly low. Indeed, it is remarkably affordable. Over $1.6 billion is a considerable sum, yet one must consider the context. The F-35 from the Eagle Nation is priced at $100 million. This permanent dimensional portal, which traverses planes, costs merely the equivalent of 16 fighter jets, utterly astonishingly cheap. Furthermore, the orders from the Camel Nation often reach hundreds of billions. What is 16 billion? Mere pocket change. Moreover, the technological sophistication of the F-35